Cwl World League presented by Sydney. Excuse me, boys. It's an early start for us. It's the Cwl Sydney presented by PlayStation 4. My name is Miles Ross, and joining me on the desk are two legends of the community. Actually, we got Dr. Curry and we got Millboss. Boys, how you feeling?
Excited. You know, your jumble for words, I think, just sums up just how excited we actually are. It's been a bit of preparation coming into this one. We got the most amount of teams the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty event. 30 in total. What's not to be excited about here?
Absolutely, I'm jumpy. Literally been jumping out of my seat this morning. You know, I woke up at 7 o'clock. I'm like, I'm just ready to go. I want to get into this thing.
You were pretty quick.
Like
you were not messing around.
Yeah.
Well, you boys think you're excited. I forgot what hemisphere I'm on for a moment there. But anyway, we're all calm and collected now, and we're more than excited to get this one underway. Yeah, Curry, as you said, it is the biggest Call of Duty competition the APAC region has ever seen. This is unprecedented. History is being made.
A bit of preparation coming into this one. We got the most amount of
teams
the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty event. 30
Open number
in
one.
total.
What's
not
taking
to be
place
excited
today
about
on
here?
the March
Absolutely,
the 3rd,
I'm jumpy. Literally been jumping out of my seat this morning. You know, I woke up at 7 o'clock. I'm like, I'm just ready to go. I want to get into this thing.
You were pretty quick. Like you were not messing around.
There's a ton of you boys that you're excited. I forgot what hemisphere I'm on for a moment there. Anyway, we're all calm and collected. But today, guys, we're playing. We're more than excited to get this one underway. Yeah, which is as you said, it's the biggest for a lot of players actually, and of course 10,000 CWL pro points up for grabs. History is being
a bit of preparation coming into this one. We got the most amount of teams the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty event. 30
Open number
in
one.
total. What's not to be excited
today?
about here?
Absolutely, I'm jumpy. Literally been jumping out of my seat this morning. You know, I woke up
just
at 7
because of
o'clock.
how
I'm
important
like,
they
I'm
are
just
for
ready
us.
to go. I want to get
10,000
into
this
this thing.
weekend. Who's going to take it away though? Like that's the real question. We just had MLG Atlanta. We had 3 teams go over.
Today, guys, we're playing more than excited to get this
but
underway.
I'm willing to say
Chiefs
this weekend.
biggest
We need to
for a
keep
lot
an
of
eye
players
on
actually, and of course 10,000 CWL pro points. But if one city event isn't
a bit of preparation coming into this one, we got the most amount of teams the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty. 30 in total. What's taking place today?
Another. Absolutely, I'm jumping. Literally been jumping out of my seat this morning. You know, I woke up
just
at 7
because of
o'clock.
how
I'm
important
like,
they are
I'm
for
just
us.
ready to go. I want to get into
10,000
this
this
thing.
weekend. Who's going to take it away though? Like that's the real question. We just had MLG Atlanta. We had 3 teams go over.
Today, guys, we're playing more than excited to get this underway.
I'm willing to say
Chiefs
this weekend.
for a lot of players actually, and of course 10,000 CWL pro points. But if one city event isn't
A bit of preparation coming into this one. We got the most amount of teams the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty. 30 in total. What's taking place today?
Another. Absolutely, I'm jumping. Literally been jumping out of my seat this morning. You know, I woke up
just
at
because of how important they are for us. 10,000 this weekend. That's going to take away though. Like that's the real question. We just had MLG Atlanta. We had 3 teams go over.
Today, guys, we're playing more than excited. So
I'm willing to say Chiefs this weekend.
for a lot of players actually, and of course 10,000 CWL pro points. We have one more event.
A bit of preparation coming into this one. We got the most amount of teams the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty. 30 in total. What's taking place today?
Absolutely, I'm jumping. Literally been jumping out of my seat this morning. You know, I woke up
Just
at
because of how important they are for us. 10,000 this weekend. That's going to take away though. Like that's the real question. We just had MLG Atlanta. We had 3 teams go over.
Today, guys, we're playing more than excited.
But I'm willing to say Chiefs this weekend.
And of course 10,000 CWL pro points. We have one more event.
A bit of preparation coming into this one. We got the most amount of teams the Australian, New Zealand, even the Asia Pacific region have ever seen at a Call of Duty. 30 in total. What's taking place today? You're on a death jump.
I woke up
Just because of how important they are. 10,000.
That's the CWL events in Sydney, Australia, and Melbourne coming up for you. But let's have a quick look at the calendar because, of course, the COD World League, it's in the name, really, guys. I mean, face it, we're all over the planet here, and as you can see on your screen, that phenomenal graphic. I mean, the CWL 2017 season is already underway, and it has been unforgettable so far. We've, of course, seen G-Finity London, we saw ESWC in Paris, we saw MLG Atlanta, and boy, has it been good so far. Of course, we're looking at Sydney at the moment, and we've got Dallas also coming up this month. But the really, really exciting thing for me, guys, is that Global Pro League starting in April, which is what all these gorgeous pro points are all aiming towards and all accumulating towards. You're wondering, what do I do with my pro points? Can I redeem them for skins? And no, none of that rubbish. It is going to be for the Global Pro League. And of course, you can see on the screen there, champs coming out as well a little bit later on. Now, Guys, Global Pro League, we're going to talk about it a little bit later on, but, you know, going into this one, we saw Atlanta was the last event, which, of course, had a ton of ANZ, or APAC. I will say ANZ, because technically they were from the region. Yeah. That we saw a couple of guys go over there. I mean, did you guys, I'm presuming you guys tuned in. It was a pretty good event.
Couldn't miss it. Really couldn't.
You couldn't miss it. Any sort of takeaways from that event? Obviously, Mindfreak doing quite well, but, I mean, is there anything else that stood out to you guys?
I think we can all agree Chiefs were a bit of a standout. They performed fairly well. Bit unlucky towards the end of it. It was the way they went. But we need to bring up Taint Minds. We're going to be seeing them like straight off the bat, which is good. But they definitely did underperform.
Absolutely.
Which is interesting enough. A lot of people had a lot of hype, especially with Dens on the squad. This weekend is a bit of a redemption for them by the looks of it.
It has to be because, you know, they've only been able to perform or play on land since that event. And, you know, it's been back and forth, especially against teams like Mindfreak. You know, we don't really know where they stand. I don't know if they know where they stand, but this weekend is going to show it all.
Show it all indeed. Now, guys, we talked about the Global Pro League. We talked about Stage 1 coming up. But now we'll show you a quick video where Maven breaks everything down for us.
CWL Global Pro League will kick off on April 20th. The 16 teams participating in Stage 1 will be split into 4 pools. 4 weekends of land play will decide our pools. Pool A, April 20th to 23rd. Pool B, April 27th to 30th. Pool C, May 4th to 7th. And finally, Pool D will wrap things up on May 11th to 14th. The top 2 teams from each pool will advance into the Stage 1 playoffs and compete for $500,000. The MLG Anaheim Open pool play, where $200,000 will be on the line, qualify for Stage 2 and a chance at the Stage 2 playoffs for an additional $500,000. And finally, COD Champs, with a guaranteed $1.5 million up for grabs. The third place team will qualify for Stage 2, Anaheim Pool Play, and COD Champs, but not for the Stage 1 playoffs. The fourth place teams in pools will not qualify and need to play in a relegation playoff the day before MLG Anaheim begins for their chance to participate in Stage 2.
Sweet Jesus, that's a lot of money. Right, boys? That's a ton of change.
$4 million's a bit.
That's a bit, right? I mean, that's a serious kitty to be winning. Thanks very much to Maven there for giving us a quick run through of the stage. Now, we heard very briefly mentioned there, COD Champs, CWL Champs, coming up at the very end of all of this. We'll have a little look and see if we can't get any information about CWL Champs. Champs last year was absolutely electric. Of course, we did see a lot of teams going over, and I'm going to call you out, boys, because I know you can hear me. You fell short. You fell short. You know you did. It wasn't the best. But hey, look, we still love you. Either way, COD Champs coming up this year, guys. CWL, the final championship that what this is all accumulating towards. Of course, it is going to be taking place in August. 32 teams from around the world. The absolute finest, the creme de la creme, the best. They're all going to be there competing for $1.5 million. It is going to be astonishing. And in case that wasn't wild enough, you can see at the bottom of your screen, $25,000 are going to be going to the tournament MVP. Guys, who would you give your MVP to at the end of this imaginary COD Champs?
That is so early to predict.
Way too early.
I mean, who's the bomb right now? I'm a big.
Are we keeping it to APAC region or are we going globally here?
Let's go global, man. Go global. This is the Call of Duty
It's
World
got it
League.
like at this point, just based on recent performance, it has to be Optic and it has to be formal.
Going to be formal, okay. Well, there you go. There's
Right now, if COD Champs was this weekend.
Yeah, okay, done. Well, that's a serious chunk of
argue.
change to be giving to one player atop of a massive prize pool, because you'd assume that the player who's the MVP is also going to be in one of the best teams there. You'd assume, but hey, man, crazier things have happened indeed. Well, guys, we've talked enough about the rest of the planet. We've talked enough about what's happening today. Why don't we actually show you exactly what is going to be going down today? Of course, we've got a funky format coming up for you with all the changes that happened recently with the number of players showing up. We've got pools. We've got an open bracket happening as well, and it's all going to come together on Sunday. So we'll have a quick look at the overview and see what's coming up for us later today. Of course, there on your screen, Pool A, you recognize all those names. Tainted Minds at the top of the pool there. We've got Prodigy Esports, who have just sort of been thrown together at the last minute. And of course, there Unveil Nova, who actually won the Asian COD Champs not long ago in January. We had the pleasure of seeing them out there in Seoul, and they're in the crowd right now. We know they've been having a fantastic time in Sydney so far, albeit a little wet. James, what do you think? I mean, Tainted Minds, they fell short in Atlanta. What do you think of them coming into this event?
It's really got to be up to them to see whether they can bounce back from that, because I'm sure that had to be demoralizing to them. They thought, as much as a lot of people did, that they'd be able to hang with Mindfreak and definitely at least with the Chiefs. Didn't really perform, as you said, and now going into this one, they've got a lot to prove. But, you know, that pool, I think that they can definitely take it out.
Can indeed. Speaking of pools, let's have a quick look at Pool B. In the next side of the pool, you recognize these boys, Mindfreak. We've got Team Infamous. Now, James, keep your bias at bay. I know you've got a very personal connection to that team, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Node are going to be the third team in there, and of course the open bracket team will slide in after that's finished. Now, Curry, what do you think, man? Mindfreak, they're still the best, right?
Yeah, look, Pool B for Mindfreak, in all honesty, will be a breeze. I don't see them really dropping too many maps, in all honesty. They should easily take this one out and finish first seeding.
Boy, that is some confident calls there on Mindfreak, and rightfully so. They've been doing fantastic so far. Let's see if they can bring it today. Pool C up next, guys. Chiefs, another big name of the region. Rampage Gaming, who took second place at the Asian COD Champs there. Again, great team. They did a stunning job there up against an Unveil Nova, but they did fall short on a 3-0. It was close, though. You got to give it to them. They're looking hot today, and see if they can bring the thunder. And, of course, Validate Red will be the final team in Pool C. James, Pool C, closely contested, or is it going to be a blowout?
This one, I'm pretty sure it's going to be quite close for the second place. I'm sure Chiefs are going to take the top spot, but, you know, Rampage and Validate, I think they'll go quite closely together. And, you know, Validate this specific Validate roster, because there's 2 of them at this event, this roster, I feel like, is going to definitely be vouching for that second spot.
Second spot indeed. Last pool will be coming up in sec, guys. Pool D, nothing to be sneezed at. We've got Validate Black, Garlic Bread, now I'm hungry, Rebellious, and then we'll have that final 4th spot coming in from the open bracket. Now, Curry, what do you think? Validate Black, you know, we recognize a couple of the names on there. They've been around for a while. Are they the favorites to get out of this group?
Look, on paper, yeah, but Rebellious, they should be actually living up to their name a little bit. That squad is definitely no pushover. In my opinion, we will be seeing them playing, you know, throughout this day. I think not until I see Validate Black against Rebellious am I willing to make a call on who could actually take this one out and at least finish first in Pool D.
Yep. Beautiful stuff. So, guys, you've seen your pools, you've taken your shoes off, and you've just dipped your feet into their cool, soothing waters. But are you ready to see exactly who's going to be playing up next? We've got a schedule coming up for you guys. It's going to be one hell of a day of Call of Duty. Today, it is going to kick this off with Tainted Minds versus Unveil Nova, one of the best in the region, taking on the Asian champs. It's going to be electric. That will be coming up right after I shut my face. After that, match number 2 is going to be Mindfreak versus Infamous. Also going to be an absolute slobber knocker, a real screamer. Chiefs Rampage after that. Validate Black Rebellious will be coming up. And then match number 5 of the day, that's where things get a little bit interesting because open brackets closed. It's all finished then after that, and the teams will be in their pools, and we'll be seeing those guys coming up against their respective teams in those pools up again. So we've got Prodigy versus whoever comes out of open bracket slot number 1, and Validate Red will be closing the day off for us there, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm very excited. I almost let fly a foul there. I'm pretty damn excited about what we're about to see today. It is going to be one hell of a day. Whew. So yeah, guys, you got the first game coming up, Tainted versus Unveil. Again, we're going to go into it too early, but pretty damn hopeful with these teams. Again, Unveil Nova, they had a really good showing at the Asian Champs. They walked their way through the whole competition, aside from their games with the likes of Rampage. Also, you know, you guys have seen, you watched the VOD, you saw it. Yeah. You know, what do you think going into this? TM, they've been around a while. They've come back from Atlanta. You know they've been sweating their guts off, screaming and getting as much practice under their belt. How do you feel? I mean, there's so much for the Asian guys to prove here. What do you feel for that?
Look, their performance when they did compete over at the Asian Champs, like they actually did somewhat well. Their team play was crazy. In all honesty, they really do work as a 4-man squad. The individual play, however, is a little bit shaky sometimes. Like, you don't see players pick up those huge 2 or 3 pieces like the guys over at Tainted Minds will do. You know, we could see Dens just easily kill 3 players in the blink of an eye. I think that's the difference between these 2 teams. If they're able to keep that composure between the 4 of them, maybe they can kind of take Tainted Minds, you know, on the ropes. But, like, look, this is Tainted Minds. They performed badly at Atlanta. I don't think they've come back here and not put in those hours into the game. No way. They got a lot to prove. Yeah. So, look, you kind of got to lean a little bit towards Tainted Minds with this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about it time and time again already on this desk. They are one of the favorites in this region, let alone in this matchup. And, you know, coming from the Asian scene, these guys have a lot to prove. Both teams from Asia have a lot to prove, but especially Unveil Nova. Yeah. Coming into this one as the champions from that event, and you know they're in a group where it's going to be a grueling weekend for them.
Grueling weekends all round, I think, guys. I mean, it's the name of the game here. Now, I'm a big fan of Tainted Minds. Don't get me wrong. I've been following them, of course, through Stage 2. They had a run at Champs. It was okay. But I'm going to call them out on the placements at Atlanta. That kind of sucked, man. That wasn't okay. We wanted a little bit more from them. Obviously, MF coming up clutch there and doing a great job. But guys, speaking of Tainted Minds, we will be seeing that first game kicking off shortly. Of course, dudes, you know, going on to onto the Asian team, you spoke a little bit about the fact that Tainted Minds they're a real powerhouse team. They've got the capability to pull off, you know, crazy 3 pieces, 2 pieces. That gun skill's there.
Yeah.
How do you see the Asian team stacking up against like the amateur side of the APAC region?
I feel like they could do pretty well, honestly, against our amateurs. You know, I feel like that will be a much better matchup for the Asians to really see how they can, you know, step up their game and use that as practice for these bigger teams that they're obviously going to have to keep going up against throughout this tournament. But Rampage, at least, they're going to have a tough time, but I'm feeling like they're probably going to have to step up their game and be on their A game to match well against our amateurs.
At the end of this series, I think it's safe to say we'll have a good idea of where the 2 scenes kind of rank up against each other. You know, we got Tainted Minds who, you know, they're in the top 3, but they're the 3rd spot. You know, we got Chiefs and Mindfreak who are kind of above them at this stage. They're going up against the best team that we did see from the Asia Championship. If they can actually, like, even take a map or 2 maps off them, you know, like that, it is a possibility. Crazy. That would be nuts. That'll definitely, you know, install a little bit more confidence with me, especially for the Rampage squad. Yeah. On paper, Nova are definitely better than the Rampage. Rampage have a lot of support back over in Malaysia in that. They really do have a lot of homegrown support. They're going to need that this weekend, but Nova, they're the team to watch and see how they perform. I think Tainted Minds is the perfect team for them to come up against straight off the bat, though.
Exciting stuff, guys. We're going to jump to Game 1 after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Game 1, Tainted Minds versus Unveil Nova up next. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Sydney, presented by PlayStation 4. Hey, we got it right the second time. High fives all round. My name is Miles Ross, and joining me on the desk again is Dr. Curry and Millboss. Gentlemen, we are almost ready to get into game one. How you feeling?
Excited.
Yeah, I think we've said
Really
that word
excited.
like how many times already. It's
Well, it's
pretty
gonna be a
obvious we're
long
excited
weekend.
for this one.
But it's like, it's beyond just the fact that it's Tainted Minds and Unveil Nova. It's the event is kicking off.
Yeah.
We've got such a good game to get into it, so.
Well, it's going to be an absolute screamer of a game to start things off. We've got the best in the Asian region coming over from a massive win there at COD Champs Asia. And of course, Tainted Minds, who need no introduction here in the APAC region. It's going to be an absolute slobber knocker. Boys, TM versus Unveil Nova kicking things off on day one at CWL Sydney. The crowd is dry now and ready to go. Make some noise in the crowd if you're ready for game one to get underway. I heard something. They're alive out there.
Somehow.
Ooh. All right, now I'm going.
I'm keen for this.
This is crazy.
So far, it's 0 wins, 0 losses. I'm going to throw a little bit under the bus here, James. How do you see that win-loss ratio going for these two teams at the end of this series?
The end of this series? God damn. I feel like Nova can definitely take it to Tainted Minds, but it's whether or not they can push that extra mile just to be able to win it. And Tainted Minds.
To win a map or to win the series?
Yeah, maps, just in general, to win maps.
Well,
Going into each individual map, it's hard to say where it's going to go and which maps they're going to be good in, but I mean, we watched the VODs of this Unveil Nova team. They look pretty solid in S&D, you have to say.
Oh yeah, their search and destroy gameplay is great. They do play as a 4-man squad, which is really good to see. It's something that a lot of the amateur teams struggle. You know, you see 3 people stick together and one player kind of goes and does their own thing, but like that's not the case with Unveil Nova, which is really like it distills a bit of confidence into us coming into this one because they're going to need that team play up against Tainted Minds. Not only are they the foreigners in this one, like they're in Tainted Minds' home soil.
Yeah.
These guys have played on the stage multiple times here in the studio. They know how to rock up to LAN and just take heads off. They got to be careful, Nova. If they get absolutely smashed in the first series, though, like if that hardpoint is a blowout, I'm willing to say we could just see a quick 3-0.
Well, this is the thing. It's on Breakout, and Breakout is known for either being super close or an absolute blowout. So if Tainted Minds just get control of those hills and just don't let go, Unveil Nova are going to be in a very sore place.
Unveil Nova versus Tainted Minds. Let's have a quick look at the maps these two teams will be playing on. Of course, this is game one of CWL Sydney, and there before you, Pool A round 1. Boys, take us through the maps.
Well, Breakout hardpoint, as James just mentioned, either you kind of go a prediction, it's going to be close or it's going to be a blowout. I don't think that'll be the case, though, in the second map. Crusher, Search and Destroy. Unveil Nova are a fantastic Crusher team, in my opinion. Watching them throughout that weekend in the Sony Asia Champs, like they were great. Their rotations were on point, working as a squad. That is probably the map and uplink as a game mode that we could actually see them taking away a map potentially.
Oh, I absolutely have to agree with you there because of that Crusher play, as you say, and you know, even their uplink, they seem to be very much that type of team that likes to pass around the drone and, you know, use a lead blocker or 2 even to clear the way for any sort of play to go down. And as you said, Crusher, their rotations were absolutely mental. They're just able to close in on the opposition and just obliterate them, whether they're attacking or defending the site.
The boys, you think uplink, I mean, we saw the VODs, we saw how Unveil Nova played up against the likes of their region, Rampage. How do you feel the pace of the game is going to go? Because, you know, we know how Tainted Minds play. They're a very fast-paced team. You know, the shots are on point with the likes of Dens in that squad now, bringing a ton of firepower to that team. How do you feel like, you know, the Asians, do you think they're used to this kind of fast pace of game that the Australian region, or the ANZ region, excuse me, has been playing now for quite some time?
Well, that was something we briefly touched on when we were actually introducing the Nova team. Whether or not they're going to go toe-to-toe was the individual skill that all 4 players at Tainted Mind bring. Not only, like, we got Dens on the team, like, that's enough to, like, put a bit of worry in the back of their heads, but the support that he's got behind them, you know, he's got Zeus, Back as well, Nimble, that's who I meant to say. Like, Nimble goes off. If he can actually get like a fair bit of like a good start, maybe a 3 kill streak, he won't slow down for the rest of that map, let alone the series itself. They really kind of got to go against the ball, just hit it head on, see if they can take it to the team. If they let Tainted Minds get a little bit of an advantage of them, a little bit of momentum, I just don't see them really making too much happen.
Do you guys feel that, you know, the Asian team coming into this one, everyone's kind of overlooking them because the only experience that everyone has playing against these teams is online, and let's face it, you know, Malaysia down to Australia, that's quite a distance. You know, I'm no rocket scientist. I'm nothing, frankly, but that's a long way to play, and you know, latency is going to come into effect there, and guys playing online, it's not ideal circumstances, but every game is going to be kind of a blowout if it's on their host or your host or whatever. Yeah. Do you think there are a lot of teams here are overlooking the Asian squads because they've played them online? They're like, man, I'm going to crush these kids. I've crushed them online.
Yeah, they have to be, because, and I think the last time that we played on LAN against Asian teams was back in Ghosts, because that was including the Asian Pacific teams as well, and back then they overlooked them, and it was pretty bad for the Asian teams.
The scene was very underdeveloped back then.
Yeah,
like, I not to like, you know, defeat your point there, but I feel as though like that was Ghost. You know, we had boots on the ground back then. We're in a different ball game right now, and like Nova, we haven't seen these guys come back onto Australia soil for a very long time. They've got a lot to prove. Like, they really do. They have an entire Asia-Pacific region behind them. You know, we're Australia and New Zealand over here. They got a lot more to rep and to perform well for.
And this is like their breakout event. If they can perform well here, either of the two Asian teams, then that can put them on the global stage more so than they already are from just being here. You know, that could be the way that they can say, hey, look, North America, Europe, we're here too. We can play Call of Duty just as well as everyone else.
No better place to stamp their mark in the Call of Duty scene than here at Cwl Sydney, guys. We're still getting Game 1 ready. There's been a slight technical issue. Unless you can't tell, I'm sure most of the viewers at home have seen an event or two in their time, so you know that these things happen, guys. We thank you for your continued patience and support. We hope the chat is full of all kinds of toxins and poisons and things that you should probably be immunized against. I know I am. I've been doing this for a while, and man, that chat is sometimes electric, man. It's the worst. Boys, what's the worst thing you've ever seen read in a Twitch chat? Keep it like PG enough.
That's what I was about to say. I don't think I can say it.
Yeah.
You can't say it?
I can't say it without losing my job.
Ooh, okay, well, that gives you a rough idea of what's gone here, guys. But yeah, going back to, I want to go back to the Asian sort of teams, talking about them, because frankly, we can talk about them all day.
Yeah.
It was really nice to see when Josh and we got to meet the teams over in Seoul, in Korea. We obviously were there for the Asian Champs.
Yeah.
They were so full of beans, man. Like, these guys are so passionate, and most passionate actually about coming here, because we got to sort of surprise them on the Saturday night just before the tournament with the news that the top two teams will be coming here to compete at Cwl Sydney. And in that moment, there was this sort of complete infusion of joy. Like, they realized, oh my God, this is now our chance to finally stick it to them Aussies and New Zealanders. And that was a really defining moment for them. And I feel like I got to talk to the guys a little bit earlier today, and the chance to be on an even playing field for the very first time since Ghosts, as you said, that's years and years ago. It must be absolutely spellbinding as a player to have that opportunity.
Well, over the past few weeks, these guys have been competing in the 2Ks.
Yeah.
And several times have actually finished in the top 8. Like, at least I think it's both teams at least
both
twice.
Teams are in the top 8, I think.
Nova, like, they've finished like top 8 3 times or something. Like, correct me on it if I'm wrong. But they're no pushover team. Yes, we did briefly touch on it, the whole connection issues. That's a granted throughout Call of Duty, especially on online. But I still want to say, you know, a top 8 regardless, like, that's good. If they went against teams that were stronger than them, even with connection, just general good gameplay and understanding of it should be enough to triumph them. They deserve the spot, and they deserve to be here, in my opinion, and they have shown throughout those consistent 2K placements that they can hang with at least the top amateurs, but today we're going to see, can they do it with the pros?
This is where it begins, ladies and gentlemen, the rig draft. Now, this is an interesting thing that I think I want to bring up right now with you, Curry. That FTL jump, the fact that no one, or that Sin specifically, is not selecting a trait there.
Yeah.
We've got some interesting news on that, because that has changed recently. It was just the one available power slide trait there, which has recently been updated, so it only reduces the amount of thrust that you lose. It doesn't actually change how far you thrust.
Yeah, obviously the guys over at Unveil Nova haven't checked out the COD Comp Reddit.
Yeah.
Need to check it out. It was a post on there. They explained it because, you know, we did see a lot of viewers have been questioning why they're not being selected when FTL jump is in use. Clearly, though, that's not the case for Zeus. He's got the power slide selected in that. Look, the difference isn't that much. It just allows you to slide a little bit more in retrospect.
Yeah.
That's basically what happens. And the difference between them, not too much. I don't think it's going to be a game changer. It is a normal mirror matchup throughout. The payloads, your normal gear, Centurions as well. It's going to be great to see them broken out. on Breakout. Definitely needed, especially when you get towards the Graveyard Hill. We can expect a lot of things to come flying through the air there.
Yeah.
James, we had the pleasure of watching these guys. We've watched them several times on Breakout. What needs to start straight off the bat for this Unveil Nova team? What do they need to do in that first hill to kind of make a statement against Tainted Minds?
It's got to be finding the control that's really hard to get in mid, because it is such a back and forth hill, that first one, and if you can get mid-map control and lock it down from either way, then you're set up for a good, 20 to 30 points to start off the rip.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game 1 of Cwl Sydney Open LAN Event 1 for the 2017 season. It is Tainted Minds, Australia's powerhouse, up against Unveil Nova, the Malaysians that need to make a statement. We're going to get into it. This is going to be an absolute cracker, but we've got to watch Tainted Minds off the bat, in my opinion, and I think there's only one player on that squad that is worth highlighting, the new addition, the big man himself, Dens.
And now that he's in this team, we've got the Double D duo back in action. Haven't seen that since Ghosts, but Damage and Dens together to start this one off. We will be going into this one. Breakout hardpoint. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see a couple nades going down the middle and some kills traded out here. Zeus, he's going to get the first point, or rather, no, he got on the hill, but didn't get any points from it. Sins, in fact, is going to get the first few points for Nova here. They're trying to establish some control, but it's not going to happen. Tainted Minds have got complete control over mid to start things off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a battle right now, as you do see Nimble just wants to lock it down for his team. Won't see too many points gathered. Of course, that central rooftop, it's not easy to actually gain a lot of points on unless you're really dominating the team, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that against Tainted Minds. But look, this is a great start by Unveil Nova. They're not getting romped. They've easily won a few of the gunfights. I've seen a few two-pieces go against them. Yeah. As I say that, though, that's a 4 down as Tainted Minds clean up. You will see them start to get control of that middle map, even start to plan for that second hill.
Yeah, I want to switch over to Dens here. He's already set up in this cell block hardpoint, and he's been able to get these spawns for Tainted Minds here, whereas Unveil Nova actually had them beforehand. But we will jump over to Damage. He's on a 3-kill streak now, just going to be sitting outside of the hill, waiting for any push from this Nova side, and they're trying to come into things, but it's just not working out right now.
This is really good. Nimble is locking down the back for his team. You did see Tainted Minds, they had that lineup pushing Unveil Nova into the depths of Breakout on the opposite side, and that's reflected on the scoreboard. They're coming up to 50 points here, and Unveil Nova, they had a great start. It's kind of what we were hoping that they could do, but look, Tainted Minds, they're flexing their muscles right now. It's nearly a 50-point advantage, 7 kill streak for Damage, as it is a 10-kill streak in total for the whole of the team of Tainted Minds. They're crushing it right now.
And this is where they've already set up for these early rotations, and that's something you want to do on this Graveyard Hill right here, is set up quite early, and Unveil Nova, they've just not been able to do that. They're going for scrap time right now, and that is just not working out for them. Damage finally getting dropped there, but the rest of his team, they're already set up waiting for any of these Nova players to come into things. It's going to be a Trinity Rocket there, I think. Trying to get a kill there. Damage found one with that thing, but no more to speak of. Now, right, I think Nova, they're trying to split the spawns, get a better spawn to be able to come from behind, but it's not working out for them.
Yeah, this is starting to turn into what a lot of people were predicting. Tainted Minds, you can just tell by the minimap in your top left-hand section, they got this one locked down. Unveil Nova, they got some big gunfights to win. That's a great start. Dens drops before Zeus does as well. And all of a sudden, Unveil Nova, out of nowhere, make a fantastic push. They're only going to be able to gather 20 seconds. Tainted Minds, they're not going to care about that. They're just going to go straight to the concierge. They're going to get onto the 4th hard point. Look, good signs by Unveil Nova being able to break that Graveyard hardpoint, but a bit too late, unfortunately.
Absolute Sins. He's trying to hold down the commissary hardpoint before it gets in, but it's not going to happen. Tainted Minds, they've flipped the spawns now, and this is where Unveil Nova have just seemed a little bit lackluster. They're not able to get the spawns going into the rotations, as well as having the rotations full stop, but this Scarab here may be used for a little bit of information play, but he's not actually going to spot anyone coming that way, and now
he doesn't
a 3 down.
Who needs it when you got Nimble and Dens on your team that are just cleaning up house? Look, the Scarab is still up. It's just scouting on the outer wall run towards the jail cells. Look, Unveil Nova, they're in a really tough spot right now because Nimble and Dens are just shutting it down, unfortunately. 30 seconds uncontested. Not only that, Damage also has the Scorchers in his back pocket.
He's just chilling.
This could be an uncontested 60 seconds by the looks of it. It is all green in that kill feed. No one from Unveil Nova able to outgun at this situation. Look at the kill to death ratio. No one above more than 7. Mystic 3 for 12. He's really having a shocker at this stage. Tainted Minds are nearly 100 points above on this one. This is a great start from the Aussie powerhouse.
They break the hill there, Nova, but only with a couple of seconds of scrap time, and they're stuck on 41 points at the moment. Tainted Minds, they've set up for the next hill as well. But Solid Rain, he's going to be the one getting some of the points to kick things off, but he will be found there. Flank coming in from Zeus, able to find one onto Sin. Xenon, he goes down 2. Solid Rain, the last one standing, but he is just fresh off respawn. So here's where Tainted Minds can start getting a few more points on the board, and as you said, we've still got the skill streaks from Damage. It's crazy.
They got the spawns as well.
Yeah.
Like, they won, they got the 3 down, pushed out, got the spawns. They're set up for the second hill, 100-point advantage. Nimble is going absolutely off. He's got that 2 KD ratio, most kills on the board. And he's not just doing it and dying, but he's getting the kill streaks. He's on another kill streak right now, 4 to his name. He's really come to this main stage and made a few statements already. He's
absolutely locking down the toilets right now, and that is just not allowing Unveil Nova any room to move to get into this mid hill. But as rotations are in full effect, Cell Block is the name of the next game, and Zeus is there waiting for anyone to pop around. You're going to see on the top right hand or top left of your screen right now the minimap, that Unveil squad. They're trying to come down the top side and flank a little bit, but Tainted Minds, they're just shutting down everything. All the lanes are covered, and the only one who's got any chance of making something happen is Sims right now.
And this isn't going to get any better as well, seeing as though Tainted Minds are also starting to get those payloads going for them. We see Zeus pick up his FTL jump, might make a flashy play, but Damage, Nimble, they're well on their way. Even if Unveil Nova somehow break the hill, lock it down for like 20 seconds, I can just see them popping those payloads, re-breaking it. It's not like they even need it. Their natural gun skill is so far doing enough effort. Tainted Minds 7 points away from breaking the 200 points. This is starting to, well, it already is a bit of a blowout, unfortunately, as Zeus cleans up more kills. It just seems like every kill that Unveil Nova get, Tainted Minds answered back with 3 of their own.
Oh, this is absolutely a bloodbath right now. Since he's trying to get some scrap time, not going to work out. Mystic, he's on a flank, but he gets flanked himself there. So this is the thing. As soon as you think you're doing something right, Unveil Nova, you're just getting shut down from behind or from left, from right. You don't even know where the Tainted Minds players are going to be, but they have been able to break it for a second here. Tainted Minds have respawned in a decent spot, but those score streaks coming out, not going to do anything actually there. Xenon trying to trade out kills. It's going to go in favor of Tainted Minds, as you say. Get 1, but 2 or 3 of their own from Tainted Minds.
The easy trade out there for Dens. He doesn't actually win the gunfight against Solid Rain. Would have expected him to do so. Contesting it though, look, every time they're contesting this, Unveil Nova aren't getting more against their name, but to their credit, they've gathered a solid 30 seconds off this graveyard hill in the second rotation here, and they could also get the final 10. As I say that, Dens comes in, completely ruins the show, and cleans up his 19th kill.
But the problem right now is that all of the Unveil Nova players, or most of them at least, are still trying to get that scrap time. No one's thought about rotating early enough to get to commissary, so it's going to go straight in favor of Damage, who's there once again. I would expect to see him do the exact same thing he did last time on this hill and just chill and just wait for the players to contest him. But Nimble, crazy. He's coming on the flank. He's going to be able to find one. Can he get the second one? No, he's going to get shut down. But that was a 2-on-1. That was going to be a hard gunfight to win.
Nimble is so close to getting that active camo. This one, even with 30 seconds or 25 for Tainted Minds still together, any betting man would say they're going to walk away with this one. Unveil Nova haven't even reached the triple digits. No one on their team getting into the positive. I don't want to even bring up Mystic because he's only been able to gather 5 kills since I last mentioned it, unfortunately, and that was a fair few rotations ago. Damage, he's just going to clean up the players as they desperately just jump in to try and contest this hard point. But ladies and gentlemen, I think it's safe to say that is Tainted Minds locking down map number 1 in a very convincing style. Unveil Nova, they have a lot to bounce back from, but what a crushing defeat.
Cwl Sydney is off with a bang. Boys, Asian's #1 team not looking super strong going up against TM, but hey, let's face it, Tainted Mind is one of the best in the region. We didn't expect the greatest things from them going into this one.
Yeah.
How are they going to bounce back for S&D?
Well, that was what we mentioned. The search and destroy and the uplink is what we need to focus on with these teams. That is where they're going to be able to actually manage, even if they want to get a map on their board, it's got to be the search and destroy and uplink.
Well, guys, we may have a couple of replays from that one ready for you in a moment. I'm sure there were some choice kills taking place there. You can see on your screen. That was TM. They're looking pretty good after that first win. They've got to be feeling quite confident after what was essentially... is it a blowout? That was a blowout.
That was a mad blowout. That was a 100-point club. They didn't even get triple digits there. That was...
What more can you ask for, really? I mean, TM coming
Wolf
out
your
swinging.
TM, yeah.
TM coming out swinging in game one there. We'll get those replays ready for you soon, guys, because I remember seeing a couple of bangers in there, and I would love to see those back on screen. Going into the second one, though, boys, S&D. We saw the Asian teams play S&D at the Asian Champs, and they're a very well sort of rehearsed team in that respect. They know how to push together. I didn't feel like they had that together in Hardpoint. They were a little trickling one by one, you know, drops of rain as opposed to a wave. That's what we're looking for.
That's easily what we gathered. That Hardpoint was a little bit unorganized, really, by the guys from Unveil Nova. We saw constantly they weren't grouped up. That was the difference. Every time Tainted Minds went into an engagement, it was a 2v1. Nimble, he had an absolute ripper of a map there. I think it's safe to say all of them did. Tainted Minds across the board performed really well. Not to bring up a dead dog, but Mystic really needs to actually lift his game. It seemed like, you know, the other players on Unveil Nova, they kind of have a little bit of headway going. They're winning a few of their gunfights, but Mystic, he was just out of it the entire time.
I feel like it's a good position for the guys in, you know, in TM, obviously, to be in winning your first game like this. But for Unveil Nova, going into the rest of pool play, losing game number one against TM, if you're going to play TM, you want to play him first. If there's the game to lose it first, warm up throughout the rest of the day, see how you do in pool play. They've still got to, you know, they've got to go up against the next member of the pool and then the guys who are coming on through open bracket. So I think it's a decent spot for them to be in now. We'll see if they can't step the game up and bring a little bit more to the table here, as of course we are going to be jumping into game two shortly. But yeah, it's all going down here, boys. Cwl Sydney, we're in a game two already. God, time flies, really, when you're having fun. It really, really does. We hope you're enjoying the stream back home. Again, tweet the stream, share that one with your friends and family. Hashtag CWL Sydney is going to be the official hashtag of the event. If you see anything funny, if you see anything disgusting, rancid, X-rated, some things that are probably illegal in your home country.
Like this facial hair.
Please tweet it to us and tweet the stream and tweet everything to everyone, actually. We'd love to just get this broadcast across the web in the widest way possible. Boys, S&D.
Yeah.
Big fans? You like? You guys have both. You played the game, you know.
Yeah.
What's your favorite game types? Are you S&D guys? You
That's
better at
it.
respawns?
Destroy.
That's what I like as well, because I'm actually really crap at the game. Like, I try, man. I do actually grind it out, but I just suck. I don't know what it is. I'm getting old.
You are a Halo kid.
Well, I was a Halo kid. We can't say that, Dr. Curry. That's not allowed to be said on this particular broadcast. But yeah, dude, I'm an old man now. I have to ice my hands after playing. I have to stretch beforehand. It's just I am so washed, I can't even warm up anymore.
Just getting one kill in a search and destroy just makes you feel good about yourself. So.
Yeah, I can go to bed happy that night.
Yeah, exactly.
Is Unveil Nova going to get one kill in this?
One.
You guys have both. You played the game.
How many rounds do we
What's your
think?
favorite game types?
On
you S&D guys,
like
you better at respawns.
Destroy, 2 or 3, or is this actually where they can get a map?
The game. I can try, man. I do actually grind it out, but I just. I'm going to take that one, boys. I'm giving
you
you 6-4. Well, I was a Halo. Unveil Nova victory. Dr. Curry. That's not allowed to be said on this particular broadcast. But yeah, dude, I'm an old man now. I have to ice my hands up.
Like they can just
stretch,
cuddle the lane down.
Yeah, this is a problem though, because like Crusher is their
just getting
map.
one kill in a
search something they perform really well on.
Yeah.
If Tainted Minds did a repeat of that hard point, and it's like just a complete blowout.
You guys both, you played the game.
How many rounds do we think? No confidence
whatsoever.
My opinion, 2 or 3, or if they can't really go up against Tainted Minds, I'm like, they're better map and they're better game.
I'm going to take that one.
What else? You are a Halo table.
Well, I was a Halo. Unveil Nova victory. Dr. Curry.
That's
not allowed to be a game over. Early calls happening here. But yeah, dude, I'm an old man now. I have to ice my hands up.
Like they can just stretch, cuddle the lane down.
So far, and yeah, so Centurion's picked up for Unveil Nova. The only difference is the overdrive for damage. Whether or not we see those payloads getting broken out throughout the search and destroy could be interesting. Would love to see. I'm still waiting to see a APAC-based FTL jump.
Yes.
I want to see one, like just a crazy nuts,
FTL
like someone's trying to like defuse the bomb and they FTL over the top. Like just, I want to see a montage really badly.
That's the thing about Overdrive and FTL Jump, though. They're the easiest payloads to get in the game. I think 550 points to be able to pick those ones up. And, you know, they're on two of the very solid players from this team, Damage and Zeus. They're both very good at just holding lanes and stopping any pushes from happening. And, you know, on defense, I can see them both picking up a lot of kills each time.
This is a real test for Unveil Nova. They're not going up against any scrub amateur team. This isn't a 2K.
Yeah.
The setups by 10 in Mind are going to be at a professional level.
Yeah.
They are going to be the setups that they use against, you know, the top teams like Chief and Mindfreak. It's going to be interesting because it's like, can they actually, with how well they play the Search and Destroy, is enough to go up against Tainted Minds. Like, Tainted Minds are not going to bring out all their tricks of the trade. Obviously, they're thinking very long term throughout this event. We got 3 days to go through. They're not going to show everything just yet.
Of course.
If Unveil Nova can't really do anything against Tainted Minds when they're in like their most passive of states, this could be really ugly.
I'd have to agree, just because Tainted Minds, you know, we don't know what they think of the Asian teams and where their mind's at, whether they, you know, underestimate them or whether they overthink them and, you know, look at them as a team they can use some of their weaker strats on and practice those and get better at those while they've already got all their good strats in the bag ready for those top teams. It's
a real underdog story, and they are the underdogs for obvious reasons, but, you know, in most underdog stories, you don't see them win.
No.
This might be a fairy tale moment.
We hope.
But look, Tainted Minds are definitely not the ones you want in your fairy tale. Let's get into it, though. It is going to be Crusher, Search and Destroy, Thirst to 6 rounds, and it will be Unveil Nova on the attacking side to kick things off. Let's see the route that these 4 players go for, and let's also see how Tainted Minds want to approach this one and their setup in regards to it. Looks like they'll be sending the 3 people, or 2 towards A, 3 by the looks of it, just standard so far, and I like this 4-man push so far by Unveil Nova.
This is where they kick things off with their teamwork that we were talking about has been so good in the past. Can they get an early bomb plant down? We will have to see, but look at this rotate coming from this Tainted Mind squad. They're coming from behind on the flank, and Nimble, he's going to get first blooded there. Damage here, he might come in contact with someone soon. Just watching down this lane, he finds the trade there. So now it's going to be a 3v3, but he has to work with Zeus here. They're both just waiting for someone to push them.
Damage unlucky there, not being able to spot Mystic going on the wall run. That would have been such an easy kill, but what a quick rotation by Tainted Minds. They just went through the base of Unveil Nova, easily read on that one, but the bomb is going to be going down here. It is a 3v3 situation. Tainted Minds, they do regroup, and they're going to hit this one as a 3-piece. All players are running into each other. It's a trade out between Dens and Sims. Zeus cleans up Mystic in the background, and it's all up to Zenom in the end. He gets one. It's a 1v1 gunfight. They're going to duck around each other, but to the right goes the player. He wins it. What a start by Unveil Nova, and that is exactly what they needed. They take it to Tainted Minds, and they get a round on the board.
And not just a round, but a 1v2. You were talking about it before. Rampage is that team that might have the better gun skill. These guys maybe not pulling out the 1v2s or 1v3s, but that was sick. That is what they need to do to hype themselves up and get into this game. And they've done so. A 1-0 lead to Unveil Nova going into the second round. Nimble going to be a dedicated bomb carrier in this one. And he started off a little bit slow, 0 for 1. He was first blooded last round. But as you can see on the minimap here, it's going to be a 4-man push from Tainted Minds towards B. And the rest of the Unveil Nova squad, they're just sort of chilling in mid.
And they're gonna have a different approach this one. They're not gonna go for that that massive flank Tainted Minds do, and that's a scope broken out. Zeus cops one. And numbers advantage already for Unveil Nova. This is a fantastic start by them. A second kill cleaned up by them. Nimble finally answers back, but it seems like Unveil Nova, they're in a fantastic position to actually get this one onto the board. But Nimble, he's got other plans though. Nimble makes a massive 2-piece and brings the numbers back towards Tainted Minds. They got the bomb. They got B on lockdown. He already clutched up once, Zenom. Can he do it again?
He's got the scope this time, though. That's the only thing I'm worried about, because obviously we don't have overkill this year around, so he's going to have to either use that pistol, have an amazing trigger finger, or get some sick shots.
Look, he can easily pick up a K-bar from the amount of dead bodies that are just around him. And with 27 seconds remaining, he's only got a few more seconds to really make a play here. Can he find a player? No, not with the scope, but he does spot one. What a fantastic trade out by Tainted Minds. Good recovery by the boys in green. They were down. Nimble went clutch there. Pick up a huge 2-piece.
He actually got
3 in total. And the final kill as well Nimble. That's a great way to answer back from losing that round 1. He picks up an ace for himself. We mentioned him in game 1, performing really well alongside Dens, and he's brought that into the search and destroy.
Solid Rain still with no kills to speak of in this search and destroy here, but as we'll see on the minimap, both teams are sending majority, all players towards B. So
this is about
this
to
is
go
going to be nuts
down.
here. Solid Rain, he's going to be on the high wall run. Spots the player, can't get the kill there. Damage and Nimble both getting some kills. Dance, and it's over like that. I couldn't even keep up.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloodbath for Tainted Minds. Raw gun skill really came down to that one. Look how aggressive Nimble was.
Just another 3.
That is ridiculous for a kill cam. Nimble in the past 2 rounds has cleaned up like 7 kills in total. We'll have a look. It is 6 actually, so he got the assist on the end there. Look how close he is though to that payload. What's he rocking? That's crazy. That is crazy.
That's one of the higher ones to get as well.
Score streaks for the man and active camo. Nimble in the space of 2 rounds has set his team up to walk away with at least another 2 to 3 by the looks of it. And Tainted Minds are going to go for that B push.
I feel like he's going to probably keep that as an insurance policy just in case Unveil Nova pulls something out of the bag. But at this point, they're looking a little bit shaky. But you can see once again, they're going on a bit of a flank. But Solid Rain is very far away. Sins, though, he's going to be able to find the first kill on Den. So that's a good start for them. But here's where Nimble sets up. He finds one. Can he get the second? He does. Nimble is on an absolute rampage right now. 2 versus 2. Damage and Nimble versus Zenon and Sins right now. And the active camo comes out straight away. Oh, that is so intelligent. He gets another ace. That is nuts.
Wow. Fantastic plays by Nimble. Active camo. That is the, look, he's on track to get 2 by the looks of it.
That's
Reads
crazy.
the play fantastically, spots both players. This man is just on a absolute mission, and we're only 4 rounds into this one.
That is probably one of the most intelligent search and destroy active camo plays I've seen in a while. That was insane, but Unveil Nova, they need to come back from it. They've been aced twice by Nimble at this point. They are probably feeling a bit down, but talking about those payloads, Sins is close to his FTL jump.
Can we just watch Nimble? Like,
Nimble,
let's
just stay?
I,
All right,
honestly, I just want to see what Nimble does.
He's already a third of the way towards getting active camo again.
That's ridiculous. The rest of his teammates, though, they put their foot down. They want some kills. They leave Sims in a 1v3 situation. Look, Tainted Minds. Wow. Well, it was 1-0. Like we saw Unveil Nova. Like, yeah, this is awesome. They got around. And then Tainted Minds are just like, yeah, nah, this is not happening. And they've just completely stomped it since then. And by Tainted Minds, I mean Nimble in particular.
Yeah, just Nimble.
And score streaks also in the back pocket. This is starting to be a real reflect of what we saw in the hard point. Unveil Nova, they're up against a really big task right now to try and answer back. If they don't get this round, I think it's safe to say that Tainted Minds are easily going to go 2 up in the score count.
Oh, they'd have to here, but if you look at that,
I like this
actually almost second way through his
I like this real aggressive play here by Unveil Nova. They actually push up onto the B side. Works out fantastically. Nimble's dead. No score streaks to worry about in this situation. Dens and Zeus, they're in a 2v4 situation, and they're also split up. This is not ideal. You can tell by the minimap that they got to try and get a rotate going on here, try and link up together. But the guys over at Unveil Nova, they should just stick as a 4 unit here, and they can easily trade this one out. It does look like Zenim's going to... Not too sure about that one. He's just lurking by himself, and that's a kill that shouldn't actually happen for Tainted Minds. All of a sudden, it's a 2v3 situation, and it's starting to look like Tainted Minds can get this one still.
But what I like about what's going on right now is that Unveil Nova have no idea where Tainted Minds are going, and by the looks of things, Tainted Minds don't know where they want to go either, whether they just want to take the fight to them or whether they want to go to A, but it looks like A is going to have to be the place. There's only 17 seconds left here, and they're in a 2v3 situation. They need to get the bomb down soon, and now that Zeus is the last alive, don't know whether it's going to be able to happen. Finally, Unveil Nova, they get one back on the board, and they've brought it back within 2 rounds. So that is a good response to those 3 dominating rounds from Nimble.
Yeah, it was. We saw constantly Tainted Minds be aggressive on the defensive rounds, and they were winning it. Unveil Nova kind of takes a book out of their page, pushes straight across onto a page out of their book. Pushes straight, into that wall run and picks up a nice 2-piece straight off the bat to make it an interesting situation. What great read, great bounce back by them. But now I think they would have just made Tainted Minds even more angry, and that's something you don't want to do.
Off the rip here, Tainted Minds are going to go for that 3A setup once again, leaving Zeus by himself towards B, but he's going to back off and wait for his teammates to go on this flank. Same thing as last time.
Oh,
but
no.
He's using a score streak.
My
Is that another
God.
ace?
What? That's, you know, like, what really, that's, wow.
Let's just check the scoreboard.
Can we just have a moment of silence?
That's 3
for
aces.
For those players on Unveil Nova that have been aced by Nimble 3 times. Rest in peace. 14 kills for him. That is absolutely ridiculous by Nimble. A lot of people questioned him, you know, getting on this Tainted Mind lineup, that he kind of snuck his way on there. Look, he's earned it. Just by this series, he has earned it against these guys. Mr. cleans him up. I think that's the main thing. At this stage, it's not winning the rounds, it's just getting Nimble dead so that they have a possibility. And that is, look, hey, they kill Nimble, they win the round. I don't want to, like, draw too many conclusions from this, but it seems like the only way Unveil Nova are going to get this is just getting Nimble off the board early and then taking on the rest of the players as well as they can.
Yeah, there's a bit of an unfortunate circumstance there. Someone naded Dens from his own team. I think it might have actually been Nimble, which put him very low, so he wasn't able to stop the push coming in from Unveil Nova.
Nimble just wants to kill everything.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Teammates,
if
enemies
teammates,
alike, who cares?
enemies, you're dying. That's his motto right now. As Unveil Nova, they can't afford to lose another round. This is make or break for them in the game mode that we said that they really should win. They're still in the open. I don't know if they realize that Nimble still has more score streaks. They haven't been paying attention to this too well. And it's just going to end badly for that. That's another triple.
That's
it.
Game.
Game, not set, not match, but look, I can't really see all that much coming from this. Tainted Minds, ridiculous play there by them. That wasn't even Tainted Minds. That was a Nimble show. Look at him. He's just lying back. He's like, yeah. I don't care. I just got 3 aces.
And
two
then
3 pieces
kill rounds,
with score streaks.
Why
like,
not?
What of it? At me. Don't at me. That's him right now. I'm a little bit disappointed, though, in Unveil Nova for not really reading the situation. They're not understanding just that the streak that Nimble went on. Clearly, he would have had those score streaks. He used the Scorches. They were open in B, they got demolished by it, and then next thing you know, they do it again on the aggressive round. And it's like, what, like, didn't you learn from the 3-piece that he just got was the Scorches not to go to B? It's just going to end badly. Look, I think that kind of shows a bit of difference between these two teams. Unveil Nova not really being able to read the situation as well. Miles, you were watching that from the side of us. Like, I want you to sum it up in one word for us.
Well, I can't, it's not going to be a word, but it was definitely that Nimble, he was only one short of a full deck of aces there. I mean, that was super impressive stuff from him. And once you cut the head off the Nimble, the rest of the team was still there. They were still present, but it really, all of Unveil Nova's wins, the opening kill was always on Nimble. Yeah. Cut him out of the equation and things looked a little bit better. But, woof, game 2. The crowd is beside itself. There's not a dry seat in the entire house as we just watched the Nimble show go up against Unveil Nova. Good golly, Miss Molly, we've got one more game, potentially the final game we will be seeing in this series, because it's kind of looking like a 3-0. But, boys, is there anything left in the Unveil Nova tank, or do you feel the TM are just that little bit out of their league?
Not like, if Nimble's just dropping the numbers and the performance that he just did then, what's to say that Dens doesn't do it in the uplink, or that Damage does it? Like, if Nimble can completely shut down one team, like, there's 3 other players on Tainted Minds that they got to look out for. Even Zeus can go off at times. Like, he is such a strong player as it is. Anyone from Tainted Minds feel like just one of those players has a strong map, and Unveil Nova don't have a chance, unfortunately.
No, they've started off really hot here, and this is where, you know, Tainted Minds, they can get their practice in their warm-up in early, then going up against those stronger teams, going into, you know, the rest of the pool play. We don't know who's going to come from the open bracket. It could be some team that just has completely decimated everyone else and finds their way into pool 8. Who knows who they're going to go up against after this, and, you know, once they get into that, they're going to be looking hot.
Can we just call it, like, not the replay, like the Nimble replay? Because, like, this was nuts. Besides losing first round, which was a phenomenal clutch by Zenom, fantastic start by them, but this is where it just went downhill for Unveil Nova. Nimble was just that was a freakish performance. I think that's the best way to sum it up.
That was Zeus just getting his head cut off there pretty cleanly. Again, this is it, dude. Nimble. That's the 7th in a row.
2. Just nuts. Like, can we just appreciate this? Look, active camo play, reads it so well. Zenim didn't, he would have had no clue because he would have been scoped in around the corner there. Like, even if Nimble had even come out without the active camera, he probably was out of his line of sight. Solid Rain cleaning up one round there. Like, look, Unveil Nova, I don't want to talk them down too badly because they did walk away with, you know, a few rounds on the board. But this was just, honestly, that's an amateur mistake there, not knowing that Nimble has those score streaks. You know, the guy just picked up, you know, back-to-back aces. He's already got that active camo. He hasn't died. He's obviously got the score streaks, and the guys just decided to run out into the B-bomb all in the open. They were just asking for trouble.
That was absolutely demoralizing. It has to be. How do you go into
this
the next
one? Like, he gets one, and then it's like, oh, what? Like, he just, like, Sims and Mystic are, like, hiding, and look, even the cheeky raise of the eyebrows from Nimble there in the replay, like, he knows, like, not even... I don't think he expected to dominate that well in that
not
series.
Just, to get those 2 kills there, that was unexpected, to say the least, but... God, I have to feel for the guys.
How bad do you... this is not to be against Unveil Nova. Do you think this is going to be another whitewash in the uplink? Is this going to be a creaming?
I feel like it. It has to be. I don't see it going any other way unless they pull some sort of energy out of the back pocket and are able to get hyped up and get into it, because we've seen them before, especially at the Asia Championships. They got so excited playing. They were hyped in the booth. They were screaming there. We haven't seen any of that so far.
How much energy can you have after getting like completely destroyed by one player in Search and Destroy? It's a hard thing to bounce back from.
I think it's the beginning of a long day for these players, and if anything, I'd be happy to take a pounding this early on. I want to get that out of the way, get the jitters done. You're like, oh, okay, right, we're here to play. That's right, of course. And bring the thunder throughout the rest of the day. But boys, here we go into the rig draft. This could be the final game we see for Unveil Nova in this series. It's going to be Precinct Uplink. Take it away.
So far, it is similar to standard as kind of what we saw in the Search and Destroy. Damage wants to rock the overdrive, and
Zenon's picked up
power slide. So obviously he was watching that rig draft and was like, oh, this is something's going on here. I'm gonna give it a whirl himself. Is that going to be the difference? Who knows?
Maybe,
maybe not. Like I'm kind of clutching for straws here.
Well,
with what
it is
Unveil Nova can do.
It is uplink, and obviously plays with the FTL jump, and even with power slide itself could definitely change the game. We've seen so many times across the board of the COD World League so far this year that FTL jump and overdrive have both been so impactful, especially in the late game or in clutch situations. I mean, I strictly remember a specific optic moment where just because of overdrive, Crimsix was able to just run straight through the middle of the map and get a throw and get that overtime win. Things like that. You know, if you don't have FTL jump or overdrive, that just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, payloads make or break a lot of uplink maps, but that is definitely not what they need to be concerned about. They got 4 absolute monsters on the Tainted Mind roster at this stage. It is close quarters map, so we're not going to see too many long-range engagements. Maybe a strong ERAD if someone from the guys over Unveil Nova can break that out. I do see a few classes for them. So maybe that could be the difference maker. Decide to break out an ERAD, bring the aggression to Nimble, be up in his face, be in Denter's face, be in Damage's face, be in everyone's. Could do the job. But look, they're really in a tough situation right now, and they're asking for a lot.
They've definitely shown that they've got a little bit of firepower in them, and you know they've been able to win a couple of good gunfights. But you know we're at a point where it's crunch time. They need to be able to start off hot in this third map, which is going to be uplink here on Precinct, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick it off with Unveil Nova. See what they can do off the break. You know, I hope that they can get some good mid-map control and work their way towards the opposition's uplink point, and they're on the favored side to start things off.
Look, their uplink was very strong in the Sony Championship, so look, hopefully that's what they can take away from this one. But let's just get into the game right now. Zenith wants to try and win that gunfight, doesn't actually do so, just shakes it up. But look, Sins has got the ERAD in his hands. Let's watch him. Let's see what he can do. Get those close quarters engagements and maybe get some plays going for them. Unveil Nova, they really are in a tough situation. They got to push through, and this is their moment to shine right now.
Right now, Solid Rain trying to make something happen in Ticket, but it's not going to work out for him. He just gets shut down too easily there by the respawning Tainted Minds player. Zeus right now, he's just going to be trying to clean up some of the Unveil Nova players around their base. He doesn't manage to do so there, so Mystic and Xenon combining for 2 of their own damage though. He's going to be running with Nimble as his front man to try and get the first point on the board. He's going to actually go over the building. That one didn't actually get in there, so that's going to be a miss from damage to start things off. And maybe a reset here, Zeus. He's going to throw that drone out, try and just reset with his team, allow them to come and back him up here towards their base and try and get some points on the board.
Zeus spots one player, tags him up, and does end up cleaning it. They have control right now of the drone. It looks like this is going to be an easy 2 points. Hands that one off to Zeus, and he will dunk it in. Ten in Mind's up 2-0 so far. They're controlling the map quite well, but here is the retaliation. Nimble wins a very important gunfight against Sims in his base, and go for the 1 point play. Mystic throws it and sinks it. Booyah. And they go up on the scoreboard. Only 1 point separating these two teams.
That's a good start from these guys. They really needed to get into it early, and they've been able to reduce the impact that Damage and his teammates have been able to have so far. Damage right now just trying to get a couple of kills before he can get that drone in the point, but it's not going to work out for him. Den's actually got a 2-piece there, but it wasn't enough. Unveil Nova able to clean up shop and protect their base here, but Tainted Minds, they're just not stopping with this pressure going on and on. Xenon able to get a couple kills there, but look, 3 from Tainted Minds. That's a 4 down, and Tainted Minds might be able to get a score here.
Solid Rain needs to stay alive right now. Good job doing that. He's just stalled out those players from Tainted Minds long enough to let his team respawn. But now they got 4 angry players heading towards their base, and that is a 1 point sink for the guys at Tainted Minds, and of 3 down. This could be a relay situation. Damage is pushing up on the uplink. They're going to be spawning out here, and this can be a really quick relay for them. The passes are going through. That is a easy dunk for Tainted Mind. That is a triple pass, and they sink it. Unfortunately, Unveil Nova, they didn't spawn in their base. They had to make that rotation through, but it just wasn't quick enough. Good read by Tainted Minds to just instantly go for the points there, and they have a nice 4-point start into this first 3 minutes of the game.
And we were talking about him beforehand. Zeus, 10 kills before death. He's going on an absolute tear. Does get shut down there, but still, nonetheless, playing very well. Meanwhile, this Unveil Nova team, they're trying to recuperate here and trying to push up on the map, gets the map control. You know, I said it before, they're on the favoured side, but right now it looks like Tainted Minds have made the opposition's base the favoured side here. They're able to get 5 on the board, as was already covered, and they're just completely controlling this one. Mystic trying to get something going for his squad, but it's just not working out. Another 3 down, and Tainted Minds, they've got complete control here.
Nimble just destroys him there. Nice 2-piece by him. Xenomancer's back though and drops him in a heartbeat. The difference really is like Tainted Minds is getting the 2 pieces and Unveil Nova aren't. Dance gets 1, can't trade it out for the second. Solid Rain does drop Zeus, and this is a good push here so far. Look at the mini-map by the guys at Unveil Nova. This could be a good 2 points by them. They throw the uplink drone towards the base. Nimble gets 1, Zeus makes it a double, and there you go. They sink another one. This is good. Unveil Nova, they're showing lines of signs of life here in this series. They're not out of it yet. It's only 3 points separating them. They can even get another dunk or just a 1-pointer in the final 45 seconds here. They can come into this second half with a lot more confidence, but they got to watch out. If Damage is able to put more points on the board there, they're just going to put themselves in an even more difficult situation. Doesn't get a good kill there by Xenon.
Den's trying to just recover there and get some more points on the board, but it's not going to work out for him just then. Nimble, though, he does have the drone. This is going to be another 2-point play, so now it's 7-2 in favour of Tainted Minds. Can he get the kill there as well? Doesn't manage to do so just yet. Throws out a nade for good measure. Damage and Den's coming clean up, and speaking of Damage, he tries to get that drone out of the middle of the map, but he's going to get shut down from behind by Mystic, who also is going to find death. Meanwhile, Den's just pushing up here. He's got a player just chilling in spawn. That's going to be Zeus for another 2-point play there. And now Tainted Minds, they've got complete control. 9-2 half, and now they go onto the favoured side.
Yeah. So, 7 points separating the two teams. Tainted Minds, like, look, Unveil Nova, they for a bit there, it was like, oh, they, you know, get another point on the board, and this is going to be a close one. And Tainted Minds just, like the flicker switch is what they did in the Search and Destroy, is what they did in the hard point, able to just bring it to another level, and Unveil Nova don't really have much to answer back. Look, we still have another 5 minutes. You never know. We saw Tainted Minds get 9 points from this side. Unveil Nova, they can technically do the same. So let's give them some faith here. But Damage and Dez have other plans. It's a double D combo. Take out the first 2 players, as it is going to be the payloads come through. Zeus uses the FTL jump and gets the point. Nice use of the payload there. And that brings the score to double digits. 8 points separating the 2 teams. Tainted Minds, they're on track to get the 3-0 clean sweep.
That's what we're talking about, that FTL jump. If he didn't have it there, probably wasn't going to score that one, but it will be 10-2 here, so 8 points the difference. Tainted Minds looking very strong. Zeus still going very hard, 16 for 11. A very nice scoreline for him. Nimble trying to get a few shots down range. Not going to find too much damage to get a 2-piece there, but it's not going to equate to much. Meanwhile, Zenon, he's got his FTL jump as well, so you might want to use that soon, but his Centurion is down, going to stop any sort of movement here. And Dens, with 2 pieces like that, there's just nothing Unveil Nova can do right now.
Gunfights in mid-map. Nimble wins it, gets control of the drone for his team. He's going to try to regroup with Dens and Damage. Damage beats the life out of Sims, and Overdrive has been picked up now for him. Wouldn't be surprised if he pops that and just sprints on him, but there's a few players from Unveil Nova that got other plans. Reset that drone, but does drop. Solid Rain cleans him up. Now Zeus wants to try and keep the aggression to the faces of Unveil Nova in their base. Tainted Minds have kept up that front line. Unveil Nova, unfortunately, not able to really push out of their half of the map. Tainted Minds are just bringing the pain to them. Zenom, he's performing quite well, though. He's 20 for 14. He's had a fairly good series. Sims is starting to heat up, and it's good to see Mystic bouncing back from that hard point, but they're going up against such a strong squad. Everyone from Tainted Minds is really performing well. All of them roughly around the same kills, same deaths, and sharing the points across. Dens isn't, but he's got the most kills against his name.
Oh, well, Dens has been really the one throwing the drone and being the assister there, so he can't really talk too much about that, but Damage, he's also got his Overdrive again. And Nimble, he's got the drone this time, so he's looking to make a play there. Not going to happen. Damage is going to be able to clean up that kill and pick up the drone again, so he could possibly go for a run here with the Overdrive. He does, in fact, drop it. Can he get the 2 points? Rejected for 2, but still gets the 1 off the way that the ball dropped out of his hands. Unveil Nova so unlucky there to not stop that.
Such an entertaining play there by Damage. He only got the 1-pointer. Would have been great to see him sink the double, but FTL jump used there, and Zenon wins the gunfight. That is a good use of the payload. Seems like he was able to get the drone out of it. And with 2 minutes remaining, it is now make or break for the guys at Unveil Nova. They go for the 1-point toss again. That's the 3rd time they've done it. It starts to beg the question whether or not they should have just gone for those 2-point plays straight off the bat. They would have been up to like 6 points by now if they'd, got the 2 dunks. Yeah. Instead of just going for the singles, and the scoreline maybe wouldn't be as hard on them as it looks. But Nimble, he's got his active camo here. You'd be safe to say that's going to be another 2 points on the board. It was a minute 40 remaining, and drone in control of Damage's hands. Look at where Dens is set up. He's in the base of Unveil Nova. They're spawning out. This looks like it could be another easy 2 points for Tainted Minds.
Should be there. He's going to throw that once, so going for the safer option, which was the better option there. Dens and Damage both falling.
At this stage, though, they can just sink those 1 points. They don't have to sweat too much about getting, the 2 pointers. Just extend on that lead bit by bit.
Oh, absolutely. And Nova, we're talking about those 1-point plays. They seem to be able to string together some good passes, some active camo play coming out of Nimble here. He's going to be able to get too easy. He didn't even need it. No way. His team just completely shut down any chance of Nova stopping that one. And, that's really right here what's the differences between the 2 teams.
Great control of the spawns by Tainted Minds. Their setup so far on point. In comes Zeus to try and win the gunfight and get control of the drone. And look, they're still in Unveil Nova's base, so this can be another 2 points. Den's just going to jump that one on through. He's now got his reactive armor. Zeus is still set up in mid-map to get that new drone. It seems like these players are just switching in and out, in and out. And with 30 seconds remaining, Tainted Minds, it looks like they could even break the 20-point mark at this stage.
Right now they're going for it by the looks of things. They're trying to set a bit of a record here to start things off at Cwl Sydney #1. And look at this damage right now. Can he get the second? Not going to happen there. Zenon gets the kill. Zenon's actually got 27 kills. He's doing very well.
He's actually performed quite well throughout this series. I feel like with out of all the players from Unveil Nova that we've mentioned, his name has been brought up a fair bit. But it will be the final score of 18-3. Tainted Minds, that is a 3-0 clean sweep. of Unveil Nova. It wasn't going to be an easy task for the guys of Unveil Nova to come into this one. Yeah. They knew they had easily probably their toughest game of the day so far straight off the break. Like, it only gets easier from this point on, luckily for them. Now they're going to have to start to bounce back. But what a good showing by Tainted Minds. That's a great statement by them, especially since last time we saw them at a LAN event was, MLG Atlanta, where they did underperform. They've come here to Sydney, and they've made a statement straight off the break.
Tainted Minds versus Unveil Nova now wrapped up. So that final score there, 19-3. That was Uplink on Precinct. For those of you just joining us, this is the first match of pool play. And we've just seen our first one go down 3-0 to Tainted Minds. It was a great show from them. However, the boys on Unveil Nova, as you said, it's all uphill from here, frankly, because you know, you're playing one of the tournament favorites going into it round one. I see that as it's a very taxing warm-up, but it's definitely something that they're going to be able to use going into the rest of this pool play. Boys, any major takeaways from the series there? I mean, let's go back to maybe like, aside from Nimble's crazy S&D point, I mean, what do you think about Hardpoint, for example?
Look, the Hardpoint, good fundamentals from Unveil Nova, but again, they went up against Tainted Minds. There's not much you can really do. Coming out of this series, they need to have that mentality of, yeah, it wasn't what we were expecting, but what can we do from here? What can we learn from playing against those four high-quality players? Like, they are easily, Tainted Minds, one of the best teams in our region. Yeah. They do compete on an international level. Unveil Nova, they can take a lot of knowledge away from this series and those three maps and hopefully use that throughout the rest of ACL's or CWL Sydney. Yeah,
I'd have to say that Mystic, he underperformed to start off, but he sort of heated up in the Search and Destroy and in the uplink. He sort of got warmed up, but the one man that I have to look at from this Unveil Nova squad is Zenon. He went off. Even though his team was getting decimated at points, he went off. 27 kills in this uplink.
Beautiful stuff there from the boys. You're seeing more replays here. This is Nimble doing Nimble things. This uplink game was a bit of a one-sided affair, especially in that second half, boys. We did see a lot of great plays from Unveil Nova coming into that one. Very, very excited to see what they can bring to the table for the rest of the tournament. I mean, kills are plenty for absolutely everyone. So yeah, great show so far for the boys in green. Yeah, you can see Tainted Minds. Cheeky plays you can see here. I mean, my favorite play of the game had to be that overdrive, man. I mean, that was bang tidy, charging on through. That was a top 10 for me so far of the event. I mean, we've not had too much. And look at this Trinity rocket.
Well, at least 3 of them have to be Nimble.
That's a tough 15.
Did Nimble get that out the map? I'm waiting for him to nod and tell me if that was true. Was that completely out the map? No, he can't hear me, not a single thing. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Here's the boys celebrating. The picture says 1,000 words. That's the first series out of the way, guys. We've seen our replays, and I think we're almost ready to throw it to the stage where Sandman is going to be talking with the King of the Aces himself, Nimble.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yes, I'm here with the man of the moment, Nimble. Pretty good game. Great start here to the Cwl Sydney Open #1. How are the boys feeling today?
Oh, yeah, we're pretty good. Just keen to get the map out of the way and, yeah, just relax for the rest of the day.
When you take a look at your group, how are you guys feeling about that? How are you feeling about the matchups, other teams you might go up against?
Not this team, the other team that we play, they're pretty good, so be a good game, I guess, yeah.
Talk to me about MLG. You guys went over there, pretty big expectations. You come back now. What have you learned? What can you take away from that, bringing it back to CWL over in the APAC region?
Well, we underperformed. We know that, so we've watched all the VODs, obviously, and talked over it with the team. And, yeah, we just know what we've done wrong. We've gone over it a lot, so we're looking to perform really well here, redeem ourselves.
So you feeling pretty confident for the weekend?
Yeah, looking to take it up.
Alrighty, guys and girls, next up we are going to have Mindfreak up against Team Infamous. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cwl Sydney Open event, Day 1, Series 2, about to be underway. We just saw one of Australia and New Zealand's top team, Tainted Minds, take out a 3-0 series against the Asia-Pacific team of Unveil Nova, who have a big day ahead of themselves. But joining me on the desk for the next series is a new face and an old one. We have Vileside, a formal professional player, turned analysis, and, of course, Miles.
Yeah, I'm still here.
You're
thinking
still
of
here.
doing this and coming back and be like,
Yeah.
oh, it's great to be here, guys. Like, oh, wow, what a great series.
Should I be sitting? Sorry.
No, you're good standing, dude. I'd stand. This is great. Like, wow.
Makes me look even shorter, unfortunately. That's the thing. But of course, Vileside is joining us on the desk now fantastically. Vile, it's great to have you here.
Thanks for having
Now, Day 1, how do you feel so far? You know, you know a lot of these players just through competing. How do you feel like this event is going to play out so far, just on paper?
On paper, I mean, this is really our first event here for seeing like who is actually good on LAN. We've had nothing but online for a while, so this is really going to be the proving grounds for who's the best. I mean, we've had a few teams go over to MLG in the States, and I think this is honestly probably going to be an MF whitewash based on how things went over there. We'll see how things go out, yeah.
Brutal opening statements,
Yeah,
man. MF.
sorry.
It could be, I think you're right, dude. I mean, you come back from an MLG event, you've been playing against arguably the very best players and teams in the world. You're going to be you're still running off of that energy, that quality of play. So I think it's safe to assume, but I have high hopes for Info, for Team Infamous. I know James isn't here at the moment, but he's super biased about these guys, so it's going to be quite fun to cast this series without him. Yeah, it's going to be a great series. I've got high hopes for him. I want to see him do good.
Yeah,
Speaking of Mindfreak, let's have a look at the schedule because they are up next. We are into our second match, and they are up against Team Infamous. Now, Team Infamous may be a new name under an org, but they are definitely not new players. Vilesider, give us a quick breakdown on this team of Team Infamous. We don't need to talk about Mindfreak. I think enough people have over the amount of events these guys have been to. But Team Infamous, a lot of familiar faces in the Australian-New Zealand scene.
Okay, so basically we have Azzy, we have Flares, we have Kitty, and we have Spades. Basically, Azzy, probably from Ghosts. Flares, more the new face here, probably their Slayer. And Kitty and Spades have been around for Yonk, so I've played against those guys probably since Black Ops 2.
And further on in the day, we will be seeing a lot more of Australia and New Zealand's top-tier teams. Match 3, of course, Chiefs, Validate, Black later on as well against Rebellious. That is going to be a ripper. Put an alarm on for that one, 145. I reckon that's going to be one of the series of the day. Real grudge match going on there. Miles, we saw match number 1, Tainted Minds. They had a fantastic performance. Now, is that arguably them bouncing back from MLG Atlanta?
Well, they get a lot of stick, and rightfully so. If you go over to the States and you're competing for COD points and you're competing for the prestige of doing well overseas and you get romper stomped, you get bent over and taken to Brown Town, which does happen from time to time. It's great to come back to your home turf and to give it to everyone. I think today is their chance to give it back to the rest of the community who's maybe been giving them stick. Although I kind of feel like it's just me who's really ramming on Tainted Minds at the moment. It comes with love. But yeah, dude, I feel like it's a perfect opportunity for them to make a statement and get back into their sort of top 2, top 3 position they're in right now, and what a way to do it.
Well, let's stay on that line of thought and talk about MLG Atlanta as a whole. Mindfreak, of course, did travel over there. They were real sneaky about it. All the teams were. They didn't announce it until like a week out that they were actually competing. Mindfreak, they went in there. Vilesider, they actually performed kind of like we expected, very well. Didn't get the end result, though, that a lot of people were hoping, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a pretty long day for their big qualifying matches. I think they played absolutely excellently. I know they played really well in the respawns against FaZe. I think they took that hard point, 250 to 208 or something like that. Good clean wins from them on some of the maps, but it was a bit all over the place. I think S&D was strong, and then it looked weak in other maps, and I'm just not sure. I think it might have just been getting excited, getting him sort of used to the team, and I think this event will really sort of show how that team is gelled and bonded, because they would have sort of learned from a lot of their mistakes they made over there in the States.
It's also difficult playing in an open tournament like that, especially where almost every team, the caliber of even the amateur teams is still very, very high. So for those guys to be playing all day, finally getting through pools, playing there as well, I mean, by the end of all of it, you're so physically and mentally exhausted. So it's a real testament to the sort of mental fortitude of those players to keep going, even after such a heavy amount of play. And as you said, yeah, Cody's still kind of new to the team. Excite he's a recent pickup, relatively recent anyway, in terms of the length of that team. So yeah, I mean, props to the boys regardless, but it was a long day.
Let's have a look at the maps and the game modes for the upcoming series. It's going to be basically the same as we saw in match number 1. Throwback, hardpoint, retaliation, search and destroy later on if it goes the distance. Feel like this one isn't going to be a 3-0 clean sweep though. Looking at the game modes and the maps, I want to get your guys' opinion on this one. Just on paper, is this a 3-0 for Mindfreak?
On paper, yes. But looking at Breakout, I mean, of all the hard points, really, I think if Infamous play well together and rotate early, they get their stuff done, they can sort of lock teams out like we saw Tainted do on that first map against Nova.
Now, Uplink is going to be the third game mode. Miles, you were around in Black Ops 3. Mindfreak were a strong team in Uplink during that game. They still are in this game mode. Is that going to be like, is that already over, in your opinion? Like, is that Mindfreak's map in the bag so far?
I would have to say we're leaning yes. We're totally leaning yes. Adding Cody to the roster, adding Excite has just, it's two-folded their aggressive play and their, slaying capability in a way. So I think it's hard not to be incredibly biased. But look, Infamous, there are 4 players over there that have been around for a long, long time. It does depend on how well they're playing today. You can be the best team in the world, but if you're not bringing it on the day, you are going to be going home empty-handed and kind of sad. So, dude, I'm leaning Mindfreak, but I don't want to give it 100%. I've got super high hopes for Infamous.
Infamous's new pickup to the lineup, of course, is Flares. Vilesider, you've played against him. let's do a bit of a play matchup. Flares is such a strong, heavy, Slayer-dominated player. Who's he going to be going up against on the Mind Freak squad? He's kind of going to be doing the same role as him, and like it's going to be a bit of a versus. Who's that going to be from Mind Freak?
It's definitely going to be Excite. I mean, we've seen the players play, and I think Excite's really aggressive. He sort of replaced Den's in sort of like a... Den's was more passive, and now Excite's sort of their aggressive player as opposed to Shox and Fighter. And now it's going to be Flares basically trying to take on 3 very aggressive players, though Excite's going to be his one to take down. I think if they can go man-to-man and they can block him out, it might be a bit more of an even series.
Fair enough. Let's talk about the tiers for these teams. Mind Freak, we hold them to such a high standard in the scene, and always have. Now, they're up against Team Infamous, as we've mentioned a few times. Is it safe to say we hold them to the same caliber as Mind Freak? Like, these guys, they've competed for years in the Australian scene. They've gone the distance a fair few times, but are they up to scratch?
I mean, I've talked to the players a little bit around here, basically their peers, and the sort of consensus is around T5 for Infamous. I mean, I think Azzy and Kitty have played together a fair bit. I think Spades and Flares are more of a recent pickup and definitely strong additions to the squad. But I mean, they don't have the time together that Mind Freak does.
Yep. It's interesting that you bring that up because Excite is a new addition to the Mind Freak roster. How's he filling in, Miles? We've been watching for ages, and especially MLG Atlanta. It was a fantastic opportunity to see how he's gelling in to that squad. Do you feel as though he's in like solid ground yet, or is he still kind of falling into that role?
I don't think you can have solid ground as a team. I think you're always trying to improve and evolve and whatnot. But looking at just the way Cody played in Atlanta, I mean, I was licking my lips. Those plays were so damn fine from start to finish. You know, the time he spent on stream it was really amazing stuff. So again, I think Cody's he's got a long way to go. You know, when you look at Mind Freak, they've been around together for what feels like forever. Like I've never, as soon as I heard the name Mind Freak, I had, you know, Buzzo, Fight, Shox, Dents. That was it. And, you know, it's like growing up as a child and, you know, when Manchester United changed their manager, you're like, no, that can't happen. Shout out to all the English guys watching football jokes. They're all around here today. Yeah, it's impossible to know, you know, to see a change there happen. And I feel Cody's got a lot to learn. He's got a lot to find himself in that team, but he's got enough time under his belt, and he's such a talented player anyway. I think MF are going to be absolutely fine.
We briefly touched on the uplink. Let's now talk about the first game out of the first map that we'll see. It's going to be Breakout Hardpoint. Now, Vilesider, you know these guys extremely well. Is Mind Freak, are we going to see kind of what we saw in that first series where Tainted Minds, it went toe-to-toe and then it was just, you know, like a straight whitewash? Do you feel as though that's going to be the case, or is this going to be like a lot more wholly contested, like a 50-point, maybe even a 30-point game between these teams?
I mean, this is your pool play. This is going to be sort of, I guess, Mind Freak's warm-up. I don't think they've necessarily been practicing today. So it could be a little bit more even, depending on how good Infames come out of the gates here, basically.
Okay, Miles, do you support what Vilesider is saying here, or?
Yeah, if it's their first game of the day, and this is, I mean, they're warming up now, but if this is your first series of the day, I feel like, yeah, maybe they do need to take this super seriously, but I feel like Mind Freak, they've been around a long time. They know that you can't overlook anyone, and especially in a game like COD, and Infinite Warfare is still, honestly, it's kind of young. I don't think they are going to overlook anyone, and I really feel like if this will be a all-or-nothing, no-mercy game. I don't think they're going to give them any room to breathe at all. I think it's going to be 100% Mind Freak. 100%
Mind Freak so far from the desk. A lot of people agreeing on this one. But what is your opinion at home? Join the conversation on Twitter, hashtag Cwl Sydney. Which way is this going? Towards the boys in blue and Mind Freak, or is Team Infamous going to be pulling up a bit of an upset? Would love to see them walk away with a map, or at least two coming in this one. Like, judging by their pool in Pool B, like, it's not good to go up against Mind Freak. I don't think anyone would really want to get stuck in a pool with them. Is Team Infamous, though, like, in terms of seeding, like, do you see them finishing second overall?
In terms of seeding, yeah, it's possible, but I'm not sure. Like, if fighting against TM and things like that, it's going to be pretty rough to come up second. Probably a bit deeper, like the guy said, and like I said earlier, probably looking around that T5 sort of mark, I think.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this one. Go get some popcorn, because this is going to be an absolute ripper of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Mind Freak up against the guys of Team Infamous in a short while. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are comfortable because it's about to be a ripper of a series up next. Match 2 from Cwl Sydney Open, land number 1. We have another one coming up in a few months. We'll get into that later on, though. But Dr. Carey joined on the desk by Miles and Vileside is still. Mind Freak, Team Infamous up next. It's going to be like one of the more entertaining series, I think. A lot hotly contested. All players in this series are actually very well known in the Australian and New Zealand scene. A few of them globally, and that's mainly Mind Freak. Do want to bring a bit of a discussion here. Mind Freak, they are known internationally. They are easily the crowd favourites in this event. Now, this is more so directed towards you, Vileside, as a former professional player. What's it like being on a squad where you're going up against the crowd favourites, knowing that like not only on paper are you not, predicted to win it, but also that like a lot of people are doubting you?
I mean, to quote X a little bit, you've just got to have absolute delusional confidence. If you start losing the mental game before the map has even started, like what good are you? Why even be here? Like why are you even playing COD? Half the game is just in here, all in the noggin. You've really just got to be just ignoring basically everything. Like I mean, the way we used to set up our team on the main stage was we would pick our most just like, I don't know, our best players that were good at ignoring the other team, which was me. I would sit on the end and I would basically just like block all sound because of my height and just ignore the other team and just get loud whenever something good happens.
Fair enough. Miles, I want to know who is going to be your carry for each of these squads and who's going to be your closer? Who's going to bring them the distance in terms of the maps and who's going to finish it off for the both of them?
As far as the big old carry on MF, I'm giving it to Excite. I'm giving it to Cody. I want him to go huge. He's, hot new talent on the team. He's the new kid on the block. I think he's going to be the guy to open up the plays and make everything happen for his boys. And then I feel like, Buzzo, he had a couple of rough ones at Atlanta that we caught on stream. I mean, they won a hardpoint game. We had like 3 kills.
Yeah.
Like, dude, that's awesome. That's great, man. You don't have to get kills and your team's going nuts. So I want to see Buzzo close out those games. On the other side of the things, my man Kitty. Stage 2 was electric, mostly because of him, and I'm super excited to see if he can bring the same sort of intensity and furious gameplay, man, to IW. Closing out games, though, it's got to be my man Azzy. I've been loving his YouTube series about breaking down maps and whatnot. Even though he only made one video, Azzy, if you can hear me, got to get on the YouTube grind, man. Those vids are great. Yeah, he knows. He can hear us.
Something that Mind Freak, with the addition of Excite, have had to work on is the difference between fast and frantic gameplay. Now, this is something that a lot of amateur teams sometimes do struggle on, whether or not keeping a fast-paced game or kind of being a bit frantic. A few times in MLG Atlanta, and just hearing from their performance, it felt like Excite sometimes got a little bit better of himself and went for those frantic plays, trying to keep up the fast pace that Mind Freak love to constantly do, but it was a little bit frantic. Vileside, how fine of a line is it between, having that fast gameplay and then just running around the map frantically?
Oh man, like I was literally talking to Shocks about exactly this. They had a match on, I think it was Uplink Throwback, it might have been against FaZe, where they were 4-4 and they were down the last minute and they got a 4 down, and then Cody just sort of grabbed the drone and just sort of disappeared off around, I think it was blue or something like that. I don't know. He just made like a huge error, and it basically just cost them because FaZe had camo still at the end of the game. They ran in and got a 1, and they won by 1 point. I mean, that's the difference between MF or FaZe winning. So,
fair enough. Well, that's like I was gonna just bring up whether or not these teams will be like advancing further on, but like I wanted to say they will. I think it's safe to say Mind Freak are going to be top of this pool. Team Infamous are going to follow them through. Whether or not that pool play team actually like makes a bit of waves, I've looked at the pool play bracket. All of us have. We've all kind of had a good of a in-depth look at it. do we see any teams from this pool play making it, or from the Open, my bad, into pool play and then actually kind of making a few waves or ripples?
Whether they, I mean, I don't think any team's going to make crazy waves. It's hard to break into the sort of the top 8, you know, ANZ in the region, but APAC, excuse me. APAC now, guys. I keep fumbling that one, but I feel like if you're coming in off of the Open bracket, you've literally been playing COD all day. You've had some of the craziest games, the most intense games of your, you know, of the tournament, arguably, and you come into the pool play so hot. You know, and the guys who've been playing, they haven't had that same bracket format. They haven't been playing in the same way. I give a lot of credit to the guys coming in out of the bracket that they're going to be on a sort of a different wavelength, just in terms of their energy levels and, you know, the hype that they can bring to a game.
Yeah. Let's talk about, let's fast forward, most valuable player so far. We haven't seen any gameplay yet, but who do we feel as though, we did a bit of a player matchup, Excite and Flares. They're the two that are kind of be going head-to-head in that Slayer-heavy, fast role. But who from each of these squads is going to be the most valuable in terms of just winning those maps, winning those important gunfights, and making a huge difference overall in the series?
I mean, we spoke about Excite a lot. I think he's going to be the aggressive player. He's going to be basically the bait for Shox and Fighter. So I think we're looking at Fighter. I know he had a pretty good event over at MLG. I think he's definitely going to probably be the MVP for Mindfreak, probably out of this match. He does a really nice job of just sort of trading out kills, and like I said, just baiting Excite, basically. Because that was basically his job before. He was like the first meat into the hill to die, or get 3 pieces, basically. As for the other side, I think it's just probably going to have to come down to Flares again, or... Though I do suppose you spoke a little bit about Kitty Mars. I've been pretty impressed with how he's played. I've played against that guy for a fair amount of time. So.
I haven't seen any Kitty on IW yet, but all of the Stage 2 gameplay I got to watch, which was all of it, really, it was great. He was just he was a superstar, man. Every time, all the times I remember where I kind of like, you jump up off the desk and you're like, oh my sweet Jesus, how did you do that? It was usually Kitty. And yeah, and a couple of, you know, strange picks back in there. But hey, you know what? Black Ops 3 is a thing of the past now. It's all about IW. So if he can't bring the same thunder, then it's kind of a waste, really. And he's don't let me down, Kitty. There he is. Looking focused, dude. I'm loving those Astros, by the way. The red and the blue. You got the red side over here and blue side over there. Shouts to all our sponsors making this real. PlayStation putting this on for us, and everyone in the crowd who's loving it. Crowd, I mean, guys, TM, it was a good series, right? But this is going to be a huge one, surely. MF versus Infa. Can we hear the MF fans in the house? There's like 4 of them. That's good enough. What about the Infa boys? Yeah! That was definitely James. That was definitely Milboss.
At least they got some support.
Hey, man, one loud voice is worth like 20 guys who are just like clapping quietly like, yeah, man.
All right, MLG Atlanta. It was just a few weeks ago. Mindfreak performed quite well. Not as far as a lot of people hoped. Coming out of it, do we feel as though, like, what was the most, like, as viewers, people who are spectating it, all 3 of us, what was the main thing that we'd like you guys would like to see them improve on as a squad as a whole from coming out of that event?
Coming out of that event, I think a little bit of it's just going to be Cody sort of Excite, relaxing a little bit more and sort of fitting in a little bit better with the sort of MF playstyle. I think, like I said earlier, just made a few errors which, I mean, they cost them games, and you can't really be doing that stuff against North American teams. I mean, here you can get away with some things, and we'll probably see some like huge 3 or 4 pieces and aces and stuff from him, but you just can't really do that. And the point of this LAN is for them to practice. Like, they're not here just to beat Australians. They're here to practice. They're here to be ready for the next MLG event themselves.
Fitting into a squad is not an easy task. I'm not a player myself, never have been. But it's pretty obvious. It takes a while to get that team chemistry going. This is, again, directed towards you there, Kyle. What are the steps as a team to get that chemistry going, get that fluency in a squad to be at that high caliber, especially with Mindfreak? Like, they are known for being the best team in the Australian New Zealand region. How long do you reckon it'd take for Excite to kind of settle into a position where it's like, yeah, he belongs in this squad, he is part of Mindfreak?
Well, I mean, you see the 3 core members of Mindfreak have been together for something like 3-4 years. It's a stupid amount of time. So that makes things a lot easier being a 4th. Like, I've definitely slotted into like a 3-stack before, and usually they have all these plans for how everything should be done. They know what each other are like on like a personal and emotional level. And really, you just sort of just slot in, do what they say, and, well, yeah, like, basically, like, Excite hasn't really played with a lot of the top caliber teams before. Like, he has played with good teams, yes. He has done well, yes. But he hasn't experienced something like Mindfreak, who are just, I don't know, they've been around forever. They know exactly what they're doing. They're easily the best in the country. Their trades, everything is just on point. And I think it's Excite's job basically to watch a lot of films, sit down on a lot of maps, and just basically just work through just everything, basically. You've just got to go from the ground up.
Two players that have been around, well, three of them, it's safe to say Buzzo, Shox, and Fighter, they've been teaming for ages now. But the duo really is Shox and Fighter. Mars, you had the pleasure of casting over them throughout Black Ops 3 during the CWL. These two, when they go off, they bring it to a whole nother level.
They've never disappointed me. And I mean that very sincerely. Like, they've always put on a great show. As you said, that experience, being together for that long, it's not like you can read your teammates' minds, but you get into a sort of a state of play where you know where they're going to be, you know what their tendencies are, you know where you can, back off and rely on them to do miraculous things. And I feel like, especially the duo, I mean, they're the duo, man. I don't feel like, imagine if that lineup, if Dens hadn't left and maybe Shox or Fighter had left, how different this situation would be now. And, who's to say the behind the scenes, that isn't what happened first? And we have no idea what's going on in the DMs of these teams. So, I mean, they're a total superstar duo, and they're amazing to watch. And I have no doubts that they're going to put on an amazing show for us this game. Info Army, Team Info. I want to do it. James is on his head. Infamous. There are four super solid players, and their skill is not in question whatsoever. They're brilliant, brilliant players. But when you're going up against a mountain of experience, man, it's tough work. It's tough work.
Not easy at all. All the players here have played here before, though. They have so much experience under their belt. Coming into the rest of this year, though, of course, these guys are playing for those all-important pro points. Those pro points are going to allow them to eventually go to the Global World League LAN event. Are Mindfreak, at this stage, are favourites to take that one APAC spot that's up for grabs right now?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's undeniable. Like, we expect them to come out with a win this weekend. Well, I do personally, just based on watching their play, watching their VOD and things like that. I mean, yeah, like, definitely. Well, like, why would they not? I think, what is this LAN worth? Like, a fair amount of pro points. It's probably going to push them up probably to first.
10,000 pro points are up. There's going to be another 2 events further on throughout the year where more pro points will be available. Mindfreak, though, look, that's Fighter on his screens there. He's an absolute animal on the sticks. Can expect him to go large alongside everyone else. Buzzo, we touched on it briefly, though. A few of the series over in MLG Atlanta, he didn't perform very well. Now, that's something that Buzzo has kind of had a little bit of trouble with throughout a few of the Call of Duty titles, where he's had those series where he drops off in that. However, I feel as though watching MLG Atlanta, he's actually starting to really cement himself as a real fundamental player. Not like sometimes it'd be like, oh, Buzzo's lacking a little bit in Mindfreak, he's not dropping those numbers. Would you guys support me in saying that he's actually starting to get to this real high caliber of level where he's matching Shox, he's matching Excite and Fighter in the kill to death ratios? Like, he's getting those important kills.
Yeah, I think it's, he may not be getting the important kills, he may not having the flashiest plays, but as you said, the fundamentals are there. It's kind of like the guy who, he's got a big, fancy job, but he doesn't take the shopping in from the car at the end of the day. Like, man, they're the fundamentals, man. Like, you got to do that. You got to make the ladies happy, or the men. It's Mardi Gras today, or tomorrow in Sydney. So whatever your orientation. So yeah, I think Kyle, you'll probably be able to talk about this a little deeper. But yeah, Buzzo's, if you got the fundamentals down, you know how to win games. That's really all that matters.
Well, looking at Buzzin, I mean, I've played with him for forever. He's basically just the pillar of the team. He's the support. Like, he's not there to do the flashy plays. That's on Shox. That's on Fighter. Basically, his role is to sit back with his NV4 in hand, like he has every single game, and just let his subs push through in front of him. He cleans up a lot of the kills that basically like Shox and Fighter soften up. And honestly, like, looking at some of his KDs, there wasn't a lot of times for him to actually clean up those kills. That's why you're seeing him have like these 9 and 15s and things like that, where he's just not able to get kills because he's in the back of the map. He's ensuring they have spawn and hard points, and basically just supporting the team. And like, that was something I did, except I did that from the front line. I was on the objective in a lot of the more boots on the ground titles.
You're just defending yourself right now. Like, I was a good player.
I
was helping my team.
This is important.
Yeah, no, it's important. Like, you've got to sometimes just take a lot of crap and just basically just get smashed a lot of the time for your teammates to do well.
Buzzard does play a bit of the punching bag role a little bit and does cop a lot of the deaths. We've talked a lot about Mindfreak. I want to bring the conversation over to Infamous. They got a big task coming into this series. What needs to be their approach map by map coming into this one?
Looking at this squad, they're a lot slower compared to the Mindfreak squad. Really, Flares is probably the most aggressive player there. I mean, Miles, you talked about Kitty having explosive plays, and the Kitty I know that I used to play against all the way from Black Ops 1 was this jerk that used to sit in corners and just wait for you to walk past. He would kill you, take a little bit more ground, and then basically you would spawn up, run past him, and shoot you in the back again. That's the Kitty that I'm used to. And
Hate that guy.
I know.
Hate that guy.
I know. That was the old Mindfreak, like the original Mindfreak that used to do that. It was really frustrating to play against, but it was something that I think a lot of new players need to learn now is to just play that little bit more passive role, and then work in the more aggressive stuff, the more, I guess, just jumping at people basically. And I think that's something that Kitty has learned, basically just over time, like you said, just showing up with some more flashy plays.
He also, back in Black Ops 3, was very objective-based and would often be using that active camo, trying to get sneaky plays in the uplink in that. Miles, do you expect to kind of see the same play style with him coming into Infinite Warfare?
I'm not a betting man, but I would say, yeah, I don't think you're going to change. There's still very similar games fundamentally. I don't think Key's going to make too many drastic changes. Like, I don't think we're going to be seeing him rocking the Centurion or anything like that. Or a Centurion, as our North American cousins like to say. But yes, I don't think he's going to make too many changes there. You know, Key's going to... I think he might roll with camo. I don't know who else on that team might be. I'm trying to catch a peek. No, nothing. No, still in the lobby. No. So I don't think... no dramatic team play style changes there. You know, I would be surprised to see him if he runs an ERAD in this one. You know, seeing that the gun met is typically 2 MV4s or 2 K-bars depending on the kind of map. But hey, man, see how it goes.
Barside, do you think anyone, though, on the team of Infamous has, like, a strong enough ERAD shot to contest? Well, mainly Excite is the main player on MF who loves to rock that ERAD. Do you think anyone from Infamous actually has that ability to go toe-for-toe for him with it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, Flares and Kitty, they've been grinding. I mean, we don't really have much ERAD-wise other than probably that A site in Crusher. Maybe a little bit on mid and throwback, but I'm not quite sure. It's usually probably a little bit more K-bar favored. I'm looking at Precinct as well. Yeah, I guess you can run a bit of ERAD, but still, it's just, you're usually stuck out in a lot of those long-range fights on the street and things like that.
NV4 is definitely going to be probably the gun we need to pay a lot of attention to, and in Buzzo in particular, he's going to be rocking that bad boy. And we talked about Buzzo before, and how, his numbers sometimes don't stack up. But if he's able to get those anchor positions down lock, get those long-range engagements with the NV4, Mindfreak could quite easily get off to a great start. It wouldn't surprise me, to say the least. The rotations though in Breakout, it's so important. Do you feel as though Infamous though, can they even contest Mindfreak on their rotation ability?
Again, that comes down to experience, and Mindfreak are the only team in the region who are going to win the experience fight every single time. I mean, I can't take anything away from the guys. It's in COD. Things happen. Things happen unexpectedly. Timing works in your favor. All sorts of craziness goes down. So, whether they're the most experienced team or not, I still feel like if they can capitalize on any mistakes made by Mindfreak, I mean, like anything, then you're going to be able to get a net of time. You're going to be able to, catch a round in S&D. You're going to be able to get those dunks when you need to. So, yeah, it's the rotation-wise, probably Mindfreak's favor, most probably.
Map by map, it seems like we kind of have the uplink on Mindfreak's belt. I think it's safe to say for that one. Search and Destroy, though, is that, which game mode is going to have to be Infamous's map to take away if they want to even think about getting this series?
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be that S&D. I mean, it is Crusher, and I know this is, Shox has literally told me this is probably one of MF's best maps, which is a little bit scary. But, I mean, you've got some good XP on that squad there, S&D-wise. Back in the day, Black Ops 1, Kitty he was the S&D master for a good portion of that time. Pretty impressive player, and I think he will bring a lot of his skills and experience into that up to the rest of the team.
Well, this is the first series of the day for these two teams. So no wins and no losses, thankfully, for them both. But, guys, at the end of this series, what do we reckon it's going to look like? Is it going to be Mindfreak with those 3-0s, or is Infamous going to get that one map under the belt?
It's going to take a miracle if they can take an S&D off of what they've just said is they're probably their best game time. That is totally not what you wanted to hear if you're an Infer fan. But look, anything can happen, and it probably will. Interesting to note, James brought up in the fight in the last series, but it looks like Cody just missed out on a potential perk. Yeah, he's not going to take his power boost and slide there. So that's going to be something they're missing because, again, it's kind of just changed in probably the most recent update, so exciting stuff.
Yeah.
So going into this one, Carl, we've got game 1 underway. Breakout at hardpoint is going to be the first one. We're still sitting in the rig draft. We may have actually just had an issue with one of the players leaving, so bear with us, guys. We're going to run through this goddamn beautiful graphic, though. There you can see on your screen the hardpoints that will be coming up here, but I do believe there has been a player drop out on the side of Team Infer. No names will be named, but we're going to get back into this one as quick as we can, guys. We're very, very appreciative of your time, and we thank you for sticking around. The crowd is ready. It is packed and loaded to watch these two teams go at it. I'm pretty sure there's a couple more Infer fans in the house now. Yes, that's what we're talking about. But hey, man, I know there's a lot of Mindfreak fans. Where are the Mindfreak fans at? Oh, I'm sorry, boys. That was brutal. That was absolute savagery, not a single one. It was dead silence. Carl, did you hear the crickets?
Yeah, it was pretty rough, man.
It was rough. I wouldn't want to be in Mindfreak right now. Anyway, guys, we're almost ready to get this one underway. The player has dropped out of the game, so we're going to sort this out ASAP. We were making all sorts of crazy gambles about, players not choosing the right perks, but you know what? It was probably just because of that player dropping out. So we can wipe that one clean and get back onto it. So yeah. Carl, going in this one, we've heavily favored Mindfreak. Obviously,
Definitely.
They're the top dogs. They're the biggest boys. But Infer, they've got everything to prove. 4 players who are extremely experienced. They've been around for a long time. But just is that time spent on other teams or as a kind of a sort of pseudo pickup team going to hurt them a lot here?
Yeah, I think it will. I mean, like I said earlier, this is going to be their early game to take. I mean, Mindfreak aren't warm. That experience just on MF is just so much better than what the Infamous team has. I think, honestly, it's just going to come down to a lot of kitty work and a lot of flares work.
Kitties and flares, 2 things that you want to see a lot of going into this one. Yeah, still, guys, we're just, as you can see on screen, guys, getting ready here. We're almost ready to get us on the way. The legendary ESL star, for those of you in the region who are aware, Mikester is behind the scenes doing his thing. He is an absolute juggernaut. I know he can hear me. Mikester keeps this place together pretty much on his own. I've got a lot of love for Mike. He's been around for as long as I can remember. And Mike is an absolute superstar. So Mike, if you can hear us, save us, Mikester. Save us. Get us into this next game. Use your powers. I'm sure he will. Either way, guys, so we've still got a bit of time ahead of us. So, Carl, I mean, what's the longest lineup you'd been on? I first started casting over you when you were on Envy in Stage 2.
Yep.
What's the longest sort of, group of players you've been a team with?
I haven't ever really had like a solid 4-stack. I think that's sort of been some of the problems I've had. But I definitely played with Vamped and Goose Juice for a very, very long time. They were awesome teammates. Probably my favorites in terms of like personalities and people. And that would have been probably, I don't know, I came from late Modern Warfare 2 all the way up into probably like Black Ops 2, and then I think it Vamped, then KO'd out in Ghosts to go buy a house and live with his girlfriend.
Hey man, that sounds like the fairy tale ending for a man who spent most of his time as a warrior. We all just want to go home and be a family man like Ken from Street Fighter. Still, I mean, from my experience, I had the only successes I've had in esports has basically come with being on a team for a super long time with a lot of players. So yeah, that's where the successes lie. If you can get a good teammate, hold on to him. Do not let him go. Strangle the life out of him if you have to. Lock them up, put them in your basement. Do not let them leave because you need them. Guys, Rig Draft is underway. We are almost ready to kick off game number 1 here. We've got Mindfreak versus the Infer Army. Team Infamous almost had me there. Here's the Rig Draft once more. So again, pretty standard stuff going in a hardpoint.
Yeah, definitely pretty standard stuff here. Though we do see a little bit of a difference. We've got the FTL jump from Mindfreak as opposed to the Centurion. I'm keen to see what Excite can do with that. Get a little bit of feels from the old glitch back in the Black Ops 3. It's just a little bit inverted. I'm very keen to see what he does. I think I haven't really seen that many amazing plays, but I'm hoping that happens here. And of course, in the hands of Excite, I think we'll probably see some magic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Breakout. Hardpoint is going to be our first game. Excite running the FTL, see what he can do. Got Shocks, obviously running Camo. And on the other side of the board, we talked about it a little bit. And of course, Kitty, or as he's calling himself today, Envious. Well, Envious Kitty's the full name. He's also using that Camo. So yeah, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And you sure as hell can't teach an old kitty anything, probably. Cat's just the worst, man. I'm a dog person. I'm not going to lie about it, guys. Breakout, Hardpoint. Game number 1. We're almost underway. Early predictions, it's been super heavy Mind Freak fanboying on this desk, but I've got a lot of hope seeing the guys on the other side of the board can bring the thunder, see what Infa can make happen here. Now, Carl, I want to talk a little bit more about FTL. I mean, have you seen any standout FTL plays happen so far? I mean, of course, there's a couple of highlights from Glitch back on Black Ops 3, but, you know, FTL, it's not as... You know, it's not like Rewind. We saw that previously with Skinbot, or we'll call him by his full name, which was Synaptic, before he rested in peace. Yeah, it's not quite as like game-changing as that, but how do you feel, you know, what's the most effective use of an FTL play?
I feel like you're thinking about the FTL jump in sort of the same vein as you use the boost dashes in Advanced Warfare. So like if you push out, you can back down pretty quickly and things like that, or just for crossing gaps, basically. I don't think it's probably as good as the Centurion. I think that has a little bit more use here, but I mean, if Excite's going to be aggressive, then that's exactly the thing he needs.
We're going to kick this one off with Kitty for Team Infa. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, Mind Freak versus Team Infa here on the main stage at Cwl Sydney. Let's get into it.
Yeah.
So we'll kick this one off with Kitty. Have a quick look at the loadout so far for everyone. You know, pretty standard stuff. We get a tiny glimpse out as he running the MV4. We've got an MV4 there as well for Spades. So 2-2 for Infa.
Interesting to note that we do have a little bit of difference in tacticals here. The Americans tend to run more of your flechette grenades, and we've got a little bit more of the jammers here. And I think I did see another one of those different grenades as well.
Here comes our opening gambit. Both teams now charging on through to that hard point. We've got shots out. Spades with 2 already, so great start from him. And then 2 in return for the boys in blue, Mind Freak. So now, no time accumulated yet for either team. Early days from this hard point.
Yeah, that was huge from Spades there because they actually sent a 2-2 split. They sent 2 out to Showers, and then basically Spades was in a sort of a 1v3 sort of situation there with his teammates who were a little bit out of position to trade that kill.
On board with Fire, just gets taken down. We'll go back to Buzzo, who's still locking down there at loading dock. No action just yet. We'll jump on board with Envious. Kitty now, nading on through, trying to push through that hill. They need those opening kills. 2 in the name of Team Infa. 1 from Excite there on defense. Beautiful positioning though from Cody. He's going to get those kills. Jump on board with Fire as he coming off spawn. Actually, there's flechette grenade there in the back pockets here. Good call there. Maybe that's that NA experience coming over. They saw a lot of that used there in MLG. We'll see if they can't make something happen here on Breakout.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mind Freak were pretty set up to rotate for this new hill, but it hasn't quite worked out, and they've sort of got some awkward split spawns cross map. It looks like we see Infa mostly in control of hill, but we do have a couple of Mind Freak players sort of pinching out the back. So those guys 8 and 5 back there, I think that is Excite and Buzzin. They're going to have to make some huge kills here, but they both get taken out, unfortunately.
Oh, great place here from Azzy, staying alive, doing the best he can. We're going to jump on board with Spades. He's also dead back on the Kitty. Nope, looks like everyone on Infa were taken down there. So Mind Freak now in control of that hard point. Staying on board with Kitty as he tries to get those opening kills. Spades gets 1 on the push, and here comes the charge. There's 25 seconds left on this hard point. Still on board with Kitty as he makes a sneaky play, goes for the slide, doesn't make anything happen here. We'll have a look at Shocks.
Huge 3-piece from Excite right there, and that's another 4 down. So we've got 16 seconds left on the rotation. Infa is just going to completely give that hill up and get on that rotate. They're going to have the superior sort of cave spawns, and there's only really going to be Fighter up the top there to contest them.
On board now with Buzzo, making that long play round back. Now, Carl, is this the preferred spawn, this back area here?
Yeah, the cave is far superior ground. I mean, you've got a lot more head glitch options, and it's going to really be down to Buzzin here to sort of pinch this hill out. He really needs to play his life, because they're obviously doing a 3-in-1 pinch, and now he's basically just given up the cave spawns. This is going to be Team Infa's basic huge amount of time to get back on this hill, and they're already picking up kills. Like I said, there's all these different options for head glitches, and Mind Freak just sort of has to YOLO in and clutch up, basically.
YOLO they do. Buzzo gets 2 there. He's now got control of that hard point. Now it looks like we are going to see Mind Freak getting on the board a little bit more. It's 52-24 right now. Still on board with Buzzo. Big kills from him, 2 in a row. Doing a fantastic job here. He's halfway towards his overdrive and 25 away from that kill streaks. We'll stay on board with Buzzo because he's having a good run at the moment. 9-3. We talked about his kills earlier in his KDA and you know how he's been maybe pulling back a little bit, but as you can see, yeah, he's getting spawns for his team. Now he's racking up time and kills are plenty for him. So with Buzzo on 4, it's looking good for Mind Freak.
Yeah, man. I mean, I talked about my MVP being Fighter, but he's sort of letting the team down here on 1-8. A little bit of a slow start. I mean, we spoke about this earlier. We expect them to not quite go as crazy off the mark here.
Now, this is the second time we've just seen Team Infa get the rotation early and manage to get those opening points. Now, are we going to see Mind Freak come in and collapse the top of them? We'll stay on board with Kitty as he tries to hold off this push. players from MF. You can see them charging through showers. They've baited. He's watching it closely, but it looks like they're going to go through mid instead.
Yeah, it looks like, well, initially on that old hill, Mindfreak actually got the flip at the right time, but didn't manage to hold spawns. And it's pretty much now down onto, what is this, Fighter just sort of pushing in on his own. A little bit messy. He's going to have to clutch up here because he has 2 players wall running in on him.
Big kill there, does get taken down. We'll jump forward Buzzo as he pushes on through, trying to make some plays here happening in big showers, big shots out. Does get the kill there on Azzy. He's still alive. His team are racking up that time, watching the back here. Great stuff from Buzzo. That's 2 in a row. He's having a great game so far, 11 and 4. We've got Shocks going 10 and 4 on the other side of things. A little slow start from Fighter going 3 and 9. We'll have a look on the other side of the board. This is Kitty from Infa. Big kills there on loading dock. He's charging them through. They've got 1 second left on that hard point. Here comes the next hard point. These players are going to be grabbing a bit of time here. Shots out. He's staying alive, but finally goes down there. Let's have a look at Flares and see how he's doing.
Yeah, it looks like Mindfreak there opted to hold the full hill instead of basically rotating early, and they've sort of set up, allowed Team Infa to sort of set up pretty nicely on that hard point, but they did just get 2 kills, so they should hopefully be able to break this, and they do. They pick up the 3rd, and this should just be Mindfreak taking control here.
Yeah, Mindfreak really taking control. 116 to 63 is the score so far on board with Shocks as they charge on through to this hard point. They're getting back to the very first spot. Central Rooftop is going to be a hard point. An early start here from MF. They've got the first 20 seconds down, 25 left on the clock. Big play there from Shocks. Almost pays off for him, but he does walk into 2 members of Infa, and now 3 dead for Mindfreak. Buzzo last guy, and that is it. Mindfreak got wiped out that hard point with 15 seconds left. It felt like they got the chunk change there.
That was really, really risky by Shocks. He basically just pushed into somewhere where he knows people are going to be on his own with no proper cover. I mean, he did have a teammate behind him on hill, but that person on hill is just looking to contest and basically just play their life and get points. So Mindfreak are just going to come in a little bit late on this rotation, though it does look like we have Shocks and Excite working around for spawns. This is going to be a pretty big gunfight on to Envious at the back. So this is going to be huge here. Whoever wins this fight basically will win spawns. And it looks like Excite's going to pick that up and immediately trade it out. So I think we're going to see Infa with spawns here, basically.
Yeah, this is it on board now with Spades, who's managed to get those back spawns for this cell block. He's got a little bit of work ahead of him to cut on through here. Does get that first kill there on Fight, and now he's got a doorway. He's got a way in. Here comes the Flood from Infa. Kills out a second for Spades. Gets the 3rd. Beautiful stuff. This is an incredible push. He's cleaned his way through there, and what a way for the young man to capture that hard point.
Yeah, they really needed those frags there. That was really huge by Spades. I think he got some pretty good timing as he did have a teammate pinching in from the middle. But it looks like the spawns... Yeah, the spawn's going to go in favor for this new hill towards Mindfreak. They've rotated nice and early, as Infa did previously. I think it's going to be down to Kitty again to win this 1v1, and he doesn't. A little bit of an awkward jump in there. Would have liked to see him cross a little bit quicker to cover instead of just floating in the air.
Still, nice pinch there from Mindfreak, 158 to 110. Infa making a slow and steady comeback. That hard point now falling into Mindfreaks. I believe this is the first one they've actually managed to get the opening points from that. Smoke's out.
Wow, Smoke's coming out. This is interesting.
Well, it's one way to get through the caves, right? Let's see how Fighter handles this one. Here comes 2 members of Infa. Shots out, does get 1, does get the second. Gorgeous stuff there from Fighter. He goes down, but not without taking 2 of them with him. Now with Buzzo, watching that back. He's got the world of, he's got his whole team helping him out there as the team was basically wiped out there, and we're seeing the spawns for the guys in Infa well away. Not exactly what they're looking for now. And Buzzo doing his best to stay alive is going to get brought down. We'll have a look at Azzy as he pushes on through with his team. Back on with Spades now, who's also getting kills at plenty of Spades. Great game for him so far. 18 and 10. He's on the main stage and he knows it.
Yeah, looking at the KDs, things are pretty similar here. The Mindfreak does have a good 90-point lead on them. I think that's just, again, like Infa has sort of won a lot of the early rotations, but they haven't been able to hold onto it on the points. We're going to see Mindfreak contesting again from the worst spawns. We're going to see pretty much a repeat of what we saw earlier on this rotation to commissary. I think that's Infa with a pretty solid setup. They've got enough men around the back to sort of lock down spawns with that amount of people. We did see Excite just pop his FTL jump, and it doesn't really result in anything. His teammates get taken out, and it's just going to be down to Buzzin to win these spawns, which he does. So this could be a Mindfreaking control here, and Team Infa with a good 10-second jog in from the other side of the map at cell block. Oh,
that's a long jog. You don't really want that. Time is not your friend in hardpoint, 136 to 197. Mindfreak now within 50 points of winning the game. 30 seconds left on this hardpoint. They will not be able to do it here, but can they hold on? Get a ton of time. We're going to have a quick look at that player Fighter who's making a push on through mid, getting that defensive kills. Nice one there on Flares. He doesn't have another player now to jump on board with. I
think Excite, no, he just got taken down. He was in a really good position there to sort of slow the enemy team. his job wasn't necessarily to pick up all of the kills on the enemy team rotating through showers, but he did slow them down enough to make this basically just a final contest in the last 10 seconds.
Great stuff there from Shox, using that cover to isolate those 1v1 fights, taking on 2 players essentially at the same time, but he managed to make that a 1v1 situation, which he almost held on to. So now we'll have a quick look on Kitty's side of things as he's making a wall run. We'll see who else is in position.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty important kill here because that's basically a free kill in the back, and he's going to give us some loading control here. So his team has hill. They're pretty nicely set up, and Mindfreak again just sort of spawning out awkwardly, not really in a position to really team push anything at all. It's just going to be a big split push from across the map, all individual gunfights, and they've won the first 2.
First 3 now in their hands. Mindfreak now pushing on through. They've got 30 seconds left in this hard point. They could win it here if they want to, but it's a scrappy hill. It's hard for them to get a solid amount of time together. Fighter not managing to kill that player in showers, does come in with a hip fire, and he makes that one work. Will stick on board with Fighter as he works for those defensive plays. Can't get the second, does manage to get it there as he goes down. On the reload now, Fighter working through those kills one by one. Buzzo now opting for the duck and dive. Great defensive play, but doesn't manage to make it work as he last man attacking the hill for his team. He's actually got 1 member of his team in position there. He's got that Scarab in the back pocket if he needs it, but in hard point, not really a sort of a worthy kill streak to pop out.
Yeah, I dare say this map's going to go to Mindfreak. There's only 10 points left, and they got the rotation. Looks like they opted to sort of flank around the top of the map as opposed to just sort of contesting the old hill, which I think that was Infa's big mistake there. Although they did have to contest it, they really needed to rotate to this new.
There's a huge fight going down now, and I think we just got 3 members of MF picking up a ton of hill time there. Still on board. Still on board with Buzzo. This is it. That's the game, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is going to be going to MF, 250 to 158. No huge surprises there, but still, Infa looking pretty solid. You know, kills between both teams very, very solid. You know, the KDs don't totally represent exactly what's happening in the scoreboard, but you know, we saw Infa with those great early rotations, just not able to hold on to those points for an extra length of time. You know, MF so good at breaking those setups of Infa. I mean, Carl, any takeaways from that series?
Yeah, that was really the story of the map there. I think Mindfreak sort of rotated a little bit awkwardly at times. Didn't quite land the rotations as good as they wanted to.
Mindfreak, very dominant performance, but Infamous, they actually showed a fair bit of life in there. Good job by them, but MF will go up 1-0 in this series. I want to bring it up because I noticed it, and you touched on it briefly during that series. Kitty was using smoke grenades during that hard point. A little bit unorthodox.
It is a little bit strange, though we did see FaZe use it on in MLG. I think their throwing, though, was a little bit short. They sort of just smoked themselves out, so by the time they actually came through the smoke, they were just like in front of MF just saying, hey, basically. It just didn't work out. Like, it was good in theory, but whoever's throwing that's got a weak arm.
Here are your replays, and Buzzo was up first. Now, Buzzo actually had a fantastic series then. He got a bunch of kills in it, and we touched on it briefly. Like, he sometimes is in the negative, but he definitely proved a lot of people, including myself, wrong in that series and was able to win a lot of key engagements. Again, he's in your replays. Fighter, though, slow start for him. Towards the end, started to, you know, wrap around a little bit more and get on the scoreboard, but MF, it definitely seemed like off this break, Infamous were bringing it to them, but then in classic Mindfreak fashion, they were able to just, like, adapt to the situation, pile on those points, and it was a very convincing win. So coming into game 2, Miles, what needs to change for Infamous?
Well, here was that smoke play we were talking about just before I get up to that one. You're absolutely right. They kind of threw that short and they ended up just blinding themselves, and Fighter managing to just pick those players off one by one as they came through. What has to change for Infamous? I mean, the players are shooting really well. They're winning engagements. I think it just comes down to, for the respawn game types, it comes down to decision making and really, you know, locking down those setups. They got the initial time. They managed to rotate well, but it wasn't enough in terms of getting the points and holding on to them.
How big of a factor do you reckon the payloads would have been if Team Infamous were able to pick up those kills, Vilesider, and actually work towards them? If Kitty was able to get that active camo that we mentioned in the pre-game, do you feel as though that would have been a different storyline if they were able to pick up more kills and get the actual payloads into the game? Potentially.
I mean, a lot of the time, like we said, they had early rotations, but they weren't necessarily winning the full engagement. Like, they were rotated there early, but then they lost by the time the hard point was sort of 10-15 seconds, and that didn't really matter. And then again, Mindfreak sort of had a pretty solid lead for the entire map. I mean, yeah, they could have won and maybe got a few points off, but Mindfreak were just stronger, basically, even though they were out of position and not particularly set up exactly right.
Spades turned a lot of heads, though, in my opinion, during that series. His slaying ability was on par. Maybe we should have compared him to Excite instead of Flares. But look, we still have more maps coming up, of course. It is a Search and Destroy up next, and we will be seeing it on Crusher. But map number 1, look at it, 250 to 158. Is it safe to say that that was a dominant performance by Mindfreak, or did Infamous show signs of life?
In terms of scoreboard-wise, yes, 250 to 158 is a pretty good whipping, basically. But I mean, Infamous were doing things right. They just weren't able to sort of close things out.
What do they need to do right coming into the Search and Destroy then?
Their grouping is good. I think if they just treat this a little bit like Advanced Warfare S&D and just move around as a squad, hopefully should counter out a little bit of Mindfreak's playstyle. If not, I guess just do that sort of slow play. I think this is where S&D is going to be good for them. Like, we saw Spades pick up a lot of kills. He's more of your sort of passive AR slayer, so this is going to be important here for him to just be hanging around the edges of the map, just sort of picking Mindfreak off, sort of one by one, hopefully.
So Miles, Varsider briefly touched on it there. A slower gameplay is what they need in this Search and Destroy. Kitty is renowned for that. Very slow Search and Destroy gameplay. Is he going to be a key player to watch then for Infamous coming into this one?
Oh, we'll be watching Kitty 100%. You know, he's got a great S&D brain on him. We've saw some amazing plays from him throughout his entire Black Ops 3 career. Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to watch out for. But you got to be careful. You can't play too slow. If you play too slow, then the likes of MF, they're going to pull the rug out from under your feet. And just when you think you're safe, just when you think everything's good, they're already outmaneuvering you. They're putting you in a position where you're in unwinnable gunfights. So yeah, I want to see him play slow. I don't want to see him play too slow. And I feel like the experience on that team, they're the kind of guys that can adapt from round to round, especially against the likes of someone like Mindfreak, who, I suppose Mindfreak are also going to be able to do that same sort of thing. It's tough to call it between these teams, dude, to be completely honest, because I've realized it now. I'm a diehard Infa fan, but I think Mindfreak are a great team. It's so hard.
Where did that spawn from?
It kind of came halfway through that game. Where I was like, I love watching the 4 players on Interplay. Like, they're very charismatic players to watch who have had great tournaments. But then MF or MF, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm tugging both ways here. It's hard.
Charismatic players then. Who's the one to pop off then from Team Infamous to really get that hype train going on behind them?
I think Spades from the last game.
Yeah, definitely.
Those opening kills on Cell Block were so hot. He came straight in. He won the first gunfight. He won spawns first.
Yeah.
Then he rotated.
He was
and got
outnumbered,
those kills.
and he nailed it.
Dude, I mean that's magic as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I think Spades is going to go off, man. I think already he's once you're in the zone, once you're in that kind of state of play, it's hard for you to get out of it. So Spades, money's on him.
Now, Vilesider, unfortunately, the guys in first, they're down a map in this series. All right, it's a best of 5. They can only afford to lose 2 more. We have an uplink. That's not the next game, but we definitely will be seeing it. Most people are saying that's going to be a Mindfreak map. How do the guys over at Team Infamous, what needs to be their mentality right now? Because they're coming into a Search and Destroy, and it seems like it's make or break. They've lost the hard point. They're not going to come into the uplink feeling confident at all. This Search and Destroy really is make or break for them for this series.
Well, I mean, I'd be a little bit annoyed if I were those guys playing right now, but like I said, you've got to have that delusional confidence. You really can't sort of let that get to you. Like, Mindfreak are notorious for their respawns in Australia, so why let that get you down, basically? I think going into the S&D, it is Mindfreak's probably superior map, basically, but, I mean, I know Mindfreak do a lot of team pushes here, lots of 3-in-1s and 4-man stacks down a lot of the lanes. So like I said, I think it's just going to have to be good slow play coming out of Infamous. And like you said as well, Spades, he's really good to shine here. I think he'll be probably our main fragger here.
So Spades and Kitty, by the sounds of it, simply because Kitty has that Search and Destroy, Search and Destroy experience. If you don't know, he's been around for a very long time, Black Ops 1, and was renowned back in the day for his Search and Destroy ability. Outside of that, though, he has 3 other players to worry about. One player we didn't really touch on too much and didn't see too much of him in that series was Azzy. Now, how do you bounce back from a map 1 loss? It's first series of the day, your first map, you're on the main stage, and you lose to the favorites. What's going through your head right now?
For me, it's fine. This is okay.
It's cool.
And it's not like the meme of that dog sitting in the house on fire, and
that's
it's like,
literally
this is fine. I think it's actually okay. I think when you're going up against, in the same way that Villanova felt against playing TM in the last series, when you're going up against the best, arguably the best teams in the region, or the guys who are the favorites to win it, and you take them as far as you can.
Yep.
You get a ton of experience from playing those games, and then you get to go on and play somebody else who's not the favorite for the tournament. I'm feeling great.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's a good thing to go into. Either way, Rig Draft is now underway, boys and girls. Search and Destroy is it's going to be our next game type. It's going to be on Crusher, and pretty much the same as we saw last time.
That's expected. I mean, FTL jump should be a little bit more effective here. Might end a little bit quicker as well. Centurion, not too sure. I'd maybe like to see another FTL jump come out, especially on this map, because there's sort of a lot of places where you can push in and sort of been really out of position for a bit of a gunfight and just bail, basically, with FTL.
Yeah, I guess you. It's kind of like a get out of jail free card. In the event that if you catch yourself in a bad position, you're going to be able to, dash a meter and a half, get yourself out of serious trouble. Interesting to note that Excite has once again not taken a perk. So yeah, interesting. He's gone for his payload, but no perk once again. I think we might have to have a word with him after this game. That dude, you got to take it. The power slide works. It's good. Take it.
I literally just read on the competitive subreddit that they patched that. It works fine. It does what it's meant to do. All it does is it makes sliding cost less, basically, less boost.
Just beautiful. And you don't actually slide as fast. So
No,
it doesn't screw your
it's
muscle
just
memory
regular
up.
slide.
Because dude, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I hit pubs so hard when we had that like crazy team deathmatch where you got your rigs immediately, you got your payloads like instantly. Oh my god, I'd never had so much fun sliding and FTL jumping every like 3 seconds. It was absolutely bonkers. So speaking of bonkers, boys and girls, S&D Crusher coming up next. Mind Freak versus Team Infer. MF a 1-up in the series so far. 250 to 158 was a hard point. And now we dive into S&D. There on your screen, Mind Freak. Internationally renowned team. They're a household name here in the APAC region. Buzzo, Shocks, Fighter, and now Excite. We're going up against Azzy, Kitty, Flares, and Spades of Team Info. Who's going to come out on top?
I'm not sure here, hey. I'm honestly sort of skeptical of both teams because Info is playing well. Mind Freak sort of okay. I think they will tighten up, and I mean, we've seen some pretty excellent play out of them on Crusher. Good few 4-downs without losing any players, actually, on MLG. I think we're going to see, hopefully, a little bit of aggression out of Excite. I know I saw him run the E-Rad into A few times here. I'm hoping he does that again. What have we got on offense? Looks like we have Mind Freak on offense, actually.
So we'll kick this one off. Actually, let's kick this one off with Excite.
Yeah, let's do it.
There he is. On board now with Rogers himself. Pushing on through. Here we go. Opening gambit. Looks like both teams are going towards A. Actually, no. It looks like the Infamous have actually, they've got a sort of 4-man split across map. 2 or 3 men sort of towards A more, and this one player at A. B is going to be crushed. It's Azzy all on his own. He's backing up very wisely as all 4 members of Mind Freak push through. Excite with that E-Rad. Here comes a very aggressive play. Bomb out. They're going for the kills early on. There's one. Fighter gets Kitty. Azzy goes down to Buzzo as well. And that is 2v4. Look at this aggression from Mind Freak. Almost a perfect round. Last man alive is Flares.
Yeah, Flares is sort of very out of position here. It's going to be probably one of the most awkward gunfights for him to make here. He has to come through one of these 2 cuts, and it's just not friendly to push through. There's no way to high wall run on. You pretty much just have to jog in here and go against 3 of the best aims in the country. Yeah,
tough spot to be in if you're Flares. Again, Mind Freak opened this one out with a seriously aggressive gambit towards B. They managed to get 3 kills, and then they went straight in for the arm. Flares now fighting a 2v1 situation. He's got 2 doors to contend with, and that is going to be how that one ends. Mind Freak, 1-up.
That was
good round.
Flawless bait and switch right at the end. They basically just pinched All Mate Flares out from 2 sides. I think the main reason they really lost that round is because we saw 3 players stacked out defending A from Infa, and they didn't rotate. And then when they did, they left 1 person there. That's just not how you play S&D. You've got to bring the full squad across. As soon as you don't see anyone in A, it's probably not going to be in A. As soon as you get numbers at B, like, just that rotation needs to come out so much quicker.
On board now with Flares. He was the last player alive for Infa in that previous round. Let's see how they play this one out. MF, 3-man at B. Much stronger defensively than Infa were in that first round. 1-man at A is now rotating round.
Yep, got shots. Nice and early on that rotate. Exactly how Infa should have been. And that was disgusting. Excite just pushing Flares like that. What the heck?
The balls on that man. Just charges around that corner, gets the big kill. Spades with a nice one on Shocks.
There we go. That's what we need to see from Spades here.
Flechette comes out. He's going to buy himself a bit of time. Last man alive, and Mind Freak is Buzzo. He's all on his own. 3v1 right now. Oh, Buzzo's going to back up. Wise move.
Looks like he might just work on his streaks here. I'm not sure what he's going to do ultimately.
He's 250 away from the Scarab. He's a quarter of his way through his overdrive.
Yeah, I think he might just play for this. I mean, it probably would be wise to jump off, but not with these stats and not working towards streaks and things like this.
Still early plays from MF. They got the first round. Buzzo's 2-0 right now. He wants to maintain that. Oh, can he catch 1 player on his own?
Oh, the COD timing.
Unfortunate timing. He's going to get caught here. That's so unlucky for Buzzo. So unlucky. Yeah, he was literally a pixel away from catching that player behind the crate there. So well done to Team Infer. They're now up 1-1. Is that final kill, Azzy. Beautiful stuff there from Buzzo. When you have the numbers, you can spread yourself out across the map so much more and cover so many angles. So it was always going to be a tough one for Buzzo to literally infiltrate Infamous.
Yeah, I like what he did. Instead of doing what Flares did and sort of pushing into that awkward ground, he pushed wide, he used his NV4 at range, but it just didn't quite work out for him.
On board now with Fighter with the bomb. Mindfreak now on offense. Actually, yeah, Fighter took that bomb.
Here we go. We're going to see this rush. I like this.
Oh,
it should be right out.
It's going to be a big fight.
That was clean from Fighter. Perfect. Just waited for his enemy teammate to push that. And he's going to get this nice little stretch plant out. I do like this. I was actually having a look at this before. The way you plant this, you can actually see it underneath this crate just to his left here from the steps. It's very sneaky, very dirty, and allows you to sort of sit really deep without having to do too much work.
Oh, that is a very, I can see now, you see the bomb right in the middle of the room there. You've got to get out into the open before you can catch anything. 3 members alive for Infer. There's one player just managed to get into the center of the room. I think he's cooking a nade, actually. Here comes that nade, and he goes for the push with the explosion. Nice job getting in there. Actually, Invious gets the kill. Kitty goes down. Big trade there. 3.
They sold the Shocks, 1v2. That was pretty surprising. I did not expect MF to basically lose that. They were pretty well set up. Shocks picks up 1. It's a 1v1. It's 15 seconds left. This is really close. Yeah, Shocks is making the pro play. He's pushing back. The other enemy knows exactly where he's going to be. Gets deleted.
Delete. Empty. Recycle bin. Taking out the trash. Mindfreak up 2-1. You said pro play. Pulling back. Managed to catch that player and give him the hip fire, and he fills his nuts full of lead. So wonderful stuff there from Shocks.
Exactly. There's only 15 seconds left. So that player basically had to chase or just give up the round, basically.
Infer down by 1. This is a very closely contested S&D so far. Both teams looking hot. We'll jump on board with Kitty as he's going to take bomb.
All right, what are we going to see from Infer here? Looks like we're going to mix things up a little bit. They're going to go down middle. I haven't really seen much of this before. I like this play into you. Oh, no, they're not going to do it. This is good 4-stack. Playing this like it's AW, S&D. Oh, this is sneaky. They're going to rotate around all the way around the back of MF. This should catch them pretty comfortably off guard, actually.
Buzzo's going to be the one player watching that back, and he's about to run into the entire Infer army, and he goes down straight away. We'll get back on board with Envious. He's charging through. They managed to get that 1 kill on Buzzo, and look, the members of Mindfreak are very well spread out across the map. That B-stack is happening now. We've got Azzy actually watching the flank on board with Azzy.
Big. This is huge,
Big kills from Azzy. This is a great round from Infamous to MF now. Just unknown how the hell they can play this one back.
Yeah, I think Azzy just won them the game, that frag there. That was really, really important. But you can't rotate like that and not properly watch flank. Like, if you're watching flank and you leave a hole, you can't do that.
Fighter getting a kill, last man alive for Mindfreak, but he will be taken down now. Infamous with a great round win. That was a really heads-up play. That 4-man push through middle. It looked a bit funny at first, but then it really paid off with that slow pull round to B.
That worked.
Yeah, Azzy, as you said, play of the round, really keeping his team in it, managing to get a second kill there. So Azzy doing great work for his team. 2-2 at this stage. MF's S&D, maybe not their strongest, but we were told that this is one of their best game times.
I know. Well, Mindfreak did everything right that round. They just sort of opted for a stack, and it just kind of didn't work timing-wise. I mean, if they had someone sort of floating back and Buzzin doing his job on flank watch like he usually does, that probably wouldn't have happened.
A little bit of indecision here from MF. 3 men going towards A now. We've got that player, Buzzo, who's the last player on, as you can see, that number 2 on your mini-map as he pushed through towards the rear. It looks like they've made it into A, no problem. All 4 members of Infer now moving back on through the back of A.
Yep. I like this play from Infer here. They've immediately got the read that there's going to be no one at B. They pushed up nice and quickly, didn't really leave any space to allow sort of MF to sort of be hiding there. So they pushed up hard, it's worked out. You see trades on either side, so it is going to be down to a 1v2 for Azzy.
Azzy last man alive. Great stuff. MF had a strong defensive lineup. We saw Buzzo watching those players. He got a couple of kills and those guys running through. Shots on in the back, all on board with Azzy now. There is the E-Rad, absolutely melts him. MF up by 1 round now. It is 3-2. Infamous still looking very strong though, tactically sound.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive, honestly. Like, they made the right plays, they did the right things. It just didn't work out, and we see the salute coming out from the side. It's a bit dirty, huh?
It's only the 5th round. Come on, man.
I know.
Gloves are off, dude. I told you, Mindfreak, they're in it to win it.
I think I might taste a little bit of salt from Excite there. All right,
we'll kick this one off with Envious running the bomb.
All right, so it looks like we have a nice little 2-2 split here, though I think if you're going to do a 2-2 split like this, you really can't be spotted crossing into this bomb site. Good setup, though, but they've sort of left middle open. As I think Fighter picked up a frag on Spades in middle.
So we had a trade at both bomb sites. It's now 3v3. Still on board with Kitty, Envious, who's got that bomb in hand. Gets himself a secondary weapon. Oh, here comes the engagement. Shots out. Doesn't manage to make anything happen. Azzy is going to be coming in through the rear now in that position. Bomb is down outside A. It is 2v2. Azzy's on the rear. We'll actually jump on board with Flares, who may be running into Shocks at the moment, but we'll see how this goes. He doesn't know he's behind him.
Yeah, MF were pretty awkwardly split up just then. Who was that? That is Shocks, sort of separated from his teammate. Probably could have got at least a trade here in this sort of situation. I think that might be an error from Mindfreak.
Speaking of errors, this could be a big one.
Oh my god.
Oh, Shocks, he got the information. He knows that they're both there. This is going to be a huge play. He doesn't have much to go with. He's got to make it happen fast. Gets one, doesn't get the second. Infa ties it up 3-3. Heads up play there from Shocks.
Yeah, I think Shocks did the right thing. They would have, well, I definitely would have backtracked and try to contest the player on bomb and at least get that free kill while he's basically out of the game planting. But he opted for the instant fight. Didn't wait, didn't think about it, just went straight out and hoped to get a kill straight away.
He made a bit of a gamble because Flares could have gone for a bit of for the flank on him. He could have also gone round. So it was a 50-50 bet. I mean, if he wins the gunfight on the first player, then he goes back for Flares as well. I mean, it would have been ballsy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But look, he tried to make it happen. 3-3 right now. Mindfreak, Infamous, S&D. Things are heating up as we're getting towards the business end of this match.
Yeah, Envious is getting pretty close to his payload there. I think if he's running camo again, this could be a huge game changer this late into the game. Do see reactive armor come up though for Fighter. 3 kills go down for MF, and that's the round clean. That was easy.
God.
Gone.
Good God. The pinch. The pinch by Wallrun. I mean, it was so hot. And you said, so the armor was actually played. Yeah, so reactive armor came out.
I don't think he used it. He unlocked it, and there's really no reason to use it.
We'll have to check, yeah.
Okay,
So hopefully that wasn't played, because that is now an extremely useful asset for these guys to have going in this next round. Switch his size. Yeah, we've got four payloads at the ready now. Fighter's got his reactive ready. Excite with that FTL in hand. We'll have a look at Kitty, who's now got camo as well, and bomb. This is going to be a crucial round. I mean, Infamous Mindfreak is back to back. You know, they're trading blows so heavily. 4-3 at the moment. I've got no surprise now if the likes of Infamous can pull this one back and make it 4-all, and then we're going to go down to around 11 easily.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kitty make... Oh, here we go. Here's a nerd nade coming out. I love this. Straight through the gap. Oh my god. That's a double nade straight onto the back of Rocks, and it looks like this bomb's going to go down, and Streak's going to come out, though they do get taken out. I think that was a Scarab coming out there. Bomb goes down. This could be perfect time for camo usage, and he does pop it. He's going to get this free kill on Rocks.
Not a free kill!
Oh my god, that was reactive armor from Fighter. That was... Oh my god, that's so unlucky.
Boy, Spades is the hero we need. It's all on Fighter now. Fighter's got their reactive armor on the side of Mindfreak. He's in a 2v1 situation. Kitty managed to trade things up in a beautiful way with that camo play. Fighter, though.
Fighter's taking way too long for this.
This may be what he needs. He's got a 2v1 situation. He's come up behind them. Here comes the easy flank. Doesn't make the shots. Beautiful. Take your time, son. Make it work. But he doesn't. 4v4. What a round.
I really think he had to risk that first gunfight and just get the kill while he could. I know it was a little bit at range. It could have been a bit risky, but he just needed to finish that off so he could contest out this last player.
Oh my goodness. He was in position. He could taste it.
I know.
So good. He could taste it. Still, I'm glad he waited. He knew that there were two. He knew there were two. He knew they'd be running together. You know, it's heads-up plays like that. You know, he can't see through walls like we can. We are blessed with the X-ray vision. We have perfect hindsight as well. Nothing is wrong from this desk.
Oh, my apologies. That wasn't even reactive armor use that previous round. I think that was just a blast shield tag.
Oh, the tag on the back?
Yeah.
Actually, probably right. So either way, 2 dead already for Infa. Shocks got dropped early on for Mindfreak. Big kill from behind. We're going to jump aboard with Buzzo.
Start with that E-Rad.
Flair's last man. Last man alive.
1v2. Flair's in a nice position here. Looks like MF playing nice and slowly. I think Flair's going to try and pick this guy. Yes, he does. That's perfect time. Good job for Flair's to just wait that out. Oh my god! That was impressive.
Oh, the disappointment on that face. Oof. That's the face a man makes when he takes a poo in his own clothes. Whoa, my goodness.
Look
what
at
a
that
win.
snapshot.
Great shots there.
I suppose that probably would have been...
Sorry, you're saying?
No, that probably would have been MV4 versus K-Bar there, so that's a little bit within K-Bar range for that deletion to happen, but still, my god, that's impressive.
Infamous up for the first time in this round. Wow, what a game. This is already an absolute screamer.
Yeah,
MF,
there we go.
Arguably as they said, one of their best game types, so it's great to see Infamous taking it to them here.
Gonna smack Shocks after this one, he lied to me.
Making you look stupid
I know.
on the desk.
I'm supposed to be the analyst.
On board with Envious. He's going to go for those nerd nades again. No, he's not. Looks like we've got a big rotation, though, from the guys on MF. Here comes the flank. We're actually going to jump on board with Fighter as they push on through from the rear. Here it comes.
I like this. Reactive armor should come out this round here. They really need to clinch this. As he gets the first frag and it gets traded out by Excite straight away, they obviously know they're pinching.
Interesting. They all chose the same door, though. They all went through exactly the same way. They didn't have any spare angles. So now it's a 2v3 at the moment with MF up. Oh, now it's all on Spades. Spades is just going to get the win on the big kill there. Can he get a second?
1v2.
Nope.
This is huge. No, didn't have enough health to contest that final gunfight and he gets taken out. That was nice. Probably would have liked to see a little bit more of a spread play from Info pushing out the back there, but it didn't happen.
Well, here we go, guys. We asked for it. 5-5 in rounds. Who's that? Buzzo's 150 away from his Scarab. Payloads are ready. Fireworks are going to be happening in this final round. We're going to see plenty of payloads come out. We may have a couple of kill streaks on hand. This is it. Round 11. Game 2.
I love this. I love this so much. Mindfreak looked really nice and composed on your screen there as well.
Okay, on board with Fighter.
Here we
MF
go.
on offense. They've traded out rounds so well here together against each other. And there's the big fight happening at A. Engagements already. Nades out. No one's dead just yet. Buzzo gets the first one on Kitty. We've got a couple of big, faster rotation. And here comes the kill. It's just it's an onslaught from MF. It's down to 2v3. MF up by 1.
Who is this? This is Spades and Azzy left. 2 of their ARs. This is going to be pretty big here for Azzy to pick up a 2-piece. Oh my god, Buzzin cleans him up just in time there to save his teammate's life.
It's all on Spades.
Here we go. We talked about Spades. This is him. He's 7-7 right now. This is going to be on him to come up big here. Looks like Mindfreak are sort of just playing a little bit passive, waiting for Spades to make an error. They do have a bit of time to wait before they go for a plant. Okay.
2v1. Spades. The weight of the world on his shoulders. Look at MF turtling up in the corner.
Yeah, looks like Spades going to crank it out as well.
We'll have a quick look at Fighter there. He's just sitting out back. They've got both angles covered. Actually, now Fighter's leaving Buzzo. Buzzo's got his tent up on board with Spades. Here comes the gunfight. Shots out.
Yep, this is pretty risky here from Mindfreak. They're a little bit out of position. I think Spades is going to sort of get the read that this could potentially push towards the opposite bomb site that they're at right now. Oh my god, this play
is
from Mindfreak.
incredible. We are going to keep our mouths shut. We're just going to
I
make
need to
sure
just
that you know.
whisper
Here
that.
comes the gunfight. Shots
Oh,
are out. He
what
looks
is
the wrong
he
way.
shooting at?
And it
Oh my
goes
God.
all the way to
He
Mindfreak.
almost cleaned that up too. He was shooting in a bloody box for some reason
He
and then just
just-
almost snapped onto Buzzin.
He looked the wrong way and then he almost managed to get the snap. What a way to win it.
Wow.
MF going up. 6-5. 2-0 now in the series. Wow, beautiful stuff there from Mindfreak. 6-5 SND crusher. What a game that was.
Yeah, that was way too close in my opinion. That definitely shouldn't have gone that far of a distance. So I'm happy it did.
Well, we called it. We
Yeah,
said that
yeah.
Infamous were going to be a very solid SND team, despite the fact that MF were pretty confident that this was one of their best game
Yeah,
types.
exactly.
So, yeah, crazy stuff.
That was an incredible search and destroy, and it went down to the wire all the way to round 11. Mindfreak, though, in the end, just strong enough to beat them. We did say the search
Cody, Excite dropping the salutes there on the main stage.
I love it.
Love it.
Yeah, I think Mindfreak did a really good choice of choosing that last offensive. They opted for a rush they hadn't done the entire time. They hadn't actually fully committed like a 4-man stack onto the A site, and that's not something that they really would have expected in the final round. Usually you see sort of more of a passive split coming out for either team as they sort of look for a pick and then just like rotate and man up on that side.
What a crazy clutch there by Flares. And you saw the expression on Buzzo's face. He did not expect the read to come in that strong and fight. I think that right there was the gunfight that could have changed it all. That payload coming in clutch there. If Azzy was somehow able to clean up that second kill, I think it would be a completely different story for the team of Infamous. Now they are down 2-0 in this series. Mindfreak are on track to walk away with a 3-0 clean sweep, especially coming into uplink. Guys, we talked about it before. It is their strongest game mode. What do you do if you're in Infamous's position here? You kind of lost the hard point in a somewhat convincing fashion, nearly 100 points. The search and destroy could have gone either way, a flip of a coin. Now coming into uplink, knowing that it's on Precinct, which is Mindfreak's preferred map for uplink, on their preferred game mode, what do you do, in all honesty?
Honestly, like we saw some pretty decent grouping. and a few little late rotations, which I think may cost them this in the end. I think if they aren't quite as quick as they need to be rotating back to the preferred ground out on block and taking control of that side, I think this could be a little bit of a whitewash again.
So do you feel as though this is just not going to be like Infamous are just out of this one fully?
I think it's just going to be a 3-0, honestly. The way Mindfreak are playing now, they've had their warm-up, they've spent an S&D together, and usually after coming out of an S&D, you've sort of just used to really small talking a lot of more like insignificant plays and things like that.
Is everything still okay? Like, is that burning building still happening around them? Do they still need to have that mindset of like, everything's going to be all right, there's a light at the end of the tunnel? Yeah, basically, you just got to clutch up and have a lot of confidence in your teammates here. Like, no one really particularly played bad. No one really made any huge errors. There was some small stuff, but I don't really think that matters coming into a respawn now. You get a little bit more time to sort of make mistakes and at least respawn and do something about it. The only real mistake that I feel like we saw was Kitty in that camo, which was a real shame because we highlighted it beforehand, and Kyle's just sighed a relief there. But that could have been a game changer, you know, if he picked up that kill. They still won the round in the end, but it's the little things, you know, like winning a round by a majority compared to a minority is going to distill more confidence. It's going to make you feel better about it. Feels as though those payloads weren't utilized as well by the team Infamous as Mindfreak definitely did, especially coming into uplink. Vilesider, how do you think that's going to be a factor in this one, whether or not Infamous can actually use those payloads correctly and as effectively as Mindfreak did in that Search and Destroy?
I know Kitty is really good with that camo. We didn't quite see it there. Like, he made the right decisions. I think he just got owned a little bit by a slide as that player sort of escaped, and we were definitely one shot. Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to a lot of camo plays. I think that's really important. Well, maybe we'd like to see Spades drop off that Centurion and use the FTL a little bit. Probably just jump out of top glass and just FTL jump straight into Portal here for a couple of plays if he needs to clutch up. Because, I mean, playing uplink now, there's no real sort of key objective play. You've all sort of got to take the ball and everyone plays every role because you're pretty much running 4 ARs all the time. Don't know if we'll see much ERAD play out here. Maybe a little bit in lobby, but I think it's just going to be all ARs.
Well, you were talking about this before the game, that, yeah, there's so many open lines of sight on Precinct, you know, that ERAD. You're going to be at an instant disadvantage in like 80 to 90% of gunfights you're going to be having on this map. Either way, guys, welcome to Precinct. This is going to be game number 3. MF up 2-0 in the series. They need this one to send themselves into the 1-win section of the pool. You know, we're not quite in bracket stage yet, boys and girls, but this has been a screamer of a series so far. 250-158 was the first hardpoint game, and 6-5. It went to round 11, baby, in the S&D. It was electric. Now, Precinct, we're on Mindfreak's home turf. They're so happy to play these uplink games. They were spectacular throughout all of the Black Ops 3 season until COD Champs, where the American and European teams kind of just laid the smackdown. But hey, man, we won't have to talk about that. Game 3 coming up now. Who do you want to kick this one off with?
I mean, who really had a big game that last game? I think Buzzin's picked up his act a little bit, and I think Fighter has done the same. He ended up that round with 10 and 8 with 3 plants, which is pretty solid for an objective player. So maybe let's open things up with Fighter. He should hopefully be fairly aggressive here.
We'll kick this one off with Fighter once we're almost underway, guys. It's been a superb series so far. Mindfreak versus Infa. You really can't ask for much more. It's been a great series. We had I actually think our predictions have been pretty much on spot. We wanted Mindfreak to walk away with the first map. We saw the S&D being a very closely contested affair, and it really could have gone down to like anything in the final moments there. So we'll kick this one off with, it was Buzzer you wanted, yeah?
No, give me some Fighter. Buzzin's alright, but Fighter's going to be in the action. Look at him. He's already set up. It looks like we're going to go for some mid control here, because I noticed watching Mindfreak play, they like to stack out this right side of the map at your block and sort of work ultimately for the superior ground. But they were lacking proper rotations through middle to properly like pinch out and work lobby. I think might have been against Infused, where they didn't have that control properly, and Infused sort of just wiped the floor with them.
Kicking things off with Fighter from Mindfreak as we're seeing the plays happening out for Drone. He's going to be going outside the map, fighting by tree, big shots out, gets that early kills there on flares, and now here comes the wrap. They do have Drone straight away. It looks like we've got Excite with Drone in hand. We're going to jump aboard with him. Trying to stay alive, going to go for the 1-point throw. It's out, it's good, it's in. 1 point on the board to Mindfreak.
Basically the flawlessly executed just breakout play right there. That was awesome from them. That's probably the quickest way you can possibly get a ball in, and they did it. That's clean. I love it. I'm a fan. Looks like we've got Buzzin on your screen here. Oh, I should have won that gunfight against Azzy. That was a bit sloppy there. Looks like we're going to see Infra in a little bit more control here. I think this is going to be really important for Fighter and Excite to pick up kills here. Fighter does go down. Excite on that high wall run. Good play there using his teammate along with bait. Picks up a 3-piece as Azzy and Spade sort of just conga line up there a little bit. That's going to be down to this last player jumping outside of the map. Who is that? That was sick. Flares just jumped outside of the map, juggled on that wall, and came up behind Excite to take a little bit more map control and allow his team to come back up.
Crazy stuff.
So basically, right then, he just prevented Mindfreak from taking glass control. That was awesome.
We'll be calling Flares out all series, and he's not disappointing. Shots out from Buzzo. We'll stay on board with the members of MF while this play goes down. It looks like we do have Excite with drone in hand. He's going to run that one through. Gets it out there. Shots out. Gets the kill. He and Buzzo now working in tandem together, pushing through red. But the defensive plays there from Infa. They're in position to slow this one down. Fighter may have drone. He's actually taken down.
Yeah, this is really important for Mindfreak to play just for kills here and pick up frags. But it's not going to work out. Envious cleans up both of those players, and they're basically going to have full control here as I'm expecting Mindfreak to spawn back on their portal. I think it's going to be pretty important for Excite to hold lobby. So for some reason, he's the first up. He really needed to backtrack and really rotate out this side, because otherwise, exactly this is going to happen. And they're just going to throw the ball. Oh, it's going to be a dunk. They're going to walk in, probably tie some shoelaces, and lay the smack down, but it's not going to happen.
Tying shoelaces indeed. 2-1. Infamous now with the lead there with that perfect dunk on Mindfreak. Fighter and Excite getting kills in the background. They've got perfect control of drone spawn now, and you can see Fighter with that drone in hand. He's got his nade. He's 325 away from Streaks. Going to drop that drone, go for the gunfights. They need to get a couple of kills before they can push through. You see on your top left-hand side of the screen, defensively, Infamous is set up, but here comes the play. Can he go for the dunk? Yes, he does. He runs straight on through, pulls his pants down, and makes it happen. Buzzo now. He's the last guy alive for MF. He's going to make some ground because the mid-map is now completely uncontested.
I mean, Spades was doing the right thing there by sort of sitting back, but it was kind of useless kills. He really needed to be aggressive and sort of contest things out, though. Buzzin does have ball. See a 3-piece come down for Mindfreak. Looks like they're just going to push up the street and go for another one of the one plays. Buzzin throws it down, probably a little bit aggressively. No, Shox is there, coming out of glass and getting a huge 2-piece as they're going to dunk that in and lead this game 5-2.
Wow, perfect timing from Shox there. Pushes on through, and this is it. Spawn trap now for guys on MF. They're going to be getting kills across the board. 3 dead already for Infamous. They're going to get that drone spawn, and this is the Mindfreak of old. 5-2 at the moment, and here comes the plays. We've got Excite in mid-map watching that street spawn. They're going to be spawning his tickets, but it's an easy throw. It's an easy throw. No one's in position to contest it. We're back on board with Buzzo. He's in mid-map again. The relay is now set up. It is 6-2. MF can keep this together. One big kill there, Buzzo, with almost the second. Beautiful shot from Buzzo.
That was beautiful.
He's actually now just got that Scarab. He was 250 away from the Trinity, but it will be no need because he's going to keep that one alive. And now, on board with Fighter. He's got that drone in hand. They're going to be pushing through tickets now. This is potentially a great kill there. As he goes down, Fighter's going to be quite out of position here. We'll jump on board with Kitty, actually, as they try and... I want to see Infamous get out of this trap. They've just been trapped in the relay now for quite a while. MF haven't made huge grounds in the score, but they're doing an amazing job of getting those points.
Okay, Infa's just a little bit too quick for themselves right now. They were sort of pretty even KD-wise, and they still sort of are, but I think they just need to slow down and have their guns up a little bit more in ground that they know enemies are going to be in. It's like we're seeing Mindfreak push around the top of your map. They've managed to retain glass control here. That should have really been Infa's ability to push out and win that last fight, but they haven't done it. They haven't done it, and it's just going to come out for an easy one from Buzzin, just diving out of the window of glass. That was clean.
He guessed right, though. He knew there were players in the alleyway next to him, and he managed to make the play happen. Drone is now back on spawn. Buzzo actually staying sneaky. We're going to stay on board with him. Actually, we've got a shot. Shox has got a big engagement happening now by Statue. And a little bit of body shooting.
If he gets this kill, oh my god, lucky he had to reload. I'm surprised he didn't go for the double beatdown.
Could have happened. He was way up in that guy's grill. He could have definitely made some damage.
Yeah, definitely.
On board with Excite now, fighting for that drone control. Big kills there from Flares on Statue. Have a look at Flares. He's trying to lock this position down. Yeah. He's aware of those players coming on through Garden, or Park, sorry. And we've still got a little bit of time left on the clock. 18 seconds. 7-2 though. Infamous just looking to not concede any more points. Buzzo there with drone in hand. He gets tagged up from behind, but he's good to run this one. Anyone in position to slow it down?
No, this is it.
That's the one. I don't know how the hell that just happened. 2-8. They found the weakness. They found the opening, and Buzzo took it. And what a way to get one extra point just before the end of the round.
Yeah,
beautiful stuff. Excellent stuff there from Mindfreak. Looking pretty confident. Fist bumps all around for the boys going into the second half with quite a lead on their hands, Carl.
Yeah, I think a lot of that story there, I know I sort of chastised Excite for a little bit, rotating into ball as opposed to sort of getting the superior ground. But I mean, Mindfreak just chose to rotate into lobby. Basically just slay out instead of basically just contesting like the superior ground and then just playing for that continuous spawn trap. I think that's not something you necessarily see a lot with players opting to push out the street here.
On board with Excite from Mindfreak, 8-2, MF up. considerably here in the second round. STL's ready for Excite. Okay, standing behind the...
Standing take cover in a petrol station, mate.
Behind the petrol station is not the best idea. Envious with drone now in hand. There goes for the pass. He passes on to his teammate. His teammate dunks it. Gorgeous stuff there. As he getting that dunk, still on board with Kitty. 4-8. They're within 2 dunks now of keeping this one alive.
Yeah, it looks like they're just mirroring basically what MF just did. Though they have given up control of the lobby here, so it looks like Drone is going to potentially go and control the Mind Freak. They're just going to play slow, going to play for a pick here. They do lose first blood on this next push. Shox and Fighter both pick up kills, and it's going to be a huge fight down here for Azzy on the right side of your map, and he wins that engagement. So that hopefully should open up a little bit more ground for them, but he's going to get traded out. Too aggressive on his own, not really an appropriate play for him to push there. It's going to be very much in favor of Mind Freak here. They're going to set up on this block side. This should be a fully solid trap here, and I'm expecting a couple of points to come out. That ball goes high.
He managed to make it in. 4-9. MF are up by 1 again now, or up by 5, excuse me. So Excite still keeping this one. He's still got that FTL in his back pocket. Can make something happen there with that. Big shots there. Buzzo and Excite working beautifully to get a couple of kills.
That was nice.
Yeah, great bait switch. He's got that drone now. He just actually managed to get it out of spawn. Doesn't manage to get the kill as he was 2.
Huge.
Great kills there, keeping it alive for his team. We've still got Fighter and Shox. The duo holding down mid-map. They know the enemy team's going to be spawning out back in the preferred spawns. Fighter now trying to get a pinch, trying to get a poke happen. If he can get that opening kill, maybe buy a bit of time for his team. We've now got Excite coming up the rear with drone. They are going to be taking construction side of things. Cody now, he does have that FTL. He can make a considerable jump with it. Doesn't manage to make it, and he gets cut down.
That could have been pretty clutch if he popped it right there. That would have been nice.
Cut down straight away, though. Shame for him. That drone getting played out. Shox still in position here. This is exceptional stuff. He's still alive. He's managed to hold on to this drone for so long, but Azzy there with the fisticuffs comes in and gets those kill. Beautiful stuff there. Positioning from Azzy. Now he's making the run. He's got teammates helping him out there in that driveway. Still the call. This is a big mountain to climb. Yeah, you've got 2 guns. You've got 2 guns of MF on you, coming at you from multiple angles now. Azzy's got to have to back up.
I don't know if that was the right play to push up straight there, because if they die, they're just going to spawn back on point. It's going to be pretty straightforward for Infinite to push into their spawn. I think they might have been better off pushing basically straight up the right side and maintaining a little bit more control. It's like Mind Freak going to do that straight back. I'm going to see a pass come out. This could be a specialist. Sorry, a payload used right here. Doesn't come out. And they get the point anyway.
Yeah, 10-4. Mind Freak looking super strong here. Maybe not necessarily the preferred side, but they're doing a great job of keeping those points coming. We've got Azzy actually in position there, and he's coming around through towards mid. Infamous have got full control of drone spawn. Boy now with Spades. Trophy's doing his work, but he's got to contend that player from Mind Freak coming in from Statue now.
Yep.
3 dead for the boys on Infamous. This is a huge kill. That's it. All of them down. Fighter's got that drone here in a perfect position now. Fighter's got Shox in front of him. Fighter charging on through. He's going to be able to make that dunk on his own. Goes for the throw. It's out. It's good.
Clean. That was nice. Mind Freak basically just starved them for ground there and just forced Infinite to make a play, which they have to. They're running out of time. They're down by a few points. Though we do see payload used here. Overdrive's coming out. Hits the pass. This is nice. Oh, I think the ball just clipped that corner. Didn't quite get caught. And Infamous might clean this up. Yes, they have.
Wow, brilliant stuff there. Kitty's still staying alive. He's got that drone. He needs to get it out of dodge. He's just been brought down there. We've got a couple of members of MF in possession to push on the ball spawn. We've actually got streaks now for Fighter. He probably doesn't have to use them. I mean, he's got the members of Infamous push far back in his base that he can afford to use those streaks. He can afford to spend that time. But
he might dump them here and hopefully just push Info down a little bit out of position. I think we just saw FTL jump come out of one of the players just then. I think there might have been Excite onto flares. Trade's coming out. I think Mind Freak are going to take full control of this side of the map. They have ball. Thankfully, it didn't DC basically and go back to lobby. See streaks coming out from Fighter.
Here comes the streaks. And he doesn't manage to make it happen. Either way, still, we'll jump back on board with Azzy. He's making a run towards that drone.
I think all those streaks were used for is basically just to buy time. We do see a specialist coming out. Not really in a position to actually do anything with it. I think he just went for a jog. Not quite the correct play there. Probably would have saved it to get a little bit closer, but we do see Camo coming out of Shox now. Sneak it in. Once again, pop pretty early, but this should just go straight in for a dunk. No one's in position to stop that, and he's just going to tank it with ball armor and not clean up the kill.
Almost, though. He came really close to getting that one. So 13-4 right now. Mind Freak really taking it hard to Infamous. We'll jump on board with Fighter, who's going to be making a play towards mid now. This is great stuff here from both teams. Kills are plenty from both sides, but just that positioning from Mind Freak. You see Fighter getting 2 pieces now. He's got perfect position. All 3 members of MF charging on through part of the garden. This is going to be a play happening definitely. Pop that reactive armor, gets 1 kill, shot from behind, gets the turn almost.
Bullets.
Look, they got the point in the meantime. It's 14-4 right now. MF with 10 seconds to go. That's the clean 3-0 sweep. Infamous, thanks for coming, but Mind Freak, possibly the kings of the group. It's been a beauty. It's been an absolute screamer to catch this one. That's the time limit. 14-4. Mind Freak are going to be your winners here in a 3-0 victory. Stunning stuff.
GG's.
GG's indeed. There you see the boys of your team looking pretty damn happy. Fist bumps all round. Put themselves in a nicer position in the pool. You want those wins early on. This was definitely going to be one of their biggest rivals here in the group. So, nice 3-0. The games were tight. The S&D could have gone either way. The hard point was a bit of a blowout, but we always knew uplink is Mindfreak's game. It was always going to fall in their favor, but look, they did a fantastic job coming to this one. Carl, any takeaways from the series? I mean, we saw some standout plays from both sides of the fence, some really fantastic heads-up use of payloads. Anything that really called out to you?
I was really impressed with Flair's choice to sort of just bail out of the map at the end of that, right then and there. He just sort of jumped out behind Maze, wall around, and then just jumped in and cleaned that up and basically just bought a lot of time. I'm pretty damn impressed by that. I haven't really seen a lot of those sort of heads-up plays yet in this game.
We got to see it from Excite's perspective.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was just like, he vanished entirely. He did
Exactly.
a full Houdini and totally disappeared from us. And then the next thing you know, he's coming in from behind, he's getting those kills, and Excite's just sitting there just like, what? What is happening? Here's a couple of those great throws. I mean, Mindfreak, the throws were on point. I don't think they missed a single one-pointer, which is so crucial. I mean, if you can make the space happen, if you can get those kills and put yourself in a position to get the one-pointers, you got to land them.
Exactly.
So MF, well rehearsed in the art of the one-point throw, and they got a couple of beautiful dunks there. Again, kill after kill after kill. Excite just going absolutely buck wild there for his team. Great stuff.
Yeah, I was impressed with how Mindfreak sort of played that map. It was a bit different to what we usually see. I think they tried to stack out and push that street side first up. Not quite as common as expected. I think they just basically just relayed a lot of throws out there, and we saw Infa just sort of pushing down, trying to get statue control, but Mindfreak just made it irrelevant. Like, why even contest those players out there when they could just win one gunfight through an easy door and lobby? As we see Buzzo doing right here, just lets them walk in and smashes them.
Smashes them indeed. Beautiful pre-fire there. You called it. I mean, this was towards the business end of the game. We've got a fighter picking up kills left, right, and center. We saw a great, like, it's being reserved enough that you can get yourselves in these positions and not make a crazy mistake. And Buzzo executing that perfectly, whereby, he knows he's got the support of his teammates. Once the gunfights go down, he makes an educated guess as to what the safest path to run is, and it really pays off for him. And here was another great one-point throw, again going in, almost intercepted there by the members of Infamous. But hey, look, just not enough. So beautiful play from Mindfreak across the whole map. They didn't really have a preferred side.
No.
You don't want to think about it, Carl. They started the round pretty comfortably at 8, and they finished it on, 14?
Yeah, I think
Camo play.
that second half, they really sort of starved Infra out of ball control. They just sort of set up nicely, rotated through middle a lot, like we saw Excite doing that. I talked about it earlier. They just sort of rotated in the lobby, just played for a kill, and then just waited, basically. That's all it was.
It's amazing the amount of space you can create for your team when you just wait. And you get options, and it's the sign of experience. If you know that you can hold back for a second or two, let your teammates push in more, or maybe let the enemy team make a mistake, those 2 or 3 seconds in Call of Duty, that's literally an entire play unfolding before you.
It's all just forced errors. It's excellent work from Mindfreak, honestly.
Forced errors. One of my favorite things to hear in esports. Well, guys, that's been match number 2. We're going to gear up. The players rule. There's a hell of a ruckus happening now on the main stage as all these players get ready for more of this. We've actually got more games coming up later today. We've got at least 3 more series to be shown here on the main stage. We will be running through pool play mostly. I mean, so far things have just been absolutely electric. We saw Unveil Nova go down 3-0 against Tated Minds in that first match, and now we've just seen Mindfreak take down Infamous in a beautiful 3-0 game. But hey, man, the S&D was close.
Oh, yeah, it was, hey.
It was damn close, so we really enjoyed that. Up next, we've got some more stuff for you guys, but as everyone's just getting ready for maybe an interview on the stage, we'll get to just in a little bit. But Carl, I mean, how do you feel for Infamous in the rest of the competition now?
Honestly, like they're playing MF. It was pretty solid. Yeah, back to you, Miles.
Yeah,
wrap us up.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Well, guys, I mean, if MF, if they're anything to go by, it's going to be a sweet run for them for the rest of the tournament. But the boys in Infamous, I'm still looking forward to seeing them keep going, and hopefully make a sweet run of things. I think we've got an interview with Buzzo on the main stage any moment now. We'll let you guys, we'll let you know when that's going to happen. But yeah, great series, man. Exciting stuff. The crowd here has been fantastic. The rain is picking up in Sydney, as I'm sure everyone can tell. Oh my goodness, there is some kind of monsoon of the tropical nature happening outside. But thankfully, we're in here with Call of Duty Infinite Warfare Cwl Sydney. Now, guys, this is the moment you've been waiting for. We're going to pass this one over to Sandman. He's going to have a word with Buzzo on the main stage.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yes, I am here with the man, the myth, the legend, Buzzo himself. Pretty good start to the day. How are the boys feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. We've played these guys a lot online because, you know, we don't scrim tainted minds because they're all fake. You know, they pretend to be friends with us for a few years and then, you know, they get dens and, you know, we don't like giving them what we want. So you know, our options are sort of limited. I don't mean that in any disrespect to these guys, but we just play them a lot. So we knew what to expect. We know how they play. We've known them for a few years and yeah, we're feeling good. We were just cruising along. You know, there wasn't wasting too much energy. I think we got one game today only. So, yeah, we're just cruisy.
It is a pretty easy start to the weekend for you guys. Now, a 3-0, best way to do it. That S&D 5-5 getting pretty close. Talk us through that.
Flair's just played well. And that's the thing with that Search and Destroy in this game is that if one player, like, I don't know, it's one player can go well and, you know, with the specialists and everything like that, the rigs, it can change it. And thankfully, he didn't use it in a situation which we couldn't counter. So we knew he was playing well. I think we watched a spectator POV and we seen that he had it, or we just called that he had it from his points. And we dictated our players in every round to sort of be a team-based push. So if he was going to be pushing somewhere with kinetic and he pops it, he's going to be at least getting max at 1 and 2 if he goes big. But yeah, we're trying to stop that down. But yeah, 6-5, it was just him going off and, you know, we won every attack. We just knew as soon as we won a defense eventually. And I don't even think it came down to that. I think it came down to 5-5 and we won just another attack. So I think everyone was just winning an attack and it just went from that.
Are you guys comfortable with your Search and Destroy, or do you think it was just a matter of how it played out?
No, yeah, we're very comfortable. Surprisingly, I really don't know how. We've got a few good strats, you know, come up. You know, we've just been playing our game. Normally, it's hard with jetpack games, you know, because it's so fast-paced. But we've sort of found the right, you know, happy medium of how to play and how to sort of construct a push. You know, we've got a lot of mind-screwing pushes. You know, we push one way, go the other, and we've got a few strats. You know, so we've got predetermined pushes on most maps that we know will ultimately mess with the other team's head. So that we're trying to force them to play the way we want them to play, whether it's sit back or pushing up, or, you know, we're just doing it like that. So yeah, we're pretty confident in S&D. Atlanta, we were good at it. We knew come back to Australia, hardpoint should be a lot easier, and S&D is still going to be on point, so it should be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Talk to me about MLG. You guys went over. To be fair, you had some really impressive results. How do you guys feel overall that you went over there?
Really well. Our placing, I think we got 17th to 20th. I don't think the way we played reflected our placing at all. We could have easily 3-0'd FaZe. We won the hard point. And Clayster had actually watched our previous match against E6, so he knew all of our Crusher, Search and Destroy strats, and we lost 6-4. And we messed up a single play in the uplink against FaZe. So we could have beat them. We went 6-5 against E6 last map. We went 6-5 with... we were 4-1 up against Rise in the last map, ended up losing 6-4, I believe. And Infuse we beat, and Infuse ended up placing top 6. So, yeah, we could have easily taken out that group and been straight into winners. So I think, you know, we're happy. You know, we're happy with how we played, and we know where we sort of stand. You know, FaZe are up there with Optic. You know, they play second to ESWC, and are considered a team that can win an event if they're playing, you know, all on. And we had a chance. You know, we took a hard point off them, which is amazing. So, you know, that means we're up there with our trading and gun skill and everything like that. Obviously, it's not just that, but it shows that we are capable of doing something when we're on.
I think everyone can agree that what we saw over there was very impressive, and it's great to see you guys continuously head over there and get relatively good results time and time again, and hopefully these events that we see over here in the APAC region, bigger and better events, we get more competition. Things like a 30-team open LAN, man, that's pretty impressive. That's good stats coming out from the community. Yeah,
hey, I think our previous best was 24 teams back a few years ago at an ACL event, I believe, and that was with under 18s as well. So to have an event that is capped for 18-year-olds only and to still hit, what do you say, 30, 35?
30 teams, yeah.
30 teams, okay, yeah, so yeah, it's an amazing turnout. I think spectator passes sold out, so we couldn't really ask for much else, but you know, it's really good turnout. I think everybody sort of came together. There's a few managers from teams as well that are pitching together a team. It's, you know, it shows that there is people there that are caring enough to sort of make a team that normally wouldn't to help out our scene.
I think overall everyone's done a fantastic job, so it's great to see everyone out here. Before you head off for the day, I think that's your only game. Give me a quick recap on this roster change. How's the team going? How you feeling? What's the story?
Man. I'm not going to start from the start, but yeah, Dens went to Tainted. They won the first two Ks with him, and I believe it was just because Dens is an experienced player. the role they needed was, you know, the role that he filled into perfectly, and we sort of picked up Cody, and we had to sort of mold him. You know, he's not experienced in the likes of Dens. He hasn't, you know, came 5th and 6th at COD Champs, so it's all sort of new to him. So we had to mold him around, but he's a phenomenal player. We won the next 2Ks after that once we sort of got everything rolling. Besides that, it's pretty good. I'm happy with the trade-off, honestly. I think, you know, getting near the end of our time with Dens, he was turning into a bit of a beta. I don't know if that was just because he wanted out of the team, but he was always playing back. He was getting a bit emotional with everything that was going on. And honestly, Cody's happy to throw his body on the line in a game, and he's not sitting there whinging about, you know, going in first or everything like that. So, yeah, I'm happy with the trade-off, and I think ultimately this weekend's going to prove it, but I think we should be doing all right with Cody.
Well, Cody's certainly been playing some great Call of Duty, and obviously a fantastic opportunity for him to prove just how good he really is. So good luck for the rest of the weekend. We've seen Mind Freak. We've seen Tainted Minds. Next up, we have the Chiefs up against Rampage Gaming. Don't go anywhere. This is the Cwl Sydney Open #1.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to CWL Sydney. My name is Miles Ross. Joining me is the wonderful co-owner of Team Infamous. Yeah? No?
One of them.
One of them.
One of them.
It's James Millboss. Saw you boys go down with How do you feel?
That game was really intense.
Yep.
Like the whole series long. S&D, that had me on the edge of my seat. And obviously Mindfreak, their uplink game is insane. Like, you're not going to beat them on uplink at this point right now from what we've seen from them over the last couple of months, really. And especially Atlanta, they had seriously good games on uplink. But you know, looking at Infamous, aside from the fact that I own them, you know, it's like, that's the team you can see they've got a lot of good skill there. Flares was going nuts. Kitty at times as well. I'm just excited to see how they go through throughout the rest of the tournament, and, you know, hoping that they don't get matched up against Mind Freak or Tainted Minds when it comes to the actual championship bracket, but that's, you know.
Well, it's just good to me to see that you can remain partial no matter what. Hopefully you get to cast them later on. Hopefully that'd be fantastic. But either way, guys, we've got another series coming up for you now. It is going to be a good one. I mean, let's face it, we've had a couple of great series so far on the stream. We've got Chiefs now going up against Rampage Gaming. Now, of course, the Chiefs have made a pretty considerable team change as far as team changes go.
Yep, nuts. Eminence coming into this lineup probably after having lost their previous player, and, you know, that just, to me, that just bolsters their squad and makes it stronger than ever. And, you know, we've seen them in some of the other competitions in our scene. You know, they beat Mind Freak, and they've beaten so many good teams recently because of this roster change, I feel like, and they're looking super strong. They're looking for a top 3, top 2 finish here.
Yeah, they had a great turnout at the last online 2K, which they won that one pretty comfortably, and that was sort of straight after the team change. So you know something's going right when you can make a team change, and then within a week or 8 days, you can already win an online comp. So well done to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Going up against Rampage Gaming, these guys placed second at the Asian COD Champs. You know, Rampage, they're a solid team, man. They've got super gun skill across the board. You know, and in terms of comparing them to Unveil Nova, because that's really where the comparison is going to lie. You know, they've already played each other online, and they've been playing at the Asian Champs as well. You know, Rampage came second there. It was a 3-0 sweep from Unveil Nova in the grand finals there at the Sony Asia Championships. Look, Rampage are a fantastic team. They're still super solid, but again, it's very, very tough to compare them when they're going up against the likes of the Chiefs. You know, I know these guys on Rampage quite well. You know, they're top players. They really are sweating it for their region. They're extremely happy to be here. But the Chiefs, they've been around for a really long time. And although that, you know, Eminence coming in and filling the shoes of Hopi, which are massive shoes to fill, it's still, it's tough. It's a similar situation to me where you've got TM versus Unveil Nova. Nova are a great team, but going up against, you know, Tainted Minds, juggernauts of the region. So comparatively difficult.
Yes. And, you know, I feel like this is a similar sort of matchup. You've got Titans of our region in Chiefs, and then obviously Rampage. Coming from Asia, they've got a lot of support behind them, and, you know, as you said, you've experienced them firsthand. They've got a lot of good skill, a lot of good gun skill in this team. Now, I mean, we were talking about this at the show opening. You know, they sometimes seem to lack in the teamwork department sometimes, but their gun skill is still up there with the best. So. I'm still very, very excited to see where this is going to go, because they've shown some promise, and, you know, I was watching some of their scrims before. They're definitely warmed up and ready to go. But then again, it is the Chiefs, and that is just a monster, a titan to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, look at this lineup right there. You've got Chief Reef on the end, the latest edition. I love that's his Twitter handle right now. Chief Reef. That is a fantastic name to have. You see the boys just warming up at the moment. Yeah, going into this one, I think it's tough to get past the idea. You know, Chiefs been around for a long time. They're a great team. You know, a lot of those players did go to champs. Or at COD XP rather, and they had a great showing there. Again, not able to make it out of the group stages, but invaluable experience. And they're also at MLG Atlanta. Again, slightly different lineup, but regardless of that, the amount of experience you get from playing overseas is huge.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, these guys, a lot of them, they're veteran players, and one of the people that I want to really highlight going into this event, full stop, has to be Lakey, because, you know, he wasn't 18 last year, so he wasn't able to compete, comes into this lineup, and instant improvement from not just him, but the team in general. He's definitely been a major factor in the fact they've been able to stay in the top 3 of the region, and then, as we've already mentioned many times, Reef coming in just changes the game completely.
Yeah, bringing in the likes of Lakey, it's amazing to see the difference that this. It's a cliche to call them young guns and young blood, but they literally are, because you know, they're not 18. So it's amazing to see. I'd actually be interested to know how many players here at the entire tournament have just turned 18, and this was their first chance to make it to a LAN. I'd just be interested to see that number, man. I love me some statistics.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, we've got a big game coming up for you guys. Of course, this is the Chiefs versus Rampage Gaming of Malaysia. This is the 3rd match on stream so far. Thanks very much for those of you who are joining us. Friday has been a screamer so far. We had MF versus Infa just a moment ago. We had Tainted Minds taking on Unveil Nova just before that. Another fantastic series. And now we've got another one lined up for you. The 3rd of many. We've still got a couple more after this.
Yeah.
And we're really enjoying ourselves so far in rainy Sydney.
It has been wet. It has been so wet. Like, you could hear it. It has been bucketing down. People trying to, you know, go out, get some food or something because it's lunchtime here, and it's not a pleasant sight.
You take your life in your hands running to the food truck here, I'm telling you. I mean, it really is a downpour out there. Either way, the guy's getting ready. What a better day, though, honestly, James. We spoke about this a little bit earlier, but the perfect day to sit indoors all day and play COD. Really.
Yeah.
Like, perfect. You can't ask for more. If the sun was shining, I'd have the tiniest reservation about sitting indoors and doing this all day. But otherwise, hell no. This is Cwl Sydney, boys and girls. We're on day one. This is the third match of pool play. And the guys are getting ready there. So, I mean, with what we've seen already, obviously the big dogs have been hitting the hardest. We've got Chiefs. We've got Tainted Minds and Mindfreak already winning their games in 3-0 fashions already. You know, the Chiefs, if I have to think of a kind of trifecta of APAC teams, who are the big dogs? It's Chiefs, Mindfreaks, and Tainted Minds. You know, there are other teams in the rotation who are still very, very good, but as far as long-running organizations being involved in the scene, these guys have been around, you know, and they've always been up there, James. I mean, do you think there's any changes? I mean, of course, Infamous coming into the scene, you know, you guys looking great in that previous series. Do you think there's anyone here that is on the up and up to kind of break into that top 3, or?
It's hard to say. Of course, the bias in me wants to say Info, but, you know...
Do it.
But, you know, there are a lot of other really good teams coming into this event. Some of them only formed relatively recently, but they're full of very experienced players. So I'm looking at teams like Rampage Validate Black and Rampage. And then there's the... what's the other one? The one Chilean's team. They've been thrown together as well quite recently. Claw, Chileans, Beast, and I can't remember their fourth. But, you know...
Schism.
I
wanted to find him today and ask him, how the hell do I say your name? I'm almost certain going to mess that one up a bit later on.
Yeah, like there's definitely some teams that can come into this event and make upsets happen and are definitely trying to knock off some of these top 3 teams.
Yeah, upsets are really what we want. We want to see amazing plays. We want to see tears. We're all about the tears, man. I mean, maybe it's the Schadenfreude in me, but I love to see a good, you know, fairy tale story where the top dogs get brought down. But hey, we'll see if we get a bit of that later on today. Cwl Sydney is filling up, boys and girls. I mean, the open bracket's still happening as we speak. We may or may not get some updates for you there if there's any teams making any spectacular runs, spectacular plays. But regardless, pool play is happening here on the main stage in Sydney. And we're gearing up for the Chiefs versus Rampage. It is going to be a screamer. James, any early predictions?
Oh, God. This is one of the hard parts, absolutely, because of the way that the Chiefs have been in the past few months. I'd have to give them the 3-0 just from how I've seen. But, you know, Rampage, we haven't seen them play that much since the Asian Championships. And, you know, going into this event, they could have something in their back pocket that we have no idea about. And, you know, as I said before, seen them in scrims. They took very close games against Unveil Nova, which you can recall from the Asia Championships. They got absolutely slaughtered in that grand final in the hard point, at least. But we are in the rig draft here. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. The only difference being the FTL on Lakey in comparison to the Overdrive on Grey there. So I don't know whether or not one of those might, you know, prove to be more beneficial than the other, but we're going to be loading up into Breakout Hardpoint.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Breakout. Hardpoint has been the name of the game for every match you've seen so far in the series. It's pool play round 1. We're all going to play the same game types. You're going to get 2 more of these later today, so believe us, this won't be the last time you see a bit of Breakout Hardpoint. But look, we've had some great displays so far from different teams of how different styles and how they like to play this one. We saw the Chiefs. We saw Mindfreak conceding early rotations in order to get big kills and hold on to those chunks of time after breaking setups. You know, we saw TM just running Pain Train right through Unveil Nova. They were hitting hard and hitting fast early on, and it was very difficult to break those setups from the other side. But look, we'll see how the Chiefs play this one out. Whew, it's going to be a good game. I think I'm going to give the respawn game types definitely in the favor of the APAC or the ANZ teams. I just feel like the pace here, the level of gun skill, the way that these guys play is just. I think they're going to have the edge there of the Asian team. But as we saw previously, you know, S&D, it's anyone's game, and I really feel like Rampage. They've got a solid S&D lineup. They played very, very well against everyone at the Sony Asia Champs there in sunny Seoul. Yeah, I do have high hopes for them going into the S&D.
This is one of the things that we've seen globally across the board. You know, you've got the NA teams that the APAC teams have had to try and match their pace in the past and are only sort of getting to that stage where they're able to. And we've talked about it, Vi was talking about it a lot in the last series. You know, Mindfreak, they took some respawns off at big NA teams, FaZe being one of them. You know, that's one of the things that we haven't been able to do in the past from our region. But I feel like now this is where the Asian teams, they're now in those shoes where they need to start and step up to our level coming against these top ANZ teams. But we are going to kick it off here, ladies and gentlemen. Hard point on Breakout. And I think we need to start off with the new pickup, Eminence.
Chief Reef kicking things off for the Chiefs. Going for that big wide rotation there. He's going to be pushing through loading. Will he counter anyone on the outside? He's got one player coming in, but he's going to go for the low wall run. He's got backup from his team. Dean and Fate get one each, so that's an early 3 kills. Oh my, all dead for Rampage. We've got 2 of them alive, but they did get the opening couple of seconds, but it looks like the Chiefs are going to hold on mid-map.
Look at the split spawn coming out of this Rampage lineup. They might be able to pinch the Chiefs in here a bit, but Lakey, he's trying to stay alive on top of the hill. Can't find that kill there, and you know, just as we saw the 3 down from Rampage, that's going to be 3 down on the Chiefs. So Rampage break back in very nicely there. Chiefs, they all get the same spawn, which helps in these team fights. But right now it's a little bit back and forth. We always talk about this mid-hill being very back and forth, and it is the name of the game so far. 10 points to 12 in favor of Rampage.
Scrappy starts for both teams, you know, tied up early on at this stage, 10 to 12 with Rampage with the lead for 2 seconds, but can they hold on it for long? Dean gets gifted a kill with Ranger, gets to peek up his skirt and gets the kill. We got kills all across the board. It's all blue right now, baby. Chiefs getting 3 down. Ranger, only member alive for Rampage. We're on board with Lakey now, as he's completely aware of the spawns. I mean, look at that gun sight. He's trailed on 3 members. We can see the X-ray. 3 members, big kill there across map on Grey. Does a fantastic job there of slowing that push, but he knows there's going to be players coming from that direction. The fight's happening mid-map right now, so on board with Dean. He's getting those shots out. Can he survive the onslaught? No, he can't. Blue blows him away. And now back and forth between these 2 teams. Blue gets 2 to his name. Great flank from him. Can he get a 3rd? Almost. Eminence, though, just a little too strong, but gets taken down there by Ranger as well.
And this is where we see how Chiefs are just able to hold down the spawns, but as I say that, Rampage have been able to get them back. Lakey, though, he has not died. So far, Chiefs are looking set up to take the full 60 points on this hill. There is a bit of contestation coming in from Rampage, so maybe not so, but Chiefs, they snuff that out real quick. And this is where Rampage probably need to start, you know, rotating a bit earlier onto that graveyard hill. And it looks like they're going to do that, but they're going to come face-to-face with 3 of the Chiefs players.
We did have Grave from Rampage rotate early towards Graves here, but again brought down quickly by the triple sort of team-man flank there from the boys in blue. So Chiefs now looking very, very strong in this hard point. They're rotating early. They're rotating hard and fast. Here comes Rampage on the offensive. Eminence is going to be the first line of defense. He's got a couple of teammates behind him, backing him up. Shots out. Here comes the push. Rampage. Here they come, flying in. 3. All 4 members through. Dean gets 1. Can they hold on? There's a bit of a trade back and forth. Eminence gets a kill of his own. Can he get a 2nd? And the Chiefs are holding strong. 84 to 12. Chiefs defensive line holds up.
That is very good work defensively from the Chiefs there. Lakey, he's on a 6 kill streak. I just realized that, and he's just been chilling on the hard point the whole time. 1 minute 16 to his name. Make that a 7 kill streak. He's fully streaked out. And another one there. Lakey going huge. Can he get the 9th? He does there, in fact, and he finally gets shut down. But that, you cannot afford to allow a player of that caliber to go on that many kills.
Big kills there from the Chiefs, 100 to 17. Rampage struggling to get back on the board at this point. It looks like the graveyard has not been their hard point of choice, but they have certainly rotated early on. Now towards Commissary. So Commissary in the hands of Rampage. Can they hold on for long? They don't have too many angles covered. Gray seems to be the only member alive in the hard point. He's going to get flushed out here. Doesn't manage to get the shots. Gets brought down by Lakey. So great heads-up play from the Chiefs there. Managing to push through, get those kills on the players, and now catching those guys on spawn, trying to get the cut-off. So Dean in a prime position here to get a couple. Great positioning for him there. He's sitting top security. He's got shots out all over the place. Watching that mid-map run, it's a superb play from the Chiefs.
Eminence getting dropped by Grey there in the middle of the map. So as they're trying to set up for mid-rotation, the 2nd rotation of hills, Chiefs here just trying to establish a bit of map control going forward. There's still 20 seconds remaining on the current hill, but as it stands, Rampage, they've been able to clean up shop a little bit. I don't know if they're trying to chase some scrap time here. That wouldn't be smart, but there is going to be one player setting up, waiting for the rotation of the hill. That's going to be Ranger, just trying to stay alive. He's getting naded down here. Puts his Centurion down, I believe that was, on maybe something of the sort, Blue. He's able to find 1 kill, but the Chiefs, they've rotated very, very well and been able to get a couple of kills. Rampage, though, they snuffed that out quite quickly.
Good job from Rampage now, running the hard point. They've got that first hard point again, 28 and rising, 158 to the Chiefs. They've got a mountain to climb, but they can do it. They've got the boots on. It is not going to be 127 hours where they have to cut their arm off at the end of all of it. They're going to make it all the way, baby. 38 and climbing. This is a great hold from the boys of Rampage Gaming. They're still hanging on to this one, and it took a lot of effort from Fate there to get in a huge 2-piece and finally going down to Grey. So excellent stuff. Chiefs finally coming back into it, but a huge chunk of time for the boys of Rampage. Good stuff from them.
Lakey just trying to stay alive here. He's got his FTL jump to use, but I don't think he's going to use it just as of yet here. 20 seconds remaining on this hill, and Chiefs, they've got the spawns for the cell block hill, so they can just wait it out and maintain those spawns to keep pushing Rampage back to the back of the map, and they'll be set up onto the next hill once again. And this right now is looking all in the way of Chiefs. Lakey, he's so insane right now. I was talking about him before. 19 for 6 right now. He is going off.
Yeah, Lakey's going huge. He's fully streaked out. He's 125 away from his next Trinity rocket, so he's actually had 2 of those already. Lakey, 19 to 6. Huge stuff from him. He's already on a 4 streak. Great job from Ranger, penetrating the hard point. Does get 1 kill. Can't find the second there. Eminence just getting the best of him. Scarab in the hands of Fate now as well. He's got 300 away from a second one. Watching that back door, although the spawns fell in the favor of Rampage. 2 pills, no, Ranger gets 1. Manages to keep it alive. He's got spawns, no, he doesn't anymore. He's now dead, so Eminence. And it looks like Fate's actually now holding out back. And here comes a play from outside. That wall run is going to be heavily populated by members of Rampage in any second now. Can the Chiefs hold on? It's 218 to 42. They're looking to put him into the 100 club. Rampage got to do something special now.
This is crunch time for Rampage. They're down by so much, and Lakey, he's going to use his streaks here. See whether he can't get any kills out of that Scorcher. Just have to wait and see for it to come in. Nothing going to come out of it. Tried to get some tags in on play. So there were a couple of weak plays on the hill, but Chiefs, they're not there able to capitalize on that. And Rampage, they've got the respawn, they've got the rotation here and able to get the first few points on the board on this graveyard hill. Yeah,
it was a good play. You know, they used the bombardment to try to clear out that graveyard hill, but it wasn't going to find anyone. Eminence gets 2. Dean goes down to Fate, and Fate picks up a couple more. I mean, it's just a massacre right now. Chiefs, what an incredible run to blast on through. Rampage just got wiped out entirely. Lakey with his second Trinity rocket there, and he's just getting kills aplenty. That's going to be 250 to
51.
51. There's the screen. 250 to 51. Amazing stuff there. Chiefs coming out hard. That was a reminiscent somewhat of the Tainted Minds game. Chiefs Chiefs hitting really hard early on. They get those early kills. You know, they initiate the fights they want, and although the guys on Rampage are rotating early and getting the hard point first, it's those engagements that the Chiefs are winning. Absolutely huge stuff from them. So Chiefs, 1 up in the series so far.
Breaking that hill was literally the name of the game for Chiefs. Whether if they lost it, probably 10 seconds later, they had it once again. And that's just reflected on the scoreline. But Lakey, 25 for 8. That man is a monster. And 2 minutes 44 on the hill. He was objective and slay for his team. And that was a standout performance from him.
Oh man, when you've got to do it all, you've got to do it all in style. On your screen there, the guys from Rampage having a bit of a rough one. However, still everything to play for. Search and destroy. You know, from what I saw from my time in Korea was Rampage weren't necessarily a great hardpoint team. They didn't play the rotation. They played the rotations very well, but they weren't necessarily very good at setting up and holding on to those longer chunks of hardpoint time. But again, maybe it's just Breakout. Maybe everyone's just kind of fed up of playing Breakout and they want to try something else. But you never know. Either way, S&D coming up next. I've got higher hopes for the boys on Rampage to take a round from the Chiefs. And if there's anywhere they're going to definitely do it, it will be here in Search and Destroy. There you see on your screen a couple of replays coming up. This is Eminence, his early low wall run. Managed to get a beautiful sort of turn here. And that was all 4 dead very, very early on for the boys in blue. Dean and Lakey just having crazy games. Both of them going very, very positive. Lakey in particular, man. Oh my God, Lakey with the streaks.
Dean, he's the player we didn't really talk about too much in the game, but you know, he's been on the up and coming since probably the qualification process for Stage 1 of the CWL last year. You know, he joined that Skyfire team, which then became Chiefs after they beat Mindfreak at that event. And, you know, he was sort of in his youth in terms of on the top level of the pro scene at that event. But now, apart from the past year, he's just grown astronomically. And, you know, he's one of the more stable players on this team now.
That's him in the center of your screen. That's Dean. Great job there from the Chiefs. Early stuff. They got the first map under their belt pretty convincingly. Let's face it, 51's a decent score. But the boys of Rampage have got everything to play for now in S&D coming up next. It is going to be on Crusher. And hopefully that was what we'll see. We'll see some crushings. It just depends on which side of the board. Depends on whose camp you're in. Camp Chiefs. We love to do stuff like that. With stage 2, anytime Josh and I had a chance to make any kind of like Red Indian reference, because they call them the Chiefs, every time, man. Every single time. And the blue, yeah.
Well, Crusher, we saw in the last series, very, very tense game. And the series before that, Unveil Nova, they were able to take 3 solid rounds off of Tainted Minds. And, you know, we were watching that game. And in those rounds, it was usually cutting out that key player from Tainted Minds who was nimble at the time. Now, considering what just happened, if Lakey continues the way he did play in that hard point, maybe he's the key player that they need to shut down to be able to win some rounds.
Well, if you can find that player and cut the head off that snake, hopefully 2 more don't grow in its place. Crusher's up next, and after that one, Precinct, uplink. I'm not sure how I place both teams in this one. We know the Chiefs, you know, Eminence has always been a great uplink player. He's one of those super sneaky players. He's a real thorn in the side of anyone he plays against. But the guys in Rampage, you know, they had a very, very solid showing against Unveil Nova, who were very good uplink players. You know, up against Tainted Minds, not the greatest display. But Rampage have got everything to play for here. Into the rig draft. Going into Search and Destroy, FTL for Ranger and FTL for Lakey as well. Interesting. I thought we'd see a little bit more striker action. That Centurion probably coming into play a little bit more, but hey man, no need.
Yeah, Centurion not in that Rampage lineup, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not that plays a factor in this map. But you know, the Chiefs, the way that they're able to use those rigs and their payloads has just been crazy, or was at least in that hard point. Didn't really need to use them, you know, in any clutch situations. So maybe if Rampage are able to bring something new to the table in this Search and Destroy, they'll have to use them and be forced to use them to be able to get back into it, or to at least level out a round. But we'll have to wait and see.
Chiefs, yeah, the payload choices so far actually very, very aggressive. You can see there's no one will be running any kind of defensive payloads there. I mean, I count Overdrive as a seriously offensive payload. You know, you're not going to make any defensive plays with it unless it means charging back to your base to, you know, cut off an uplink run or anything like that. But either way, guys, welcome to Crusher, SDF, UNSA, Mars Eternum. Have you played the campaign? It's excellent.
It's great.
It is excellent.
Probably one of the best ones.
Oh my God, it's so good. How good was Conor McGregor? He beat the life out of you in that first scene. I could not believe it. I was like, hey, look, it's that dude. And then you blow him up in the next mission. you drown him in the void of space. Yes. Cwl Sydney, guys, we've got Rampage versus Chiefs here. Pool play still happening. Game 1 was a convincing 250 to 51 of the Chiefs. And now on to S&D.
Here we go.
James, who do you want to start off with? You know, if we're going to go, you know, we saw Lakey go huge that last game, but for the other side of the board, you know, the guys in the Chiefs, the guys in Rampage, yeah, who do you want to see? Do you want to go? I mean, Skywhite had a bit of a rough one. We saw Blue going off. Blue's actually known to use the RK3. See if he goes with that.
We'll have to wait and see. He's got the Oni as well as his secondary. Maybe that means he's pulling out a sniper.
It does.
It does. The longbow. And not only is the longbow, it's the thermal longbow. So he's going to be hoping that the Chiefs players aren't even thinking of that as... And we haven't seen this so far at this event. I can't remember seeing it at Atlanta either. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, here we go. Blue. He's got that sniper in hand. We'll stay on board with him and keep a keen eye out. See if he can't make something happen. Search and Destroy round 1. Here we go. Second game in the series so far. Rampage going versus Chiefs. Snipes out. Ooh, hasn't seen anyone yet. There's been a big rotation round to A for both teams. Blue watching that cut off through mid, but he hasn't found anyone yet. The gunfights are slowly going down low. A's going to be the site of the gunfight, and here come the shots. Eminence gets the first one. No, nades out. Blue does get the assist there. Eminence goes down, so we're tied up 1-1.
Blue just trying to cut down the line of sight there. Can't see anyone. And, you know, he was in mid at the start. Not many players really tend to push mid on aggressive rounds here. But it's a 3v3. Make that a 3v2. As Fate is just trying to fire some shots down range. Can't find anything. His teammate's going to get traded out there. So Dean gone. 2v2 situation here. Blue, though, he's still got that sniper. And as I say that, the Chiefs pick up both kills. And that's going to be the end of the first round.
And that is that. Rampage going down by 1. Fate in your winning kill cam here. Superb shots there. Gets Blue. Blue in an unfortunate situation. Yeah, he's had to run that Oni. Pistols out. He could have been in a stronger position, maybe picking up a teammate's gun. You know, enough of his friends were dead at that stage. Still, starting off the next round on offense, we'll be following Lakey.
See where he goes.
Yeah, see how the Chiefs play this one. That last round was a very, very aggressive push towards B.
Yeah.
Again, the Chiefs doing a similar thing defensively. Lakey's only one down by B now. We've got two players at A, one player going through mid. And here comes the rotation. They definitely got enough information there to make a call. B's going to be the start of the gunfight, and it's happening right now. Lakey gets Ranger, Eminence gets Skywhite as well, so that's 2 dead. Gray and Blue all on Gray. Gray's the last man alive for Rampage. He goes out in the open, hoping for a gunfight win, and gets cut down for his troubles.
Shaky shots coming out of him there. Unfortunately, not able to pick up a single kill. This Rampage team in the second round. Oh, pardon me, in the second round. And,
Clean sweep, man. It's clean sweep.
That's got to hurt. Lakey, he was the only one at B, and he was able to hold it with an iron fist.
Sometimes that timing really pays off for you, because while everyone else is moving on through and making plays happen, you're chilling out back, and then by the time you get to the fight, everyone's already worn out, no one's got full health anymore, and you can get those easy picks. Occasionally, that timing does work out perfectly for you, and speaking of timing, Dean now having a big old fight towards A. Looks like the players from Rampage now rotating through mid, trying to make something happen. And here comes the engagement. Dean narrowly catching that player. He's trying to catch him with a peekaboo, but he can't make it work.
They're going on a huge flank here, Rampage. 2 of them behind the Chiefs players, and so they've sort of pincered into this A bomb site. It's going to make it a 2v2 situation. It was a 2v3 in favor of Rampage, but Skywire, he's going to get a team kill. That is not going to help, and Gray's left alone in a 1v2. Bomb not down just as of yet, and Chiefs, they're looking to make the rotation here, but they're going to come face to face. Gray, he's going to find the first one with his fist. That leaves Eminence in a 1v1, but he had his back turned to him. Eminence, perfect positioning to trade that.
Oh, it's very unlucky. I mean, 2 very unfortunate plays. Skywhite getting taken down there with a team nade. That's heartbreaking. Very, very unfortunate stuff there. And Blue winning that close range engagement. Turns wrong. You got to look both ways when you cross the street, sadly. Taken down there. Chiefs up by 3. Rampage still looking very solid. I still feel they can take rounds in this one. There's no way they're going to let this be a 6-0.
No.
But we'll see how they play this one out. Gray with Bomb. We're on board with Blue. See how the guys on Rampage start this one out. They're actually going for a 4-man mid-push, so all 4 of them are charging on through. We've got the members of Chiefs who have gone towards B for the defensive play. Are they going to rotate around to A, or are they going to go to B? I mean, this is... I'm not sure where they're going to run this one. Looks like Gray's actually, they're going to opt towards A, so it's going to be an A plant probably. There's been no engagements yet, but there's a couple of possible engagements going to be happening down low out in that mid lane. On board with Blue now, he's watching that bomb go down. We've got Skywhite, he's the vanguard. He's the man at the rear. He's going to have to run into 2 Chiefs players. Can't get one happen. Eminence gets him down. And here we go.
Rampage, we've got 1 player on the flank to on the flank to watch the flank. 2 players from Chiefs trying to push in. And there's only going to be 2 left there. Sorry, 1 left for Rampage, I should say. He's going to go down. And that, just too quick. Chiefs not losing a player again. You look at those deaths. 1 for 3 of them. Dean has 2.
You got to give it to him. 7-1 for Eminence. His positioning has been off the frickin' chain. He's putting himself in wonderful positions to get those kills, winning a couple of super crucial gunfights. That first one against Skywhite, I thought Skywhite had the jump on those players. Eminence pulling something out of his magic hat. Bit of a magician. 4-0. Rampage yet to get a win on the board here in Search and Destroy.
We were talking about Lakey potentially carrying over his momentum from that hard point. It looks like Eminence is now the player who is the key in this Search and Destroy. 7 kills for him so far, 7-1, 7 times positive. And he has 2 of his score streaks, 75, literally less than a kill away from getting his last score streak. He pops camo there. Not going to be able to find a kill because his teammates do all the work for him, but he can sneak up on 1. So that's going to be fully streaked out, and his teammates do the rest of the work. Chiefs, I'm feeling the 6-0, man.
Yeah, this is a brutal 6-0. I mean, the Chiefs are completely lined up now. They're fully streaked out. I mean, Eminence had to use that camo, but he's got a bombardment to his name. He's still got his Trinity rocket, and there's a Scarab just in case he wants it. I mean, these are seriously hard-hitting ordnance. They can hit him pretty quick off spawn, and whatever decision they make, it's going to be met with a ton of kill streaks.
I kind of want to see whether or not he decides to go for a nimble play and get just the ace with a bombardment or something. But to start things off, he's not going to do so. And it looks like Rampage are going to make their way towards B. Once again, only 1 player is going to be in that position. It's Lakey. Once again, the sole Chiefs player looking over this B bomb site. But there's the bombardment coming out. Can it find any kills? Not as of yet. Skywhite, he's going to find the first one. Eminence, he does find one with Blue. And that's going to be a 3v3 situation, so no one really in favor right now. Looks like Rampage, they're going for a bit of a rotation. Skywire, he's going to get dropped by Dean. Now they're in a sticky situation here because no matter where they go, the Chiefs players can flank around. They've got Chiefs players on all sides of the map, and because of that score streak being used there, now they know exactly where these players are or where they're heading. But Ranger, he's going to get Fate from behind, so now it's the 2v2. even level playing field here. The Scarab, that's some good information.
Eminence has used everything so far. He's dropped every single kill streak and only got 1 kill out of it. So the bombardment came out after the Trinity, which managed to get blue. 2v2 right now. Rampage actually looking very good here. They need to make something happen. Greg get an arm. I mean, he's not exactly playing too close to his teammate. There's going to be an engagement down on the A-bomb site, and Ranger wins it. So this is a 2v1 situation now. It's all on Dean. Dean has all the info he needs. He knows what both those players are. Can he catch them one by one, or will they team up and kill him? Dean, super aggressive. He's actually managed to infiltrate the back lines, and he's going to be in between both those players. They don't know where he is. The timing, though, he doesn't manage to catch that player in the yard, and now he's going to come up behind this player. Now he slides past him, shots out, and there we go. Rampage get on the board with that 1 win, and Eminence actually burning all of his ordnance. Every kill streak came out, and to little value.
Yeah, I feel like it was more or less for information that he was using them, because obviously you do get to see, with specific score streaks, you can see a sweep of the map, and obviously with the Scarab, the players are outlined for you. But yeah, really not to affect, and they won all their rounds by gun skill so far. When they finally use the kill streaks, they don't win it. So maybe Rampage, they need to be careful here. But Ranger, he does have his payload, not quite sure what that is, but they're going to trade kills to start things off. So a 3v3. Once again, no one in favor but Fate. He's going to team kill Dean. That's not good. 3v2. He gets another one to make up for it, though. So 2v2. Ranger, the payload man, is out of action. Skywhite trying to do something. Not going to happen. Eminence picks him up. So Blue now in a 1v2.
Last man Blue. It's all on him. He caught a glimpse of a player's tail there. Can he chase him down? Is he going to get him in the pinch? Bomb's gone down at B. Blue needs to make something happen. Goes for 1. Gets the first kill. Can he get a second? He's all on his own, and he turns at just the last moment. And there it is, Chiefs. 6-1. It could have easily been a 5-2. But man, the timing. When the timing isn't on your side, Blue, at the weight of his world on his shoulders, couldn't quite make it happen there. Chiefs on your screen going up 2-0.
Yep, that's got to be heartbreaking for him. He was so close to winning that 1v2, and the player had the back turned to him. So just a matter of timing towards the end there.
2 rounds have gone down to really unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
When they get down to those 2v2 situations and the boys on Ranger clutch up, the boys on Rampage clutch up, and then someone turns at just the wrong moment, and it ends up going against them. But look, that's COD. That's timing, baby. And sometimes the COD gods are on your side, and when they're smiling upon you, God, you know it's a good day then. Better hope it's a double XP weekend like it is right now.
Hopefully. But, God, the Chiefs, they look so good there. I'm just going to bring up the scoreboard for myself. Eminence 11 kills. That's crazy.
Great round.
For such a short S&D, that's very, very decent. I mean, it's reminiscent of what we saw from Nimble. He obviously dropped, what was it, 16 kills or something with 4 aces. That was...
savage.
That wrecked.
That's terrifying play to come up against. Props to Eminence for making the big numbers happen there. It looks like, I think Fate's gone for a quick bathroom break. But that's fine. That is totally within the rule books. We've all got to pee sometime. Still, if you've just joined us, it's Chiefs versus Rampage here. We're still in pool play here at Cwl Sydney. Thank you for tuning in wherever you are. Be sure to tweet the stream with that hashtag CWL Sydney. It's been a great day so far. We've survived the rains and the monsoons that's taking place outside to bring you some of the finest COD action that the region has to offer. Of course, 2 more days of this, and for those of you who missed the exciting announcements, we've got another CWL Sydney coming up, and then after that, we've got a last chance qualifier in Melbourne, which is going to be an absolute scream, I can assure you.
I'm so hyped for that.
Oh my God.
I'm so hyped. 16 of the top teams in our region are going to be invited to that one to fight for the last couple of places at the CWL Championships.
2 spots go to COD Champs. That is
nuts.
Fantastic. What an amazing opportunity to fly overseas, play a game you love. And here we got some replays. Here was the opening start from the first round. We didn't see too much happen there, and this is Fate. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a stinking nice game winner there for him. And this is more Lakey plays. Again, Lakey having a great series in the first one. I mean, getting those round-ending kills, very, very important stuff there. Of course, Dean actually had a brilliant series. S&D run. But the man of the game for me, I mean, obviously Eminence going huge. This was one of Gray's very, very unfortunate turns that he just turned his back. He was super confident. You know, I think it was just where that player came through that door. He assumed that if they were traveling from that direction, one player cut in through the door, the other one was going for the flank towards the back of A. Just unfortunate timing.
But this is the difference, I guess. The skill gap between our regions at this point is that, you know, you'd probably have seen one of the Chiefs players in that situation play a little bit more passively, not just rushed out of that very narrow choke point and try to suss out the situation. But, you know, it wasn't to be, and unfortunately the Chiefs were able to pick up that round. Rampage, they looked good in some rounds, and they were so close there in that last one.
Perfect shots there, though. I mean, really, you can't ask for more from Blue. Great job getting that kill. But again, timing, man. Just timing all the time.
Yeah.
All day, every day, timing gets you. It's the one, time's got a perfect record, man. You can never beat time.
Well, next map, Uplink on Precinct. That one, I haven't seen too much of the Uplink game from this Rampage squad. I know you obviously have a lot more experience with them. Tell me about them.
Well, look, they play fast, they play hard, but it's against the last time I got to watch them play this was actually against Unveil Nova, and Nova took them. They took them to the brink. It was like 14-8. It's on my notes somewhere, but I'm not going to go through those. They're all wet now. Yeah, it was about 14-8, and they had a really good showing against them. But Nova actually having the upper hand there. But the comparisons we have are against the teams playing against each other, and these two teams playing against top ANZ teams.
Of course.
So I think going into this, man, I honestly have stronger hopes for Rampage than in the hard point. But with Eminence playing as hot as he is, and I think it was Sky White having a bit of a rough series, I think there's a little bit too much ebb and flow there. It's going to tip the scales a little bit in the favor of the Chiefs. But we'll see how it plays out.
I'm very excited to see how Rampage take this, because we saw Unveil Nova before in the first series. They the way that they played the uplink, I don't know if it was their playstyle that they like to go for per se, or whether it was just trying to adapt to the situation. They kept on going for 1-point plays. They would just cut down a lane, get a couple of kills, get the 1-point play in, and then Tandem Mines would just shut them out completely and be able to get 2-4 points on the board. So I don't know if Rampage are like that, similar sort of playstyle or not. We'll have to wait and see, but I really hope that they can, look towards more of the 2-point plays, those dunks.
See if they can capitalize on any mistakes made by the Chiefs as well. The Chiefs are still a relatively new lineup. Again, the core of that lineup being the same, but getting rid of Hopi. Hopi was a real shot caller for his team.
And hype man as well.
Yeah, it was super hype man. I think bringing Eminence in, he's going to bring a similar quality. He's a play caller. He's the guy to call. We've got 3 dead. Make that play. Go for the drone. Go for the drone. Let's make this happen. He's that kind of guy. So I feel it may be some teething issues for them. Again, we saw them run the 2K very convincingly. But again, this is LAN. It's very different. It could go, in the favor of Rampage. Just that mild bit of inexperience that may show in the Chiefs. Again, purely hypothetical.
Yes.
But we'll see how it goes.
Well, we're getting into game now, and we have to look at this man right here on my screen, Lakey. He is a monster. We saw in that hard point. Let's see if he can't bring it out again in this respawn game mode. I'm expecting big things from him, because he's been known definitely to, sometimes be a little bit iffy on the search and destroy. It's not iffy in terms of bad, but just iffy in terms of not consistently, tier 1. But as we say that, nearly got the 2-piece to start.
Yes, that's a great start with 2 dead. I mean, we've got members of Rampage on drone. They're going to be putting pressure. Big kill from Skywhite with that ERAD, bringing it very much back into the favor of Rampage. Here comes a fight for drone. It shots out that Dean. Oh my Dean. He cuts down that ERAD very, very convincingly at close range. This is going to be a potential play. We've got Eminence with drone. Here comes the play. Shots are out. Dean is doing a fantastic job of being that front line. And here goes the charge. He's got help from behind. He's going to make this play happen with a 1-point throw. Gets for the throw, and it goes in. Back of the net. Absolutely no problem. The drone back on reset now. Fate is the only man in position to make anything happen there. Skyfire, Rampage Gaming, and the likes of Skywhite and the boys now making a bit of a pinch move, but 2 of them have just been cut down, so that play has just been annulled completely, and Gray's the last man alive. Still, great positioning from Gray. He may be the last man alive, but he's on the drone. He's buying time for his team. Again, James, it just looks like another run back for the guys from Chiefs doing a fantastic job of getting those kills. Wait a minute, that was a reset? No. Just, wow.
I think, I don't think he went for the reset. I think there was just a bit of luck that it didn't go out there, but Rampage, they're able to clean up shop and defend quite nicely there. Ranger getting in behind Lakey. He's going to find one, and now this is where Rampage, they need to send someone in first to be sort of the front man, the blocker, if you will. And as I say that, Skywhite, he gets the hit down, but that's not going to be enough. The last man alive, Lakey, he's going to be able to clean up shop there, and that's going to be the reset for the drone, allowing his teammates to respawn so close to a 2-point play.
Skywhite almost getting the dunk. You can hear the players now from Malaysia getting all hyped and shouting on the other side of the stage. Fantastic to see that. They're getting into it a little bit more. Blue trying to stay alive. Oh. Beautiful shots from Blue. Concrete lock there on that player. And now a couple of shots out. He's going to try and stay alive. This is a nice reset. He needs the help of his teammates. They're back on spawn. Here comes Skywhite. He's also in there with tickets with him. Does get brought down by Dean. That ERA is not going to do any favor for him there. And Blue can't get a repeat of Skywhite. And now Chiefs and Dean back on the offensive.
They're trying to establish some map control here, Rampage, but it's just not working out for them. It's not in the right areas. You can see they're on the bottom of the map. They're just spawning back in. And now they have to set up defensively. They have to think about positions that can really shut down any sort of play from the Chiefs. Definitely 2-point plays, let alone the 1-point throws that Chiefs have already been able to accomplish. But he's just going to be chilling here a little bit, Fate, just waiting for players to push him. And then he can pick up the drone once again, go for another throw, and that should be a 2-0 lead.
Oh, he catches it. Skywhite at the last second.
That was sick.
Goal line defense there. Great stuff from him. Now,
that was
turn and
fresh
burn.
off the respawn as well.
Turn and burn. He's made a run for it now. They've managed to get to petrol station, and here comes a place. Ranger up top, getting a big kill. Can he get a second one? There's a player beneath him, and he just gets the turn. Doesn't manage to make it happen, but his teammates are pushed up. We've got Skywhite now charging through. E-Rad out, gets the kill there on Eminence. He's got help. They're going to be making it through alleyway. They've got players coming in from spawn, but it may be a little too late. I don't think there's enough of them in position to make this happen. Skywhite on the defense, goes for the dunk, can't make it happen, and it doesn't quite make it off the rim. Rampage closer and closer with every attempt. Wow.
I feel like that's a bit greedy, though. Should have just gone for the safe 1-point play, at least get on the board there. Otherwise, Chiefs, they could be looking at a 1-0 lead at the end of the half. And as much as that isn't an amazing lead per se, that's still enough to be like, all right, next side, we're going on to the favored side. We can just step up the game here and absolutely decimate. But they've been able to clean up house here. Rampage, they're all down, spawning out. Goes for the hit, not going to happen. Blue able to pick up that kill, but is it enough to stop the drone going in for a 2-point play? No. Eminence is going to get that one, and now Chiefs 3-0 up. Rampage, if you've just gone for the 1-point plays both times, you would have only been 1 point down still.
Still, fantastic stuff already. Chiefs, the goal line defense from the likes of Rampage has been spectacular. Skywhite and Blue there saving it on the line. Ranger now shots out, does get big shots, tags up everyone, but no kills to his name. Blue now coming in the rear. We've got Skywhite in position as well. Gray, last man on the drone. They did slow the Chiefs down. The Chiefs have got full control now. They have Statue. They've now got drone, and this is going to hurt. They're going to turn and burn it. I think it may have been... No, way too early to call. I thought it was an overdrive play, but look at that. Chiefs now, Eminence on the push. We've got 3 members of Rampage alive. There's not enough here to do the damage. I mean, Eminence has taken hits. He's going to be a little weaker than usual, but smart play. Goes for the 1-pointer, doesn't risk the play. He doesn't risk missing out on points altogether because 4-0 with 30 seconds left in the first round, this isn't a big enough lead for you to be super comfortable going into the second half.
Oh, absolutely not. I've been very impressed with the way that Rampage have been playing this defensively, and especially on the unfavored side, they needed to be defending strongly, but the next side's going to be so much tougher for them, especially the way that Fate is playing with his teammates. He's got 13 kills. Can he get the 14th? Not quite there. But look at the kills on all of the Chiefs players. They're very, very even right now. Just a last shot defensive. Can he get the interception? Somehow no there. Lakey, he manages to sink that. Oh, sorry, I think it was Dean managed to sink that one. So 5-0. Rampage, though, they're holding on quite strong.
Yeah, look, you can't take anything away from them. They're still keeping it together. It may be 5-0, but still, it's not like a blowout like we saw maybe necessarily TM versus Unveil Nova. This is a totally different lineup. You know, Rampage, it was sort of halfway through the S&D. You heard them starting to hype up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then coming in at the start of this uplink, you know, they're still firing. They're aim's on, everyone's playmaking it's there, but they're just falling that tiny bit short. And that's the difference in, as you said, playing catch-up as a region. This is the first time we've seen anyone from the Asian side of things make it over here to the ANZ and get on this kind of playing field. And it is, so far, I'm immensely impressed, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of the boys in red.
Lakey and Dean combining to shut down any attempt to get that drone out by Rampage here. And Lakey, he has to be careful. One player around the corner, going to be able to find that kill there too. So he's on a 2-kill streak. He's got his overdrive ready, so he can use that at any point there, but he's going to get gunned down. Fate trying to get a score going through. Not going to happen. Ranger just try to get it out. Can't stay alive there, and that's going to be another 2-point play for Dean.
Yep,
that was cleaning up shop. That was crazy.
Yeah, great play from the Chiefs. They really played that slow and very methodical. They wanted to make sure they had that open lane because they wanted to dunk. They had enough 1-pointers for one day. And I think playing that one slowly really paid off for them. You know, it was a long-term investment, and this is as well. Lakey getting another dunk, and this is a perfect relay setup for them. Almost, actually, Rampage, they've just managed to get mid-map control back. Lakey, though, overdrive in his back pocket. That is a guaranteed sort of, you know, a play made in itself.
Yeah.
Still, 3 dead for the Chiefs now. Here comes Rampage on the offensive. They've got that drone in hand. Blue's making a run for it. He's got a little bit of help in front of him. Who's that player in front? And here comes the streak. Sal goes for the throw, and it's just short. My goodness. So close, but no cigar. Now the Chiefs are going to turn and burn.
Fate, he's going to pick up the drone, and the Chiefs are looking to push up and get some map control towards the opposition's base. They're spawning them out a little bit already. and the front man of Eminence is going to have to do some work. If Fate, he has to backtrack, lets Eminence get another kill there as well, and that's definitely helpful, but he needs now for Dean to come in, find that kill. Can he get the 2 points? He does, and Dean comes through, follows through and gets that kill, but you look at the Rampage team, they're all in the middle of the map now, and this is where they can sort of set up for a trade play potentially, but as I say that, the Chiefs, they're just ruthless right now, shutting down any attempt, and Eminence, he is turned up in the last couple of minutes, going absolutely huge. He's got his active camo to work with now as well. Gets out of there, Dean. He has his Centurion out as well on a 5-kill streak too. Cleaning up shop in the opposition's base, and he's just not letting them get any sort of defensive setup going, and 2 points coming in from Eminence. That was on the back of Dean.
This is huge. Dean just set up that Centurion in tickets. That's going to be locking down, and was pretty much every single nade in and out of that room is going to be annihilated. That's a really strong defensive position to be having, looking towards Rampage's goal. Forward, up forward on that one. So here we go, Fate on the push. A couple of members of Chiefs in front of him. Off for the wall run, he does have a bit of help. He needs to clear up that one player, goes to the 1-point throw, gets it. But look at that, I mean, the shots overhead, you know, Dean and Lakey providing overwatch there. Just utter, you know, decimating those players off spawn. It's very difficult. They're forced into a position where they have to challenge the drone carrier, otherwise the enemy team will score. And in so doing, they're exposed themselves to these perfect shots from the boys in blue. I mean, Chiefs are really playing this one very, very well.
They've got clean passage to get another point here as long as Dean can stay alive, but he's not going to be able to do so, so it's going to be a 3v3 fight. Somehow gets 2 points still, 16-0. We were talking about not being a blowout.
It's slowly but surely becoming.
Yeah.
I mean, this side of the map's been all Chiefs. Now on board with Ranger to see what he can do. He's in a tough spot, does get the kill. Dean goes down, can they find a second? They do, 2 dead for the Chiefs. Skywhite now on the run. He's got a bit of help from his team, goes for the 1 and just misses it. Very, very unfortunate. They could have a potential maybe 4 points on the board at this stage, but those 1-point throws have just been off by a couple of meters. It seems small, but that difference, you know, we saw Mindfreak, they hit those 1-pointers every time. You've really got to be in a great position, and you know, where if you've got the plays happening, you can land the 1-pointers because every point counts. Sadly, the boys in red just short every time.
It seems like, you know, this is one of those things that our players do and have had to do due to the fact that we were catching up to NA in Europe. You know, we've had to learn how to not miss a single one of those basic sort of throws, and it seems like every single time Rampage goes for a basic sort of throw, they're just so short, but that's something, you know, they come to these events and that's the sort of thing that they're going to learn from this experience. But as I say that, Lakey, he's going to be using his overdrive there. Misses the drone uplink point there. Somehow that fails, but it's not like they needed it to work out. They're 16-0 up. Is a guaranteed win.
It's a guaranteed win at this stage, but you know, Rampage are now on the offensive. They've got mid-map control, they've got the garden control. Park, I call it garden every time. Park's coming shots out, Lakey gets 2, Dean gets 1, and just like that, I mean, what a fantastic turnaround. Chiefs with the superb defensive play, 20 seconds left on the clock. Dean can burn the clock out now. He can hold on to this drone for as long as he wants. He could play it potentially, but this is essentially game over. The Chiefs guys, they've managed to walk away with the 3-0, 10 seconds remaining. Rampage came so close many, many times there on the uplink, but ever so short that fell. Again, wonderful takeaways from this series, going up against some of ANZ's best, but there we go. It's a 3-0 sweep for the Chiefs. 16-0 will be your final score there on uplink. Rampage. Can't feel too bad about that one, though. Going up against one of the giants of the region, there's tons to learn, and a couple more games of pool play to play still.
Oh, absolutely. This is only the start for them, so it's not like they're out of it yet. But I have to say, you know, if they would have gone for some of those 1-point plays in the first half when they were trying to be a little bit greedy and tried to go for the 2-pointers, maybe the Chiefs would have not been able to just, you know, go off and have no reservations with it. In the second half, you know, sometimes if you're in a closer sort of game scenario, you don't really go as free in the second half, and you have to really think about it methodically, and that could have potentially put the Chiefs on the edge a little bit. But as we say that, Rampage not able to get a point on the board. Very unfortunate stuff, missing a couple of very, very close throws. And what I have to say though, what Rampage did very, very well is a lot of good defensive work in that first half. They can be very proud of that.
Yeah, great defensive plays from both sides. You know, Chiefs in the second half really making the most of those runs. Here come the replays. Fate now. This was all from the uplink. Great plays from both sides of the fence. We saw some wonderful 2 pieces. Lakey again having a very, very convincing game. And here we go, Skywhite. This is great Euro play early on, and this was so close. That was the second dunk within a minute or 2 on the preferred side there. And I really thought they were going to get it home. And that was Blue with a beautiful goal line defense. We see another goal line defense coming up, Skywhite on the intercept. But again, Chiefs playing it very smart, very, very slow. picking the engagements, making sure that they push those spawns, and capitalizing on the mistakes, those forced errors, as Kyle called it earlier.
Yeah.
But still, beautiful stuff there from both teams. A wonderful show regardless.
And this is where Chiefs need to, they're warmed up now. They've got a couple more games to go in pools, as we've already said. And, they can they can't relax here, but they can definitely look back at this series and say, look, we're playing just as well as we know we should have. And, if they keep going like this, they're in for a good run this event.
Oh, absolutely. Chiefs, definitely one of the top 3 teams in the region. Happily to be sitting on the caster's desk and saying that one. They really have been for a very, very long time. And a great showing there up against Rampage, who will be taking the first loss there in their pool. However, tons of pool play still coming up, ladies and gentlemen. There is your series overview, 250 to 51. The breakout hardpoint 6-1 crusher, which could have been 6-2. I mean, really, a couple of it's those split-second decisions. It's always a tiny, tiny moment where the round is won or lost. And again, Precinct uplink 16-0. James, any big takeaways from that series? I mean, what do you feel like Rampage need to do to prepare themselves for the rest of the pool play?
It comes down to, I think, being a little bit less antsy. I feel like they're very, excited, obviously, to be playing in such a big event, as you said earlier. This is the best. This is huge for them.
Yeah,
coming over to Australia for a huge event here. They're probably very, very nervous as well, playing against top teams like this. And so, just sort of taking a chill and just, I guess, using your time more wisely, especially in some of those situations in Search and Destroy where they could have been a little bit more passive. It might have just helped them maybe get more rounds or at least more kills and show up a little bit stronger. But, that just all comes with experience, and that's what this event's all about for them.
Amazing experience to be had. So, guys, we'll have a quick look at the schedule and see what else is coming up later today. We've got 3 matches left to show you. Up next, Validate Black will be taking on Rebellious. It's going to be in a screamer. And then with Open Bracket is almost finished. So once we get some results there, we'll be able to start filling up those slots in the bottom of the pools. We're going to have Prodigy Esports taking on Open Bracket number 1. And then Validate Red will be taking on another member of the Open Bracket who have climbed their way through. It's going to be, I mean, the day is far from over, boys and girls.
Absolutely here. And, this is what the open events are all about, getting those teams in that, they're not necessarily in the top flight, they're sort of on the breaking point, seeing which teams are good enough to get through that open bracket, get into pool plays, and then take it to some of the top teams. And I have to say, I'm very excited to see what sort of comes out of the open bracket. There's a lot of teams in there with some well-known players. There's some teams that aren't necessarily that well-known as well who have shown up quite well. But we'll have to wait and see which teams come in and which teams are going to be able to take it to these pro pool teams.
Wait and see, we shall. One thing we won't be waiting for is an interview on the main stage now. We've got Eminence up there. Sandman, take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yes, I am up here with Eminence first up. That's our third 3-0 of the day. And you guys seem to do that with relative ease. Pretty cruisy start for the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to expect from the Asian teams, to be honest. Like we played them online and they went the distance with us. I mean, they play well. Hats off to them for coming over and performing well in their region, and I hope that they, do well in this competition as well.
Well, it's a 30-team open tournament, so that's fantastic to see. And I was talking to Buzzo before, you might have seen, and he was super excited with how many teams have made their way through, a record for the APAC region. As you said, having those 2 top Asian teams over here as well, it's great to have an opportunity to play them on LAN and see how really well they match up against some of ANZ's best. Now, you joined the Chiefs a week ago. How are you feeling in that team? How's it settling in for you?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. I'm glad to be representing Chiefs. It's an organization I've wanted to represent for a while now. I wasn't sure how we were going to do. Our scrim sessions have been pretty bad. However, we took out the 2K, which was a great motivation boost of going into this event. So I'm happy to be here and happy to be playing with the boys.
Does it make it easier having what is a bit of an easier start, I suppose, to kick off a 3-day event? Or do you prefer to come in and sort of hit the ground running?
I mean, I haven't played for like 3 days traveling and stuff like that, so to have, I guess, like easier game for our first one is favorable.
Now, obviously, you're quite a vocal proponent of the ANZ scene and whatnot. How are you feeling about the teams that are here today? Are there any teams that you feel maybe are underrated that we might see come through that open bracket and make it into pool play?
Not really sure about the open bracket, but I gotta say that Prodigy and Validate Black, I haven't seen how they've played yet with the new rosters, but they're definitely teams to look out for, and I'm sure that they'll be able to even have a chance of taking out the event.
Well, man, good luck. You've one down, a couple more to go, but it's very early days here this week, and I'm sure you guys will go very, very well. We are only halfway through day number 1 here at the CWL Sydney Open number 1. We have 3 more games coming up here on the main stage. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to today's matches at the Cwl Sydney Open #1. My name, of course, is Milboss. Joining me is Varsider. Now, we just watched the second of two Asian teams come across, and they got absolutely slaughtered by the Chiefs there.
Yeah.
What was your take on that series?
A little bit of a rough series. I think they played okay. I heard you guys talking about sort of not necessarily a whitewash like we saw a little bit earlier, but they played well. I just think grouping and stuff like that just not quite as tight as the Australian teams.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. I mean, we talked about it as the desk opened up this morning. Out of the two Asian teams that came on, Villanova definitely seemed to have the better teamwork. But the Rampage guys definitely had some good gun skill there. We saw some good gunfights that they were able to win. But I'd have to point out that that uplink was a little bit horrific.
Yeah. I've always been pretty impressed with the teams and their shots. I remember playing against them back in, I think it was Advanced Warfare or Ghost.
Yep.
They just came over and actually just like slayed hard.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the schedule from today. We've seen some very good matches go down. Obviously, Tatum Mines, Mindfreak, and Chiefs all winning in 3-0 fashion so far. But right now, we are about to witness Validate Black versus Rebellious. That is going to be coming up shortly. And then after that, of course, we have Prodigy and Validate Red, both going up against open bracket teams, which is very exciting to see which two teams are going to be coming from that open bracket to take on two teams that, I mean, from what we've seen up until now, both of those teams have some very good players that are waiting to show themselves out on the APAC region, and that's exciting for them, at least for these new teams to come in.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to see these open bracket teams play. It's always impressive. I mean, we might see something like what happened with E United over in MLG.
Yeah.
Like, just teams that you don't expect to see win. That's what I'm really hoping for today.
Well, that could all happen, but we're going to have to wait for that one because we do have Rebellious going up against Validate Black here. And, I mean, these two teams have some very, very interesting lineups that really were only formed only a couple of weeks ago. Prior to this event, they've been competing in online 2Ks and other events as well. But let's look at their lineups here. We have from Rebellious, Beaston, Chileans, Rigsy, and Claw. Now, this team seems to be one of them pickup teams that just got thrown together at the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but looking at this roster, we've got Chileans who's played a fair bit with Beaston before. They've duoed for a bit, both sort of brothers and good slayers together, really. Yeah. So they've got some experience. They've got very similar mentalities and attitudes. I think that will definitely help sort of carry them through. Like, I know they won't have a great deal of strategy coming to a lot of more the S&Ds and things like that, but they're still excellent players, excellent teammates. And again, Chileans has also had a little bit of time with Rixie, but I know as well as that, Rixie and Beaston, they've sort of grown up together as sort of like a cute little duo that likes to slay together, and they're both sort of only recently turned 18, so this is big for them. They've been watching for the past couple of years, and now they're itching to basically shoehorn out some of the old favourites.
Well, that's been one of the big things about our region. You know, a lot of people say that it's a very young region and a lot of young players that have been sitting on the sidelines for the past couple of years waiting for their time, but that time is now, and they're going to be playing up against Validate Black, which have some very storied players in our scene. You can see them on your screen right now. That is going to be consisting of Maka, Rival, Bakabek, and Swiftazor. Now, I'm sure you've had a lot of experience with a lot of these players. What do you think of them as a team?
Oh man, as a team, I think this is a pretty solid roster. Lots of storied players. Obviously, you have Swift, part of that iconic Swift and Nimble duo back from last year in Black Ops 3, playing with Zeus and co on the new Tainted roster.
Yes.
Maka's ancient. He's been playing since something like COD 2 or something like that. I don't know.
Crazy.
It's just dumb. Like the amount of time he's played, I've played with and against him.
Yeah.
Very skilled player, very smart, very slow, very methodical. I think he's got a very solid mastery of COD nowadays.
Yeah, well, we've definitely seen over the past that he's been able to make some insane plays happen, and I especially want to sort of look back towards Black Ops 3 last year. He was one of them key S&D players. You always look to him to make clutches work out in his team's favour. He did play on Chiefs last year for the majority of the time, but let's talk a little bit more in depth about this Rebellious squad. Now, a lot of these players seem to have, I don't want to say rejects, but they sort of came together from other teams being dropped from their team for different players, especially players like Claw. He got recently released, or rather dropped from his team, which is now infamous. And then Chileans and Beaston as well have sort of been left out of the teams that they were in originally at the start of this game. I think Chileans was starting to play with some of the boys from Tainted Mines, and now obviously they're on this lineup here. I mean, more specifically, do you think that that could play into a factor that they don't really have that much teamwork?
Honestly, like, they're a team of slayers, so it's sort of important for teamwork to happen in this game. I think the small talk won't quite be as tight or what you'd expect out of an MF or a TM at this moment. But I mean, really all they need to do is just stay grouped, move as a team, just outshoot their opponents. That's really all that has to happen for this roster to have success. And I think if their grouping is bad, and if they sort of get into sort of situations where they're YOLOing a little bit too much, or just not grouped, or just not pinching correctly, I think that's what's going to really let them down.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens in that regards. Going back over to this Validate lineup now, I have to say that Maka and Rival, they've played together for a while now, and they alongside Swiftazor, I believe, were on the former Excellence lineup who released them, and then they were looking for a team, an organization to take them to this event. Do you think that the fact that those three have played together for a while might, you know, give them an upper hand?
Oh, definitely. Like, I mean, that's what we talked about really in the first MF series. It was just like how much time they've spent together, how much practice they've had working as a team. So, I mean, Maka, Rival, and Swift, like, I think Rival was Maka's protege, or he said that something a little while back. I think he's sort of been like his little cute little brother that he's sort of walked through COD and taught how to play over time. So I think that sort of camaraderie is pretty important, especially going against, like, I spoke about Chileans and Beaston and Rixie and Beaston having a little bit of time together, but I mean, Maka and Rival, they're sort of like grouping together and then actually like playing as a team for a little bit longer. Definitely will help.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how that plays into this game coming up. Of course, the maps, as Miles said, in the last series are going to be the same throughout today's games due to the fact that it's all the first round of pool play for all of these teams. And you're looking at the screen right now, some of the players, they're sort of warming up, getting ready to get into things. And, you know, I have to say that it's going to be a bit of a mixed match. I feel like this is probably going to be one of the closest series for the whole day so far.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to get pretty scrappy. I mean, I spoke to the guys before they've gone up on stage now, and I think Claw's not super confident in the first hard point. It could go sort of either way for them, just depending on how well they play. I know they're not super warmed up, but they're just getting that done now. So I think if their shots are on, if they get a little bit of time in just shooting some bots, they'll probably be able to take this.
Well, that's all a matter of finding out, and you know, it's one of those things that as casters we have to sort of predict things, and then it always turns out the other way. It's one of those things, the caster curse as they call it. It's all a bit of hindsight. We wish that we could see the future and see who's going to do well, but it's just not the case. Meanwhile, we're sort of looking forward, I guess, past this series and into the rest of the pool play. Depending on who takes the series, do you think that who takes the series could potentially be the top seed going into the championship bracket from this pool?
Yeah, I think it could happen. I mean, I've got a lot of faith in Macca's squad. I think their experience together is going to probably carry them through pretty comfortably. I think it's all really just going to hinge down on if Rebellious are here to show up on the day. Cause obviously they're a week old, basically. And I think if they're not firing all cylinders, it's going to be a little bit rough. I think the shots are good, and I think that's really going to be what has to carry them through. I mean, I just don't know, honestly. I think this could go down to the wire. I don't think this will be a 3-0 either way. I know they're Rebellious is reasonably confident in their uplink play. I think they're a fan of Precinct. I think Claw said it was their favorite map, or best map. But I mean, we said that about Mindfreak on Crusher, and you know, they went to round 11 and barely sort of got scraped out with a few pretty close clutches that could have gone the other way. That could have really easily been like a 3-1 series at the very least.
Well, Validate Black, they're a team that, you know, we've talked about the history together, some of these players, and obviously you've said Rival being Macca's protege. Now, let's go back a little bit, look at Black Ops 3 and that Chiefs lineup as it was. They definitely showed at times to be, you know, one of the top 2 teams in the region. Do you think that this, I guess, iteration of at least Rival and Macca, that core specifically, can force their way into the top 4?
Well, I personally think that old roster with Hopi and co was probably a little bit stronger. But I mean, I haven't seen a great deal out of this roster exactly in Infinite Warfare. I mean, obviously Flares was just recently dropped out of the team for back-to-back, so things are a bit different. You know, we talked up Flares for the last series, the series before that against Mindfreak that I casted, and he played well, but it wasn't quite as standout as we expected.
Oh, that's fair enough. But I mean, yeah, let's look more at that change, I guess. Back-to-back for Flares. Do you think that they're similar players? Does Back-to-back fill that void? Is his maybe difference going to benefit this team potentially?
I think Flares is a little bit more flashy. I think Back-to-back's more of a just sort of dirty, get things done kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fairly similar. I spoke with the guys, and most teams think, Hobie in particular, thinks that they're really not that different to what they were, and Flares said the same. They're just, this roster is basically sort of the same with or without Flares.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have to see how that plays out in their favor, whether or not they're going to be able to take out this series. And looking at the series, I guess, what team sort of is favored in that hard point? Because it's one of those maps, Breakout, we've talked about it time and time again on this desk, that it can be either a blowout, which we've seen many times today already, or it can be quite close. Do you think it's going to be close? Or?
I spoke to Claw, and he reckons they're going to get owned, but...
Well, that's a good positive mentality to go into the series.
I think he was sort of half joking, so it seems sort of semi-serious, and not 100%, but they could take this.
Well, you've said about the fact that this team, this Rebellious team, is full of Slayers. Maybe that can play into their favor. You know, we look back at Optic when they first formed with this current lineup. You know, everyone was like, well, they're just all Slayers. How does that play into the objective work? But in a respawn like Hardpoint, objective isn't necessarily the most important thing if you can get every single kill. If you can win every single gunfight, you know, that can set you up to get the time on the hill, and you can, you know, win just off those kills. But maybe Validate Black, if their strategy works out better for them, that could, I guess, bring them the W. But now let's talk about Search and Destroy. I mean, we've seen in the past teams that are very slay heavy struggle sometimes because they don't have those strategies as you were talking about. You know, if you were going to look at that one just based on strategy versus gun skill, how does that play into it? Do you think that will be close, or, you know, will the strategy trump?
Well, I think Crusher is a pretty big map. A lot of the pushes tend to be more sort of stacks, like at least either a 4-stack or a 3-in-1. You have sort of someone sort of floating back and pinching, or sort of watching middle, things like that. So I think, yes, it is just going to come down to a huge amount of gunfights. But I mean, if Macca and Rival and co are just setting up and doing crossfires, and Rebellious just sort of walk in and get roasted, like that's entirely a possibility that they just have like a slightly better setup.
Fair enough. Well, it looks like the players are joining up in the lobby, so we'll have to now look forward to that uplink. With that being, you know, once again, a very strategy-based map, you have to push up, get control over not only the drone area, but then your opposition spawn, push them out, and get rid of any sort of opposition when trying to go for dunks and one-point plays. Is that, once again, potentially in favor of this Validate lineup?
I think it will. Honestly, I know Rixie and Beast are pretty heavy flankers. They have a tendency to sort of just get out of position and try and make big plays.
Yeah.
Even though they might have teammates calling them back, or they recognize that, hey, it's not quite the right play to make at this time, they might just go for it anyway, honestly. Like, it'll either pay off or it won't. Obviously, I think in this game it can work, but yeah, no, I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like Rebellious could take the uplink. They said they were pretty confident in it. But I mean, it's just down to just proper grouping and proper team play. I think that's what the main thing that I'm going to be looking at this series.
Well, we've talked about team play, obviously, one of those things that you have to, and, you know, looking back once again to that Mind Freak series, I remember you saying that just based on the fact that they've got so much experience together, at least that core 3 lineup, that can play a major factor in team play in general. Does that sort of factor into this one, do you think? Could that potentially be where this Validate team, you know, strive just based on the fact that a few of their players have played together for quite some time now, especially, of course, we have the two of Rival and Macca. Does that bolster their, I guess, not just their defense with being able to set up well, but their offense in the sorts of plays that they can make?
Yeah, definitely. I reckon that's going to be the single story of the series. It's going to be what we focus on most. Looking at this rig draft right now, things are looking pretty normal. We do see Centurion come out for the side of Validate Black. Looks like no Centurion on the other side, though. I do like this combo again. I think that FTL jump is a little bit favored.
Yeah.
I am surprised. Do we not have an overdrive on the side of Validate?
By the looks of things, there is no overdrive. Yeah, you are correct. So I'd have to agree with you there. That's an interesting way to go about it. But then again, obviously, we have seen on this map that the Centurion can be very, very helpful. Active Camo hasn't really seemed to make many very impactful plays this weekend so far.
Not just yet.
But, you know, we never know what Rival can do with that thing. He has been favouring that payload there for a little while now. But as we look at the map fly through here, Hardpoint Breakout is the name of the game. And we've talked about it many a time. You know, if we are looking at this one from a gun skill versus teamwork capacity, when it comes to, you know, those hardpoints that are very much a money hill hardpoint, specifically the cell block graveyard, if you're able to set up well enough, you can get upwards of 50, 60 points if you are setting up right. Is that sort of where Validate, if they can redeem themselves for the lack of gun skill by being able to get control of those specific hills and just maintain it?
Yeah, honestly, I'm expecting a lot of early rotates out of Validate to obviously Grave and that cell block. I'm expecting they'll probably set up and try and look for early control on this. I'm expecting probably just a fairly heavy mid push if they're spawning on the wrong side to hopefully flip things out. Probably like a 3-in-1 middle and loading.
Well, we'll have to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The map is loading up. It is going to be Hardpoint on Breakout once again. And, you know, looking forward to this series. What is your prediction in terms of series score?
I think we might go to a map 5 here, to be all honest.
Map 5. That is what File says. Look, I want that because we've had 3-0 straight up this whole weekend so far, or today so far. So hopefully we can get more competitive into this one. But who do you want to start off with?
Let's break out with Claw. He's my old teammate. Let's see what he does off the bat.
All right, Claw, he's going to be rocking that K-bar this time around, an active camo as we saw in the rig draft. And we are going to be heading into this one right now, ladies and gentlemen. Cwl, he's going to be the front man to start things off here, but 2 players from Validate, they're going to be on the flank.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of a 2-2 split off the bat. Not the 3-1 that I was expecting. Looks like we have opening frag here from Rixie. Looks like Cwl is going to get a little bit of a flank and gets dropped pretty promptly. Early control going to go to Validate Black here.
Validate setting up quite nicely. Rival, he's just staying on top of that hill and he's able to get 2. Finally gets shut down by Cwl, the man who was your former teammate, as you said. Now Swift, he's going to try and get a few more points. Validate with all points starting off here. And you can hear the players in the background. They are getting hyped up. Swift, he's staying alive and this is vital for his squad. Rival, he's starting off hot, 5 for 1 on a 2-point streak. Once again, he's already almost a quarter of the way towards his active camo.
Yeah, it's impressive, honestly. In the background, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's definitely Chileans getting hyped up again. He used to team with Issei, one of the loudest members in OzCOD. Glad to see he's getting hyped. That's definitely going to carry Cwl, Rixie, and Beastin all the way up. They love that sort of stuff.
Right now, it seems like the players from Rebellious have forgotten that they need to rotate, so Mac is going to be able to get that one quite quickly. Rebellious, though, they're going on a flank, trying to swap the spawns over, and 2 players have just completely gone past each other. That was Beastin and Bakabek missing each other. Maka just trying to shut down anything from the front, but 2 players, they're going to be pushing in from behind. That's Rixie and Chilean. They're going to be able to break that one, so now Rebellious, they're finally getting some points on the board.
Yeah, I noticed that Rebellious had a pretty nice pinch there. They managed to get lucky and anchor out the spawns. They haven't quite won out the hill as I pretty much imagined them to. Mac has been allowed to just sort of get a couple of kills and rotate back in pretty much freely through the front. But Elliot, Chileans gets a huge 2-piece there. I can hear him yelling still. It's actually incredible.
Chilean's definitely putting the vocal cords at risk here right now. Cwl, he's trying to set up for that next hill. It's not going to happen. This Validate team, they've been able to rotate early and very effectively here. 3 players waiting and Rival getting those scrap points from the cell block hill. But now we move over to Graveyard in this first rotation of hills, and it's going to be Bakabek setting up, and Maka helping him out. Maka with a 2-piece there is going to shut down the first attempt of breaking it from Rebellious. They're going to have to recuperate and join up as a team. Maka, he is not going to be stopped right now. Finally gets shut down there, but Rival's in the hill as well, getting some more points on the board for his team, and the rest of his team can just slay around him. But Swift, he's going to find one. Rixie comes in. Swift once again gets the trade on him, and he's just searching for kills here. Doesn't find that one finally.
Are you kidding me?
How is he allowed to get that?
Oh, Beastin just got dumped on pretty solidly there. That was a little bit embarrassing. Like I said, it's all going to come down to gun skill. And right now, those KDs are not looking too hot for Rebellious. I'm a little bit disappointed, honestly.
Chilean, the man that you're saying is getting hyped in the booth, or not specifically in the booth, but on the stage at least. He's gone 12 for 7, so at least his KD is something to speak of. Let's swap over to him, see what he can do here. He's just going to be setting up in mid, potentially waiting for any players to push him and trying to secure the spawns for that next rotation, which is going to be the commissary.
Yeah.
And they're going to get it.
Looks like Validate have really pretty much given up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they've given up this next hard point. I'm surprised they didn't just drop off of that old hard point. They have a huge lead. All they really need to do to win this game now is just rotate early and get the majority of the points and contest off the hill. It's just not really that necessary for them to be chasing and holding on for the last few points of scrap. Because, I mean, Rebellious are pretty well set up nicely to get like a full 60 off this.
Well, Validate, they're able to break that one. Bakabek, the man who gets the spawn kill, very vital to allow his teammates into that hill. Maka, he's going to be racking up the points right now. Spots one player there. Can you find the second kill here? No, what was that? He just hovered in the air for a second there and was able to find the kill. That was Beastin, but nevertheless, Swiftazor comes and cleans up. Validate Black still in control here, and this is looking so out of proportion. I didn't expect Rebellious to be going down this much, this early.
Yeah, I mean, it could have happened. We did talk about Cwl saying that they were going to get owned. Huge gunfight coming out there from Swift, smacking on mate Chileans. Looks like they're going to go for a bit of a pinch around here on this hill and play ultimately for spawns, which is exactly what they should be doing. And it's sort of paid off perfectly. They've got easy control of this hill. And it looks like Rebellious is going to have a bit of a tough time breaking this out. They're not really sending anyone wide to pinch this. They're going to stack out the middle.
And you say about players out wide, Rival, he's just chilling outside on the wide sides of the map, stopping anyone coming from mid to try and get control over those spawns for the next hill. 36 seconds remaining. Validate have finally been able to get their foot on top of that hill, but as soon as I say that, Swift, he comes and contests it. Players all around, jumping around, getting kills left, right, and center here. Maka, he gets a 2-piece claw. He's going to be able to find one there, but he'll get killed as well. Chilean's trying to stay alive. He's going to get it, and he's also got his overdrive here, just trying to stay alive, wait for his teammates to respawn, but it's not going to be enough. They're all way too far out, but the good thing is they do have the spawns for the cell block hard point.
Yeah, it looks like there's finally a solid team push to break that hill just before for Rebellious, but they just dropped it straight away. And again, I think just their trading is poor. Look at those KDs up top right. They're pretty much half the amount of kills the other team has now. That's just a lot on trades. I mean, if you're not slaying well individually, you have to at least be trading.
Rixie here trying to defend the cell block. One player pushing here. He's actually got a K-bar and an MV4 in his back pocket, so that's helping him out with some of those long-range gunfights for the MV4 and the closer ones with the K-bar here. His teammates coming in, helping him out. Swift, somehow, he's somewhere in the hill, just contesting it there. Able to find one, gets an FTL, uses it to propel himself forward. Can he find the second kill here? Not going to do so, so Rixie just holds on for the last second. 27 seconds remaining. He's going to get contested again. Maka finds that kill as well. Chilean trying to stop Maka from getting some more points on the board for Validate Black. He doesn't want to go down like this. He's going to go out fighting if he goes out at all, but the rotations need to be in effect. They are for Validate Black, and once again, you look at that minimap, nothing happening on the side of Rebellious in terms of rotations or early rotations. And, you know, Graveyard is one of those hills where you have to rotate early if you want good control.
Yeah, I mean, they just fought to the scrap to the very end. And just, yeah, it's sort of nice, but I mean, they could just, again, just rotate and go for the full 60. The Rebellious do have the superior spawns, and it is sort of paying dividends for them. Beeson and Claw both picking up big frags here. They're nicely set up. This should hopefully work out. Though we do see some streaks coming down now. Let's see if they can pick up anything. No, these streaks are just going to basically just buy time and fly nice and slow. Rixie's going to bump that hill and eventually just jump back up for the points. Looks like we do have one player coming up here, but I mean, you see on your screen, Validate Black are actually pinching around here instead of pushing that hill. Though I eat my words immediately as they pick up kills and take it back off of Rebellious.
Rebellious trying to fight their way back into this one, but it seems like they're just going in these 1v1 gunfights and they're not seeming to win it. We were talking about the gun power, or the power of these players individually as good slaying players on this Rebellious lineup, but it doesn't seem that they're doing enough in that department. Chilean, I'm highlighting him again, 23 kills. He's at the top of the leaderboard in the lobby here, but it's just not working out for him. Meanwhile, he's going to be the one rotating once again. A bombardment coming in. Can it find him? Not going to happen. He's going to be saved by some cover overhead, and he's going to be able to get the rotation here, but he has to watch his back because Rebellious, they just don't have the spawns here.
Yeah, this just looks like your classic online warriors just coming and choking at land. It's a little bit unfortunate so far. What is that? Rebellious really spawned out really far across the map, literally probably one of the furthest spawns they could get. You're going to have to come through middle, and Swift is here ready to slay them up. Good ground, knows what he can do, knows that his teammates basically have spawns at the back, so it's going to be impossible for Rebellious to push this effectively. And I mean, actually, Validate Black can win off this hard point right now if Rebellious don't break this pretty much within the next 20 seconds.
234 to 86 is the scoreline here, and if you say Validate, if they win off this hard point, that is going to be a 100-point club. Players from Rebellious spawning out, and as you said, GG, Validate Black, very, very commanding win there. That was not expected. Look at that.
That was dominant, and we hear a little bit of yelling back. I think that was Maka getting
They're excited.
Yeah, not looking good. Hey, Rebellious, a little bit weak there. I think that trash talk from Maka is probably going to get under some skin.
It could potentially. I know we talked about this before, but the players on this Rebellious lineup, they're very emotional players. They do get hyped, especially Chilean. He's one of them. He's infamous for it. I mean, we go back into the days of Ghost in the T1 Dotters lineup. He was the man screaming his head off, getting in the heads of the opposition. Right now, it seems to be Maka doing it back to him, and it's working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, back in Ghost, me and Chileans butted heads very, very often. I remember we came pretty close in a lot of our series against him, and I think we knocked them out, and I missed out on a handshake at the end of the game. It's pretty rough. So yeah, definitely emotion is going to be a huge factor for this team of Rebellious to basically get under their belts.
Well, that is the first map going in favor of the Validate Black lineup, and the scoreline, to repeat it, was 250 to 86. That is...
What do those KDs look like?
Not good if you have a look at them here for that Rebellious team.
Yeah.
That was like even Tainted Minds conceded more points to Unveil Nova than right here what Validate Black did. Yeah, I think Nova got something like 150 on them on Breakout, and you know that was something that not a lot of teams and players were expecting them to be able to accomplish against a team like Tainted Minds, but for Validate Black to come out swinging like that is, for them, I'd assume that that's going to hype them up going into the Search and Destroy, and we've talked about it again. The teamwork from this team, they should be set up to be, hopefully for them, the better team in the Search and Destroy in terms of the teamwork, what they can accomplish with the pushes that they make, the rotations that they're able to do, and you know, flanks that they go on. That's going to be heartbreaking for Rebellious.
Yeah, I mean, this is, of all the times now, just to clutch up, get your crap together, basically. That's a little bit weak from them. I'm expecting, now can basically all spawn in together at the same time. That's going to make a pretty significant difference in their actual teamwork in each play. I think it's probably going to be a bad idea if they start cranking out the flanks on this map. I really think they just need to stack up, 4-stack stuff, push stuff together, even if it's just 4-stack rushes and slows on either bomb site. Yeah, honestly, it's just, that was disappointing. They've really got to slay up on this map.
Well, S&D Crusher is the next map once again. And we've seen so many times today that it's been a blowout map. It's something that not necessarily we expected to see so many blowouts on this map, but there was that one series that you did cast with Mindfreak and Infamous where it did go to the round 11.
Yeah, that was good.
So that was obviously the closest one so far, but the rest of them have been pretty far out of proportion in favour of the Australian teams because they've both been against the 2 Asian teams that came over. But you are looking at the series here, Crusher, Search and Destroy, after that Precinct uplink. Now, if Validate Black win this Crusher, Search and Destroy, which is what we've alluded to so far, do you think it will be 3-0?
Look, I think Claw spoke to me. He reckons that Precinct is theirs, so we'll see how it goes. I think Crush will be tied. It better not be a 3-0. I really don't think it should be.
Yep.
I think Rebellious have got a lot more sort of fire in the tank than necessarily they've showed us in that first map. I know these players are all storied. They've got a lot of history. While some of them are a bit younger and you haven't quite seen a lot of them, like I've played against Rixie and Beast and back in Black Ops 2. They've got a land win under their belts. This is nothing.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And obviously, this is just the first game for them in the tournament. So it's not like if they lose this, they're out of it. They're still in the running, and they're a team that want to prove themselves, especially after having just formed relatively recently. I mean, we've seen in our region, at least over the years, teams that have formed, you know, maybe a week before the event have sometimes come out and won the event. You know, you talk about E United being one of those surprise teams. Obviously, they didn't just form recently before Atlanta, but they definitely did surprise pretty much everyone in the scene globally. But we are going to be flying through this map here. It is Crusher. We've seen it already today, and it is a massive one for Rebellious. They need to win here if they want a chance of winning the series, I'd say. And Search and Destroy, I mean, we talk about it many, many times. It wins championships. You've got 2 of them in the series, and after that heartbreaking loss in the first map, that hard point, you know, if it goes to the second hard point, you'd have to think that Validate would have the upper hand in that one too.
I mean, what is our second hard point map though?
It would be Throwback.
Would be Throwback. Yeah, that's definitely a pretty aggressive, chinny map.
Yeah.
I think they can definitely get in and slay up hard on that. I mean, there's not really. I guess you got your money hill on baseball, but I suppose the bridge hill might be a little bit rough. Well, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I honestly think that by the time we get to that map, the Rebellious should be nice and warm. I mean, they haven't had much of a chance to warm up. It's only very briefly on the main stage, so I think there's a few maps in between will make all the difference as we get into the later maps in this series.
Well, it definitely could do. As we said, they are the team that have that gun skill that we talked about many times already. And to see them, you know, fall so short in that first map, apart from Chilean, who had a very good game. In fact, I think he, by the end of it, was one of the top scoring players in the lobby. You know, he's going to be feeling a little bit let down by the rest of his team potentially, and so hopefully that doesn't bring him down. And I mean, we were talking about Maka getting in his head as well. There's quite a few factors that could play on Chilean's mind and potentially tilt him a bit.
I mean, that can definitely happen. We'll see what sort of fire comes out now. Yeah, that's not looking too good. Chilean's on your screen there, not what I want to be seeing out of him. I mean, first map, it was yelling at the top of his lungs. This is not quite what I expect.
Well, as soon as we get into things, I'm sure he'll hype back up. That's what he's known for. Whether or not he's down, he tries to get his team around him and fired up, ready to go. But we'll start off with Chileans in this one. It is Search and Destroy on Crusher once again. And Claw is going to be the bomb carrier this time. A gunfight in mid, or rather, some shots exchanged. And this is a good rotation from Rebellious. They've seen the players going down, and Rixie has been able to get 2 already, so that's a 2v4.
That was beautiful, honestly. I haven't seen that strat come out just yet. That was perfect bait through middle and just wrap back around. It's honestly flawless. Look, you're looking at Rival and Maka here. They've just got no idea what just happened.
They were expecting them to go to B, that's for sure. Rival, though, going to be able to pick up 1. It's up to Maka to find the second one. So now they've reduced it to a 2v2. Maka's going to get contested once again. He's pre-firing there, not able to find the kill, but Rival, he's in the back lines here. 1v2. We've seen Rival win these before. He's on a 1-kill streak, so if he can get both kills, he's going to be set up very well. He gets the very close range gunfight with the ERAD, and that's where it's perfect. But he's going to get found there. Rebellious. A good start to the search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, the start was pretty nice. The rest of the push was okay. I mean, I think that shouldn't have come down to just Cwl having to clutch up a 1v1 with 19 seconds left. That was still very possible by Rival to clutch it. I think a little bit more grouping there, and they would have just won that round pretty just flat out.
Well, we saw that strat. Let's see how Validate responds with their own on their first offensive round. Swift is all going to be the bomb carrier this time around, and we'll see if they don't choose to do a similar project, but that's going to sniper out. I don't know who that was specifically. It was going to be Cwl.
Yeah,
he's going to get shut down straight away. And now it's a 3, make that a 2v4 in favor of Validate this time.
Oh, Cwl, you just can't lose that gunfight, mate. Like, no. He's a pretty good sniper in his own right, but that was, yeah.
Rotation now from Validate Black. They're going to be going over to the A-bomb side as well. They've responded to this advantage they have very well and seen that no one's in that A-bomb side from Rebellious. So Rebellious now, they're going to have to do the work to catch up Rival. He's got his back turned here, but it's in a corner, so if he spots a player before they spot him, he might be able to just tell his teammates where they are, and that could be vital. He's going to find one there, but Rixie, he's going to get the better of him, so that brings it down to a 2v3. Still in favor of Validate, however, so we'll have to see how they're set up there. Rixie almost getting shut down quite quickly. Just setting up. Swift goes down 2, but Rixie now last alive in a 1v2. Can he find the first kill? Not going to happen just as of yet. And that's it. He gets pinched from behind, and Validate, they respond.
Rixie, mate, there's 2 people up. You just can't sit there and wait for them to come to you with 15 seconds left on the clock. You've got to be chasing them. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, if it was 1v1, yeah, maybe you can do that. But I mean, all you have to do is just poke that bomb site from a distance. It's planted awkwardly out in the open.
It's one of those things with the A-bomb site. It's a very close quarters sort of area, and if you're in a 1v2 situation, there's so many areas that you can get flanked from. And that was the case there. I remember seeing a tweet from you, actually, during Atlanta, where you said the 101 of clutching is to go around the outskirts so you can't get flanked easily, and that just wasn't the case there. Meanwhile, Cwl, he's going to be the bomb carrier this time. They've gone towards A once again, and it's a 3v3.
Yeah, now down to a 2v3. I think they really have to make some plays here. You can't hit A and then just wait. I think you have to actually get out and contest things like Chilean's doing right now. It's a 2-piece, and it's going to be a 1v2 for Bakabek versus Cwl and Chileans. Not sure if this bomb's going to go down. Still plenty of time left on the clock. Doesn't necessarily have to happen straight away. Looks like we should see a little bit of a flank coming out from Bakabek. I like these plays here. I also like that Rebellious just hasn't quite put that bomb site down straight away. It's a little bit difficult planning straight up in that A. There's a few too many doors you can just poke and back down from, which is exactly what Bakabek would want.
Bakabek, he's just trying to check every angle here, and he has to be so careful because they could just be waiting for him, or they could be on the rotation. And I think he's figured out just about now that that is the case. They're going to be planting at B. Bakabek, he's just checking everything, trying to make sure that he can't get flanked from behind. He's going to be able to find the first one. He's also got his Scarab as well now. I think he just spotted the second one as well, so he now knows he's gone on the wall run. He knows where to expect him from. He could just go for the defuse here. He's going to start it. This is it. Claw's going around mid. He's not going to have time, and that's going to be it. Bakabek, he gets the ninja defuse. That is mental. That is perfect from Bakabek.
Yeah, if Cwl wanted to do that play, that had to happen the millisecond that Chileans died. It just took him way too long to wrap around. Yeah. Like, how long is that jog? That'll be like a 15-second jog. There's no way you're going to make that. Especially like Bakabek's going to look at the one spot you're going to be at, which is going to be the containers. And he wasn't there, so it's going to be a straight D.
Perfect play from Bakabek to clutch that one in a 1v2 situation. That is very much the sort of play that he needs to make coming into this team relatively recently. He needs to show his worth, and he's done so just there. Swift, although he doesn't have a kill yet. Doesn't matter, his team is in the lead. They're going to be doing a 4-push on towards this B bomb site here. And the rest of the team from Rebellious, they've got no idea what's coming to them. Bombs down early. It's a 4v4 retake situation, and this, you have to say, favors Validate Black.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Rixie was doing there. Could have easily been out on rocks, just playing a head glitch, just at least seeing if they were pushing B. I mean, he had all of his teammates in A, a little bit passive. And now they're basically just going to get baited out because they can afford to put 2 people to watch like 1 lane each, basically.
Beeson trying to get something going here. He's able to find one more. He's in a 1v2. He makes it a 1v1. It's up against Bakabek this time, and he's got no idea where he is. He's just going to turn around at the wrong second. But can he find the kill? He does, Beeston. That was sick.
Huge clutch, mate. That was brilliant. That's the stuff we expect from him.
Yeah.
That little chin there coming out, just slaying up big for the team. 4-3 right now. He's working on that payload.
And he's going to get the Scarab as well. Yep, he's in a 3-kill streak, and the defuse there is going to help him get the Scarab and get closer to his
Look, he's happy with himself.
There he is, and that's going to fire him up as well, exactly. Chilean's now, he's not the only one shouting and getting rowdy. We're going to see a little bit of that coming out of Beeston, but we're going to be going into the next round 2 apiece. This is definitely the closest search and destroy we've seen so far.
Yeah, this is nice. I'm a fan of sort of both these plays, minus that little bit of an error. I think that Rebellious basically forced Beeston now to get a 1v3. We'll see this offensive. Doesn't look like they're going to do that bait again. Looks like it's going to be a little bit more serious of a 4-stack out to B. We see early rotations from Validate Black as they have a player already wrapping through A that knows there's going to be absolutely no one there. He's going to get this pinch on, and this should be pretty well clean for Validate to clean up as long as they wait for this pinch. The streaks come out at a really weird time. I think he should have had his gun up there to be playing for kills, and he's going to get pinched in the back.
That was that rotation, yeah. We were seeing one of the players, I'm not sure exactly who it was. I think it might have been Backerbeck who came from behind. It was. He's going to get the final kill cam, finishing off a very low player. And that's one of those strats that we see quite often, I think, on this map, is that one player towards A, if he doesn't see anything, he can rotate through and come from behind. And I don't think Rebellious really even thought that that was going to happen. None of them on the minimap seemed to look behind and check and just wait for the flanking play up. So Validate able to clean that one up.
Backerbeck was very, very decisive there in making that flank. We are jumping to this next round. Looks like it could be a little bit of a split here. All the Rebellious players sort of way out of position trying to do exactly what Backerbeck was doing the round previous. But it's now going to be down to a 2v3 with the Rixie and Chileans versus Backerbeck, Swift, and Rival. We do see 2 payloads come online. One just gets used by Swiftazor straight away as soon as he grabs it. And that is the round over. Validate Black taking that round.
That was a very quick cleanup of the last couple of players there. Rixie was forced into a 1v3, I think, at the end. And that is going to be Rival with the A-Rad once again. Close range in these hallways. He's always going to win that gun, or at least should always win that gunfight.
Oh, definitely.
So that is not unexpected in the slightest. And you look on your scoreboard to the right-hand side, Validate 3 of their players have their payloads. Backerbeck with the reactive armor, Swift with his FTL jump, and Rival has his active camo ready, and of course that Scarab as well. They're going to be just setting up around this A-bomb site here, Rebellious. They force their way in, they trade out a kill, so that's a good start for them to be able to get some control. But this is where Validate, they're able to respond and potentially get a couple kills before Rebellious is able to get the bomb down.
What is this bomb doing? That should have gone down in that gap as soon as they traded out first kills there. They know there could only be really one person in the bomb site. Backerbeck picks up 3 in the kill cam? Are you kidding me? This just shouldn't be happening, man. This is just tiny little errors.
That was the reactive armor there.
Oh, that was reactive?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. No wonder. I mean,
they weren't even looking at him, though.
It was just, didn't even need reactive. It was just bloody bursting spuds. That's pretty weak from them. I'm pretty disappointed in that from my guys there on Rebellious. I think Claw definitely should have been doing a lot better than that and way more decisive in planting that bomb. Yeah,
well, it seemed like they just took their time and it really worked against them in that one. But Rival, he's going to be the one with his active camo still available. 3 players versus 3 at the B bomb site, 1 versus 1 towards the middle of the map. This player number 4, that's going to be Chilean. He's going to rotate it behind. They're not going to expect this because their player, Backerbeck, he went around the wrong way. So now Backerbeck's in a 1v4. This is going to be Rebellious getting their 3rd round, surely.
Surely. I mean, he doesn't have a payload to work with. It does have streaks, but it looks like he's working on more. Definitely wouldn't be pulling those streaks out now. Otherwise, he's going to be a sitting duck. Better off saving that. I mean, he does have rounds to burn. It's up 2-5. Like, this is his game to win right now.
He could definitely do it here. If he wants his 11 for 3, showing his worth, absolutely, but he will get found there. So Rebellious, as I said, get their 3rd round on the board. Finally showing some signs of life after what seemed to be, 3-4 rounds in a row from this Validate team?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a little bit disappointing. At least wow.
The salute.
Yeah, I suppose you need that to hype yourself up. Hey, that's that's not even really trash talk there at this point in time. Rival's still sitting on that camouflage. I think that's going to be pretty much the clincher here. Good job that he didn't use it the last round. It would have been a little bit of a waste. Hopefully we'll see. What are we going to see here? We're going to see pretty much a B stack for either team. This is going to be the decider. Whoever wins this is going to be gun on gun. Straight down here. Camo comes out. It's going to push in and get a free pick. The player's back there. 2 dead. And it's going to be just down to Beaston now.
This looks like game over for this search and destroy. He's revealed his position. Can't even find that first kill on a sitting duck player. And then from behind, he's going to get dropped there. Validate Black now going up 2-0 in this series. And that, at points, looked very, very commanding from them. It's another 6-3. We saw one of them earlier today on this map. Very nicely done from this team. And once again, have to look at Bakabek. He played so well in this one, 11 for 4. We've seen some very high kills on individual players in Search and Destroy so far. Eminence in the previous series, as well as we go back even further in the Tainted Mind series, like Nimble was going off. He got all those aces in the Search and Destroy. That was, I have to say, after the second, after they were 2-2, that got very convincing for Validate.
Yeah, definitely. There's just honestly, they met up in a lot of 4v4 stacks, but just didn't come out on top.
Yeah.
Pretty disappointing from Rebellious again. I honestly feel like going into this next map, there's not really a lot of hope here. They haven't really picked up like I expected them to, especially with the confidence on that map. But I think a little bit of that might have been Claw trying to look and snipe middle.
Yeah.
And not really getting anyone poking him. It was mostly just pretty decisive pushes from either team onto either bomb site straight away.
Well, we're going to be looking at some replays here, of course. Rival so good with that E-Route up close. He got a lot of kills with it. And it worked out in his favor because he got that active camo, saved it for the last round, and it was very effective there. And, you know, we were on top of it. We were watching him in that last round. He sort of just, once they were once it was a 1v4, I should say, once they got 3 kills, it was game over there. He just stopped playing. He put his controller down. He was like, yeah, we got this. It's easy. You know, Rival, he's one of those players. He's very, very confident, and he plays on the hype, and he plays on the flow of the game. And the game was going in the favor of Validate the whole way through, it seemed. At least after that 2-2 split before. But, you know, you said about going to this uplink precinct. I have to say, it looks like it could be another 3-0.
Honestly, I think that's what's going to come out of this series. They just... Rebellious did some okay stuff as a team, but they just weren't decisive. In S&D, you don't have time to muck around. You have to absolutely plant that bomb straight away. You've got to rotate as soon as your teammates call that it's going to be an A or a B.
Yeah.
And they just weren't as quick as they needed to be at really any point in time. Oh, that play was set up by an FTL jump just there. That was awesome. So that's how Bakabek got his 3-piece. Basically just baited out the enemy team, dropping an FTL. Very impressive.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see how that flows into the next one. Rebellious, they're looking very down in the dumps. We saw some scenes of them just after that game, and Chileans, once again, the player that we talk about his hype, he just wasn't bringing it that one.
Didn't exist. It was completely non-existent. I would have expected maybe a little bit more trash talk out of the guys at Validate after that win. I think it really got under their skin. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Maka, mate. Get him that trash talk. It'll win you the series.
Well, Maka, he's definitely been putting in some of that trash talk this series, but let's have a look at the series overview here. Precinct uplink up next. Validate, you look at those scores. You would have thought on paper this seemed like a very close-cut game, probably the closest matchup we've seen on paper all day, and then to look at, you know, 250 to 86 on that hard point, and then 6-3 on the Search and Destroy. Validate, they're looking very strong. And, you know, I was saying this a lot earlier with Miles and Curry on the desk. You know, Validate and Rebellious are both teams that they're hoping to push their way into that top 4, top 5 even of not just this event, but of APAC in general. And for this showing that Validate are putting on so far, that could definitely be in the cards for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're finally off of online right now, so this is impressive. They're showing what they're really capable of. I mean, these are probably as commanding of wins as we did see over the teams from Asia at the moment. So it's impressive. Honestly, I think this is going to be a pretty good weekend for Validate Black.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as the games continue throughout the weekend. Obviously, this is still round 1 of pool play for every team playing on stream so far, and will be for the rest of the day. But we are going to now get into the rig draft of this uplink. And, you know, it's one of those things with the rig draft that it seems that the only difference often can be overdrive over FTL jump. But sometimes, like we're seeing from Rebellious here, they pick both instead of a Centurion or instead of reactive. Yeah,
thank God there. We saw no Centurion. I think I got myself a little bit mixed up after we were talking about the uplink in that first map. But, no, yep, typical rig draft. Good choices from everyone.
No Centurions, though. We did see a very good Centurion placement in the previous series. Dean, he put it in the ticket booth area, and it stopped any nades coming out of that Rampage Gaming lineup from, you know, stopping the pushes that the Chiefs were doing. So potentially that could have been something that Rebellious could use in their favor to stop or to halt at least some of those defensive plays that I'm sure Validate Black are very ready to make if they have to. But You know, from what we've seen so far, they definitely look like the stronger team in pretty much every department, which is, you know, surprising from what we saw on paper. As I was saying, Rebellious, this is like the crunch time for them. If they want to get a win on the board, they need to do it here. And of course, that could spark a reverse sweep. Let's hope for their sake that that happens, because they are definitely not looking like they're like themselves. The hyped up nature that they usually bring, these players specifically, not necessarily as a team, obviously they only joined together relatively recently, but as players individually, they're all known for being very hype and very, you know, flowing with that energy that comes from big plays. None of them have really been able to make it so far, but you know, going into this one, the uplink, you played with Claw obviously for all of last year. What's his uplink game like?
Pretty tight, honestly. He was the type of guy to go and spend hours just throwing ones constantly.
Yep.
We spent a lot of time sort of setting up little layups and passes onto each other to sort of easily cap points from pretty much as far away as possible. Now, I know he hasn't had the time to necessarily do that with this team, but I'm expecting his ones to be pretty on point here if I know Claw. As for the rest of the team, uplink-wise, I don't know how well Rixie and Beastin are going to play, because obviously they missed out on CWL last year. So we'll sort of see how they play. I got a feeling we're going to see like a fair amount of flanks coming out from both Beastin and Rixie. Hopefully it's not to the detriment of their team, but I think it may be here.
Well, speaking of Beastin, we're going to load up into this match and watch him off the rip. We'll see what he can do. He gets the far left spawn for his team, so maybe he can get in and get the first kill. He's going to be going up against Swift Season and gets him from behind for the first kill of the game. Beastin's going to trade it. Oh, sorry. He's going to get traded out by Rixie, in fact. Claw gets the second one as well, so that's the 3 down. Rixie tries to get the drone out. He's going to get shut down from behind by Rival. Rival's such a talented player. He's been so consistent this series. He gets another one there, and his team have gone and got a 4 down themselves. So now they can look to get some points on the board here. The drone has been dropped as players from behind. That's going to be Chilean getting all of the players from behind. I'm sorry I wasn't on board with him, but that was sick.
I think Rixie actually cost him that just there. I think there's actually maybe a play for point right here. Seeing how things go, but Rixie definitely cost him that by not looking his back and just sort of grabbing ball after a 2-piece. That throw goes over, but it's just short.
So close.
That better have not been Claw after I just talked him up.
It was.
God damn it, Claw.
But it was close, and that you have to admit, because he couldn't even see the uplinked point, it's a hard ball to throw, that one there specifically, and I don't think I've actually ever seen anyone complete that one successfully there. Maka, though, he's going to spot one player. He's going to get killed by his teammates, so now this is where he can set up as the front man. Swift, he's got the drone. He's going to get dropped there as well. Bakabek, fresh off respawn. He's the only one alive to stop anything from Rebellious. Claw now has that drone. We're going to talk about him a lot, it seems like, in this uplink. He seems to be the man that they're trying to feed the drone to get those scores on board, but, I mean, so far, it seems like Rebellious have been the closest to scoring.
I mean, it's good that they played a little bit slower there, but I think they just weren't decisive yet again. They had ball, they could have pushed up. They have basically the enemies coming from a tiny little alleyway that they can spawn trap easily. All they had to do was just send a couple of numbers straight up the street and they could have had a 1.
Rival there. He's going to have to clean up after his teammate's death. Claw coming around the flank, trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. This should be a 2-point play here. Bakabek jumps in. There you go. Free dunk, as you say. And that's going to put Validate Black 2-0 up on the scoreboard. Finally getting a very nice passage of play to shut down all the Rebellious players, and it looks like they're going to try and set up for a relay. And you look at the minimap there, there's no one spawning in an earshot of their base. The one player who did that was Rixie. He's going to be completely out of position. 4 points now, and that was a brilliant relay there from Validate.
All those plays and all those points are coming in purely because Rebellious just chose to play around that cherry blossom. Like, it's risky. It's so risky because you spawn all the way out of statue and on your block.
But it works.
It does work if you make it happen, but it didn't. And we've just seen 2 pretty much unanswered points go straight in for Validate.
Well, right now, Rixie, he's trying to clean up on top of the statue. Can he find the second one here? He's going to be able to do so.
Wow.
So that is perfect from him, but he doesn't spot the third player there. Can Claw clean up and help his team? Not going to happen. The drone has reset now, and it's going to be Chilean picking that one up in the middle of the map. His teammates there, they're still alive, working forward. Chilean, he reset it once again, but it looks like they might be able to get a passage here. Rixie, he has to be influential here, as well as his teammate in Claw. He's going to go down. Chilean, though, he's still alive. Can he get the 1-point play potentially? He does, and that was a safe play, a good 1 point from him, and that's what you need to do.
That really shouldn't have gone in. That was pretty poor from a Rebellious. They took ground, but just useless ground. They could have easily pushed up a little bit further and gone for that spawn trap. You can tell they're really not confident in sort of reading the amount of time it takes for the other team to come off the spawn.
And that's one of the big factors of teamwork is when you're able to work with a team for an extended period of time, you can learn those things together and you just know instinctively. And we've seen that from Mindfreak. That's why their uplink game is so strong. They are able to read the opposition like a textbook. In fact, Validate, though, they're trying to get the drone out once again. It's not going to happen. And whoever I swap to seems to always die. But Maka, he is not dead. He's going to be able to go through for a free 2-point play. Now 6-1 the scoreline here. Validate. They've been able to string together some nice kills and some nice drone scores. But Bakabek getting dropped there. 2-kill streak for Swift. He's also going to fall. Maka, last one alive in the middle of the map. Can find a couple of them, but can't get the kills.
I think if Bakabek had got a couple of big kills there, that would have easily been a fairly heavy stack down that block side, and probably just an easy 1-point play for Validate Black again.
Floor last alive for his team. Make that no alive for his team. Rebellious 4 down there, but the only problem is the drone is too far away to make a play before they respawn here. So Rival, he's going to need his teammates to get a lot of kills before they're able to go for it. As I say that, Swift gets to Rival. He should go for a 1-point play here, but
he's
the player's
baiting,
setting up.
yeah.
Yeah. That was beautiful.
That was so cute. He just do back and forth and just completely baited it. Whoever that was, I think that was Rixie out.
It was like fake shot.
Yeah, that was wonderful. I like that.
Well, Swift, he also has his FTL jump going for him right now. Rival, now going to be in the middle of the map almost, trying to stop any players from pushing up from Rebellious. Beeston found Maka. No one yet from Rebellious is able to push up past this construction area. Claw, though, he's got the drone, and we've talked about him over and over again. Can he go for a 2-point play here? That would be good.
Wow.
And he will go in
Last
just
few
before the
seconds of
round's
that.
over. That's clutch. Now they're down by only 4 points, which is still a margin that they're going to have to overcome on the less favoured side of this map. That's dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the story of that half was just Rebellious not taking really the ground they needed to take at the right time. They were picking up kills. I did see Rixie throw his life in the bin a good couple of times there with just no real player to trade with him. Like, on the mini-map, yes, his teammates were near, but no one was there to make the trade actually come out. I think that let them down quite heavily. On to this next round, we'll see Bakabek with an opening 2-piece here, opening up the Cherry Blossom side. So this should be a pretty easy jog up through the street. And it should even be a 2-point play. He has plenty of time. No one's watching his back, but it doesn't really matter because he's in and going to set up that spawn kill, clean up the first kill. His teammate's going to pick up the second. This should be a pretty clean spawn trap.
Not going to work out there. Rival does fall, but Validate players are still pushed up. As I say that, though, Rebellious are able to clean up Maka. He's got the drone. He's just going to throw it out, try and just gain some ground here, some yardage, some meterage, if you will, in Australia, because we don't use that Imperial stuff. And here we go. Claw, he's just trying to defend this laneway. Can he get the second one? Rival, he's actually going to do the honours with a team kill there, but it doesn't matter because they've still been able to gain control, and the drone resets at the most inopportune moment. Rival, he potentially could have gone for a throw there at least.
Could have been a 1.
But unfortunate as it is, they're still up 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty comfortable here for, Validate Black. They have ball control. They're taking it down this low side of the map. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this play here. I feel like this is definitely the side where they should just be focusing on block and glass control and just really slowing this down. By pushing out this left side, you sort of free up the ability for the enemy team to spawn up and take drone control. So even if you do get a cap, you then have to push back through T, which is just one tiny little tunnel to fight against a head glitch in lobby.
Swift is all, he's going to be on the flank here, coming behind the Rebellious players. They're going to get shut down anyway by his teammates. He gets the 2-piece there, and that was easy because they weren't facing him at all. Can he get the third one? He will too. Swift is all absolutely going off here. 22 kills for him, top of the scoreboard right now. And his teammates, they're coming around this Cherry Blossom side, as we've said, gas station through the back alley, and potentially going for another 2-point play. And this is why this is the preferred side, because you can sneak out, get a 1-point play so easily, as Rival just does. Rebellious, they clean up the kills, but it's all too late. All too little too late, I should say, and Validate are now up by 7 points. And with 2 minutes 50 remaining, this seems like it's all in Validate's hands.
Yeah, I mean, that was a dirty little play, but like I spoke about before, they just pretty much give Rebellious full control of glass and ball. Not that it matters if you're picking up kills like this. I mean, it is sort of slowing the game down, but it's floppy. It doesn't need to happen. They should be playing for control, and that's what teams like Mindfreak and teams like Tainted are going to be doing all the rest of the weekend. They're going to be taking advantage of your mistakes like that. And you're not going to have quite the lead like this to do those things.
Beeston, he's got the drone in hand. His teammates are trying to respond, but he throws it to the opposition player. Mac is there just waiting, baiting it out. But he's going to actually get dropped there by Beeston. So a good kill from him could potentially set up for a play here. But, you know, it's only 2 minutes remaining. This is looking like it's going to be all in Validate's favor. And Beeston, he misses the sitter. that's the sort of play that you cannot screw
That
up.
has to go in 100%.
That was a free point.
That was easily a free point. That should have gone in 100%, and they should have retained control that side of the map. Now, again, it's just going to be the same little strategy we saw MF doing, pushing out the street with ball. Looks like they're going to take it wide again. I think this must be the strategy here, because they know that there's obviously going to be no one sitting back alley. So they're just going to bait it out. This is pretty sneaky. I like this. They pulled, who was that? They pulled Rixie out of position, just purely to run back up the street and throw an easy one.
Yeah, it seems like what Validate have been doing a lot so far in this game is baiting out the players from Rebellious, thinking that one thing's going to happen and getting the other. But right now, the drone going to happen. That overdrive was a bit of a waste there. Chileans tried to use it to get back in the action. Not going to happen there. Rebellious going to be all dead, as Validate are going to be able to get some control over the middle of the map. Once again, wait for those respawns. Swiftazor and his teammate in Maka are going to be able to clean up the ticket booth area. They're drawing all the players around for that Bakabek. He's got the drone as well. 2 players remaining in the defense. Can he get another 1-point play? No, he went for the 2 points. A little bit greedy there, but it doesn't really matter when there's 1 minute remaining and you're this far ahead.
Not really. I mean, pretty annoyed back then of Chilean's usage of his overdrive. It was just, he can't throw stuff in the bin like that this late in the game. Like, it has to be absolutely used to clutch up a cap. And it's just going to waste his time. And I mean, look what has earned him. Look what his usage of that streak has earned him. Full control for Validate Black. And I can hear some trash talk coming out now. It's like, as they slay back, this could actually be a point here if this ball resets. The Rixie needs to be pushing with his team. He should be out blocking instead of fighting basically players, making them relevant on the back of his own base. Pops the FTL jump, managed to pick up a kill because of it. We see Camo come out. This should be pretty sneaky. I like this. Is he going to get blocked? No, he's not. He's going to sneak in over the shoulders of that player and pick up the frag as well. Honestly impressive. This could go a little bit differently, but I just don't think they have the time to manage to put these
not
points
enough
on.
time. That's going to be another 3-0 today. That is insane for a game that on paper looks so close. Validate Black. Apart from just towards the end here, the last couple of seconds, 30 seconds or so, Rebellious, they strung together quite a few good kills, got some control. Somehow Rixie gets that one, but unfortunately it is not enough. That is going to be Validate going up 3-0, winning the series in quite commanding fashion. And surely you'd have to think with the team that Rebellious is, with the players that they have, that is going to demoralize them.
It was a really weak showing. Honestly, I expect a lot better out of every single one of those players. I know they're all top-notch players, and they didn't show that. That had to be the key thing they did this series. Whether they just walked in and had no strategy whatsoever, they had to get kills, and that didn't even come up. I'm really annoyed by that.
Yep. Talking about kills, let's take a look at the scoreboard here from Swiftazor. At least 32 kills. That was very nice from him. And all the players on Rebellious, they did all right. They got 23 each, except for Chilean with 22. As you can see there on your screen, shaking hands after what was a much more one-sided series than I think we expected here on the desk. So that's a bit unfortunate in regards for this Rebellious lineup. But, you know, at this point, it's all about how they can make up for that going into their next couple of matches in the pool play. But if you're Validate Black, you got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, easy. That's a huge confidence boost, especially going into the weekend like this. I mean, they've come from online. They've played really solidly as a team. They haven't been able to sort of close out any of the 2Ks or anything like that. Yeah. So this is a huge bump because, like, I mean, you play online, you lose to things that you shouldn't really lose to, and then come here on LAN and just to give an absolute slapping to people that you've known for ages that are all really known for their gun skill and for their ability to slay. Not necessarily for teamwork, but that's slaying. Like that's big to pretty much sit even with them. KD-wise, by the looks of things. Actually, no, we had a 32-kill game from Swift there. Yeah.
Crazy. No. Very, very commanding from him. Every single player on that Validate lineup actually got a carry. A couple of players got some throws in there too. And then on the other side of things, Claw was the only one with the carry with that active camo play. It lasted literally as soon as he got through the score point, it ran out. So he was lucky in that regards. But that massive 3-piece there from Swiftazor set up another 2-point play for his team. As we look at some of these replays, that was just great from Validate. And, you know, going into the rest of this event, you know, starting off like that against probably the toughest competition in their group, they'll be very happy with that.
Oh, definitely. That point you brought up before, with every single player on their team having a carry, that's impressive to show that, like, every member of the team is doing basically the objective role, they're doing the slaying role, they're doing everything. I mean, that's what happens in these jetpack games, basically. Everyone has to play every role, and that's what they're showing, and that's really what you're going to need to come in for the rest of the weekend.
And, you know, they did it very well, as you said. But let's just do a quick little recap of this series, because we did obviously see a smashing in the first map. What seemed to start off quite close in the Search and Destroy turned out to be not so close. And then once again, it was relatively close to the start of this uplink, and then just went all in the favor of Validate Black. They definitely proved probably quite a lot of people that they are here to play and here to win.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was just an honestly impressive series out of them. Looking at that on the scoreboard there, definitely really actually just tells the story of the series. They pretty much smashed the other team. I was confident in every single map. There's no really close points other than, I suppose, early in the S&D, but I mean, that's early S&D. It's to be expected. We got up to 2-2, then it was just Gonskis from there.
Well, I'd like to see where Rebellious take this, right? Because we did see that first round of the Search and Destroy, that bait and switched from mid to back to A was very, very good. Like, that was a strat that we haven't seen all day so far. You know, if they work more on that, you know, they'll probably go back, you know, look at the VODs, see how they went. You know, is that something that maybe they can learn from that and say, well, look, that worked. Let's not use it every time. Obviously, that's not going to work. But, you know, use it again in key moments rather than the first round because, you know, as you said, as much as it was close early game, it got strung out then by Validate Black afterwards. Would that be sort of the play that you'd want to use later on in the game to sort of clutch up?
Yeah, usually your first round in S&D is like, it's a split. You work out who's going to be playing what side. So you get to name exactly who is where. So you can call those guys out for the later rounds. That should be like your primary goal for your first couple of rounds. But I mean, busting strats that complex out and not really doing them again, it would have been nice. Like they could have done that. They could have done that play and then actually gone to B instead of just sort of wrapping across, and that would have thrown them off. Like, but it just didn't come out. They thought about one good play, used it once, and then there was no follow-up.
Well, that is the way the series went. We've seen it 3-0 in favor of Validate Black. And to top it all off, we do have Ben on stage with Macca this time around with an interview. Ben, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Millboss. Yes, I am here with Macca. Firstly, congratulations. We heard these guys talk for a little bit before your game about how they thought this one was going to be the close one, and you proved that was not the case. You guys thrashed them.
Yeah, well, the score says everything, doesn't it? We've only been a team for about a week, and we came in, we played one CG League match and a 2K with like a few nights of scrims, and we've always got high expectations, and we've come through and we've shown how good we can be.
Now, you guys are obviously a skilled group of individuals. How do you then take that, bring it all together, turn up to LAN and play as a team?
Well, me, Jack, and Kanan have been teaming since the start of this game. Me and Jack have teamed all of last year on the Chiefs. So we've got the chem, and now we've picked up Nate. It's just a matter of just working out the kinks, playing, and just getting to know each other a bit better.
Where do you genuinely feel that you guys sit in amongst what is ANZ Call of Duty? We've got some good teams. We've got Mind Freak, Chiefs, Tainted Minds, these guys coming through, getting good results consistently. How do you reckon you stack up?
Well, in scrims and in the 2K, we've versed these teams and we've taken hard points. We've been up 2-0 and we've been reverse swept. So the potential is there. It's just a matter of who plays better on the day, really. If we play to our top potential, we could easily win.
You guys have had a good day so far today. It's pretty early on in the piece, but it's exactly how you want to start off. Who else do you think out there is someone to look out for? Who do you expect to see coming through that others might not expect to see out towards the finals?
Well, obviously there's like the Pro Pool teams. I think everyone knows who they are. I haven't really looked at the open bracket, so I don't know what teams are coming through. I know there's Darksided, which is like Yoshi and that, and they're pretty good. So it'll be exciting to see which teams make it through and which ones we play.
Overall, are you guys feeling pretty good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, man, good luck. Hopefully, we'll get to see you a little bit later on in the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 more games left to go, 2 best-of-5s here at the Cwl Sydney Open #1. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the Cwl Sydney Open #1. My name is Milboss. Joining me is Varsider, also once again. And we just saw what was supposed to be on paper a pretty close game. Turned out to be very, very one-sided. Not what we expected, but this one, looking at it, this is the first open bracket team coming into pool plays right now, as you can see on the overview here. Prodigy Esports, that's the team that we've, their players, once again, that have joined up together quite recently, and then Rage, this team from open bracket. We don't know a lot about them or what to expect.
No, I'm really hoping this is going to be our E United of the tournament. Hopefully this is going to be a bit more of an exciting match than another 3-0. I'm not to say the others weren't that exciting, but they were a little bit lopsided in terms of the teams. Yeah. No, this should be pretty exciting. I'm very keen to see what the open bracket can bring for us this weekend. Well,
that's absolutely one of the big factors about this event. Here in APAC, at least, we haven't had an open event in quite some time, and been able to have those teams come through an open bracket into pool plays and join some of the well-known players and the top-tier players. And speaking of top-tier players, we have, of course, this Prodigy lineup. Now, as I said before, they are a team that joined together quite recently. That will consist of Hopi, Killerpie, Gydra, and Scrism. Now, these players, they're all sort of a bit of a mix and match once again. I think up until very recently, Killerpie and Gydra were playing with Bakabek and Eminence, and then they got swapped out for Scrism and Hopi. Obviously, Eminence went to that Chiefs lineup, which is looking so dangerous right now, and then Bakabek went over to the Validate Black lineup that we just saw. So, with that being said, Prodigy, what do you think of them as a team?
This team is kind of new, kind of fresh. We know that Hopi recently just got a little bit shuffled off of his long-term team of Chiefs.
Yeah.
So I think he's very much out for blood this weekend. For the rest of the roster, I know Scrism, excellent player. He's been really itching to get out here and slay against us. I know he's been talking a bit of smack online to me personally for a while, which is always fun. I think he's been sitting back for the last 2 years being under 18. He only just turned 18. I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Really?
Yeah, so this is just like perfect timing for this land to land on this weekend, basically, so he can come out and play and really show us what he's got. So I think he's ready to show off, basically, and I think he's going to be the main slayer for the team here.
Yeah, well, he's one of those players, I think, that going back into games before we had the 18+ rule, he was one of those players that was an up-and-coming player in our scene who was really showing some talent on some of those younger lineups and rosters that obviously haven't been able to play for the last couple of years, as you said. But looking over to the other side of things, who do we have going on this Rage lineup?
Yeah, so we have Hypers, we have Kub, we have Kovacs, and we have Curry.
So, a couple of names there that we recognize. Curry specifically.
Yep.
What do you have to sort of say about them? I mean, obviously we can't comment on some of them necessarily as much as others, but we'll start with Curry because we do know a little bit about him.
Honestly, I haven't played these guys that much. I remember playing against them definitely in Black Ops 3. Getting a few scrims in, definitely one of the up-and-coming teams. I think they were, not sure how fresh they were, but it was, I don't know, they were good players, but still needed more time, more experience, especially against better players and better teams. I think, once again, returning to an open bracket land, this will do very good things for their team. I mean, they'll come away from this weekend with a lot of learning, and I'm hoping they'll come away with a little bit more than just pool play. And yeah, let's see how they go.
Well, let's go back to this Prodigy lineup. Now, Hopi's a player who's been in the scene for a while now. He came from another FPS and then joined in on the COD action. What's some of the history with this guy? Because he's been around.
Oh man, Hopi came across from Halo originally in Black Ops 2, and I was looking for a player at the time, and we've sort of seen successful Halo players come across and play COD in Crim6 and Co, and I just thought I'd take the risk. I mean, coming from Halo, it's a very shot-heavy game. Excellent teamwork required to be successful, and that's really what I wanted on my team. So I grabbed Hopi, well-renowned, pretty much for the past few years. I pretty much taught him a lot of everything he knows, basically. So hopefully he doesn't come out here and suck and just make me look bad. Hopefully you should see a little bit of sniping from him. I know one of his old gamer tags used to be Hope Scopes. So hopefully he's sort of channeling that inner nerd, and we'll see some fancy shots come out from him.
Well, speaking of Hopi, he is going to be picking up the Centurion in this rig draft, as you can see on your screen right now. Nothing out of the ordinary once again, specifically. We'll have to wait and see how that plays into things, especially a device like the Centurion. It's been so effective so many times today so far. Hardpoint breakout once again. We've seen this over and over, and every single time without fail, it has been a very, very big difference in the scoreline. Now, you know, both of these teams have, you know, a few players who have been around. Obviously, Prodigy probably have the more story players, the players that have been overseas, such as your Hopi, your Killer by Gydra. They all competed at COD Champs last year. You know, these players, they might have a lot to prove to the top teams in Australia, but do you think that they're going to be any match for this Rage team?
I honestly feel like this may be yet another 3-0, but we'll see. We'll see coming out of this.
Yeah.
I think our slay-heavy teams that we've expected to sort of compete based on their kill ability haven't really shown up today. I think it's mostly been teams with sort of better rotations and better holds on your graveyard and your cell block.
And you say that, obviously we saw recently, or in the last series that happened. This could be the case here because we've covered already Prodigy, one of those new teams that formed very recently from a couple of players being dropped here and there. Roster mania happening all over the world, not just in Europe and America, here as well in the APAC region. And this other team, the Rage Squad, we don't really know too much about them as a team, how long they've been competing for, what platforms they've been playing on in history, I guess. And obviously whether or not they've come from other games potentially to join in on the Call of Duty action. But speaking of which, we're going to be loading into the map. Let's see whether or not they have some of that good teamwork that we've seen strive so far this week. Today in the series we've seen so far. Curry giving me a bit of a salute as the game loads in, and he will be on your screen to start things off. Take us away, Vile. What are we going to see? Yeah,
let's see this open bracket team. Looks pretty typical. We've just got mostly nades from everyone by the looks of things. Usually your flashe. None of that. Oh, we do have a jammer come out. Hopefully we see like a nice heavy stack towards middle. Hopefully one player will rotate out wide and pinch that cell block and get some loading control. That's really what's key here, especially when you're on this unfavored side for the rotation.
Looks like a 4-man push coming in from Rage to start things off. They're going to get the first couple of points on the board. Coop just going to chill on top of this mid-hard point. Finds a kill as well, and you can hear him in the background screaming, getting hyped up, ready to go. Curry and Co are going to be respawning here as Prodigy have been able to force them out. Some of these very storied players here are going to be having a lot to prove against some of the top teams in our region. Hopi, he's 2-for-0 to start things off. He's going to get caught out from the side here, and Hypers, he's going to be able to get control of this hill.
Yeah, it looks like your team of Prodigy opened up with a nice 4-stack in the middle, but they didn't really do a lot with it. They sent numbers there, but sort of just held back and didn't really necessarily team fight together. I think that's what sort of lost them early control. I'm going to go into this rotation. You'll see Rage is actually going to have your spawns going into this new hill. Although we do have a little bit of split spawnage coming out here from Hypers and from Schism. I think this is going to be pretty significant if Killer Pie to come around the back and pinches out, and he does manage to pick up that kill. Don't know if I necessarily agree pushing in there. He had to verse a 1v1 when the other team knew exactly where he was coming from. Yeah. Probably could have waited for teammates, though his teammates are way, way, way spawned out. But we could have probably waited just a little bit longer for Schism to lock down spawns, and of course Schism gets taken out just like that. So if he had a teammate there, instead of just jumping in the hill on their own, this score would be very different.
Rage so far starting things off quite hot, and you know, it seems like the way that they're setting up their teamwork is definitely in good stead right now. Prodigy lacking a little bit in that department potentially, but we'll have to wait and see, and we can hear them on the main stage right now getting loud and hyped up, ready to go, and you know, they're taking it to Prodigy. Some of these very experienced players, they're not able to do much right now. Rotations are in full effect. There was Kovacs on the hill, the next hill I should say. He's going to get taken down. Gaja here trying to stay alive. He was able to find 2 there, can't find the 3rd there. Killer Pie, last one, trying to get this rotation here. Not going to happen for Coob. He can't do anything about it. And finally, Prodigy can get some points.
Yeah, that was a hugely important kill for Coob to win there. He was sort of like the last line of defense to sort of push this hill, but he has managed to maintain spawns for his team, and Rage are going to have the superior cave spawns. They're going to pick up first frag on Hopi, but it's going to get traded out. Again, it looks like just a little bit of outslaying here from Rage early off in the series.
Gydra, can he come around and find the second one? Not going to happen there. He's in a good spot to do so, but shaky shots let him down. Hypers with a 2-piece of his own now. Rage, they're setting up very nicely, stopping all of these pushes coming in from Prodigy. They can't do much about it. Curry trying to stay alive for his teammates to respawn and get into things. Not going to happen though. He's going to get contested. Finds one somehow, turns on him, but can't get the second one. That's going to be Prodigy finally breaking in, or almost breaking in. They finally get Coob as well, so they're going to be able to get the last few seconds of scrap time, but rotations are in effect for Rage. They're going to be able to get the first few points well, hopefully for them on this commissary hardpoint.
Yeah, that was a huge error just then by Prodigy. They did have spawns, and they pretty much just threw them in the bin by contesting for like the last 10 to 15 seconds that hill. And this is going to be really just on Hopi and Gydra here to win out these spawns. This is a pretty nice pinch. Oh my god, I would have expected a little bit more from Hopi there. I think it was a good use suck sent out by Cube.
Yeah, Cube's going off.
Very, very impressive from the guys from Rage so far. I mean, they're off to what, like a 60-point lead here, just about?
They're going to be respawning out. They've lost control of their spawns due to the pressure that Gydra and Scrism and Hopi were putting on the back lines there. So they're going to be able to get control here, Prodigy, and try and get a little bit back towards, claw backwards towards that lead that Rage has mounted right now. Rage, they're going for some mid push there. Not really working out. They're getting dropped left, right, and center. Scrism,
yeah,
last one alive sort of for his team in the middle of the map. He can set up for the next hill, try and stop some of these flanks that could potentially come out from Rage, but Rage not really looking to do much in that regards. Kuba's going to be the one in the middle of the map. He finds that first gunfight, so they're set up nicely to get the first few points on the second rotation.
Yeah, Rage got a pretty brilliant read there of, sorry, it was Prodigy with a pretty brilliant read of where the entire team of Rage would push from. They managed to read that they were going to 4-stack middle. They did, and they just counted them out. Looks
Cube.
like we're going to move into this next build. Cube tries to snapshot, misses completely, and this is going to go back in control of Prodigy as the game sort of tightens up a little bit more. Kills contested, a couple of kills come out from Rage. This loading's going to be a pretty big fight here. Rage is pretty much set up with superior spawns for the next hard point. I think we're going to see those rotations come through sort of soon, maybe 1 or 2 more pushes. Hopefully we'll see one of the players at the back there from Prodigy start to wrap around the top, and yes they are. Number 5, who is that? Gydra wrapping around the top. It's going to be a big gunfight versus Kovacs at the top of your screen here.
But number 8, that's going to be Killapie. He's been able to spawn out in the back of Rage. He can't find the kill there, unfortunately, so he loses control over those spawns. He could have potentially set up a little bit better. I know there was a lot of time left on this current hill, the central rooftop, but it's not going to be enough time. Prodigy will get some scrap time. Coop, he'll just be able to set up his teammates in the middle of the map waiting for the push from Prodigy, but they're steamrolling in. They're able to find Curry and Kovacs as well. Coop might get a few points on the board here, but he's going to get shut down from all angles. And now Prodigy, they've done a perfect break. They've got control over the spawns as well. And Scrism, he's on this flank, finds Kovacs there too. So Rage, they've been completely shut out of this hill.
Yeah, I mean, Rage did everything right except for having someone sit out the back on the anchor. Basically what happened there is Prodigy had enough numbers around the middle and up close to that hard point that they influenced the spawns so heavily because there wasn't enough players from Rage there left alive after that initial team fight. So they basically just spawned out across map. And again, we see spawns basically flip out again after we see basically the opposite team push come in from Rage.
Coop trying to stay alive there, allowing his teammate to come and support him. It's going to be Kovacs, though, taking a fight against Gydra for control over this graveyard hill. Gydra's going to win that one too easily, it seems. There is still contention on this current hill. Curry going to be able to get that kill too and get the rest of the time on the board. But Prodigy, they've brought it back within 20 points here. Very well done by them to do so. They were down by quite a significant amount, but they do have control over the next hill so far, at least. We'll have to wait and see what Rage can do to get into this one.
Yeah, it looks like Prodigy are pretty nicely set up. They won that pretty big gunfight you pointed out earlier, which basically just has one spawns and the optimal setup. And they've got someone actually sitting really deep. Killapie at the back who's going to have this 100% lockdown, so they ensure that they keep those spawns anchored. And that happens, except they basically allowed Rage to push in from the front as a 4-stack. They had them coming purely through the spiral stairs and didn't shut it down when they should have.
Kovacs now, he's helping his teammate on this hill. He's just watching on this little bit of cover that he's got. Very minimal space that they can shoot him at on that ledge. So a very nice position for him to hold, but his teammates have all fallen around him. He's now going to get pinched from the team of Prodigy, so that's not going to work out in his favor. He's going to get shut down there. Prodigy can get some scrap time, but as soon as I say that, you can see on your minimap, Curry, he's already set up for the rotation here. He's going to spot 2 players in the middle of the map. Can he find the second one there? He's going to get contested by another who he wasn't able to find in the end, but it will still be Koobs there, waiting for someone to contest him. He sees him on top of the little lumps there. Can't find the second one as well, so Rage losing control of that hill. They had it set up, but not enough. Kovac, though, he's going to try and influence the spawns here a little bit. He'll get found quite easily there. Gydra and Co are just chilling in this hard point right now, and it's another one of those mid pushes from Rage.
Yeah, I like that they're doing that, but I feel you can't necessarily force stack. You kind of need that one person just to sit out wide on showers and just put a little bit of fire on here, a little bit of pressure. We do see Camo coming out now from Gydra. This is a pretty significant kill for him to get. Oh my god, the turn and burn on Curry Kid. That was embarrassing. And he gets the 3-piece.
Can he get the 4?
Oh my god, if he got that 4-piece, that would have been utterly fantastic. And that's now Prodigy Esports in the lead. That was absolutely huge.
Coob and Co trying to get back into this one. They have gone down, as you said. They're not in the lead anymore. They've been able to clear out Prodigy though, so even after Gaija went absolutely ham, not able to continue that run of form, but we will be rotating back into the middle of the map. This is going to be the central rooftop. Third time round, and Strism, he gets instantly taken off that hill. Hopi, the last one alive for his team in the middle of the map. He's just trying to stay alive, allow his teammates to spawn around him as he's completely surrounded by Rage players.
Yeah, look, this is going to get a little bit scary here for Prodigy if they don't break this hill. Though we do see streaks coming out from Gaija, which is probably the perfect hill and the perfect use of streaks to break this. Otherwise, things would have gotten a little bit messy for them there. And just to pick up 2, and it's going to be Prodigy back in control of this hard point. But they don't have the best spawns right now. Coming into the last sort of 30 seconds of this hill, they're really going to have to get this rotate out happening. I'm really hoping that a couple of players here don't play for this this scrappy fight in the middle and they actually go and get spawns. It doesn't look like that's going to happen yet. We've got, who is that? That's Hopi sort of pushing through now, but he's going through middle. I don't necessarily know if this play is going to work, especially with the way Rage is set up right around that truck now. It's going to be pretty big for Hopi. He gets his first frag. This is going to be a huge second gunfight here. Looks like Cube has the advantage. Hopi with a slide. Oh my god, that was really, really important for Hopi to get that kill. Wouldn't have liked to see him sliding. He needed his gun up there. He'd just gotten a kill, so he should have known someone would be around him.
Killer Pie, he has to
Pie.
stay alive. He
FTL
uses the FTL. That is insane.
Oh
Great use of the FTL. That is what we were waiting for, and that is the play that you need to make with FTL to make use of it on a hard point. Getting the 2-piece there is insane and very, very helpful for his team there as they're able to go up now. They're only 25 points away from taking this one, and if they're able to control the cell block like other teams have before, they can close it out here. 30 seconds remaining on this one, and very few points remaining in the game for Prodigy to win it here after coming back from such a big lead that Rage had. You've got to be thinking the Rage have to be down at this point, but four points remaining here. Gaija and Co are all on the hard point. That's going to be it.
Wow.
250 to 194,
Wow.
the closest hard point today. And that was, I don't even know what to say. All of a sudden, halfway through this map, Prodigy just turned up. And that's just the experience of these players.
Yeah, honestly, I think Rage, that was basically their map to lose from just about the very start. They had good early rotations. They won a lot of the scrappy team fights. We did see a couple of good team pushes from Prodigy, but ultimately I think Rage just really reacted pretty well to a lot of those fights out on those hard points. Huge payloads just there that game. I dare say that's probably what would have won them. Basically, Commissary with the guy getting a camo 3-piece. I mean, camo was for the first kill, turns on the second, and just absolutely deletes the third player. Yeah. And we see finally a good FTL jump play. That was perfect, honestly. Like, he was getting shot at, teleports straight behind him and just finishes him off. I'm honestly impressed, like, by both teams, actually. Like, Rage played excellently.
For an open bracket team that we haven't seen much of, or any of, at least, on stream, but just in general, we haven't seen much of them in the scene, or that is, you know, public or specifically out there in the open that's been streamed or anything like that. You know, they definitely turned up at the start of this game, as you said. It's a bit unfortunate that they sort of slacked off towards the end, got a little bit complacent mainly, maybe, but, you know, definitely a big congratulations to them for bringing it as far as they did for Prodigy. Like, the way they came back, that was something of brilliance right there.
Yeah, honestly, I think a few of those big plays came down to Curry, and I think Kovacs fighting off for spawns. I think all the players did that, but Curry did a really nice sort of late flank when they had a lead from Graveyard all the way down through Showers into the next hill. He didn't manage to get the kills, but he got traded out by 2 players from Prodigy, which is, I don't know, it's not too bad. Like, he made the right decision, but it just didn't work out in his favor. And I think if some of those later rotations in the game came up basically like for Rage, they could have easily won that.
Well, right there, you saw on the replay, once again, that FTL jump usage was very, very nice at the end there, and fist bumps all around for this Prodigy team. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into S&D on Crusher once again, and this is one of those maps that definitely is a big factor of the team play. We've seen that prevail every single time. Prodigy may have the upper hand in terms of momentum and just general experience, and as you can see on the overview here, Crusher, it's been quite brutal today so far.
Yeah, it really has. I think I've got to favour, honestly, probably Prodigy going to this map. I know Hopi's, Hopi and I played like a lot of S&D together. I feel like I had a pretty good grasp of how to play, and I think I passed a lot of that on. And we have seen them play pretty comfortably. Like, one of his ex-teammates was Maka, and they played really well together. and I hope he should have learned basically a lot from him as well. Going to this next map, I don't know, Killapie and Gaidra, pretty good S&D players. I wouldn't say they're the best in the country. I think they should be able to pull it off with a lot of their sort of duo work. I think they've had some fairly decent strats playing against them in the CWL last year in Black Ops 3. I know I did drop a good solid 1v4 on them early in the year, so I don't know. I don't have a huge amount of confidence in those two, but I think that duo is good. Scrism is an excellent player, and I mean, hopefully we'll snipe. I just want to see some dope snipes.
Yeah, that would be pretty sick. We haven't actually seen too many snipers come out this weekend so far. I think one of the Asian teams brought it out at some point. Blue from Rampage, I think that was. And then obviously last series we saw Claw bring it out and fail quite miserably with it, unfortunately. It was a little bit sad, unfortunately. He missed a very vital shot there, but you know, you can't win them all. And Prodigy, they're hoping to win this one, that's for sure. But it is the map that Rage needs to come back into if they want to extend this series any more than a 3-0. This is the start of that sort of, you know, just going toe-to-toe with a team like Prodigy. But as we are flying through this map, some beautiful vision here for you guys. And you can see some of the key areas of the map, obviously the spawn points, and they have been so vital in clutch situations over today so far. Just the way that people are able to rotate around the map has blown my mind in some points.
Yeah, but interested to see a few of the sort of deeper plays in the back of spawns. It's not really that great a ground. There's not really a lot of cover. Teams have just been sort of sitting out there, just sort of waiting for the other team to make a mistake. So it's fairly common to see teams rotate deeply around the map because you have a lot of cover. You can't be spotted from mid. And those sort of traditional COD spots where you will sit in a corner and just like look at a couple of lanes simultaneously doesn't really happen as much as you would like. But we did see, I think it might have been Spades earlier. No, it was Rival. Rival was sitting nice underneath that bridge last map and just sort of looking at 3 different lanes at once. Back on that truck end of the map. It sort of didn't work out as well as you wanted it to, but I mean, it still sort of exists. But it's just, like I said, it's difficult. It's difficult to set up in those spots that you want to.
Yeah, well, you know, it's one of those maps that it seems to favor the teams that push together in terms of the offensive side of things. And we've seen that time and time again so far. In terms of defense, there's many different ways to approach it. Often you'll see, you know, one person go to A and then flank around. Sometimes we've seen 3 go to A and flank around. And I think that was very evident in the way that Validate Black played. But we will be going into this one here with Rage starting off on the defense and Prodigy on the offensive side of this map. Search and Destroy Crusher. This one is going to be huge. Killapie brings out the longbow.
I'm slightly disappointed that it's not Hopi, but I mean, if this guy's going to be the dedicated scope, let's see the moves. Let's see what he's got. He's going to crank out that thermal scope. Let's see what he can make.
Start off with Killapie here. He's going to probably go towards the middle of the map. It seems to be the most common sniping point, but you don't often get a lot of kills there. He spots the player, picks him off to start things off, and that's an excellent start.
I don't know what Hypers was looking at there. He seemed to be looking across at B. I mean, there's going to be no one at B that early in the rotation. Bit of a foolish play there from him.
Now it's going to be a 3v4. Prodigy, they're set up quite well in this A-bomb site right now. Killapie, he's just going to rotate back in. We'll swap back over to him, sorry. He gets the second one with the scope. Can he find the third? He saw him, so he's at least able to call that one out. But now the players from Rage, they're all over the bomb site here, and the Prodigy team, they're pushed back a little bit. So they've got to be careful that they don't just go for the sticking defuse, but they're going to find both players quite quickly. Prodigy in the first round on the board.
Yeah, that was a bit foolish from the guys at Rage. I mean, why even contest middle? Like, the scope has gotten a kill. He's probably still going to be there because there's not other great ground to play on. And the A-bomb site just went down. So, like, why would he move scope into basically indoors where he can't see anything at range?
Well, you have to think of it. Yeah, I was about to say, you have to think about the A-bomb site. It's very close quarters, and that's where your E-Rads reign supreme. But Rage, they're going to go on the offense this time. We'll see if they decide to bring out a scope. Not going to happen by the looks of things. Coob going to be a dedicated bomb carrier this time around. They're looking to make a play around the B-bomb site by the looks of things. But if we go over to Hopi, he's on a massive flank here, and he might be able to catch some players off guard. One's going to turn around just at an inopportune time. That's going to be Curry going down for the first blood. And now it's time for Rage to react. Hypers, he's going to be on a long flank here. And I don't know if Guy's just going to think to look around. He doesn't, so Coob finds him. In fact, Hopi here, though, close range. He finds another one there. It's going to be him going down now in a 1v1. Scrism versus Hypers. Hypers, he doesn't have the bomb. Scrism, he can use this to his advantage, but he's gone all the way into mid. So Hypers, if he picks up the bomb and plants it here, he could get an advantage with Scrism going all the way over to A. But no, he's deciding to rotate as well, and they might come face to face soon if they're not too careful.
think it's a little bit of a risky play out of Scrism there. He knew exactly where Herbie had just died, and he knew that he died to an ERAD, so obviously it's going to be close range. He's not going to go far. He may try to rotate to the other side, but he didn't even check the other side. He didn't read that. He's pushed up and set up for a B. I think he could have had this kill much earlier. Does get the read, does get the kill. I mean, from my talk,
read, yeah.
He won the round, but it wasn't the right play.
Hypers, you know, you just plant the bomb there. Scrism was in the right place at the right time, able to read that one quite easily. In fact, you know, thinking about it, as soon as he gets off the bomb, where's he likely to go? Picks the right way, which was obviously to go on that wall run. And in hindsight for Hypers, that wasn't the right move to make. But Scrism, very happy with that one. 2-0 up now as they are in the lead, Prodigy. And it looks like they're going to go a 4-stack towards A and a 4-stack for B for Rage. That's the wrong read. You can't get every read right, obviously, but Hydra, he's going to be able to get the bomb down instantly, and Rage, they're going to have to respond. They know no one's at B now. There we go, 4v4 retake.
It should be pretty difficult for Rage to retake this map. This bomb site. It's very awkward. I mean, there are a few entryways, but they're not particularly good. You can't wall run in. You've got to come through this tight little door. Stuns come out, but I mean, who's going to be standing up that close on the site? You're going to be playing deep on the head glitch. You're going to stretch plant that bomb, which is exactly what they did. And basically fight from deep, where you can stack up and only force the other team to fight through a couple of doorways. That we do see a bit of a diffuse coming out.
He's going for the
very, very close. He's getting wall banged a little bit. Oh, that was
close.
So close. That was so close. All he had to do was have his team just charge.
Stay alive
at them,
for a second.
charge,
Be bullet bait, basically. Just take all the bullets. Hope he almost
oh my God, that was
didn't
close.
see that he was defusing there. Very, very close round in the end, but it will be Prodigy now up 3-0.
Yeah, look, Killer Pie got 3 bullets on him, and I hope he had to actually finish that fight off. I'm not sure if Killer Pie went down, but man, that was tight. That would have been probably less than a second left on the defuse.
You'd have to think so. Kovac, though, he's going to pick up the bomb this time around, as it looks like they're going to both be going towards B with the 4-stack on either side of things. Killer Pie, so you're going to be pulling out the scope again. He is, in fact, spots one downrange, can't find that kill. Hypers and Curry getting 2 kills, so now it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of Rage, and obviously Killer Pie with this sniper rifle, that's not helpful, but when Kaija gets 2 pieces and reduces it to a 1v1, that's where things could get interesting. Hypers, he must know by now that Killer Pie has that long bow, and he's going to be chasing the kill here. Can he find it? Killer Pie going to rotate around and just wait it out, see what Hypers is going to do, and he might just catch him from behind. Hypers
not picking up a gun?
Hypers is chasing the kill here. You can see him long range. Killer Pie is just evading his sights for just a little bit longer. Finally finds him and gives him the salute as well.
I don't know what Killer Pie was doing there. He had an opportunity to go and grab a gun, and he just opted to run past it. He really needed a rifle there instead of just praying with his cooks. I mean, he whiffed his other shot. I don't know what his quickscope is like, but I mean, you can't really rely on the pistol to win that. And we see the salute come out. Classic. Down 3-1, saluting bodies. Nice.
Well, there we go, Rage. They need something to hype themselves up because they are down a bit. And we heard in the hard point they were shouting a lot. But as we see here, Gardra, he does actually have a Scarab to work with and is very close to his active camo here. He's going to be picking up the bomb too. One player, though, is going to be looking down range for Rage towards this B-bomb site. Spots one on the wall run, throws out a nade. Not going to find anything with that one. But now his teammates can rotate.
Yeah, Rage with a nice defensive split. But I mean, they've seen grenades come out, they've seen bullets come out, and they're still slow to rotate. I mean, who is that? That's Kuba. They're way too slow on the rotate, man. And you can't be doing that. Like, while your team is doing work. I mean, he's managed to downhaul one player, but he's not going to clean up the kill. He's going to get deleted, and it's going to be a 2v3. Oh, sorry, a 1v3. Curry Kid coming from the most awkward ground and gets sandwiched in the end to lose the round.
Bait and switch there by Prodigy to win it, as you said. Gets pinched from behind, and that is a perfect cleanup from this Prodigy team. They're just showing their dominance right now. That's how you got to play those situations.
You just cannot be slow on those rotations. Like, you know this map is a pretty heavy either 3 or 4 stack, so like, what are you going to do? Just engage in a 1v1 or just group up with your team and win the fight out on the other side?
And Gaija with 2 kills in that round is going to achieve his active camo and be 100 points away, which is the same as 1 kill away from getting a Scarab twice, but he'll get deleted, running into all of the players from Rage.
Straight into the Hornet's Nest right there. Yeah. It is a, what is it, a 2v4 right now? Troop out of position, the player's going to jump over his head and get traded out. Unfortunate for Hobie there, and it's going to be a 1v4 for your man of Killer Pie. Trying to work on his payload here. Not even close to streaks, no nade to work with. This could be pretty rough, but at least he has a better rifle than that damn longbow in hand right now. K-Bass, sort of the right weapon for this fight. I think he needs to really commit to a bomb site here. That's pretty much what you've got to do in your 1v4s. You need to commit to a site and try and play for a kill basically when the game becomes 3v1 instead of 4v1.
He's going to spot out a player there. They're both sort of trading shots down range. He's going to run into one in the middle, make that 2. They're able to double team him there. Nothing that Killify could really do there. They're discussing on stage what's going on in these rounds that they've lost recently. And you got to say, with the way that Rage have just played those last couple, they're definitely bringing this one back.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with what they're doing. Those rotates need to become just like a little bit tighter. If they do that, if they actually stack out those sites appropriately after they basically get the call of what side it's going to be a push on from Prodigy, things will be a little bit easy for them.
Right now, as you can see on the minimap, or the enlarged minimap at least, it's a 2-2 split for this Rage side. And it looks like Prodigy want to go towards B. They're going to exchange some shots down range. Nothing as of yet has happened, but Gaidra, he's going to be using his active camo, trying to get into the enemy space here. It's going to run out just at the right time for him to find a kill, and that's going to be a 3 down. Go back, last alive, 1v4 situation. The opposite of what we just saw. Bomb planted at B. This is probably unwinnable.
Yeah, that's pretty solid use of camo there. It's basically the play to make is to push out onto rocks. And that last player is going to get 1v1 and get owned to finish the round. Not too bad from Rage, but I mean, Prodigy just using payloads and just getting the perfect timing for Dick. And him contest that last player as he slid in on that gunfight. Good reads from, I believe that was Gaidra. Good plays all around.
Yep, 5-2, Prodigy up. 1 round away from taking this one, making it a 2-0 lead in the series. Still got that Scarab to work with, Gaidra. Hypers, he does have his active camo though, so he can pull that out if need be.
He has to.
He has to this round, yeah. There's no way he's not going to unless he gets absolutely eliminated to start things off. But as you can see, it is going to be a 4-man push towards B for Rage, and the split from Prodigy, they're all over the place, going on one-man missions by the looks of things. They think it might be going towards A, but they finally realized, no, that's not the case. But Hopey, he uses, or is able to find First Light Hypers. He pops his active camo with nothing coming from it. He's going to be just running into any sort of gunfight with nothing to work with now in this 4v3.
Yeah, that camo was incredibly wasted there. I feel like he should have at least sort of acknowledged there might have been a player sitting deep on the B. Like, they know that Prodigy has been stacking bomb sites. They know they haven't necessarily been playing a lot of splits, even though they were a little bit there. But I mean, they really just need to focus up and group up and push these plays and actually check and make plays together as a team instead of just sort of throwing camo away like that.
Yep, Hypers, he's going to be able to actually find that kill. So it reduces it to a 3v3 here. Hopey, he's got his Centurion, but I doubt it's going to be of much use here. Killify also has his FDL jump to use. He had the Oni out, not going to work. 20 seconds remaining though, bomb's still not down. And they need to be careful here. Hopey, he's going to be walking around. Oh, well, that's it. As soon as I say that, it's the 6-2.
Yeah, that was over. That was a pretty clean 2-piece from the other player down the bottom of the map. Who was that? I think that was our man, Gaidra there. Cleaning up a nice clean 2-piece.
Yep.
Honestly, nice. That was pretty solid from Prodigy and sort of expected. I mean, it was a little bit of a slow start. It looked a little bit good for Rage at the beginning, but I think Prodigy sort of found their stride here, especially after that last hard point, and sort of got composure back and sort of working a little bit better as a team. I think that just slightly more amount of sort of high-level S&D experience is really paying off, and that's so obvious watching Rage. I mean, watching them play, like, they were not quite as decisive as they were in the respawn, and just sort of slow on all the rotates where they needed to be grouped up with their team.
Absolutely. Right now, we're seeing on the screen the team of Rage. They're just sort of discussing what to do going into this uplink coming up. 6-2 loss there, though. It's got to be a little bit demoralizing. But we will be going to uplink on Precinct once again. And, you know, we've seen many teams get absolutely thrashed on this. And then some closer games so far today. We'll have to wait and see what this one turns out to be.
Yeah, I think I'm going to call this in favor of Prodigy.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose Rage's respawn was pretty good, and I think if they come out strong at the start, they may have a chance here. Though I feel like this loss on main stage, probably these people may have a little bit of a mentality impact on them. I mean, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You got to think about these players probably don't have a lot of main stage experience, let alone LAN experience. I can't really comment on the latter, but definitely on the main stage, we haven't really seen these names out in force before. Meanwhile, Prodigy, as I've said before, 3 out of their 4 players have gone to... That was so close.
That was actually about probably 1.5 seconds left on that.
Still pretty close. Well, that's the thing, you know. It was
Yeah.
close. It was close enough that if his teammates there went and were just bullet bait and took the fights, just died in front of the rest of the Prodigy team, he probably could have made that defuse happen. But instead, they sort of were taken out off the bomb site and not able to really make anything from that.
Well, I think he made the right play. They sort of cleared out a little bit of area in front of them, and he knew that he could put bomb down sort of instantaneously. Oh, sorry, diffuse that bomb instantaneously. And he went for it. He made the right play, but unfortunately it just didn't quite work out for him right then and there.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be going into the uplink. As you said, the respawn from this Rage team was all right. It was pretty decent to start things off. If they can come out hot again, that could be definitely a good showing from them. I can imagine that they'll be doing very well if you know, they can get a few good points on the board. But they're going to be starting off on the bottom. Oh, sorry, on the bottom side of things, on the SDF side. So that means they're going to have a lot of work to do against this Prodigy team that somehow, with very limited time together, have been able to accumulate quite good wins so far.
Yeah. Look, honestly, into Precinct, I don't think it's going to go beyond this map. I think this is going to be over pretty comfortably, pretty quickly. Honestly, I don't really think they've got it in them. I don't know what they can do to win this game, other than just group tightly and hopefully play for map control around block on both sides. I think if they make this sort of scrappy and play around Cherry, it's going to be awkward. Like, I know we've seen MF and that play around there, but those spawns can really throw you out. You can really just spawn out pretty negatively on both sides, although I guess if you're on the glass side, you sort of do spawn and can reset and rotate the ball quickly and more safely than the other team coming from Cherry. But I don't know. I think Rage really has to get an early lead to make this be anything of a game for them.
Well, we're heading into the rig draft here. We'll see what they come out with. Active camo being selected by both teams, as well as overdrive, reactive armor, and FTL jump for both teams. So mirror image here. Nothing too much to talk about. Very standard sort of plays there. I don't really know how to call this one. I'd have to agree that Prodigy have the upper hand. They're probably going to take this one out, but it's by how much, that is the question.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a whitewash. I mean, it took them Prodigy a little bit to get into the hard point, and this is another respawn. I'm not sure how confident they are on this map. I mean, this map sort of focused a little bit more on control, a little bit more on getting the correct rotations at the correct times. No, I think Prodigy should take this pretty comfortably.
Well, here we go. The map fly through. You can see the drone there in the middle of the map. And this is one of those sort of maps that there's so many choke points that you can just hold down and stop pushes. But if you can get that important 1 or 2 kills that sends the opposition spawning out from their base, it can be deadly in that regards. And you'll have to deal with a lot of pressure as the defending team. And you know, often you can't do anything about it. You just have to go and try and grab the drone and go for basically an opposite play and try and get them, catch them off guard and hope that they're still just waiting in your base.
Yeah, I'd really hate to see poor team of Rage get trapped out in that gas spawn trap. I've got a feeling that may happen here if Schism can set up effectively and get his shot on. I'll be impressed by that if it does happen, but I hope it doesn't, honestly. I want these Rage guys to come back here. I want to get to map 4 for once. I want to see what Throwback is like.
Yeah, I haven't seen Throwback in a while. No, but that is what it is. It's just the way that the cookie is crumbled today at the Cwl Sydney Open #1 in Sydney, Australia, of course, at the ESL Studios here as well. Nonetheless, a very amazing venue, and I mean, it's been home to some of the best Call of Duty our region's seen.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to have a good open bracket tournament again. I'm glad these guys are here. Glad they're given the opportunity to come in and show what they're made of. Can we jump on board with Schism to break out here? I would really like to see what his shot is like and if he's going to fire up. I promised that I'd analyze this play.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
Well, let's see what he does here off the rip. He's going to be going down the ticket side of the map, potentially trying to find a gunfight from an opposition player that could be Kovacs.
Playing that range here a little bit, I think he probably should have had a little bit more line of sight on his teammates to trade that out a little bit better. But he basically flies out and just eats Hypers for lunch there. He's going to get the 3 pieces. The last player is one shot, pre-shoots the wrong ground, and Coop cleans up that kill on him.
Killer Pike gets the 2 pieces of his own and drone control. We're going to be pushing up now, trying to find some room here to move Prodigy, but nothing is going to be able to happen so far. We're just sort of chilling right now, waiting for these players from Rage to push them, but nothing really working in favor of either team. They're sort of at a stalemate right now.
Yeah, Rage has pretty solid ground here out on block. He's just got to come up and pick up a couple of frags. I think It's going to be Gydra picking up Kovacs for that first kill. Scrism cleaning Cube and Hobie cleaning Curry Kid. Good slays across the board. Hyper sort of retaliating, but that's a 4 down now for the team of Rage. I think Prodigy should be able to easily get a throw in here. They're going to go for the pass and into the dunk. Very impressive here from the guys of Prodigy.
Scrism just chilling, waiting for the teammates to respawn around him. Kovac's going to be able to find, or rather, sorry, Hypers was able to find that kill. So he's going to be pushing up here, Kovacs. Nothing doing, however. Rage right now, they're trying to set up for some kind of push, not really working out in their favor. Every single time they go out of their base, Prodigy is just shutting them down left, right, and center, especially on this less favored side. Kovacs, he needs to play defensive here. He's able to find one kill, can't find the second one. That was Gydra who was able to get into the middle of the map. 2 players around him either side. He's going to get pinched, but somehow he stays alive there. And 2 more players are going to contest him, finally find him. Kovac's got a 2-piece there, but he'll get shut down too. Hopi doing some work with Killer Pie as well. And right now, no one really having an advantage. Killer Pie is trying to just protect that drone and work with it towards the opposition base, but he doesn't have a lead blocker or anyone to really make kills happen before he can get that one out. But he's going to throw no one. Oh, Hypers. He does actually manage to get that one out of bounds. Oh, well, no, he failed that too. Let's hope that his throws towards the uplink point aren't as bad as that attempt to reset it.
Yeah, pretty unimpressed with the choices there from Prodigy. He didn't really need to go for that clutch up play. He could have just thrown ball down, slayed out for 1 to 2 kills, and then just gone for the dunk, basically. I mean, they saw that there weren't a lot of players from Rage there. Obviously, they could have expecting the rotate to come in, but it just didn't. Not quite sure why they would do that, but they're going to go for another throw without really any support and going to miss again. It's going to get picked up and reset again.
Kovacs, yeah, able to reset that one, as you said. Nothing happening for Prodigy so far since they got that first 2-point play.
I'm not quite
very close right now.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why Rage is just grabbing that ball and throwing it out. They could make a play up the left side of the map if they wanted to, even though I said that probably wasn't the most appropriate thing for them to do. They at least need to take some ground instead of just like basically throwing the ball back to middle where Prodigy is spawning glass steps when they have no control over it whatsoever. It's like we're going to see another play come in here from Curry Kid, who's just going to grab ball and reset it again. I mean, he has all 4 of his teammates with him. Why not just push up aside and make a team push? Now they're just basically just forcing another fight for poor Kovacs in the middle, and he's going to get pinched out.
Curry last alive for his team, fighting this gunfight in the middle of the map. Both of them with a lot of cover there, so not much space to actually shoot at, not much body in their line of sight. Hopi still staying alive here. They've got complete control over their own spawn, which is a very good start. And you can see on your mini-map, Killer Pie is also pushing up towards the opposition spawn. So he's going to be able to find that kill too. But 2 players from Rage, they're flanking behind. Might try and pick up this drone, but no, they're going to get found nonetheless. Hypers, though, he does manage to do it. He's going to throw it towards the gas station there. Can his teammates come in time to support him to get that drone out and potentially get a point on the board? But so far, it doesn't seem to be the case. Hypers staying alive somehow here. Finally gets shut down by Hopi, but Hopi's going to get traded out. Koob last alive for his team. He will find his death by the hands of Gydra with a 2-piece there, and now they can reset here, Prodigy. They can recuperate after what's been a very stressful couple of seconds.
So Rage is basically just trying to avoid pushing this cherry side the entire time, and when they finally choose to do it, it's with everyone from Prodigy coming off spawn and already set up. Like, actually, they weren't even off spawn, they were already ready and set up basically to stop the push. I don't quite grasp what they're trying to do here.
Gydra, he's going to have the drone in hand. Will he go for a 1-point play or the 2 points? Looks like the 2 points in the books there. Now 4-0 up. Can he get the kill? He does to Hypers. You got to feel bad for him. He tried to block him out. Didn't happen. Tried to get the kill. Couldn't find that one either. Gydra still alive in the base right now. He's going to get past the drone, and that's a relay now. 6-0 is the scoreline here, and Gydra may have just lost the spawn control that they had. He did, in fact. He's got streaks as well to work with. Only 200 away from his Warden, and he can carry that over into the second round.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Honestly, it took them
2 kills at the start.
Exactly. Well, it's going to be easy. All he has to do is just pull NV4 and sit deep and let his team bait for him, basically, and that should be pretty much free streaks.
And he does have the streaks that he's already got to use to his advantage, so this could be over very quickly if they're not careful here, Rage.
Yeah, that first half was just the story of Rage just throwing opportunities basically literally just outside the map. We can see a little bit of a breakout from Prodigy to hit up middle. It's not going to quite work out. I think this pinch from, I think that's Scrism, is going to come in a little bit late. Gydra's going to win that fight anyway, even though it's very close. Another big gunfight here cleans up that on Curry Kid, and it looks like we're going to see Where's the ball going to go? They're going to take ball up glass. With Gydra opting to rotate all the way back around out to Cherry. Looks like he might set up for the spawn trap. I think that's the ultimate play here. But that Warden does come up. See those first 2 kills come in for Killerpie and a dunk to follow up straight away. Hopefully the other team of Rage either has FMJ and they're going to shoot that streak down, or that blind eye perk better come out for 4 people right here and now.
You'd hope so. He's got 3 kills to his name. I think he's almost about to get his Trinity Rock. Oh, sorry, his bombardment. Not going to happen there. Very close. Pardon me, but he does actually have his overdrive to work with as well. Scrism, though, he's streaked out just as much. An upload there from Killerpie is going to mean the scoreline's now 9-0.
All right, looks like we see basically the spawn trap coming down with Killerpie with a pretty hectic amount of kills there. Hopey just popping his payload there just to get up with his team so he can just walk this ball straight in before the team of Rage can manage to get back. I don't know if that was a dunk. I think that might have just been poor Hobie just flopping into point. And Killerpie, another beautiful FTL jump play right then and there. Straight on the cover and salute to the sky. What a man. Honestly, boss plays from him all around this series. Been pretty impressed, actually. You see, it looks like a team of Rage all spawning back up in glass. They're going to have an opportunity to make a play on ball. This is pretty much too much of a lead. I just don't think they have the confidence in themselves, especially with this much of a loss and their place in the first half, to really come back from this in really any way. And it's showing now. Like, look at that kill feed. We've just seen pretty much 3 unanswered kills come in for Prodigy.
It's lining up red, as you said. Yeah, Killerpie trying to get that drone out, unsuccessfully doing so. 3 minutes remaining here. And Scrism, he's trying to get some shots down range. Not going to find a kill from it just as of yet. Might be able to do so. He also does have some streak available. Hopey, though, in the back lines. Can he get a flank on here and potentially get a couple of kills to help his team out? Not too sure about that one. Does find one, so that's going to be now the spawns in control of Hopey. Finds another. Can he get the third? Not going to happen there.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a gutsy play there. Again, it should just be ball thrown down and helping his teammates slay up, but it's not going to matter because the 1 point's going to go through anyway. Rage not quite quick enough to move up and stop that point from happening. Looks like Hopey's going to be up on his own. This is a pretty significant kill for him to get. But it looks like that ball is going to go back out to team. Not a lot of confidence in Hopey to win glass. Looks like they're just going to have one lead block here and just go for the easy throw, knowing that the team of Rage basically has to take glass and then push up and push out to actually get on the board this map.
Right now, Coop is on 2 kill streak. Just trying to find something else to work with. Can he get that kill down range? Not going to happen. 13-0. The scoreline is brutal.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. 2 minutes left for the team. Hopefully they do get a point in at the end. It looks like, I think Prodigy's getting a little bit more confident in themselves. Seeing players push out on their own pretty aggressively and sort of just catching the team of Rage off guard in sort of positions that really shouldn't have to be fighting gunfights. I mean, Scrism gets a 2-piece there, but it's not going to be so significant unless this ball can go in. It's going to come up for a pass. And I think that's reactive armor just used then and there. I do see a couple of other payloads up for Scrism and for Gydra, though. These KDs looking a little bit gnarly right now. A couple of players basically double the score of Rage, and I think that's going to be the reason why this game has been such a blowout, honestly.
Killerpie there, Scrism used his reactive armor. Gydra, he's going to use his FT. Oh, no, sorry. Rather, I'm trying to get up to him here. Where is he? I don't know what he just did, but he got a dunk.
Yeah, he basically ran through their entire team with camo and just walked that straight in.
Too easy.
Alright, looks like we're going to see a couple of payloads come up in this last minute for Rage finally. Hopefully that does result in a point for them. They are in a position to make a play here, but it looks like the team of Prodigy's grab ball and sort of try to push that out a little bit. It's going to be Hopey looking up here, picking up kills, trying to just slow the other team of Rage down completely, and he's doing so. Though it does get dropped in the end, and this could finally be a 2-point play, or even though just a 1-point play coming in. We see this throw come out, it is overdrived, and it's a whiff. Thank you, Cube. A little bit disappointing there, mate. Would have expected that to go straight in. It might have been a little bit of an effect from overdrive. Though we do see a dunk go through. I think that is Kovacs, yeah, has managed to sneak through and dump that ball.
20 seconds remaining. That is all she wrote. Prodigy going to win this one 3-0 once again. Another 3-0 victory here. This event so far has been full of them. Not much really happening for some of these teams. It's a bit unfortunate that it ended the way that it did, but that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Prodigy Esports going to be taking this series 3-0. And that is what a pickup team can do when they're in the form that this team is in.
I mean, they didn't really play bad in the first respawn. That hard point was pretty solid for the vast majority. S&D a little bit rough. like we saw, I think that just came down to composure and inexperience playing against guys that have been playing S&D for a fairly long time.
Yeah.
A little bit of scope work coming out. I wish there was probably some more extravagant plays and some two pieces that they could have happened, but they didn't. A little bit disappointed. So the guys fist bumping out here right now. I guess there's some good sportsmanship. There's smiles all around. Not too much depression, thank God.
Yeah. Well, this is the first showing of an open team in the pool play so far this weekend. And there'll be plenty more of it. Of course, this Rage team, they've got still more games to play in the pool, just as much as Prodigy do too. But what seemed like a very easy win there for Prodigy in the series in general. But as we take a look at some of the highlights here, Rage just weren't able to get anything going in that map.
No, not really. I mean, like I said, Rage had opportunities in the first half while it was still sort of close to actually do things, but they just kept resetting ball and just forcing themselves to, one, fight off and clear their own base from a very aggressive Prodigy, two, refight ball when they didn't have numbers, and basically the team of Prodigy was spawning up on glass and just coming straight in and contesting them. I mean, it shouldn't have happened like that. They had opportunities. They just had to sort of capitalize on them. I think that's something that really separates the boys from the men in a lot of these series here.
That seems to be the case here. The boys definitely being Rage in the way that, they're a relatively inexperienced team, going on main stage against some of the most experienced players in our scene. And the little salute there once again.
I love it.
That was just almost demoralizing. At least they got some points on the board by the end of it, but, just not enough to get any sort of foothold into this game.
Yeah, very much too little too late. Not a bad series to watch, honestly. Some exciting plays. I'm really impressed with the payload usage from Prodigy.
Especially in that first map. That was a lot closer than it probably should have been.
Yeah, definitely. Impressed with the guys in Prodigy. I really hope we see a fair bit more of them in this weekend here. Hopefully they should play pretty well and come out into your double win bracket later on.
Well, that is the series overview there. The hard point, the closest map of the series, and it seemed like they got crushed on Crusher, and Precinct was controlled completely by Prodigy there. I mean, talk to me about how some of these, well-known players played today, like Hopi, 35 kills there.
Yeah, it's good to see Hope on top of the slays here. He's playing like a bit of a boss. Pretty impressed with him. What was he, 35 and 19?
Yeah.
Solid 2 carries and a throw out. Looks like we've got a couple more carries from guys who are playing OBJ there. I'm glad to see that Hopi, I think we had a little bit of a chat before this, and he just really spoke about how he wants to sort of focus on his own game and get back to his sort of slaying roots, which I'm pretty proud of him. He's actually managed to nail that in this series here. Hopefully he continues to do that for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, well, that's going to do it from us for this series at least. That really, you got to say Rage, they're in a bad position, or they were at least after that S&D. You can't really fault them for doing as poorly as they did in the uplink, but we will see more of them, and then we've also got another team coming from the open bracket in the next game of today, the last game actually of today. So we'll have to wait and see how that one goes. But for now, here we have a look at the groups. A couple of teams here that have done quite well. That was Group A there. Prodigy 1 win, Tainted Minds 1 win, Mindfreaker win, Chiefs as well, and then Validate.
Yeah, honestly, pretty much what we expected. It's pretty standard. It's the best players in the country playing the best. Yeah, this is really what you expect out of your first games out of all the group stage today.
Yeah, well, that's what it is, and that's how it has gone down. We are going to have one more series, today. But until then, we've got an interview with the man himself, Hopi, over on the stage with Sandman. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Millboss. Yes, I am here with Hopi, mate. A couple of weeks ago, I saw on social you said you have not been this hungry in a very long time, and today you've come out. You've really shown your skills, I suppose. But how are you feeling? A 3-0 victory. You hungry to win this weekend, or at least prove yourself, I suppose?
Yeah, pretty hungry. Getting dropped from a team isn't always the greatest feeling, but just the way things were handled kind of made me a bit heated. I'm here to prove a point. Felt like I played a pretty annoying role on my old team to try and benefit my teammates, but now I just want to come out and do me and destroy him. But as for this game today, we came here thinking we'd play Tainted first up. We thought it might be first main stage game, but we had the open bracket team. Obviously, we've known these guys here and there on this team, but we knew we're going to kind of win the game, not sounding cocky, but obviously just facts. And we came out and we just got the game done with, and that was it. Yeah, nothing too impressive besides maybe the last game, but you know, first series to land, which is good. So good to get it out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely, and that 3-0 making it even better for you guys. A nice, easy start into the weekend, like we saw from some of those other teams. Now, what you said there actually was a very good point. I think it plays across a couple of different FPS games as well. Or I suppose just esports in general. You find yourself sometimes playing roles that either don't suit you, or you spend your time trying to make other people feel comfortable in their roles, and as a result, you end up playing suboptimal roles for you. Do you feel now that you've opened up, you can play a role that you want? How does it play differently?
Yeah, it was just like me and Vol started with team for about 2 years, and he's always been that like in-game leader. He's a guy that would like, you know, for me, like he would support me and you know, pump me up in games and like help me do better. I think as we stopped teaming, I felt like I had to take up that experience role because, you know, the teams that I had after that had less experienced players, and you know, me being experienced, I felt like I had to take lead. And, you know, I kind of like looked at what my teammates were, like, you know, he's a really good slayer. I've got to, you know, try and make him slay really well. So I'd like not slay as much and not do my game. But with this team now, I think I just got to kind of like do what I do best and play well. You know, like if I'm just slaying and just making big aggressive kills and that's what works better for my team. So I've just got to get back to doing that. You know, it's just been you know, I've been okay the last few years, but it's nothing too special. But, you know, I'm just looking to get back to where I was. So this is the way to start it.
It certainly is, and we'll see how you go across the rest of the weekend. If you can get out there, get those frags, it's definitely, as you say, it makes life much easier for the rest of the team if you can go out there and just make life a little bit easier, get those extra kills, put them on the board, and you know, just make it a bit simpler for them to play how they want to play in the end. So we'll see how that one works out for you. Realistically, how do you think the team's going? How do you think you're going to go for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, we've been going good, surprisingly. You know, we kind of formed out of nowhere. We kind of had a bunch of team changes go down, and it's because of him turning 18. We knew he's a skilled player, and we wanted to get our hands on him, so we said, yep, let's get him up. The team's been going well so far. We've only played one game as a proper team before this CGP game. Didn't end too well, but other than that, the team's looking great. Like, we've scrimmed all the top teams, and we've done well majority of the time. We've got points where we get a bit lazy, but I mean, it's LAN. I feel like we're going to play to our potential. And I mean, everyone's hungry here to prove a point. You know, like Gardner and Killerpie, their two teammates dogged them. You know, Scrism, he's 18 now, first lane back in like 2 years. And with me getting dropped, so we're all really hungry to prove a point here. And, you know, show everyone that like we're not the players that should be left behind. So,
how much better is LAN than playing online? Talk it through. For those of you, the guys who might, you know, play from home a lot, that they consider themselves good players, but they haven't necessarily had the opportunity to come and play on LAN. You played a ton of LANs over the last few years. How is it different? How does it, you know, play to some people's skills and perhaps not others?
There's a lot of like internet factors, because obviously if you're hosting, say, from Sydney and you got somebody from, say, Brisbane or Perth or whatever, like even in Sydney, it really like depends on how you're going to play. Like sometimes, like if like I'm in Brisbane, I get a Brisbane host, you know, it makes my registration on the game better. So everybody that I shoot dies a lot quicker than they normally would. But just with LAN, it's just about showing up and kind of playing like you are at home, you know, not getting nervous, because, you know, get a bit flustered sometimes, people get a bit frantic and that, but it all comes with experience. But, you know, just with the whole registration online, like some players might have really good internet and they might be playing on a really good host majority of the time. So obviously they're going to have that advantage over players who are playing from a further distance or have a disadvantage on their internet. So there's a lot of different factors, but I think the biggest thing, yeah, is just coming to LAN and just doing you, like everything that you practice for online, you know, actually coming to LAN and do that. Don't get frantic, don't get flustered and that. So yeah, that's the main thing.
That's a very good point as well, and I think it's one of the reasons that the community is so excited to be here. A 30-team LAN, as we said before, a record for the APAC region, a couple of teams coming across from Asia, as well as some of ANZ's best. It's really a great opportunity, and, you know, getting up here, playing on the stage, or playing over in the open bracket as well. You know, when you're playing against someone face-to-face and they're yelling at you, it's a different experience than playing at home in your PJs, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Like, you know, if somebody's getting up in your face, it's a bit intimidating at times, depends on how you take it. Like some people, you know, they get affected by that and others don't. But like with the whole open LAN, it's an amazing feeling. I really liked how everything's double elimination now. Like last year, it was single elimination. So like we flew to America, played one series, got knocked out, and we were done for. Like same as we came to this venue last year in Sydney, we played one series, we won, we were done for. But with this weekend, like we're already guaranteed 3 series now, and then from then we can go on to play many more series, and that's how LAN should be. Like everybody's here to play COD, and you want to play as much COD as you can. So obviously, the further you get, the more you play, and that's what you're here for.
Well, man, good luck for the rest of the weekend. You have 2 more pool play games to go, and then hopefully for you guys progressing on through, we'll see how that ends up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sold out here for spectator passes here at CWL Sydney #1. It's going to be an exciting weekend of action. We have 1 more game coming up today. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Sydney. Whew, it's been one hell of a day.
Yeah.
Miles Ross joining me on the desk is the effervescent Mel Boss. Dude, it's been a joy. Day one is almost in the books.
Yeah.
But we've got one series left for you, and we promise to make it, well, I can't promise to make it anything but probably a 3-0, because that's just what we've seen today.
Let's just promise to make it a 3-0. Maybe it will go 4 maps.
Maybe it'll go for us. Hopefully
that could be the way to go.
So here we are, guys. Final match of the day. We've got Validate Red against Volume Gaming, and it's going to be a loud one.
Yeah.
If you keep picking up what I'm putting down.
God.
I've been off the desk for
It's
2
hard.
series.
It's
I've
hard.
been saving these up, these awful puns.
And it's just not working.
It's never worked. But have I learned a thing? No.
No.
Well, guys, we've got 3 maps coming up for you. I'm sure you can tell what those maps are, because of course it is pool play round 1, so we will once again be playing the same 3 maps, which most of you should now know by the back of your hand. Frankly, it's if you can go.
Okay, then tell me them.
Okay, well, it's Hardpoint on Breakout, and then it's S&D on Crusher, and then we've got Precinct Uplink. Game 4 and 5, I have absolutely no idea because we haven't made it there yet. But
Throwback
I'm
and
sure
Retaliation are the name of those ones that we'll probably never get to today, at least.
Well,
tomorrow, though. Tomorrow we'll have other maps.
Can you promise me? Yes.
I can promise you that.
Well, of course, if those of you who saw the last series, it was Validate. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Validate. It was Rebellion against...
God, you're really getting it. It was
Rage.
Rage.
I was in the front row. Rage.
It was Rage versus Prodigy.
So I'm a whole series behind now.
Yes,
it was something interesting we were talking about. Those guys who've come through the open bracket are so fired up.
Yeah.
So pumped to play the guys in pool play. It just showed. Rage were they were raging.
Screaming.
Frankly, they were screaming. I'm sure you could hear them from here. And it showed in their hardpoint game. They kept that one relatively close. But then when it came to S&D, where it was kind of like, shh, calm down, guys.
Let's just
totally
chill, dude.
just chill a bit. We need a little bit more coordination. It didn't quite work out for them. But alas, still a good series to watch regardless of that. Anyway, speaking of series, let's get on with this one. Validate Red versus Volume Gaming. Volume coming in through the open bracket. So, of course, it'll be the first time these guys have played together. Validate, this will be their first game of the day, but Volume have been sweating it through the open bracket, so they're pretty, I would safe to say, they're pretty warmed up.
I mean, in this weather, I don't think anyone really is sweating, but hey,
it's
it's
pretty muggy outside,
really?
to be honest.
Has it got warm again?
It's kind of warm. It's wet
Sydney,
and warm.
love it.
You guys don't know what you're missing. It is hell.
But hey, let's get into this one. Let's talk about the rosters going into this game. Validate Red, we know these guys have been around the scene quite a lot. And I'm sure a lot of people at home will know some of these names. We have Zipper, Tyson, Setzi, and JPEX. Was it, or is it JTEX?
JTEX.
There's two of them. They're so different. There's I get confused between the two.
There's
all the
quite
time.
a lot of J somethings in the COD community right now. Onto the rig draft, guys, and again talking about these players. Setzi has been around for a long time. JTEX was in Call of Duty stage. He was in the CWL stage 2 for Black Ops 3
he was.
regularly. He was there for a hell of a long time. And on the other side of the board, these are AMs, guys. This is the first time I've got the pleasure of casting over these guys. We've got Stems, Wyso, Smiley, aka Gaz, who's a real. He's a force to be reckoned with on social media. We've got Monster and Templix. Guys, welcome back to Breakout. It is going to be game 1, Hardpoint on Breakout, just in case you were wondering. But we're keen to get this one underway. James, we haven't seen the AM teams play yet. Obviously they were hammering their way through the open bracket, but these guys, Validate Red, experiences on their side. They've got an AUG for a start. That's definitely in swinging in their favor. But it's quite exciting to see how these guys are going to match up.
Well, it's a very interesting thing to think about these open bracket teams, because we don't see a lot of them until they get into the pool play. We don't know what to expect, whereas the Validate teams that we've seen, or we've already seen a Validate team today, and we're seeing Red now, of players that we know and have seen across the last couple of years in the scene, at least. Setzi was playing in the qualifier for stage 1 last year. I don't know how much he played throughout the actual season itself. JTEX, I think, as you said, was in stage 2. I think that Zipper and Tyson are relatively recently 18. I'm not 100% certain on that. I might be completely wrong. They could be 30 for all I know, but probably not. But it's I haven't seen their names around the CWL too much. And then same thing on the other side. Most of these players are relatively new to the CWL itself, and as you said, they're amateurs, so they're they're really trying to show that they've got something to prove here.
Yeah, they finally made it to the global stage. I mean, this is the Call of Duty World League Sydney. This will be the first one we run this year. There'll be another one coming up later. And after that, we've got a bit of Melbourne action for you. Gosh, there's so much Call of Duty World League action. I can hardly contain myself, James.
Well, that's like the name. It's all in the name. It's global. It is the World League. You can't just have it in one area of the world. That would just be pointless.
I'm going to kick this one off with JTEX.
Do it.
We went through a lot together in Stage 2, and now I'm going to join him on IW and see how he fares.
Yeah.
You know, as far as weapon comps go, that's a lot of K-bars. Oh, that is a lot of K-bars. That's a full K-bar lineup on Validate K-bar. I mean Validate Red. See how this plays one out. Oh, it's looking like a big open wrap for these guys. JTEX going for the long wrap. Well, two of his teammates are already down, so he's going to be taking that slow and steady approach. You know, Volume, I've actually got the hard point early on here, but that slow push has paid off for JTEX. He gets one kill there on Stems. He's still got a nade in his back pocket, but he's super worried about getting flanked. Oh, almost gets the turn there. We'll jump on board with Stems, who managed to get a couple of kills there. Smiley picking up 2 pieces in the background. Zeppa finally brings him down. Templix also getting kills as well. And look at this Volume running that first hard point.
Stems, he's just going to be chilling on the hill to start things off here. They've got the first 2 points on the board here, waiting, for the push from the Validate Red squad as they try and get control, and they do. They manage to break that one. Smiley, he really needs to set up for the spawns here to get control of them before going to the hard point, the next hard point in the cell block. Not going to happen though. JTEX and Tyson, they're going to completely crush that attempt, and they'll have control going into the second hill.
Getting ready for that second hill. Here comes the fight for spawns, and it looks like we've got Validate Red in control of that one early on now. We've got JTEX there sitting back map. This 1v1 against Stems is going to be pretty important, so we'll jump over with JTEX and have a quick look at that. We've got Tyson in control of the hard point. This is JTEX locking down spawns. He's going to be doing what he can to hold on here. However, incoming push from mid-map. Big wall run there. JTEX hasn't really made too much of this yet, but his teammates are doing a fantastic job of keeping this one alive for them. I'm going to jump on board with Zeppa, who's sitting in that hard point. And this has been a watertight holding of cell block. I mean, this rotation was pretty much on point. And now Zeppa almost getting that clean 2-piece there. Setzi now is going to be contesting the hard point here. He's going to flush those members of Volume out and just about gets them. Jump on board with JTEX now as he's rotating around to that next hard point. 20 seconds on the clock, but they're both going for the early rotation. As you can see, 3 members of Volume who are also going for it. And gunfights are ensuing, and it looks like it may be Validate Red. Oh, the ground monster, you savage. Gives him the right hook from sky high there. The ground slam there. Beautiful stuff. Don't often get to see that in competitive, but it paid off, and we're going to jump on his POV now. Whew, after what a treat.
Well, he's just going to be chilling, using this cover to his advantage, waiting for a player to use the wall run, get on top of him, and he does just that. Finds that kill relatively easily. Can he get the second? No. Tyson gets the better of him from that angle, and now Smiley's going to take his place, but he might get flanked from behind. Sees one kill, can't get that one. He actually gets traded out. Tyson with a 3-piece off camera, unfortunately couldn't get that one, but Monster finally shuts him down. Validate, they're trying to hold this one on, and they are doing just so. 30 seconds remaining, still time for a couple more pushes potentially from Volume, and they need to if they want to stay in the running here. It's been relatively close to start things off, which is good, but it seems like Validate all of a sudden are starting to build a lead, and that could be devastating for Volume. We've seen when teams, you know, they start off close in a lot of the games on this map so far today, and then all of a sudden, one team just pulls ahead by miles.
Yeah, I think that may be the moment. You know, we just saw it happen down at Caves there. Absolutely solid defense in this first cell block rotation, and then going into Caves is also pretty damn solid for the likes of Validate Red. JTEX now currently sitting in hard point. We'll have a quick look at Templix as he's trying to make a cut off there, catch those players. Commissary's just come up, getting a couple of kills here in Cave. He's going to have to rotate back, try and get that next hard point. He's got teammates helping him out, goes for the mid push, but doesn't manage to make it happen. Stems now in hill, hard point rather. Holding on to this one. He's got the view of showers, but probably, actually let's have a quick look at JTEX as he makes the push happen. He's coming through mid, hoping for a bit of an engagement here. They know there's no one up back, so they're going to make the 3-man push through front, and it does work out for them, and that's 3 dead from Volume. Oh, from behind, it coming down with Monster now. See if we can't get on somebody's POV who gets a kill up front.
Monster trying to get some shots down range in towards the commissary hardpoint, but nothing is being successful so far. There's only one player chilling in there. That was Tyson. Finally, if they find that kill, Volume able to break this one, but there's only 15 seconds left, so really that's only scrap time that they're working with right now, and it's time to rotate back into the middle of the map. And you can see Validate on your mini-map right now. They're trying to get control over showers and the flank to stop any sort of flank coming from Volume as they get mid-map control, and they've done just that. Volume, they've had to reset here and come from the middle of the map. That's not going to work out in most situations when you've got a 3v3 situation. You're coming from these tight choke points, and as you see there, both players just get absolutely destroyed. The third one almost JTEX,
Can't manage to find it, but I think Tyson did in the background. So Validate, a very good hold from them.
Yeah, superb stuff from Validate Red. They're doing a fantastic job of holding down the central hardpoint. Scrap time, it is not. As they do a beautiful job here, racking up that point. 134 to 71. They're climbing away with this one. JTech still going. He's now on a 3 streak. He's 425 away from the Trinity Rocket there, but I don't think he's going to be seeing that anytime soon. Setzi does get a kill there on Templix, and they're really doing a fantastic job of holding down this hard point. Those choke points coming out of either base. They've just got him locked solid right now, and here comes the rotation. That was pretty much a perfect hold for that hard point, you know, give or take 10, maybe 15 seconds. So
yeah.
Wonderful stuff there from Validate Red. Volume, they've got a lot to climb up this hill, and I suppose the only person we're going to be watching out for is JTech and Zeppa. They've got those back spawns. They're fully ready for this next hard point. I mean, here comes Volume.
Yeah, there was no one from Volume who was really contesting that back spawn, and that's really so vital to do so going into this hill because it is the money hill of this map. Templix trying to get some shots down range, not able to find a kill there. Zeppa holding on very strongly indeed, and now Volume, they're really out of position. They've got no team composition right now. They're spread out. No one really able to work together and make some sort of play happen. Right now, looks like they're just going to come in the face of Setzi. He finds Monster as well. Can he get the third? Not going to happen. Tyson is going to find Smiley in retaliation, though. And a bit of a chase kill there from Templix. Will get the kill, but nonetheless, what matters the most is the fact that JTech is still on the hard point and he hasn't budged.
Yeah, not at all. Cell block now finally being contested. Oh no, Stems falls clean off the map. Smiley goes down.
Placer, is that you?
Gaz is still holding on here. He managed to get the kills there, and he will be able to get the final 10 seconds of this hard point. However, the rotation's already happened. We'll jump on board Setzi in position to take on those players in cave. His FTL jumps out the ready, goes for one, gets the second, third, almost. Tyson does get the pick up there. So great stuff from Setzi.
It would have been sick if he used the FDL jump and got the 3-piece. That would have had me off my rockets. But Tyson, he's also got his overdrive here ready to go. And he might just about use it or have to use it if he can get some early rotations or something going. But, you know, he doesn't really need to use it. I have to eat my words. I said he has to use it. No, he doesn't need to use it because they are up by a very considerable margin. There's the FTL jump. Does manage to get a kill. But overall, not too effective. Templix in the background getting a 3-piece. Zeppa finally getting that kill to shut him down. Tyson, he's going to be on the hill right now, using that overdrive to get back in the game. And, you know, that's all he really needed it for, is to get back into the playing field. But Volume, they're finally going to be able to break it. Only 13 seconds remaining. That scrap time, once again, seems like every single time we go and look at that mini-map, it's going to be Volume who are trying to get the rotations but just not being able to do so. This time, though, I think they may be successful.
Yep, new hard points just come up. Can Volume break the 100 club and get out of there? It looks like they will, so we'll stay on board with Tyson as he gets this long flank round. Now he's got another teammate from Setzi. We'll jump on board with Setzi. No, Tyson's going to take lead. Here comes the opening gambit. He's going to get shots out. Does get one kill. Can he get the second? No, he won't. On board with JTech now, trying to pick up those pieces. Gets a couple shots from his teammate, but beautiful work there from JTech. Got 2 on board with Stems now as he spawns out. Trying to make something happen here. Getting those players on the run. Catches Zeppa. He's got a couple more pushing on through. Showers, but he can hold on here. He's about 50% of the way. Nice job. Another beautiful 1v1 from Stems as he wins that one comfortably. His players just managed to coup around. I think he heard them there. So nice bit of hip fire, but Monster just a little too much for him. Great stuff there.
Smiley, he's going to be the one sitting in the hill right now. Nothing really going on. You can see on your minimap, no players from Validate really anywhere near this hill to make a difference or to make an impact or to find the kill at least on Smiley. He's just going to be chilling there. And it looks like Validate, they're giving up. Only a couple seconds remaining. They're going to set up in the middle of the map onto the central rooftop once again. And, you know, if they can hold this one like they've held some of the other hard points, that should be game.
Should be game. Let's see how this one goes down. Tyson picking up kills on Monster. Setzi just sitting high and mighty there. His teammates have the spawns. Big 1v1s from Tyson. Doesn't manage to get the kill there. Stems goes down, and here comes a 2-man push through mid. Tyson, beautiful shots, but Smiley just a little too much, and now he and the boys of Volume have managed to get on through his big shots out. Smiley staying alive, getting that hard point time. It's 243 to 148. It is going to be absolutely huge if they can make something happen here, but you look, it's a big ask. It's a really, really big ask.
Zeppa's got his active camo available, ready to go, and he might just use it here. He does, in fact, pop it. He jumps on that hill, so they might know where he is. He's going to find the first kill, but he gets traded out from behind, so that's not really going to be too effective there. They're only a couple points away from winning this one. Make that 6, in fact. Here, Validate, but they're still fighting. Volume, they're holding on just with an inch of their life. Trying to stay alive there. I'm not sure exactly who that was. It was Stems, in fact. He is going to get dropped there. Cell block rotation is going to be Validate, and that is game, ladies and gentlemen. finally, Validate able to close it out there. You know, it was very much a one-sided game until the end. Somehow, Volume, they found a little bit of life in them. Not able to do much with it, unfortunately, but, you know, they broke the 100 club. That was the starting point. Got 50 more. I know, thank God. But got a 50 more points, which was also a very good effort. But it just was. It was a bit too little, too late. You know, the Validate boys. They already had a massive, massive lead. Were so close to winning. They didn't really need to put too much effort in to do it.
Yeah, big stuff there. Towards the end of the game, you know, Volume. Props to them. They brought it. They brought something to the table, but sadly it was a little too late. Still going in at S&D. It is going to be a crusher, as you know. Wondering how the boys on Volume there on the red side of the stage, if they can keep this together, maybe take a game from Validate Red. Validate Red obviously looking pretty strong, you know, just to talk through stats, 26 and 17 for Tyson, 24 and 19 Setsi, and generally, you know, high numbers of time across the entire board. No, not necessarily a single objective player, as so to speak. There you see on your screen, beautiful stuff. So here come the highlights, boys. JTech's got a couple of bangers in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was a huge run. That cave defense was just solid, and there was that beautiful ground slam kill. Monster really coming down hard on that player there. That was fantastic watching.
Quite literally.
Here, literally coming down on him. That was Smiley doing his thing to defend, you know, that bottom position by the excavator there. Really, you know, I suppose it's a big. What is it? Is it a digger? Somebody needs to tell me what that one is. It's a big old truck.
Futuristic tech, who knows?
It's got a kind of plow thing at the front. It's for digging mass graves. That's what it's for. Anyway, that has that's been a pivotal position for defending that graveyard site.
Yeah, but I have to point out Tyson dropping 26 kills and 17 deaths, and with over a minute on the hill. Really, just an all-round good performance from him.
Get a guy who can do both.
Exactly.
As so they say.
Yep.
Still, those replays coming through. I mean, this was a highlight reel and a half this game. That was a fantastic run from Tyson, part of a 2 or 3-piece that was. He managed to stay alive for an ungodly amount of time, so beautiful stuff from him. S&D is going to be the next game, but you already knew that because you're a very astute and aware of the audience, I think.
You hope.
Well, I hope so. I think you guys are great. Crushers up next, guys. This will be the last round. Today we see Pool C playing this one out. We've got Validate Red in pools. We're watching Volume come up from the lower bracket. Oh, sorry, from the open bracket, excuse me. You know, they've been playing all day. They're super excited, and they've finally made it to that main stage. They made it to stream, baby. That's all they wanted. Mom, I'm on MLG TV. That's a dream come true.
I'm on TV. Just take out the MLG. Mum, I'm on TV.
It counts.
It counts.
Dude, I'd rather be on MLG TV than real TV.
Yeah,
probably. I know where my heart lies. It's that esports stream, baby. Still, Crusher Search and Destroy up next, and we're going to see a precinct uplink. However, you know, Volume Gaming can make something special happen here in Crusher. We can push ourselves to the legendary throwback hardpoint, which seems so out of reach. James, we've been through so many games today, and not a single one on another map. You know, it's just, it's the nature of pool play. It's the way this was set up. It's just how it's played out. But you know, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, you know, it's one of those things that we've seen across the board today, and there's always, in every pool, there's going to be your weaker teams and your stronger teams, and it seems like, unfortunately, the way the bracket played out, that the stronger teams went up against the weaker teams so far. We'll have to see how some of those supposed weaker teams do going into their other matchups, because obviously there are other games to play against other opponents, and you know, a lot of those teams that did get beaten quite significantly, some of them could easily come out second in their group. They just had Titans to face against. For example, Tainted Minds up against Unveil Nova. You know, they've got a lot to prove here, the Asian team, but they went up against one of the biggest teams in the country, in the region, and you know, on a lot of people's rankings, one of the top teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's, what are you going to do? You're gonna be disappointed that you didn't play better? No, I mean, you've seen the pedigree here. You've seen their name all over the place. Mindfreak are a household name, you know, in Australian COD community. You know, it's hard to get around. Now, I want to call out Templix again, man. He's another one of those guys not running the FTL, the power slide. Guys, if you can hear me, please use power slide. It's been patched. It's all G. I'm telling you, it's all good. If I see any more of those little swirly box things, I'm gonna cry. And you don't want to see a bearded man cry. It's just weird. Game 2, boys and girls, Search and Destroy. Validate Red versus Volume Gaming. Let's get into it.
Well, as we're going through the fly-through of this map, I have to say, Miles, the way that, you know, this bracket has worked out, these open bracket teams that are coming into things, we don't know pretty much anything about them. They could be S&D gods for all we know. And
those guys that just play S&D game battles all
yeah,
day.
well, exactly. It happens all the time. And our region originally was really well known for our S&D play, especially back in Ghost. That's why a lot of people attribute our team's success in Ghost Champs to our S&D play because, you know, back in the day, you know, probably 4 or 5 years ago, we used to just play 5 versus 5 search and destroy, and you know that was our bread and butter as a scene when we swapped over to console. But now, you know, we're in the 4v4 scene. We're doing the things like the Americans have set up, and you know, we're trying to catch up to them as a scene. And there's still, hopefully, pray to God, some S&D stars in our region.
I think we may see a couple in this game coming up. We've seen some already today. There's been plenty of sweet plays, especially coming up in this S&D. I mean, the pinches around War Run near that Bomb B site, excuse me, my mouth exploded there, have been legendary to say the least. We've seen some blowouts on this map. We've seen some crazy, crazy comebacks. But will we see a victory to the team that already hasn't taken game one? That's really what I want to see. So I think we'll kick this one off. Oh, wait a minute, what is this? That's an FHR? No, that can't be. Setsy's not doing that to us. Is he really? He may be.
And he just saluted you as well.
He's saluting like crazy.
Jeez.
Well, I can see snipes are plenty on one side of the board. I'm not going to blow that one. But we will... Oh, there's a snipe battle going to happen.
Please.
We'll kick this one off. Yeah, man. We'll kick this one off with my boy JTEX, who is going to be using that KBS longbow. Fingers crossed for some snipe action. Game 2's underway now, boys and girls. Validate Red versus Volume.
Oh, so close.
It's happening. It's going to happen. So Here comes the 1v1. Jetpack him, son. Get him.
Please.
Okay, maybe he's going to back off now. But then either way.
Smart play, though.
JTEX has got bomb as well, so we haven't actually seen, you know, apart from the crazy excitement about a potential snipe 1v1, Monster's actually got their first blood. 2 dead already for Validate Red. That snipe play for them didn't really pay off. We're going to stay on board with JTEX. But now he's actually going for a big old wrap. He's got a teammate with him. There's one member of Volume at A. As you can see on your minimap there, there's a bit of a push coming through mid. JTEX may run into this player. He may run into Monster, who's just behind him now. Actually, Monster possibly will come in. Oh, is he going to flank? Yeah, Monster turned around. We're going to have a look at Monster. He's going to make this happen. He's got 2 players. Does he look right? He does. He's on their tail. He doesn't even know it.
He's got no idea, but oh, he's going to get the timing.
Okay.
Shoots one in the back. That's a good start. JTEX now, he's got that FHR again. He picked it.
It wasn't a joke. Oh, this is it. This is the end of JTEX. Taken down there, Volume Esports, Volume Gaming, excuse me, take round 1. Validate Red. Maybe gonna have to rethink that snipe play.
Maybe. But I mean, then again, you think about it, Volume Sniper didn't really do anything either, so, you know, don't count it out too early.
You're absolutely right, James. I don't want to count it out too early. But the fact that they had that awkward... I just want, we just want to see snipe plays. But the fact that they had that kind of awkward stalemate, it was like a Mexican standoff in the middle of the map where you got guns on us and we got guns on you. And yeah, it was kind of slowed everything down. Either way, on board with Monster. Volume up by 1, see if they can't push that lead a little bit further. Monster actually went 3-0 in that round, so props to him.
Yeah.
450 away from Trinity Rocket.
And already a third of the way towards his reactive armor here. He's going to get the bomb down real early, and Zeppa, he's already been killed, so that means now...
Oh, so nearly caught it.
I think he got a hit marker there, actually,
he did.
So that's unfortunate, but... It is what it is. That is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's a 2v3 situation. JTEX has been pincered into the corner here. He's going to get found there, leaving Setsy alive in a 1v3, and he can't do anything about that situation. He was surrounded.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. I can't believe we almost got that snipe. That would have been extremely exciting. But look at this, guys. Why so smiley? That's why so smiley. 4 hits to take him clean out there. 2 in a row now for Volume. This is kind of looking up. Could we? This could be, I mean, the last game of the day. Only fitting that we get to see a game 4, fingers crossed, but I've already jinxed it. It's too late.
Yeah, Caster's Curse. We're done.
Way
All right,
too late.
just take us off now.
Yeah, Tyson. Here we go. 4-man push towards B. We've got 2 split on Volume. This is a big push from Validate Red. They're going all in. The chips are down. And I think, you know, with nades out already, okay, Tyson going for an early arm. He really wants to force their hand. However, we do have Monster on a huge flank. He's 4-0 right now. We'll jump to him when the excitement hits, but there's a big engagement happening now, and you've got to watch those players on the flanks trading out back and forth, but it looks like Validate Red fell on the short end of that one. Here we go. On the flank, Monster coming in, flawless S&D play. That's all down, and here comes the disarm. Volume. Ooh. Making me a happy man.
I don't... Here's the thing. Somehow that worked in Volume's favor because they were in a situation where it was basically a 4v3 on that B bomb site while we were waiting for Monster to rotate around and get on the flank. It was he took the longest possible route to get around and still manages to come in and get the final kill cam. Somehow, you know, they just turned a really bad situation, a 3v4 into what was a 1v4 in the end, which was, you know, that. I don't know if it was luck, timing, a combination of literally everything, but somehow Volume able to hold strong and are now 3-0 up in this search and destroy, trying to force their hand and get that map 4 definitely in there. Seppa, though, he starts off with a 2-piece. All right.
Seppa caught two guys holding hands on a wall run, and that is going to be Stems and Monster pushing up early Graves, staying on board with Smiley. He's going 3-0 as well. Great start to the SMU for this young man. Shots out, and that is going to be a quick and easy round. Validate Red, answer back, in force.
Took him long enough.
Yeah, it did take him long enough, 3-1. But that last round, thinking about it, yeah, you're right. He did take the Monster took the longest flank round to win that round 2, or 3 rather. But it was just the trades really paid off.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, if you push out first, you get one guy killed, but you're weak, and then they come in, clean up your guy, and then you get that guy weak. And if you initiate the fight, you're probably going to walk away with the better, you know, the better wins. But regardless, that's old news. It's 3-1. Validate Red. Trying to get back on the board here, but Volume, they want that game 4 so bad.
They've pushed down mid a 4-stack, and now they're going to rotate in behind on A. That is this very, very smart play. They're going to come in contact with JTEX, though, and if he has anything to say about it, which he does with 2 kills, he's going to finally get found here, but it's reduced it to a 1v2. Make that a 1v1. Templix, he's able to get the kill on Tyson here, so now it's going to be him going up against Setsi. They're so far away from each other, relatively speaking, being on the A bomb site here, but Setsi, he's going around for the flank. Templix, you got to watch your back here, son. Setsi is just going to check the bomb. Can he spot the player in time? Oh, wow, Templix absolutely guns him down. And
dude,
Volume, that was nuts.
Oh, man, I jumped on Setsi's POV because I thought he was going to get that willing kill, but boy, was I wrong. 4-1 Volume. S&D Superstars.
1v2.
Dude, you called
the 1v2 clutch.
That was a really great round. That was like a sweet highlight round, just because of the absolute carnage that unfolded on that first fight there at A. That was great. That was a great round.
Well, speaking of rounds, we're going into the next one. This time, we're going to see Validate here trying to get back into it. They're so far behind. 1-4 the scoreline in Volume's favor. Volume, though, they're on the offense once again, and they've been pretty decent on the offense. Templix, he's got his payload available as well. Not quite sure what that is, but we'll wait and see if he decides to use it in this round here. He's also got the scope out once again. FTL jump. He's also got a Scarab to work with. Gets tagged up by his teammate. That's not helpful. Gets a kill, though. Seppa with the 2-piece to start things off. Once again, it's a 2v3, though. So we'll have to see whether or not Volume can rotate and work with the flank and not allow themselves to get flanked here. But Validate, all they have to do is set up shop and wait for Volume to push into either one of the sites. But it looks like they're putting 3 players towards B, so if Validate aren't quick enough, they might just get the plant down on towards A. Templix and Co. Smiley in his back pocket. They're going to be working together towards this A-bomb site, and it looks like now Validate, they've realized what's going on. They're going to be, all 3 of them, coming in from mid by the looks of things, trying to get some kills down before they can even get this bomb down. But it's just so back and forth. They're chasing these kills. They don't even know that they're chasing them, but they are. And he's seen both players here, Tyson. He's going to be able to get the first one, and that's the bomb down, I believe. 6 is going to be Smiley. He's last alive in a 1v2. It was a 1v3. Bomb down. That is such a tough position to be in.
Oh, I like the play. I mean, Validate Red. They got the refrag. They backed down, and now it's a 2v1, and there goes the clock. You know what?
I didn't even look at the clock.
Dude, you know what? Who was it? Someone had streaks. I think it might have been... Someone was like 150 away from Trinity. He had a Scarab ready.
Templix.
It might have been Templix. Yeah, he went down. I think it was Templix. It was. He was so close. Look, we'll stand with Templix because, let's face it, we want to see snipes. 4-2, Volume up. Validate Red down. But it's all to play for. These teams are so well contested here. Oh, that was a great slide. He managed to make it all the way across the map. Oh, shots out. Doesn't make it happen.
That was timing at its finest. Well, Monster.
He's getting collapsed on here. He's got a few players coming in from above. There's shots out. This is a huge round from Validate Red. On board with Tyson. He's probably going to get that. He did get a kill there, so it's now 2v3. Bomb's going down. 4-2 at the moment. There's the bomb arm. 45 seconds, and that sucker explodes. We'll have a quick look Stems is actually in a pretty solid spot there. He didn't get the information. I don't think he knows who those players are. Oh, big kill to trade there. Smiley gets the kill. JTEX versus Stems 1v1. This is it. It's about to go down at this door. D jumps right in front of the way and Stems with the kill. 25 seconds left to defuse it. Stems gifted that kill. Literally gifted it.
That was perfect passive play there, just to lie down and wait for the player to come and contest him. JTEX to just run into that door. No matter which way he came in, I can't imagine he would have won that unless he had an E-Rad, which he didn't. So that was very, very well played by Stems. So good to see them. You know, they are showing up. I don't know about S&D Stars. We can't really say that yet until we see them a little bit more throughout this tournament. But they are definitely putting on a good show here. 5-2 up. This is now their map to lose. And if they do, I'm going to be heartbroken.
Be still my beating heart. I think we may be seeing... Oh, Templix picked up a snipe early on, so that means Zeppa's already out of the game.
We missed the one snipe.
Yeah, of course we did. It's
Typical.
perfect. Tyson got another, and that's Monster now. It's a 2v3. Validate with the numbers. Camo just got popped there. Oh my good God, Smiley's got camo as well. He's active, he's still moving around. It's still 1v3 now, all on Smiley. He's already used his camo. Oh, just tags up the player, doesn't manage to get the one on the turn. Does get a beautiful clutch kill there. It's now 1v1 JTEX. Can Smiley do the unthinkable? No, he can't. 3-5.
I thought he saw him there, but he didn't. Maybe that's just the fact that we have the X-ray, so we're able to see them a lot more clearly than they can see each other there. But JTEX spotted out the one player of the team from Volume.
JTEX
they lost that one.
Keeping Validate's S&D dream alive.
Somehow.
Volume still need one. I mean, let's have a quick look across Volume. Ah, wait a minute. We actually are going to win the game. Something has just happened. I have got no intel, guys. I'm waiting on some information as to why this one in, because damn, that was a good one.
That's exciting, man.
Were we about to get a game 4? No. The COD gods have not smiled upon us today. Anyway, so we'll let you guys know exactly why the game's ended. I didn't quite catch what had happened there, possibly a controller malfunction or some sort of, maybe someone's game crashed. We don't know just yet. But the refs are at it. Mikester's doing his thing. Those of you who know, Mikester's the man. He is the wizard.
It says it in his bio. It's literally, that's everything it is. He used to cast, now he's a wizard.
He's absolutely a wizard. So we do actually have a confirmation that there was a controller issue there. So we're going to wait. I'm going to get the official word from the refs on the rule book on as to how we're going to play this one down, because Volume were 1 round away from winning that. Of course, Validate Red at 3. So we'll see just how this unfolds. Ooh, the drama. The plot thickens. We're ever so close to a team not being 3-0'd here on the main stage on Friday at Cwl Sydney, presented by PlayStation 4. It's been an absolutely amazing day so far. We thank you for tuning in. I'm sure you're not in Europe at the moment, because I'm pretty sure it was like 5 or 6 a.m. And if you are, good for you, and thank you for watching.
Why aren't you sleeping? Because it's really late.
No, don't do that.
No.
Stay and watch some more COD. We may get to a game 4. We promise you that much. Yeah, so I'm still waiting on official word, guys, as to what in the devil is going on. But yeah, that was, dude. Let's break that one down a little bit. Because obviously, you know, we've got a bit of downtime now.
Yeah.
That was great. We saw some snipe plays. We didn't see some snipe plays. Overall, I was very, very impressed with how concerted and conservative, I want to say.
Yeah.
The efforts from Volume were in that S&D. They played slow at times. They played super fast at times. I felt like that was a pretty well-rehearsed S&D team up against Validate Red, who, you know, they put up a far better figures in the hardpoint game. So maybe.
Yeah, so far I definitely have to agree with you in that regards. They seem to be very well practiced on Search and Destroy, and that's something that some of the losing teams we've seen today haven't really seemed to have. You know, those really good set strategies. I mean, I was talking about it with Vilesider beforehand when we were casting the Rebellious game. You know, they had that one good play and then just nothing else. It was all, they were trying to rely on their gun skill, which just didn't work out for them, up against a team of players who are known for their Search and Destroy play. This game, once again, we can't say too much about this Volume squad and their teamwork in general and how much practice they've had, how much team prac they've been doing before this event. But by the looks of things, they've got a lot of strats in the book, and they're, you know, using as many English, I don't do it, as many as they can to try and get this victory here and, you know, extend the series and level it out to 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw great game knowledge from both teams. You know, volume, bait and switching. That's not something you can learn overnight. That's something that takes a bit of time. So it's cool to see these guys coming through the open bracket. You know, possibly, are they the next big up-and-comers in the APAC region?
Are they the E-United of this event?
Oh, they could well be, going all the way, taking Mindfreak down in the grand finals. Mindfreak have to go on a crazy loser bracket run. It probably won't happen, but hey, man, a caster
we can always dream, exactly.
These casters have dreams, you know. So, guys, we're still working out that technical hitch. It was a player-controller disconnect. Hey, man, these things happen. These things happen. We're all professionals. We know the drill. You've been at home and you controller disconnects. Mine usually disconnects as I throw it from my hand to the wall. That's typically when the disconnect happens for me.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you've
definitely
been,
not before you throw it. No, at the exact same time.
There's a lot of people in the crowd turning and like, yeah, you know, man, you know. Yeah. It's right when the rage hits, that pad leaves hand. I've got a lot of rage. I'm all smiles up here, James, with you, but I've got a lot of rage inside. It's just, what about yourself? Are you an angry gamer?
Scared. Yeah, very much so. I think my desk is quite broken. For the amount of times I've smashed my hand on it.
Got a lot of punches, like
I'm
little
sure
fist
my hand's
marks.
Quite broken as well.
Somebody,
damaged some bones.
Shout outs actually to Radio Esports. I was there recently, and I'd heard a funny story about the host of Radio Esports. Mosa, he's got a sweet hole in his bedroom, a little plywood sort of cabinet, where he puts his fist right through it once after a bad scrim. It was like an online tournament or something, and it was a high stakes game. And when it hits the fan, you've got to hit something. Hey man, we probably all need some sort of counseling. At some point in our lives after all this gaming we do, but you know what? It is the best, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. I just can't imagine what this break, though, is going to do for this volume team. Could have potentially halt, I guess, the momentum that they had. You know, that could be devastating to them if Validate is able to reset, you know, recuperate and talk strats. You know, they've had this time. They're able to talk it out, see what's going on, fix their problems while we're waiting for the game to get back into things. You know, how could that play into things?
Oh, it's such an interesting notion that when you get a disconnect like this, if you know, I think in S&D it may be even worse because you know, we are going to play this one from the existing scoreline. So Volume are at 5 rounds, Validate Red are sitting at 3. So Volume only need 1 to win this. Of course, do the math. You're all clever people. You can work that one out. But it basically, that kind of break in play. How does that go for Volume? Because they're playing off of so much momentum. They just managed to win the last few rounds, and then all of a sudden the game ends.
Yeah.
You're back to square one. It's completely reset. You've had a few minutes to think, maybe reevaluate some strategy. I mean, for all we know, Validate Red could now pull the comeback, and they get to 3 wins, and that's that. Oh, it's very difficult. You know, if it's like a timeout is not always a good thing, especially if you're a momentum-based team. And Templix had a second chance here to equip Slide Boost. You know, I'm just going to shut up.
Well, no. I'm sure technically he's not allowed to. They'd have to use the same setup.
Dude, that's a perfect point.
Even if he wanted to, which he probably doesn't, because he probably doesn't know that it's been fixed.
Yeah, we'll have a word with him after this.
Yeah, you're going to have to, because that is just amateur.
That's Volume Gaming on your screen there, guys. Controller issue or not, they're ready to play. Legendary Mikester.
Wizard.
Oh, he does. He does. Almost ready to get into this one, guys. The rig draft is underway, setting up their classes. What for maybe a single round, if Volume have got anything to say about it. There on the other side of the board, Validate Red. Somewhat anxious, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You know, 1 round is all it's going to take.
They'd have to be worried. I mean, you know, think about it from a player's perspective. What's more tense, going into a game knowing that if you lose 1 round, going to a game where it's literally, it's 0-0, that's what the score says, but knowing 1 round away and you're done for in that map. Whereas for the Volume squad, you know, they have to think about it, okay, we've got 1 more round to get, let's just do it, let's get it over and done with. Why don't we just smash them, like do a 4 stack or something and just get it out of the way and win the map and then reset for the uplink. But we are going to be heading into things. We've got another sniper out from Templix once again. This man's ready to get on the highlight reel.
Well, I mean, look, the thing that annoys me the most about this one is if you think of all the streaks and the and the payloads that were pretty much ready to go. You know, Smiley used his camo just before the reset, but I'm pretty sure Templix had a Scarab. So that's a pain. That's such, you know, you have to start from scratch again. It's not like you can load the game up with a single payload. Anyway, we'll have a quick look through the guns. No one's using anything crazy. So we're going to have a board with Tyson with the bomb. This could be the final round. Oh, wait a minute. JTEX was in a position there to get a flank. He doesn't get a kill. He got picked up. He was sitting in there.
Templix swapped out for an assault rifle there. I didn't even notice that, but it is going to be a 3v4 situation. Validate, they're going to be in favor right now, and they're just going to come head-to-head here. 4 players from Volume are running up. They're going to try to outgun them. Not sure how it's going to go down. Setsi and Tyson now in a 2v2. It's Wiso, Smiley, and Stems going up against them, and now we'll have to see Tyson. Can he find that kill? Not Setsi, last alive here for his team, and this is game point here. Map point. He has to get this 1v2 situation. He has to win it to be able to continue in this search and destroy, and he has no idea where the opposition players are.
Oh, it's all happening. The bomb is down. Not that it matters, but really, here comes the pinch. He might catch he caught the info. Okay. Now Setsi has something to work with. He knows that they're around B. He's got the bomb. He's going straight for A. This is a great play. He's going to get the arm down and force them in. And here they come. You can see them on your minimap now. They're pushing on through. They're going to get him from possibly from that angle, but it looks like he's charging out. He's going to be able to get one. He does get the shot second. 1v1 now. All on Setsi. He goes down. And Stems. There it was. They weren't going to choke the 2v1, were they? And that is going to be round 6-3. We've finally seen it, dude. It's happened.
And they're hyped.
Volume,
they are so excited about that.
Got to be hyped. Look, it's a little delayed hype. You know, they could have won that game a round earlier, but, you know, there was a technical issue.
Yeah.
Volume 6-3, S&D. Finally, the curse is broken. Beautiful stuff from them. Setsi wasn't about to let that 2v1 situation go against them. That'd have been a really phenomenal way to pull it back. But look, man.
Yeah, that probably would have tilted the momentum in the favor of Validate, but not going to happen there, as we saw. And now we're going to have to set up for the next map. One that we're very familiar with, of course. We've seen it very, very many times today.
All too familiar.
Many times today. But, you know, I have to say that this one, I can't even think or predict how this is going to go now that we've finally got a second, or a team that have won the second map that wasn't the team that won the first map. But
the curse is broken. A couple of replays from that last one. This was from the first half, before the reset. So Monster got a couple of beautiful 2 pieces, and again, just stellar play all around. Really, really good job from the guys in Volume. Their early rounds, their rotations were fantastic. Is this actually a snipe kill? No, this was a nice push through mid. We did miss the one snipe shot the Templix hit. I'm sure it was a beaut. Sorry, guys, you miss them sometimes. This was Setsi, the final play there. He ducked behind the cabinet, and just in doing that, Stems came on through and just took good care of him. You see it, the looks on the players' faces, you got to be feeling good. The relief, the joy, the excitement, you name it, it's all there.
Yeah.
It's a nice gumbo of emotions, Call of Duty. Esports, baby. Esports, baby.
Should just pray to the COD gods.
Yeah, COD gods. What do you think the COD gods look like? You know, some religions, they're quite, you know, active in, you know, painting their gods. In some religions, you can't see the gods, and you're not allowed to depict them, you know. Some of the gods are Marvel characters, you know, dude, it's the bomb, right? What do you think the COD gods look like?
I think I know what their human form would look like.
Captain Price.
I mean, maybe.
Tash, right? With the big Tash, right?
Questionable.
No?
I'd say just Mark's it, honestly.
It'd just be Mike.
It would just be Mike.
Did you hear that, Mike? Precinct uplink up next. An unbelievable comeback. I say comeback. It technically was a comeback in the context of the whole day, but the very fact that Volume Gaming took down the Search and Destroy, they've broken the curse. This is the first time we've seen a 1-1 situation here on the stage. Cwl Sydney, day one has been full of drama, mostly 3-0s, but this is by far the most exciting scenario we've been in today, and boy, am I glad to be on the Destiny James for it. It's beautiful, man. It's absolutely beautiful.
Hype.
So let's think, based on how these guys played, Breakout, you know, that respawn game type, Validate Red looked a little stronger, you know, swinging off the bat, but I can't take anything away from Volume now. They've got a good tactical brain on them. They know how to make decisions. The shot calling is on point, you know, especially Monster's flanks are really good. He's got a lovely game sense there, you know, and they've got Smiley making clutch plays. I have high hopes for them on Precinct.
Yeah, I definitely do too. I can't really make a prediction, but I feel like just after the way that the last map went, it's got to be close. There's no way that I can see it going, you know, hugely in one team's favor. But then again, for all we know, as much as Volume, S&D gods, we could have Validate as uplink gods. Who knows? Oh, wow. Or it could be the other way around. Well, it could be Volume. They're really good at those sorts of game modes. Who knows?
Whatever happens, we're guaranteed to see Throwback on Hardpoint, and you have absolutely no idea how excited these casters are at the prospect of seeing that lush green AstroTurf. We're so excited about it. Either way, rigs are underway, so mostly all the same. You know, Overdrive, Reactive Armor, FTL, Active Camo for both sides.
Again.
Yep, both players doing it now.
Yeah.
I told the boys on Validate Red. I had a conversation with them about it. Setsi, you weren't listening, were you? That's all right. Precinct Uplink, guys, welcome. The last time we're going to be seeing this one today, and let's make sure we send it off with a fond farewell. Validate Red versus Volume Gaming, excuse me. It's game 3, tied 1-1 in the series so far. And Uplink is going to help us decide just who gets that second game win. Team's getting ready at the moment. James, any crazy thoughts?
No. No, okay.
Pandora's box was open there.
Yeah, I know. Yep, no, not a single thought in James's head. Let's just move that away. No, the one thing I think that is going to be important is the team play, and we saw that in their Search and Destroy, that this Volume team were able to do that arguably quite a bit better than Validate could. And, you know, this is one of the things that I've talked about with Vile on the desk just before, is that Hardpoint, you don't necessarily need to rely on your teamwork to win. You know, we've seen a lot of teams win because of their just sheer gun skill, getting the kills and then standing on the hill. That's going to get you the win. But in Uplink, you really need to worry about not just getting the kills, but setting up to be able to, you know, get some 2-point plays and make sure you can spawn trap the other team, get them out on the other side of the map so that you can relay points, etc. And that's stuff that you can't do just with gun skill. You need to know how to have, you know, good map control setups that allow you to maintain that control.
Yeah, you need timing. Without timing, it's nothing. Let's kick this one off. You know, we've talked enough about Smiley's gun skill in the S&D. He has some really clutch plays. Kick this one off with him and see how he goes. Ooh. Round 3. Uplink Precinct's going to be up next, tied 1-1 in the series. Validate Red versus Volume Gaming. We will be seeing a game 4. On your screen, you see that's the likes of Volume Gaming getting ready. On board with Smiley to kick this one off.
Smiley, he's going to be using the K-Bar, as pretty much everyone in the game is using right now as the primary AR. Sometimes you see the MV4 come out. It's definitely a very good long-range gun. But the great thing about the K-Bar is the fact that it's able to compete with, you know, the close-range SMG gunfight sometimes. But as I say that, that's the 3 down instantly for Validate us. And they're just, you know, they're trying to get the drone out. Nothing happening just as of yet. Some last-minute stops from Volume isn't allowing them to get the space that they need to make a play happen. And that jammer grenade's going to push JTEX back. Some perfect grenade usage there.
Yeah, lovely defensive play from Temblitz. He got 2 kills there in a row in order to stop that drone push happening. And now we've got Tyson and the likes of Validate Red back on respawn. It looks like drone was reset, so we've got Temblitz there controlling mid-map. And this is a bit of an awkward fight happening now. Red's Tyson trying to stay alive. Huge kills from him. Tyson 2 in a row, and now his team have got that drone. JTEX is running that one through. He does have the support of his team. Smiley gets the second. He's all alone now. Can he get something out of this? He gets one. That's good enough for me.
It's a good start, definitely. He was thinking, you could tell the way that he was jumping, he was thinking about getting the 2-point play, but it wouldn't have happened. There was too many players from the opposition team crowding around him, so went for the smart decision there, got the 1, and at least they've got some points on the board, and you never know, 1 point can be the difference in this game mode right now. But Zeppa, he's trying to stay alive in the middle of the map, holding down control of the drone spawn, and it looks like they've got a lot of it. The team that is holding defensively Volume, they have to respawn and also recuperate here, because a lot of their players were outside just random areas of the map, not really in any sort of good setup there. But finally, they're able to break that one out. And you look at the minimap now, only 1 player is anywhere near the Validate spawn point. So if they can get the drone up quickly enough, they haven't done anything about it, though they got flanked from behind, and that's going to be the end of any type of push from that play.
Oh, yeah, that looked really strange for a while. Smiley was in position to get the drone, he was in position to make some plays happen, and now he's just sort of sitting back of Validate spawn, and I'm not entirely sure what quite happened there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Either way, we've still got drone in play. It's sitting mid-map. Templix is going to be in position to grab that one. He's going to make something happen here. He's going to reunite there with Smiley as they make a run through mid. He's got shots out. He's tagged heavily, but he's going to get the throw, and there's a beautiful intercept from Zeppa. Zeppa manages to get the intercept, but his kills back and forth, and the drone is still in the street. They haven't managed to grab it. Templix is now going to have to contend with those players on spawn, and he's not going to be able to do it. Setsi and the likes of Validate Red have just come on through, wiped the streets clean of that Volume Gaming filth, and now they're on the run again.
Tyson, he's going to be running this drone with a couple of players helping him out from his team. JTEX, one of them, he's going to drop there. Setsi as well. Tyson, but he's by himself, and he's going to be able to get a 2-point play here out of the blue. All of the players from Volume, they're out in the middle of the map or spawning out of spawn, out of their preferred spawn point. And he's able to get a very easy 2-point play there, uncontested, and he's still alive.
Oh god, this is a huge one. Passes the drone to Tyson. Tyson dunks it. He's getting big kills here. There's no relay in position. Stems is now sitting mid-map, but that was a huge play. That pass, it got Setsi enough points to grab himself that Scarab. He's not too far away from his FTL now. The kills are still coming. His teammates now got drones. Zeppa's coming in from behind. Here comes the run, that wall run. Ev's seen it every single time. He's got the time to waste with his friends, and he's going for the 2 points and validate red. Oh, it's 6-0 right now.
But once again, there's no relay here. That's the thing that's sort of lacking a little bit for Validate. As much as they're able to get the kills to get some points, they're not able to relay. But then again, it doesn't matter because they are 6-0 up right now, and it's up to Volume to try and get back into this one. Setsi with double kills like that, and Tyson alike getting a 4 down on Volume. How are you supposed to contest and get that drone into your opposition's point? It's just not going to happen.
It's going to be a big fight because those players did actually spawn in their base. Tyson gets 1 on Stems, and here comes the plays. Tyson does get brought down. They have the drone still. JTEX. Oh, Tyson actually, he may be able to get this dunk. There's no one in position to slow this one down. Goes for 1. It bounces off the wall. Oh, so close. That almost ended in tears. We'll jump aboard with Stems, who's just got that new drone. First touch. He's got 3 players next to him. They've got 1 guy behind. There's a guy coming in through red. He's going to cut them off from the side. He does get the kill. Smiley goes down as well. Monster, last man alive. Oh, that was a great cut-off from the player coming in through T. Great stuff there. Tyson now with drone. He's going to get this one through red. James, it's Volume are like, they managed to get the drone. They always get the first touch, but it just keeps, you know, the cut-off points from Validate Red. They're 1 step ahead every time, and it's showing in the score. There's 30 seconds remaining in this half now.
Yeah.
It's not going to change too much.
The problem I feel like is Volume haven't been able to influence the spawns as much as they need to be able to actually make anything out of the runs that they have. Like you see right now, they've got the drone out, but they're going to lose at least 2 players before they're even able to make any sort of effect on the spawns. And by that stage, the drone's going to either be reset or just you're not going to be able to get to it, as Zeppa is stopping everything in his path. Smiley, he's alive near the drone, but as I say that, it does get reset again, and that allows Validate's players to respawn and get back into the fight and ready to defend everything. So that's the half over. 7-0.
7-0. Validate Red looking pretty strong. Nothing too, you know, not the most dominant performance, but you're absolutely right. Technically sound. They were using the spawns to advantage. Volume Gaming had nothing. They were always in the worst possible situation they could be, even when they had drone. So yeah, really interesting to see that one play out. Second half though, we're on the swap. Validate Red now on the other side of the map. The boys in blue now on the preferred side. We'll jump on board with Smileys. He kicks this one off. Here comes a big fight for Statue, but it does actually look like the boys in blue, they've sort of rotated around to outside. So Zeppa's got the drone. We'll jump on board with him as he makes his run. He's going for the long way round. He's already made it to the street. He's got some help from his friends, but here comes the boys in blue, and that's a perfect throw from Zeppa, even with 2 players in position there and a guy in tickets. So wonderful stuff there. Managed to keep himself alive and get the 1-point throw. That's a nice way to start the round.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 players there. They tried to go for the interception, but he just waited it out long enough to be able to throw the drone without them being in the way. And as you said, that ticket booth player very ineffective at shutting down that drone carrier. But 8-0 up. Validate. They're looking very... Yeah. Templix. He's going to be trying to get the drone out. Not really having much effect so far. But he's so close. He could get a 2-point play here. He needs a lead blocker, and his teammate is not going to come. Stems, he gets dropped there at the last second, and Validate, they hold on with an inch of their life and maintain the 0 points conceded score.
Still on board with Setsi, getting a couple of kills to his name. 20 to 11 in terms of kills. So yeah, that's pretty impressive. He doesn't have any points to his name in terms of, you know, the upload grabs, but hey, who needs them when you're getting so many kills? On board with JTEX now, big shots coming out from him. He's going to have to win these fights and drone spawn if they want to get the run. Overdrive has just become ready for Tyson, so this is going to be something they can use to break on through that street. And Zeppa, the balls on that man, and just charge out into the street with full knowledge that Volume Gaming were all over it. You know, he's in the wrong part of town, son. Big kills there, actually, Templix. Monster and Stems get a couple of their own, so this is a promising run, and it could be a dunk if he makes it into the window.
Trying to get into Sushi without any success there, Templix. He does get the smackdown, but there's going to be another play in his way. That's Tyson with a 2-piece. He gets traded out by Stems, but then Setsi is there to back him up as well. So nothing really coming from Volume there. Once again, they're just not able to influence the spawns enough. They need to be able to get better map control before going for that push, because it's just not working out every single time they go for it. It's just getting shut down almost instantly, even with this almost, I think it was a 3 down just then. Not able to get any sort of foothold on the map from that.
Zeppa almost managing to get 3 in a row. Let's have a, maybe not, let's jump on board with Monster as he tries to keep this drone alive, but no, look at that. Tyson just going huge. Setsy now with the drone. It looks like an open street. He does have JTEX with him. Will he go for the pass? There's no need. He's got an open goal and he dunks it for 2. 10-0. Validate Red stamping their mark here on Uplink. Look, I can't find a player who's alive. That's the truth.
Yeah.
That's why we watched that dead guy for so long. Everyone was just getting blown away. It's crazy, man. Just crazy.
In-game, just watching them. You know, it's really entertaining. That's what I meant.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Speaking of dead people, Zeppa may be one soon because there is a ton of players with volume. Oh no, there's no need. He's got camo. It's an easy dunk, and he's going to get the drop on these players from behind, and the go and spawn Zeppa. That's how you use camo and Uplink. I mean, textbook, baby. Setsy now on the relay. Is he going to be able to make something happen here? He doesn't have too much help from his teammates. He is going to be backing up, and that's a wise decision. He's got those members of volume. He knows he has no support from his team. They're on spawn, so wise decision. Wait a little bit. Get a little bit of help. Nice nades there. Smiley actually getting that first kill. The player in T tagged up. Oh, but this is just a rock and a hard place. He's got players coming from everywhere. Gets the assist, though, and then Setsy goes down. Tyson staying alive. Oh, beautiful work, though. Keeping it real. Oh, wait a minute. Templix managed to get through, and he's got FTL. He has to. He knows if he throws the, if he uses FTL, he'll drop the drone. So he actually opted to just back that one up. So no worries. Monster trying to keep this run alive. Does get stunned. Goes for the reset. Passes to his teammate. Good shots. He does have a bit of help. You know, we've got players in behind, but look at this. Tyson comes from behind. Beautiful flank from Tyson. He's going to shut that one down immediately. And that's an interesting spot. The drone seems to have been stuck in the geometry of the map somewhere, so we're going to let that one reset.
That was the thing just then. They finally spawned out Validate, but they spawned behind them. They can't get any luck here, this volume team. No matter what they try, it's not working out for them at this point. They're losing some key gunfights as well, which isn't helping. But JTEX, he's going to be able to pick up the drone, and he's going to be just weaving in and outside of Ticket Booth. His teammate is Zeppa, gets some kills as well. He'll go through for 2 more points. And with 25 seconds remaining, that will be all she wrote for this map. Validate, they'll go up 2-1 in the series.
Yep, Validate stamping it hard here on Precinct Uplink. 14-0 is going to be that final score. I mean, nothing's really going to change now in the next 12 seconds. And if it does, I will eat my dinner tonight. Still, great stuff. You know, volume, as you said, spawns just not happening. They were just they seem to be on the receiving end of every single bad decision, and they were punished by Validate Red at every opportunity they had. 14-0, that is game 3. Validate Red take the lead in the series. Boy howdy. And guess what's next? Oh my god.
It's exciting.
I'm
excited.
It's very
It's a different map. I don't know if I've ever seen this one before.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
It was well worth it for this moment that you see in your screen, boys. That is the likes of Validate Red. Again, got to be pleased with that victory.
Yeah, especially after what happened in the Search and Destroy.
Oh, God. Well, you have to be kind of disappointed. But at the same time, look, man, you lose, you lose. It's not like it was a 6-5 and it went down to bad luck.
Yeah.
The bottom line was that Volume Gaming outplayed them. You know, they really did. They made better decisions. And the same can be said here about Uplink. You know, it's not like it was close. It was a blowout. And you win some, you lose some. Some you lose worse than others.
Yes,
this
that
was
is
one of them.
True. Well, speaking of the next map, it feels like a distant memory, something that we haven't seen in a while.
James, you're ahead of yourself. We're not quite out of the woods yet.
I know, but I'm excited. I'm really excited.
Here's a couple of replays from that last one. This is game number 3, tied 2-1 actually in the series. Now Validate just taking the lead. This was a very clean and easy couple of dunks. You know, Validate really playing the spawns very, very well. The guys in Volume Gaming, bless them, they wanted it, and you could tell they wanted it. The kills were there, they were slaying quite well, but just every single spawn was against them, and it really showed in the scoreline. 14-0 was going to be the final score there. Here's a nice run from Templix, gets a couple of kills. You know, back and forth. That was actually a lovely throw, rebound, catch. Clutch throws out there from Tyson. Yeah, it was close, but no cigar. We actually saw a perfect camo play. I think it was Setsy who Zeppa, there he is, right there, Zeppa, gorgeous stuff. Look at that, perfect play, gets the dunk and killing that player. Excellent, excellent stuff. Tyson here, locking down mid-map, needs that drone control. They played it so well. You can't fault them. You really, really
Absolutely not. Validate, just showing them prowess in Uplink. I kind of predicted it, let's be honest. I was like, okay, so, you know, Volume, they might be S&D stars, but these guys over here, Validate, Uplink gods, kind of. I don't know. We'll have to see how they go in the rest of the tournament, but you know, they definitely performed very well there. They were able to manipulate the spawns in their favor in pretty much every scoring situation, even when they did get, you know, close calls or were just defended barely by Volume. you know, they still had spawned out the players, and Volume had to come running back, trying just to get a last couple of, you know, 1 or 2 seconds to be able to get that kill on the drone carrier or something of the sort to stop a play, but just wasn't enough. Validate will take that one quite convincingly, as we said, and, you know, looking at the series overview, that puts them in very good stead going into the next hard point, the second hard point. What are we thinking?
Well, you can only look at what's come before us. We don't really know enough about Volume Gaming as a team, you know, what their history is like, what their favorite game types are and whatnot. So I've got to give what I've got in front of me, and that's the fact that Breakout Hardpoint was a 250 to 159 to Validate.
Yeah.
Hardpoint is the next game type. Validate need one more to win this one. I think it's relatively safe to say that we're going to be favoring them going into this. But look, Throwback is an entirely different map, as we both know. And it may go well in their favor. Who knows? I mean, either way, Rig Draft is underway at this stage. Templix and Setzi running the FTL. We've got Warfighters only, actually. Tyson's the only one running a Warfighter there instead. On the other side of the board, Stems is going to be running Striker with that Centurion. Throwback, Hardpoint, guys. We've made it this far. This could well be the last game we see today on stream. Or...
I'll be happy.
Yeah.
I think just like we've had one new map, at least.
I can rest easy tonight.
Yeah.
Volume may have a little bit left in the tank. They've clawed their way through the open bracket to make it here into pools, and it was well worth the journey as they've found themselves now on Throwback. Welcome to this 1950s kind of virtual reality. It's kind of like Westworld for the 50s America, right? Where you can come here and you can have a hot dog and some lemonade and go to Grandma's and watch the baseball and have this Weisenheimer beer, as you can see there, on these hydroponic farms. I mean, this place looks quite fun, actually. It's bowling. This place is great.
I love it.
I could spend a day or two here.
And there's public transport there as well. Perfect way to get around.
Tons of public transport.
Love it. There's a bike path as well. Perfect.
Nice. Oh, yes. Almost ready to kick this one off, guys. Thank you again for tuning in. This is COD World League Sydney. Day 1. We're getting through pool play. This will be the last game we stream today. And you know what? It's been a good one. The last match, rather. This may well be the last game, but we'll see if the likes of Volume Gaming have got anything to say about that there on your team. You see Volume Gaming in the red corner of the stage. In the blue corner, Validate Red. I know. It's just how it worked out. It'd have been great, you know, but you can't win them all. You can't win them all. Here we go. Boys getting underway. The rigs have been decided.
I'm interested to see how this team, this Volume squad, can get hyped into this one, because we saw when they were winning those rounds in Search and Destroy, they were getting very, very hyped. And maybe that's what they need to, you know, play as well as they did there, is just bring the hype. And, you know, sometimes you have to make up the hype. You know, you're not always going to be winning. And so sometimes you need to just somewhat, you know, just say, all right, boys, let's get our heads together, let's go, and just start shouting and be like, I don't want to shout on stream because that would just kill everyone's ears, but still, get everyone ready to go. Hardpoint Throwback, we're finally on a new map today. Setzi starting things off with a kill, as well as his teammates in Tyson and JTEX holding down this hardpoint to start things off. We are on the train platform here, and JTEX, he's holding some very good lines of sight.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, the spawns have not exactly worked in their favor. You got Volume spawning on the good side of the map, and now we're going to have Stems coming in from the rear. 2 dead already for Volume. So this defensive play, you know, up front from Validate Red, they're all over that. And now they're clearing these players up. You know, Tyson's only got 29 shots left in his NV4, so he needs to find another weapon pronto. Taking care of the play down the bike path. Probably going to get off his viewpoint any second now. Good job, son. Manages to land those shots. That's 4 down for Volume. Volume now definitely on the back foot as they're getting ready for this next rotation. Validate Red. Great start to this one. It's been clean, it's been mean, and it's probably not a 2-piece.
But at least he got a 6 kill streak. He's got a Scarab now, so that's a good start. A very, very good start indeed from Tyson. And we are going to be rotating now into Barn. Yeah, Setzi just setting up, waiting for someone to push him here. He's got the K-bar in hand. His teammates are doing all the work outside of the hill, though, allowing him to just sort of chill there and not really have to do too much work. Zeppa, he's going to find one. Can he get the second one there? No, why so Smiley is going to trade him out, but Setzi, he starts turning up a little bit, gets a couple of kills, and stays on the hill. He's actually also on a 5-kill streak, make that 6. So he has also had a very good start to this map.
Yeah, Zeppa's got a real big fight coming up ahead of him. He's got players coming in through Granny's. He's got another one coming in from top food courts. Doesn't need to do anything about it, though, because Tyson's there to help him out. So Zeppa gets another one to his name. He's going 6-1 already. JTEX on a 3 streak. Oh my goodness, this one could be open and shut so far. I mean, really big plays coming out of the boys in Validate Red. Volume, no answer to this one. We'll get those last few seconds with Tyson, and then we're seeing the guys, Stems got brought down straight away. So we'll have a quick look at JTEX, who's now contending with those players who've got spawn back bowling. They're going to do what they can to get that position, because a bowling spawn's really what you want. Seti and Hill, he's got shots out. He has full streaks right now. 8-1. Seti is an absolute machine. He just got another 100 points, so he's going to get that Scarab once more. Another one. That's 300 now. He's fully streaked out again. Here come the Ordnance, and there's all 3 players have just spawned out, and he doesn't manage to get a single one. They're hiding in back bowling there. Will he be able to get anything with this? No, he won't. But you know what? That's not a problem. The man is loaded. He's still got plenty of streaks to his pocket. That was another 3 dead for Volume. Oh my goodness, it's looking brutal for them now. Zeppa, Setsi, Tyson, and JTEX Validate Red, hammering throwback.
Yes, so far they're just setting up so well on these hills. They haven't really allowed Volume a foot onto the hill. 2 points is all they've managed to accumulate just this far. And looking at Setsi, once again, he's only 50 points away from getting his second kill streak again here, and just about to do that, I'm sure, as his team is going to be rotating around. They've got globe control here, but if Monster has anything to say about it, he's going to shut that down. Grand slams, not sure if that was for show or for...
Brings him to the ground immediately, pretty much. It's a nice way to adjust your flight path.
Very true. But Smiley, he's going to get the first few points on this globe hill. Oh, that's the bombardment coming in. It's going to absolutely destroy Smiley. And Setsi still going very strong. He's on another 3 kill streak here. He has absolutely turned up in this hard point.
I mean, Monster was in back bowling there. He managed to weather the storm, and when the bombardment came down, Templix turns on Setsi and just gives him a facelift. And we've still got this push happening now. 24 seconds left on back baseball field. Can they make something of it? Oh, bad timing there. Stems does manage to pick up the kill there on JTEX. JTEX got 2 though, so that's a huge amount of damage. Nice trades there. Stems in position. Can he get a third? No, he can't. Beautiful shots there from Setsi. Now on board with Zeppa. Getting those last few seconds. God, it's so back and forth between these 2 teams. Monsters finally getting that scrap time, and now the rotation's happening. We've got members of Validate Red already in mid. Have a look at Zeppa as he's watching this spawn. We'll actually jump on board with Setsi, who's going to get those initial gunfights. Goes down to an early one from Monster. JTEX still sitting in mid. He's got Scarab, gets taken down from behind. Oh, Tyson in a tough situation as well. So Volume actually looking very good on this second wave of the hard points. Yeah, Smiley getting a couple of kills as well. I mean, look, they fought back in a very, very good way, and now all they need is that hard point, and they're looking good.
Smiley, he's just going to be chilling on top of the train tracks, waiting for some players to contest him, but the timing does not work in his favor. He's going to get found from the side there. So Templix and Co are just going to be able to set up again. They'll have to wait for the respawns. Tyson now on your screen, just chilling on top of the hill. He's going to find 1 kill, or rather, should I say, Setsi found both of those kills. Monster returning the favor with a 2-piece of his own here. But Setsi and Tyson, they both have their payloads available. Not quite sure when they're going to pull those ones out here. Zeppa staying alive just for long enough for his teammates to respawn. They're going to try and look towards getting control for the next hill. They have it right then and there. Hill is rotating to Barn and Validate. They've got a perfect setup with spawns and just control of that side of the map completely.
Yeah, this is a really strong setup for Validate Red already. I mean, they managed to win the opening fights. The players who are coming back round from spawn from Volume just took the heat so heavily, and now they're kind of tussling back and forth. And, you know, Validate have got they've got a perimeter set up around the barn right now. The only space that's sort of open is Grandma's, and even then, they're spawning there now. So with those spawns in position, we've got Setsi trying to win those long gunfights by, well, he's out now by Silo. Have a quick look at JTEX. He's watching that back. He's got Scarab ready. Again, locking down those spawns. They're spawning so close to that hard point every single time, and it's really working out for them. You can see the time just racking up 202 to 42. The 100-point club is well within reach. Why? So Smiley wins the gunfight in the hard point, and it's back and forth between these 2 teams. Oh my goodness, it's just chaos. And you know, that was an overdrive kill, so why the hell not? Tyson got in there as quick as he could. Just racking time. Big kills there from Stems. Now,
it seems like this squad Volume, they're trying to take one-on-one gunfights a little bit too often there, and it's really not working. They're not waiting for their teammates to respawn, but now, because they've done that so much already in this game, they don't have time enough to let that get in the way of things. They've got to get on the hill. They have to start getting points on the board if they want to come back into this one. They don't even have 50 points. Finally find that 50. And they are going to be setting up now, waiting for the players of Validate to come and contest them. And that's exactly what they do. They get a couple of kills, trade out some. JTech still alive here. Somehow, finally, Wiso Smiley's going to find him. Zephyr and Tyson combining for 2 as well, so they're going to retake control of the hill, and they can definitely get very, very close to winning off of this hill if they just continue to stamp their foot on the ground. It is their control right now. Setsi just stepping up here, gets a few kills. Wiso Smiley, though, coming back in with a couple kills of his own. Zephyr trades him out, just waiting. Now here, JTech for the rotation, and he's going to have to kill Monster if he wants to stop them from getting control of the rotation. But as I say that, 3 players of Volume, they all rush in, try and get some kills, and they manage to break that sort of setup that Validate had. So here we go, Volume getting a good rotation.
Yeah, great rotation for Volume. Red now on offense. We've got 2 players from Red charging on through. This is like Tyson, and we've got JTech with him. Now shots out. Templix brings down JTech, so it's a 1v2 situation here in the hard point, and Tyson doing the best he can. Here comes the next wave of spawns from Validate Red. They're only 10 points away from the win, and they want it. It's a top play. Press box is going to be the site of this death, and it looks like they're holding on. The boys in blue, Smiley and Stems, are keeping it real. Brilliant stuff from Setsi, though. Let's jump on board with Stems as they try to retake this one. They've got 5 seconds to make this happen. Can they get the plays? Can they get in there and do some damage? It's not going to happen. Smiley's down, and there we go. That is going to be the end of it. 250 to 75.
But wait, it's not a 3-0.
Nope, but that's the one, man. It's a 3-1.
It's a 3-1.
And you know what? I could not be happier. Whew. Dude, that's it, man. It's done. That's the last game of the day. Validate Red will be your winners here. They're looking pretty damn fine, if you ask me, going into that one. S&D wasn't exactly their strong suit. They went down 6-3 into that one. And hey, Volume Gaming, man, they came through the open bracket. They made it here to the main stage, sorry. And you know what? They took a game, and that is... They've made history. Cwl Sydney,
yes,
only team to take a game from their opponents on day one.
On day one, yeah, exactly. But you know, this is one of the things. This is one of the talking points I think about this Validate. Oh, sorry, about this. Validate Red lineup is, you know, the sort of inner Validate. Who's better, red or black?
Maybe we'll get to see them play each other later in the tournament.
I hope we do.
They're in totally different pools, so it is actually
pools,
possible.
yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. 3-1 is going to be our final series score. Let's have a look at some of the replays from that one. This, of course, was Hardpoint on throwback. Zephyr had a superb game. I mean, all of Validate Red really playing fantastically. A couple of some kill streaks coming in there. You know, look, the Trinity Rockets weren't exactly on point, but regardless of that, everyone was playing fantastic. You know, props to Volume, making it here from the open bracket and bring in the Thunder. They've still got everything to play for coming up tomorrow as we continue pool play. And it is going to be a hell of a day tomorrow. We thank you for sticking around, but you know what? This has only just begun.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, this series, finally, we got to see more than just 3 maps. And, you know, I think the way that Search and Destroy was won by Volume, I have to be proud with that. That was, you know, quite commanding. They were controlling a lot of the map. And really, all of their rotations worked out in their favor. Obviously, not the best of stories on these, respawn game modes, but, you know, that's something to take away from this. They'll be able to go home tonight, look it over once again, and I said this with Vile in the last series, you know, just watch the VODs when you get back to your hotel. Just think about what you can do in certain situations that may have tilted the, you know, the flow of the game in your favor. We saw a lot of times like that in the uplink where that was so close to having it, you know, perfect, getting those spawns out somewhere random on the map so that they can just relay points, but they just were stopped at the last second every single time, and that's why it was such a convincing win from Validate.
Yeah, I mean, going back to both the hard points as well, I mean, you can tell, excuse me, there's a lot to be learned from Volume Gaming in their hardpoint game. Not exactly looking confident there. 250 to 159, and then 250 to 75. I mean, that's the 100-point club, baby. That's a rough one. But regardless, they've got a lot to learn. They've got a whole another day of play ahead of them. And you know what? Day 1 in the books, and things were pretty good. A ton of 3-0s, as is tradition in, you know, open tournament Call of Duty, but we managed to get 1 3-1. So we're pretty happy with that. We didn't exactly get
good start.
Yeah, it's a good start. Tomorrow is going to be electric. We've got a hell of a lot more games coming to you guys. And, you know, just to look back over the events of the day, we saw both of the Asian teams coming in from the Sony Asian Champs going up against 2 of the top-tier teams in the region. We saw Tainted Minds take down Unveiled Nova 3-0, and then we saw, excuse me, and then we saw We saw Mindfreak going up against Infamous. I want to call them Infa Army, but they're not. They're Team Infamous, right? They're Team Infamous.
Yeah.
Going against Infamous, and then we did see the Chiefs take down Rampage Gaming in a 3-0 as well. And, you know, it was a great day of play and tons of stories.
Yeah.
But ultimately, all good stories must come to an end, as does day one. We're almost ready to close the show for you guys. There may be an interview, as you probably guessed, coming up in just a moment. We thank you for sticking around. James, any sort of parting thoughts on how day one went, or...
Look, the only thing I can really say is that a lot of these games were one-sided in the end, but not necessarily on paper. So there's a lot of teams that really need to think about how they played and, you know, step it up a little bit. But, you know, that being said, there always is going to be more competition tomorrow. There's more games to play in this pro pool. And, you know, with the way that some of these teams have formed relatively recently, anything can happen at this event, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, it's an open event. Things are going to get wild and crazy. Speaking of wild and crazy, we've got an interview on the main stage with a man who just went 30-13. Ben, let us know what Setsi thinks.
Yeah, Miles, I am here on the stage with Setsi, our last interview of the day, man. 3-1 is the score. It's not a 3-0, but really, who's going to complain about that? You guys did pretty well, dropped one map. Overall, how's the team feeling?
Team's feeling good. Normally our S&D game's our best mode, but unfortunately not today. I think Crush is actually our worst map by far, but I'm actually happy with the squad. 2 of the guys just turned 18 and they've done pretty well.
How many of the boys have LAN experience before? Is this something you guys have done regularly, or for some of you, is this the first time coming through to Sydney Open #1?
So me and JTEX played CW1 relegation for LAN, so that's actually our only LAN, so we've been to 1 each, and Zappa and Tyson just turned 18, so we just picked them up.
You guys feeling pretty hyped for the weekend?
Yeah, I'm really keen to verse Chiefs. I want to beat them.
It's an interesting format. I'm quite excited for you. Is there anyone, I've asked everyone else this question, I'll ask you, is there anyone that you feel might come through, might be sort of an underdog that will be surprised or be surprising us across the weekend?
I'm not too sure. I think the other Validate team, I reckon they're probably the ones to take this one.
For you guys, you're feeling good? You think you can progress through perhaps the bracket, or what's your realistic expectation?
Realistic expectations probably about top 6, but I reckon we could probably get top 4.
Top 4 would be a fantastic result. So the best of luck for you, Setsi, and your team for the rest of the weekend. From us, guys and girls, that is it. I hope you enjoyed CWL Sydney Open #1. It's day #1. We have 2 more days, and we are only just getting started here. Tomorrow, we're going to continue with the pool play and into the bracket towards the end of the day. We're getting towards the action end of the weekend. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Same COD time, same COD channel. See you then.
YOLO they do. Buzzo gets 2 there. He's now got control of that hard point. Now it looks like we are going to see Mindfreak getting on the board a little bit more. It's 52-24 right now. Still on board with Buzzo. Big kills from him, 2 in a row. Doing a fantastic job here. He's halfway towards his overdrive at 25 points here. Yeah, this is it on board now with Ace, who's managed to get those back spawns for the cell block. He's got a little bit of work ahead of him to cut on through here. Does get that first kill there on fight, and now he's got a doorway. He's got a way in. Here comes the flood from Infa. Kills out a second for Spades. Gets the 3rd. Beautiful stuff. This is an incredible push. He's cleaned his way through there, and what a way for the young man to capture that hard point. Ow.
Wow, smoke's coming out. This is impressive.
Way to get through the caves, right? Let's see how Fighter handles this one. Here comes 2 members of Infa. Shots out, does get 1, does get the second. Gorgeous stuff there from Fighter. He goes down, but not without taking 2 of them with him. Now with Buzzo. What do you have drone straight away? It looks like we've got Excite with drone in hand. We're going to jump on board with him. Trying to stay alive. Going to go for the 1-point throw. It's out. It's good. It's in. 1 point on the board.
Basically the flawlessly executed. In a little bit more control here. I think this is going to be really important for Fighter and Excite to pick up kills here. Fighter does go down. Excite on that high wall run. Good play there using his teammate along with bait. Picks up a 3-piece. As Azzy and Space sort of just conga line up.
They're not. No one's in position to contest it. We're back on board with Buzzo. He's in mid-map again. The relay is now set up. It is 6-2. MF can keep this together. 1 big kill there, Buzzo, with almost the second. Beautiful shot
nice
from Buzzo.
That was beautiful.
He's actually now just got that Scarab. He was 250 away from the Trinity, but it will be no need. This is going to keep that ring. But Mindfreak, possibly the kings of the group, It's been a beauty. It's been an absolute screamer to catch this one. That's the time limit. 14-4. Mindfreak are going to be your winners here in a 3-0 victory. Stunning stuff.
GG's.
GG's indeed. There you see the boys in your team looking pretty damn happy. Fist bumps low. And he's going to be the gunfight. And here come the shots. Eminence gets the first one. Oh, Nate's out. Blue does get the assist there. Eminence goes down, so we're tied at 1-1.
Scores tricky. Pops camo there. Be able to find a kill because his teammates do all the work for him, but he can sneak up on one, so that's going to be fully streaked out, and his teammates do the rest of the work. Chiefs, I'm feeling the 6-0, man.
Yeah, this is a brutal 6-0. I mean, they're the uplink, but ever so short themselves. Again, wonderful takeaways from this series, going up against some of ANZ's best, but there we go. It's a 3-0 sweep for the Chiefs. 16-0 will be your final score there on uplink Rampage. Can't feel too bad about that one, though. Going up against one of the giants of the region, there's tons to learn.
Yeah.
And a couple more games of full play, too.
Can't sit there and wait for them to come to you with 15 seconds left on the clock. You've got to be chasing them. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, if it was 1v1, yeah, maybe you can do that. But I mean, all you have to do is just poke that bomb site from a distance. It's playing it awkwardly out of the front.
He's just checking everything, trying to make sure that he can't get flanked from behind. He's going to be able to find the first one. He's also got his Scarab as well now. I think he just spotted the second one as well, so he now knows he's gone. This is it. Claw's going around mid. He's not going to have time, and that's going to be it. Backerbeck, he gets the ninja defuse. That is mental. That is perfect from Backerbeck.
Yeah, if Claw wanted to do that play, that had to happen the millisecond that Chilean started.
It's a 1v2. He makes it a 1v1. It's up against Backerbeck this time, and he's got no idea where he is. He's just going to turn around at the wrong second. But can he find the kill? He does, Beaston. That was sick.
Huge clutch, mate. That was brilliant. This just shouldn't be happening, man. This is just tiny little errors.
That was the reactive armor.
Oh, that was reactive?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No wonder. I mean,
they weren't even looking at him,
yeah.
though.
It was just that. Didn't even need reactive. It was just burst and spuds. It's pretty weak from them. Pretty disappointed in the lobby.
Swift Resort, he's going to be on the flank here, coming behind the rebellious players. They're going to get shut down anyway by his teammates. He gets the two-piece there, and that was easy because they weren't facing him at all. Can he get the third one? He will too. Swift Resort absolutely going off here. 22 kills for him. Top of the score.
Decision, and they were punished by Validate Red at every opportunity they had. 14-0, that is game 3. Validate Red take the lead in the series. Well, Zeppa may be one soon because there is a ton of players with volume. Oh no, there's no need, he's got camo. It's an easy dunk, and he's going to get the drop on these players from behind.
Still alive.
Oh god, this is a huge run. Passes the drone to Tyson. Tyson dunks it. Sets, he's getting big kills here. There's no relay in position. Stems is now sitting mid-map.